Congress has been stronger in rural Rajasthan. So you've got just the opposite. Two states showing very different results. Madhya Pradesh, no, 1 minute. Anti-incumbency may well be one point. You're right, Rashid. But we are not seeing we are seeing rural-urban splits taking place very differently in two states. We don't know how this will play out as the day progresses.
So here is that data on your screen right now. We have trends for 85 rural seats out of the total 171, so that you know what is classified as a rural seat. It's a seat where the percentage of voters living in rural areas on that seat is more than 60% of the overall registered voters in that state, in that seat. So we have trends for 85 such seats, the Congress leading in 49 of those, the BJP leading in 36 of those. If I look at the urban seats of Madhya Pradesh, on the urban seats, the BJP leading on 6, the Congress leading on 4. If I look at semi-urban are those where 45 to 55% of the population lives in urban areas, which is why it's classified by us as a semi-urban seat. There it's split 9 versus 9. That's the breakup, Rajdeep, at this moment in Madhya Pradesh.
And if you look at Chhattisgarh, another state with a large rural tribal population, there in the rural seats, Congress leading 20 to 12. So in one state, Rajasthan, BJP sweeping rural Rajasthan, rural Chhattisgarh is going towards the Congress, and rural Madhya Pradesh going towards the Congress. So you've got a complete switch across the states, and that shows the churning that takes place in different states. So, anti-incumbency may be operating in some states. On the other hand, it's not seemingly operating at the moment in Chhattisgarh. And that reflects the real battle, though, is 10 each in northern Telangana for INC, BRS, and BJP leading in 4.
All of them in North Telangana.
All of them in North Telangana. No, these are North Telangana numbers. INC 10, BRS 10, yes. BJP 4. So the BJP is also getting a large chunk of the anti-incumbency vote. Remember, 3 of the 4 BJP Lok Sabha seats of Telangana that they won last time were in northern Telangana. They won Adilabad, they won Nizamabad. So they are doing well in northern Telangana, taking away some of that vote. Otherwise, it could have been a Congress sweep even in northern Telangana.
The one very interesting talking point, and this is just as far as bragging rights are concerned, it doesn't really mean very much. If I aggregate all the leads that are coming from the 638 seats where counting is on at this moment, the Congress is leading on 152 of the trends that we have, the BJP on 149. As far as bragging rights are concerned, that's a big one, Rajdeep, and the BJP wouldn't want to lose this.
As of now, both sides have something, when they cherry pick, they will say, look at Rajasthan. The BJP is going to say, look at Rajasthan, we are dominating. The Congress is saying, look at Telangana, we are making a comeback, we are holding our own in Chhattisgarh. Madhya Pradesh is the one which is going to get tighter by the moment. INC leading in 63, BJP leading in 54. And now as we go region by region, Rahul, it's becoming very clear here that this is a tough fight right down the line. The turnaround is Bagelkhand. Congress leading in 11, BJP in 2. This is, remember, areas like Satna, Rewa, on the border with Uttar Pradesh.
Yes. The last time the Congress lost, in the beginning, you had Mr. Digvijay Singh, who looked at one seat, and that was Jhabua. And when he saw the BJP leading in Jhabua, he said, we've lost the election. Okay. Right now, the BJP is leading in Jhabua.
No, but look at the turnaround.
Leading in Jhabua.
But look at the turnaround. Bagelkhand last time dominated by the BJP trailing badly. Chambal, where the Congress dominated last time, BJP dominating this time 20 to 14. Look at Mahakaushal, which is Kamal Nath's belt. 14 to the Congress, 11 to the BJP. I still believe Malwa, Nimad could play a key role, but look at early Malwa. 6 to the Congress, only 2 to the BJP. And Nimad, which is very tribal dominated, 1 to BJP, 1 to INC. I have a particular fondness for Nimad because it is the area of one of my heroes, Kishore Kumar.
I have a very interesting cut over here.
Yes,
now, everywhere the leads are closing in.
Yes.
Madhya Pradesh
is a close fight.
And even Rajasthan, like, the kind of Chhattisgarh, everywhere. So I think at the moment, it's...
just a minute. Rajasthan, 76 to the BJP, 55 to INC. So there is still a considerable difference in numbers.
I think MP and Chhattisgarh are much closer than we imagine.
Look at MP, look at Chhattisgarh. It's 27 each. Rahul, look at Chhattisgarh, 28 each. You want a super over? You could well get it in Chhattisgarh.
Okay, so here's something that we can look at. This is called the retain ratio. What this means is, of the MLAs of the seats that the party had, how many seats are they currently holding? How many are flipping, and who are they flipping to? So we have leads currently for 47 of the 109 seats that the BJP had won last time. On those seats, the BJP currently seems to be retaining 40%, 60% they're trailing on. The Congress is picking up 28 of those leads. As far as the retain ratio for the Congress is concerned, we have trends for 69 out of the 114 seats that the Congress had won last time. Their retain percentage is only 42. Their trailing percentage at this moment is 58. So there's a lot of uthal-puthal, lots of change in the political winds.
And my friend KCR is back in the race because in Central, now 9 leads available, BRS leading in 4, Congress in 5. So don't write out KCR just yet. He's making a bit of a comeback in that part. If he can make that comeback, sustain it, then he's very much still in the race.
And Rajdeep, all 6 seats in Gwalior, which is Jyotiraditya Scindia's belt, BJP is leading.
Okay, the one sweep taking place in Telangana at the moment is in South Telangana. 9 to the Congress, 1 to the BRS. Now, this was expected, but the Congress will have to hold its own in Central if they want to reach the magic 60 mark. So, Telangana also is now becoming an interesting contest. Look at that, 33 to the Congress, but BRS 20, BJP 4. 24 place 33 is closing in.
North and Central will be the key regions.
Yeah, that's where the fight is taking place. South seems to be going to the Congress at the moment, but not Central Telangana, not just yet at least.
We can actually
Congress
show,
pulling ahead though in Chhattisgarh, Rahul, 36 place, 27.
We can actually show where the leads and losses are coming in Telangana. At this moment, the BRS is down 15 seats in North Telangana. They're down 4 seats in Central, and they're down 9 seats in South. They're down 1 seat in Hyderabad. So they're not, because they swept the last election, they're trailing and in all these regions. The Congress's gains and losses. The Congress is up 12 in the North, 5 in Central, 2 in Hyderabad, and 10 in the South. So the Congress gaining in all regions, particularly in the South and interestingly in the North, but just at this moment.
And look at how Madhya Pradesh has turned just in the last few moments. The BJP has now taken a 71 to 57 lead here. And now in the rural seats, if you look, the BJP is leading 53 to the BJP at the moment, 45 to the Congress. So you're seeing region by region and of course, minute by minute, these changes taking place. Gwalior Chambal is quite a story. BJP leading in 20 to 14. And Bagelkhand, where the Congress was earlier dominating, now it's 10-6. Bhopal region, of course, the BJP expected to dominate. But this time, as per our survey, 8 to the Congress, 1 to the BJP. These are crazy numbers where you're seeing a shift taking place region by region, Rahul, as you look. BJP leading in Kamal Nath's bastion of Mahakoshal, 17 to 14. So you're seeing a real churning even within a state taking place. A lot of local anti-incumbency. Malwa 6 to the Congress, 3 to the BJP. And Nimad, which is a tribal belt, 3 to the BJP, 1 to the Congress. You're seeing churning within a state. Not just overall, but every region is flipping compared to 2018. Now, a lot of local anti-incumbency at work, sitting MLAs, and many of these parties will regret not dropping many sitting MLAs. That's a big difference that's taking place around.
It's all very initial leads. You can't try and draw very deep meaning just at this moment. But for what it's worth, here's the SWOT analysis and the strength scan of Rajasthan. Out of the 28 seats, which are considered safe seats for the BJP, seats that they won in every election for the last 3 elections, they're leading only on 13. On the relatively safe seats, seats which they've won twice in the last 3 elections, the BJP currently leading on 29 out of 77. On the weak seats, seats which they won only once in the last 3 elections, the BJP currently leading on 35 out of 76. And on the very weak seats, seats which the party hasn't won in any election for the last 3 elections, the BJP leading on 6 out of 19. This is the number of seats that we have trends for. The Congress leading on 3 out of the 5 seats considered safe, 20 out of 60 considered relatively safe, 29 out of 82 weak seats, and 18 out of 53 very weak seats. So all of this seems to suggest that this is essentially building up to be a thriller, because it's all up in the air at this moment and nobody can be quite certain about which way the dust will settle, Chetan.
You know what? Yeah, go ahead, Chetan.
No, I think BJP is going to, like, at least from what we know right now, Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan, these are big victories. I mean, these are big. Yes, Telangana's victory in Congress victory is huge for them to make inroads there. But by the evening, BJP is going to play out. Look, we won the 2 big ones. It's 2-2, but we won the biggest 2s. You know, it's not the all.
But as you're seeing, you know, because this is only the first 45 minutes, you're seeing Rajasthan closing in, and you're seeing Madhya Pradesh also becoming a tighter fight in terms of the changing. Here, the BJP is taking a comfortable lead, 30 now, 84 to 54. So the BJP, which was behind in Madhya Pradesh, is now marching ahead, while Rajasthan is tightening, as our poll suggested. Congress is taking a solid lead, crossing a halfway in terms of the number of seats available in Telangana. So the Congress's best news at the moment is coming from Telangana, and they're reaching slowly that magical 45 mark in Chhattisgarh. So Chhattisgarh, interestingly, even though they're losing in the tribal belt, they're making the gains in the plains, Rahul. And that suggests, given that they started from a very high point in 2018, even if they make those losses, they would be still ahead of the BJP. So 2-2 is what it's appearing. And as Chetan says, the BJP could argue we are winning the big two. The Congress could argue we are holding one and gaining one.
So if, since everybody loves their cricket, if I look at strike rates in Madhya Pradesh, the BJP currently has a strike rate of 60. Out of the 138 leads that we have available, the BJP is leading on 83. So that's a strike rate of 60. The Congress's strike rate in Madhya Pradesh is 40%. So that's the Congress and the BJP. I can look at strike rates in Rajasthan as well. So it'll give you a sense of how strong these parties are doing in each of these states. The Congress's strike rate in Rajasthan is 49%. The BJP strike rate is 50%. So Rajasthan is looking very tight. Let's look at strike rates in Chhattisgarh. If I look at the strike rates in Chhattisgarh,
84 BJP, 85 Congress. I mean, just 10 minutes ago, we were saying 2/3. So I think, these are postal ballots. It's going to be incredible for us to make any large prediction based on this. But this is a tight race in Rajasthan. What's clear? It's a tight race in Rajasthan.
Chhattisgarh as well, very tight.
And Chhattisgarh is also tight, with the only caveat, Ashok, that Chhattisgarh, because the Congress had a 2/3 majority last time, even if they lose some seat, they still have a bit of a...
So here's the strike rate in...
Rajdeep, Congress is leading in Rajasthan now.
So here's the strike rate in Chhattisgarh. The Congress leading on 44 out of 75 seats for which we have trends. So that's a 59% strike rate for the Congress in Chhattisgarh at this moment. The BJP strike rate is only 41. Let's come to Telangana and look at strike rates in Telangana as well. In the initial leads that we have, the BRS's strike rate is a very poor 37%. The Congress is hitting away at a strike rate of 57%. The BJP strike rate in Telangana just at this moment, Rajdeep, only 7%.
And the BRS, as predicted, making a comeback in Hyderabad, winning 11, leading in 11 in Hyderabad, 4 to the Congress, 1 to the BJP as of now, 1 to the MIM. So at the moment, the BRS holding its own in Hyderabad city. It is central where the BRS is putting up a fight, 8-6. South is where the clean sweep at the moment is giving the Congress the edge. They're leading in 13, the BRS just in 5. But even Telangana is not a done deal, because as you know, 27 for the BRS, 5 for the BJP. If the BRS is able to keep the Congress below 55, they have a chance in
18 out of
Telangana.
those 45 are coming from the north, which is a huge gain for the Congress if these trends
That's
hold.
right. So I think you're seeing across all these states highly competitive fights in region after region, and that's what makes this election such a thriller.
While the elections and the numbers are very closely fought, there's one number which is not being closely fought at all. If you see, this is the graph of live concurrent viewership just at this moment. India today more than 2x, like almost close to 3x of its nearest competitor. And if I actually add up at this moment, all our competitors, they still don't seem to be coming anywhere close to where India today is. So that's one race, one contest where the numbers are very decisive. The trend has been firm, Rajdeep, from the moment we started. Not for a second has the trend changed. That's the only place the trend's not changing.
My son is sending me a message saying Rahul is completely into how many, in concurrent views, who's ahead. You've got to also tell us who's ahead in the election, but you're right. That seems to be pretty one-sided. That's not the thriller.
I should meet your son someday.
Yeah, that's not the thriller. That's the inevitable fight. This is the real thriller that's taking place, and I find it fascinating.
But Rajdeep, look at Hadoti. That is where Vasundhara Raje comes from. The Congress is doing really well in Hadoti, and that's the region where the BJP was very strong the last time around.
Are you surprised by what's happening in Rajasthan at the moment?
No, I'm not
that's taking place within the state?
Because I'm not surprised with what's happening in Rajasthan right now in terms of I expected this like our polls did. But look at what's happening in Hadoti. Hadoti, this is Vasundhara Raje's region. This is her bastion.
Congress leading in rural seats in Rajasthan, 74-63. Who wins rural Rajasthan wins the state 9 times out of 10. In fact, 10 times out of 10. Chhattisgarh, on the other hand, it's interesting that there you've got a complete switch in what happened last time. In Bastar, last time the Congress had swept. Now the Congress leading in 4, the BJP in 3. BJP making some gains in the tribal pockets of Chhattisgarh, which is an interesting story within itself. Madhya Pradesh, Rahul, is I think the state where the BJP, after looking earlier on the back foot, now is taking a solid lead as of now, 99 playing 62. And if you look at regions again, it is really the turnaround that's taken place in Chambal. Last time the Congress won 26 out of 34. Now it's the BJP leading in 21, INC, the Congress in 13. In Mahakoshal, where the Congress would have expected to do very well, large tribal belt again, BJP leading in 22, Congress in 14. So the Congress is actually doing badly in areas they did well last time, which is bad news. And Malwa, traditional BJP stronghold, BJP leading in 12, INC in 6. Bundelkhand, again bordering Uttar Pradesh, BJP sweeping now. 21 to the BJP, INC just 5. So you've got the BJP now across Madhya Pradesh making gains region by region, clearly showing.
They're sweeping Mahakoshal.
Nimad also 6 to the BJP, 1 to INC. So across Madhya Pradesh, if there's a trend, there's no region in Madhya Pradesh at the moment where the Congress is ahead. That's
and
bad
it's doing
news for
really
the
well
Congress.
in the tribal areas. Mahakoshal, all tribal seats, the BJP is leading.
That's
That
right.
is where the role of a Prahlad Patel and a Kulaste will come in.
That is Kamal Nath's region.
Yes, that is Kamal Nath.
The closest fight seems to be in Rajasthan. And I want to go region by region, try and explain what's happening in the different regions of Rajasthan. We have 16 leads in Hadauti. The BJP leading on 8, down 1 from the last time. The Congress on 8, up 1 from the last time. Let's now come to the Shekhawati region, bordering Haryana. 9 leads for the BJP out of a total of 19, up 5 from the last time. The Congress at 10, down 4. Let's come to Mewar. In Mewar, we have 32 leads out of 35. The BJP leading on 22 of those. The Congress on 10. Let's come to Marwar. In Marwar, we have 34 leads out of the 41 total seats in the region. The BJP leading on 15, the Congress on 17. Rajasthan, as our poll predicted, is really going down to the wire. In the Jaisalmer-Bikaner pocket, 19 out of 20 leads, 8 for the BJP, 11 for the Congress. Let's now come to Jaipur. 44 seats here. We have leads for 41, BJP leading on 18, the Congress on 23. And finally in Ahirwal, 22 leads here, the BJP on 14 doing very well, up 11 from the last time, the Congress at 8.
Simple. Sachin pilot factor. We've underestimated the Gujjar factor. This was an area dominated by Gujjar. You stretch from Delhi, you go along the Delhi-Jaipur highway, you're going to areas like Alwar, you're going to areas like Bharatpur. This is where the BJP is gaining over the Congress. But Telangana, Rahul, Congress at the moment now leading in 50. So the best news for the Congress is very clearly coming from Telangana. 52 to the BRS, 26, BJP 5. And remember, for the BJP, all these seats will be seen as gains in a way because the BJP has been in the past not really a factor in Vidhan Sabha in Telangana. But really, no, just a minute. Just to focus on Telangana, because as my producer reminded me, 60% of our online viewership is coming from Telangana. It is the state of the moment for us. And remember, in Telangana, you've now got a situation where in Hyderabad, the BRS is doing very well, 11, AIMIM 2, INC 2. But the moment I go into rural Hyderabad, the Congress now dominating central also. That's where they are picking up 13 to 5. And south, to my mind, is going to be a wipeout for the Congress. 17 to the Congress, BRS just 4. So the Congress is holding its own. Our exit poll is proving the tsunami that you've been speaking about. I called it a mini wave. Rahul said tsunami. The tsunami that is needed is happening in central and south, Rahul. If that tsunami sustains itself, then I think, Sudhir, this could be game, set and match to the Congress in Telangana.
The story of Telangana is coming from north, where
Yes,
the Congress is leading in 20 seats compared to just 5 of BRS. That's where the BRS swept last time.
And if these numbers hold, then the Congress is above 70 and 75. DK Shivkumar can go back to Bengaluru. He doesn't need to book a resort. If these numbers are true, the Congress will not need a resort in Telangana. You can be near the Charminar. You can have all the wonderful food that Hyderabad presents to you, and you will win that state. So for the Congress, the best news in this first hour has come from Telangana. For the BJP, the best news has come from Madhya Pradesh. For the Congress, good news also from Chhattisgarh. But look at what is happening in Rajasthan. Now, if these numbers, Rahul, remain 93 to 99, nervous 90s, is what we've been predicting. And both sides are worried about 100 kaun jeetega. Rajasthan is what Rahul Kanwal wants, 1 super over. You want 1 super over? As of today, as of this moment, it looks like Rajasthan. It could change.
Most certainly. I want to take you through how some of the key VIPs are doing in Telangana. Very interesting. And remember, these are just initial numbers, so they could change. K. Chandrasekhar Rao is trailing both in Kamareddy and in Gajwel. K.T. Rama Rao, his son, the flamboyant IT minister, currently leading in Sirsila. In Bandi Sanjay Kumar of the BJP, leading currently in Karimnagar. Mohammad Azharuddin in Jubilee Hills, the former India captain, trailing in Hyderabad. Akbaruddin Owaisi, Asuddin Owaisi's son, leading on his seat. Raja Singh in Gosha Mahal is currently trailing the firebrand controversial BJP leader. We are awaiting Revant Reddy's verdict in Kodangal. Madhugad Yoshki in Lal Bahadur Nagar is leading. Harish Rao is leading of the BRS in Sidipet. Etla Rajendra is leading in Huzurabad and is trailing in Gajwel.
One interesting result coming in from Telangana, lead coming in Karimnagar, Bandi Sanjay Kumar. He's leading at the moment. Now, Bandi Sanjay Kumar is the person who was removed as the BJP president, in June, July this year. Many believe that he was the one taking on KCR, a sense then that this propaganda spread. BJP and KCR have had some kind of a deal. Bandi Sanjay Kumar removed. Sudhir, that's an interesting trail there.
He was up against Gangula Kamlakar, the minister in KCR's cabinet, heavyweight minister. But again, a lot of anti-incumbency against him, both of them from the same community.
You know, the battle for Kamareddy, of course, remains interesting.
Very interesting.
KCR versus Revant Reddy. That's
Want to breeze through your day? The wire-free t-shirt bra has got your back. A wire-free padded essential made
Venkatramana Reddy, very strong. So it was an interesting contest with each of the three candidates actually holding on to their own.
The controversial Akbaruddin Owaisi, brother of Asaduddin Owaisi, being pulled up by the election commission, was accused of taking on the police force. He's leading, of course, in his bastion in the old city of Hyderabad. So key candidates seem to be surviving at the moment. Just next to him, Raja Singh, important. Gosha Mahal trailing. And this is an important, result because there's been so much of attention on Raja Singh. Has he struck some deal with Owaisi? Is he seen, to be this sort of strongman who can't be defeated?
And BRS
suspended for hate speech.
BRS actually put more observers in Gosha Mahal as compared to any other seat in Telangana.
And Congress is leading there, which is interesting.
Very interesting.
In Telangana, we can look at where the leads and losses of each of the parties are coming from. I'll start with the BRS, which is down 19 seats in northern Telangana from the last time. They're down 7 seats in central Telangana. In Hyderabad, they are where they were last time. In the south, they're down 14. So bad news for K. Chandrasekhar Rao and the BRS in the initial numbers coming from Telangana. In the north, the Congress is up 60. Now, this is interesting because this is where the BJP thought they'd be picking up leads. It's the Congress that seems at this moment to be doing well in northern Telangana. Hyderabad also, they're up 2. In South Telangana, the Congress is up 13. In Central Telangana, it's up 13. When you're winning and leading in each of the regions, it's quite clear. It's not a mini wave. It is building up to be a tsunami. The BJP is up 3 in the north and 1 in Hyderabad. It's a bit of a weak performance by the BJP in Telangana.
And Huzur Nagar, Uttam Kumar Reddy, who was the previous Congress chief, is also leading. Interestingly, an MP contesting an MLA election, and someone who again was once an Air Force pilot, I think, Sudhir.
Yes, he was.
He's not crash landing.
He's definitely not crash landing. The interesting bit about Uttam Kumar Reddy is that before 2018, he said, I will not shave off my beard till the Congress wins. He has been waiting for over 6 years now. Now he can actually go back to his clean-shaven look.
Okay, Sudhir is not going to get his moustache anywhere, but South is tightening. 17 of the Congress and 12 of the BRS. So the BRS is not giving up the fight. It's not as if it's given up this fight. 36 plays 53. I said the Congress has to reach 65 to be secure. Then there will be no need for resorts. So as of today, the Congress seems relatively safe in Telangana. Congress has crossed the halfway mark in terms of leads in Chhattisgarh. In Rajasthan, and Preeti, you want to take this forward with us, 94 plays 95. You want to give us a sense of why is it becoming so tight in Rajasthan? You've been traveling there. Did you get a sense that it would be so tight?
100%.
Why? Give us a sense.
Okay, to be honest, when I came back, I knew it's going to be really tight. We were looking at a hung assembly, maybe with an edge to the BJPs. That's what I told you, Rajdeep, when I got back from Rajasthan. But having said that, why I feel it's come to this is because I didn't quite see the kind of anti-incumbency that one would see for Ashok Gehlot in 2013 when he came back with just 21 seats. You could see how unpopular Ashok Gehlot was on ground. This time, it could be the welfare schemes at play. It could be, the 500 rupee cylinder, the free mobile phone for women. More importantly, the Chiranjeevi, the health scheme. That has really worked.
Absolutely. We'll look at a gender skew, of course, as a post-poll analysis. It is our belief that or my belief, that whoever wins the greater proportion of women votes tends to win a state. So that could be a factor both in Madhya Pradesh with Ladli Behna and with Chiranjeevi in Rajasthan. But Mahima Singh, spokesperson Congress, for a quick reaction. Your best news, ma'am, at the moment is coming from Telangana, but you could also have even better news if you do well in Rajasthan, where you're, in a neck and neck fight, and in Chhattisgarh, where you're slightly ahead. Is 3-1 the best scenario for the Congress at the moment? Are you willing to write off Madhya Pradesh, where the BJP is 118 to 89 ahead of you?
Jai Hind, I think these are very early trends, and as we see the results coming out along the day, I think it's going to be 4-1 for sure, because we know our groundwork. We know that the very courageous Karyakartas of the party, from the Karyakartas to the topmost leaders, everybody have put their heart and soul into these elections. It is a people's fight that the Congress has put forward, and I think the guarantee.
But will the Congress?
Projected.
You're saying Congress believes they'll win all four. You're bound to say that. But which is your most vulnerable state? Do you concede that Madhya Pradesh could be vulnerable at the moment for you?
No, I think Madhya Pradesh, owing to the Vyapam scam and the major corruption, the 50% commission sarkar that was running there, just like Karnataka, you will see that eventually people would have drifted away from. Along the day, you will see that they will oust the incumbent government there to bring in the fresh breeze of change, which will be the Congress. Because I think that the people are really.
As you're speaking, ma'am, sorry to interrupt you, even as you're speaking,
the Congress.
Even as you're speaking, the Congress has reached 60 in Telangana, which is, remember, the halfway mark, 119 member assembly. The Congress needs to go above 60 to ensure that they have a comfortable lead over the BRS. So your best news, ma'am, is coming from Telangana. You can smile a bit now.
Absolutely, we are humbled. If we come at a 4:1, we'll I think say that we'll be reassured that ego doesn't go a long way, which is the BJP style of governance. I think
right now
BJP
looks like a long shot where your Madhya
trust.
Pradesh numbers are concerned. But madam, if you look at your numbers in MP, you're closing in. You're at 94 right now. This was your election. Many would say on ground. You have lost this election. You have snatched. If you lose at all, if you lose at all, these are initial trends. We agree. But you lost steam in the final leg, Mahima.
I would say that the initial trends, all of us know that the initial trends are owing to the postal ballot, and the incumbent government there is the BJP's. So I think let's wait a little more because we're very confident. We have ground feedback. We have very strong feedback from the ground, and it is going to be 4:1. It will be seen.
Okay, 4:1. Remember, Mizoram, of course, only goes tomorrow. But these numbers, Chetan, you were saying 2-2. At the moment, I'm only going by these numbers at the moment. These numbers at the moment show 2 to the Congress, 2 to the BJP. But very close in Rajasthan. Close. You're saying that will be enough for one side to take bragging rights? Or both will go home feeling, cherry picking what
I'm looking at those 4 others in Rajasthan, and I'm saying, who are those guys? RLP. We need those people. Those people will be on TV tonight, and they will be like they may be needed.
You just have to go from Delhi to Jaipur. The closer you go to Jaipur, there are a series of resorts, beautiful resorts. There is Fairmont there, where there are all kinds of.
It's the wedding season. I'll tell you, there's this real crisis in the resort politics right now because it's wedding season, and apparently every resort is booked with a wedding.
A politician double paisa deta hai.
I just had an opportunity to speak to one of the senior most BJP leaders who was dialing, just wanting to chat about the results. The sense that I'm picking up from the feedback this is the election intelligence dashboard. You're seeing what the numbers are saying in real time, but the sense that we're getting by speaking to these top BJP leaders is that they think they're winning big in Madhya Pradesh. They think that they're not going to win Chhattisgarh, that Chhattisgarh haath se nikal raha hai, that Rajasthan could go down to the wire. They're actually hoping that while it's looking tough for them in Rajasthan, because it's going down to the wire, it'll require counting till the end to know what actually happens. And Telangana, of course, they realize is now out of their hands. So the party being quite realistic in terms of what it's looking like. Madhya Pradesh looks like the big win. Chhattisgarh, they think that it'll get close, but they know that the Congress is ahead. That's the sense. at the
Rajasthan
high levels
BJP
of the
hit
BJP
100.
just at this moment, Rajdeep?
You know, it is fascinating how this is playing out at the moment because you've got 4 states giving 4 very distinct verdicts. One is a tight fight, clearly, in Rajasthan. Madhya Pradesh also is not at the moment the kind of one-sided race, but it could change dramatically. Chhattisgarh is showing churning within between the tribal belt and the plains. And in Telangana, you could have history being created because a state which was dominated by one leader for 10 years could be seeing a distinct shift. So, you know, depending on which political party you belong to, you can just hold on to what suits you.
What's the national big picture looking like? Let's put that up on our screen right now. This is what the national big picture looks like according to the election intelligence dashboard. Of the 638 total seats where counting is on at this moment, if I aggregate all of those, the Congress is up on 301, the BJP at 258. At this moment, bragging rights are with the side in blue, the BJP at 258. But remember, Rajdeep, one of the things that we saw in 2018, and Ashok Malik can build on that, is that whatever anti-incumbency there was in the Hindi heartland, in some senses got flushed out during the assembly election results, giving Prime Minister Modi a clean slate for his re-election in 2024. That's the big election.
See, this is a very different election. 24 will be very different. 2 things have happened. One, a number of BJP sitting Lok Sabha members in Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan have been moved to the states. So, in a sense, Mr. Modi is perhaps setting the agenda for a new influx of candidates for the Lok Sabha election. Second, in a place like Telangana, where the BRS won 9 seats out of 17 in 2019, and it won those 9 seats on the back of a big assembly victory in 2018, so 6 months earlier. In those 9 seats, the BRS will now be vulnerable. It will not lose all of them, of course, but it will be vulnerable. Both the Congress and the BJP would hope to gain.
Okay, let's look at Madhya Pradesh, which interestingly at this moment is 111 versus 102. I want to look at where the gains and losses for each party are coming from. We look at the BJP to begin with. Jyotiraditya Scindia would be quite delighted by the fact that in the Gwalior-Chambal belt, a lot was at stake for him personally and for the party, because this is where the BJP was seen as being weak. They're up 15 at this moment. In Bagelkhand, they're down 10. In Bhopal, the BJP down 6. In Bundelkhand, up 6 at this moment. In Mahakaushal, up 7. Malwa, down 6. In Nimar, up 3. That's as far as the BJP's gains and losses are concerned. Let's look at the Congress's gains and losses. In Bagelkhand, the Congress up 10. In Bhopal, interestingly, at this moment, it's up 5. This is a traditional BJP bastion. In Bundelkhand, the Congress is down 4. The Congress is getting hammered at this moment. In Chambal, down 14. In Mahakaushal, they're down 6. In Malwa, they're up 7. In Nimar, they're down 2, Rajdeep.
You know, this is what I call the churning within a state. And Rahul, you may want to expand on that because you've got parts where last time the Congress dominated, they're losing this time. Parts where BJP dominated, they're losing this time. There was a battle within a battle.
Scindia right now is 111 versus 102.
Yeah, so Scindia last time, for example, was with the Congress and the Congress did very well in Chambal. It became a bit of a personal battle there, charges of Gaddar among others. And now you've got the BJP doing very well in Chambal. Is this strange that within a state, you see such different trends within 5 years? Local anti-incumbency more than statewide anti-incumbency?
True. I think especially when the elections are going to be close, then you are not going to see a statewide trend, and regions will become very, very important. And in Madhya Pradesh, what might be happening, that the regions which were stronger for one party, meaning that one party was getting its MLAs elected in 2008, 13, 18. And so the local anti-incumbency may have built very, very strong for those parties, for BJP in some regions and for Congress in other regions. And that's what the churning we are seeing.
You know, I think one of the, I wonder, Rashid, whether you agree that maybe political parties need to realize that you have to sometimes, it's not easy to change MLAs. Ashok Gehlot told me, you know, when I asked him, why did you only drop 17 MLAs? He said, nahi, bahut mushkil hota hai kisi MLA ko ticket deny karna. Are political parties not realizing that unless you change local MLAs, you will suffer from local anti-incumbency, both parties?
Absolutely. Historically also, over 50% MLAs actually lose regardless of which party wins. And in this case, it's very interesting, Rajdeep, in Madhya Pradesh, that when the Congress seems to be doing well, and that's where women vote percentage was much higher than the average figure.
Okay, Rashid is determined to prove us wrong that Ladli Behna, he's been saying will not have the kind of dramatic impact that our polls suggested.
I'm just going by numbers, yeah.
Yeah, you're going by numbers at the moment. Both the parties in the nervous 90. Just once again to look at Telangana. T.S. Sudhir, are you picking up any clear trend that's emerging from what we are seeing at the moment? 66 to the Congress, 35 to the BRS. Are you suggesting now that the Congress could well be comfortable, or do you believe it could still change dramatically?
Well, if 66 holds and goes up to 80, that's the figure that Revanth Reddy has been speaking about. But you mentioned about anti-incumbency. KCR repeating 90% of his candidates. And I was looking at a seat like Srilingampalli, which is on the outskirts of Hyderabad. The Congress picked up a BRS corporator, gave him the ticket. I was told that he's suffering from a huge anti-incumbency because of his innings as a corporator. He's right now trailing. So anti-incumbency can affect both parties in different ways.
Yeah, in fact, that's a great point, because, you know, the one mistake, and I think BRS admits it, insiders admit it, they told KCR, let's change. KTR told KCR, let's change more MLAs. He said, no, these are my strong men. And he announced it 3 months ago.
Yep.
He announced 3 months ago, I'm only dropping 7 MLAs. Now that he could be paying a price for not dropping enough MLAs.
The closest contest at this moment is in Rajasthan. If you're looking and wondering, where are we likely to see a super over? Ladies and gentlemen, the trends now suggest that super over could come in Rajasthan, not just according to the intelligence dashboard that we have. Even as per party sources, Rajasthan is where it's literally going down to the wire. Let's take you through how the seats dominated by certain communities are doing. In the Dalit seats where the percentage of Dalits, not just the reserve seats, the percentage of Dalits on those seats being more than 20%, so they can influence the verdict in that seat. The BJP leading on 33, the Congress on 35. In the tribal seats, not just tribal reserve, but seats where tribals have more than 20% of the overall voters on that seat. The Congress leading at this moment on 15, the BJP on 28. Muslim seats in Rajasthan, 22, where the percentage of Muslims is more than 20%. The BJP leading on 8, the Congress on 13. In the Meena seats, 13 for the BJP, 12 for the Congress. In the Gujjar seats of Rajasthan, at this moment, 21 leads for the Congress, 16 for the BJP. In the Jat-dominated seats, see, just so that you're clear about what we're saying, a Jat-dominated seat doesn't mean that this is only Jats on that seat, obviously, right? This means that the percentage of Jat voters on that seat is more than 20. So they're the single most influential community, and they can influence where that seat ultimately goes. On those, 19 for the Congress, 16 for the BJP. But the way to read this data is that if all the other communities get together and vote for the other party, then the dominant community also by itself may not be able to sway the results.
You know, I don't know whether Preeti, who's tracked Rajasthan more than I have, would agree with this. But what is interesting about Rajasthan, and Rahul, you can also dip in, is that this is one of the few states where no one caste dominates the state. So therefore, elections become competitive. There is no one caste more than 20% of the state's population. So you've got Jats, Meenas, Gujjars,
The
all
OBC come together.
They, but they all in a way compete for their own stronghold. So you don't have it's very difficult therefore to get a sweep. That might explain this. Look at even in Gujjar seats, it's highly competitive. Look at Meena seats, it's highly competitive. Did you see that caste dynamics perhaps are not as potent as we think as they are in other states where you have a sweep?
No,
one way or
to be
the other.
honest, Rajdeep, the elections in Rajasthan are decided on the metrics of caste, and historically that has always held sway.
But look
Where
at how
particular
it's playing out this time.
It's because, usually caste, last time, 2018, the Gujjars en masse went with the Congress. En masse went with the Congress.
Does
But you
gender
see
trump
that-
caste?
Does gender trump caste? Yes. Now, off late with what you've seen, yes, what cuts across caste lines is welfare schemes. So, it's interesting. You'll go from village to village and you will see that same woman talking about that mobile phone and that 500 rupees ka cylinder. From Yadav to Meena to Gujjar.
Is that a change quickly?
I think it's not a complete change. Now what you are seeing is a mix of identity plus occupational molded into one, right? When you are targeting poor, you are also targeting lower caste in that sense. But just in case, like in Rajasthan, what you're seeing is a very, very close contest in SC seats and ST seats. In both places, BJP was expected not to do well. And they are, in fact, in ST seats, they are leading Congress, and in SC seats, they are neck and neck. So,
But they're taking away more of
the
the
one
Jat vote
difference
this
between
time.
now and then was in 2018, the Congress swept the Gujjar bastion. This time it's tight.
Yeah.
So therefore, that's why it's 94-93.
But
That
Rajdeep,
difference-
it's being made up by the Jats. The Jats which went to the BJP in 2018, a huge percentage of that, if you look at least what the trend suggests right now, are going towards the Congress. More to the Congress than the BJP.
Sure.
If for a moment we draw a cricketing analogy,
Yes.
the BRS at this moment faring like the England cricket team in the World Cup. Defending champions getting hammered. Only 40% of the BRS seats which they held in the last election, they are retaining. 60% of BRS seats are flipping at this moment. 60% of your sitting seats, like seats which you have at this moment, are flipping over. The Congress is bagging 42 of those 50 BRS seats. The BJP bagging 8 out of 50 BRS seats. No wonder K. Chandrasekhar Rao is looking so glum. And look at the retain ratio for the Congress. They had only 19. They're retaining 72% of those seats. 4 of those are now being led by the BRS. Let's look at the retain ratio for the BJP. Of the one they had, they're retaining that at this moment. In terms of strike rate, the Congress's strike rate in Telangana at this second is 53%. The BRS's strike rate only 32%.
Can you just help us in what is going to become critical today as the day goes on? At the moment, 11 others are leading in Rajasthan.
Right.
Can you, Rahul, tell us who these 11 others possibly are? Because those 11 others could have a price on their head come this evening.
Rajdeep,
They are the
just
11.
I've just got a text message from Jan Chaudhary and he's saying, please correct Rajdeep Sardesai. The Jat community is 20% in Rajasthan. No,
It's
of
not.
the last
It's
census.
not as by
12%
Okay, so,
on record.
you know when
12%
Rajdeep
12%. He can say 20. It is 12% on record. So please tell Jayan Chaudhary, I go by data. He goes by his perception.
Okay,
When
12%
Rajdeep
by
bowls the
record.
googly, I get very scared because he says, just check on the EI. And I'm wondering, is the EI programmed to be able to throw up an
It is.
answer of that? Mercifully, it is. So it passed the Rajdeep test. Here it is. You asked about the 11 others. I have them on the screen right now. One of them is a BSP MLA
Census one
contender.
nahi,
There are 3 independents and 6 are from the other smaller parties. So others are currently leading in Rajasthan and they'll become very important in Alwar rural, in Bharatpur, in Bilara, in Churu, in Khetri, in Khinswad, Pali, and in Sirohi. Those are the 11. Rajdeep, next time you want to bowl a googly, just give me a heads up or send me a message before tossing that ball on national TV.
No, the reason I'm saying, look, BSP and the independents and the rest, most of these are rebels who did not get tickets from the Congress or the BJP. We'll have to see whether people like Rajendra Gudda are leading at the moment. That will be an interesting seat to see, because remember, he's the one who came up with the red diary accusing the Congress of corruption, the Gehlot government of corruption after being a minister in the government. Now, if people like Rajendra Gudda start winning, he's contesting on a Shiv Sena ticket.
It's very clear we will have a super over in Rajasthan. You know, here's the breakup of the rural seats in Rajasthan. There are 156 seats in Rajasthan where more than 60% of the population live in rural areas. On those, the Congress is leading on 77, the BJP on 70. If I look at the urban seats of Rajasthan, where more than 60% of the population is in urban areas, the BJP and the Congress are divided 10 each, which is a bit surprising, frankly, from the BJP's perspective, because they think they do well in urban areas. In the semi-urban seats of Rajasthan, at this moment, there are 24 such seats where the percentage of people living in urban areas is between 45 and 55%. The BJP leading on 13, 8 to the Congress. Rajdeep, you wanted a super over. I think we're heading in that direction.
Yeah.
Coffee lao, nashta lao, it's going to be a long day, particularly in Rajasthan.
Well, look, it is possible that one side goes over 100. I don't rule that out.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is that it is a fight. And I repeat what a journalist in Rajasthan told me. I thought very rightly, both these big parties put their egos above ground realities. Had the Congress been able to accommodate Sachin Pilot, they might have done well in the Gujjar belt. Had the BJP been able to accommodate Vasundhara Raje, who knows, they would have got that gender factor in their favor. The reason why both the parties are competing strongly is that both these parties have not been able to outmaneuver the others by creating a very strong
But
narrative.
Sachin Pilot that you talk about, Rajdeep, he was restricted to his own constituency. He has a huge pull with the youth. If he was allowed to campaign across the state, you would have pulled in that youth factor. Only in the last, I think the last 2-3 days was he allowed to campaign outside his own constituency. And on the other hand, if you look at it, he's been able to pull in. Maybe, you know, there's a fracture of the Gujar vote, but a lot of it has come back to the Congress this time as well.
You know, you can't blame the Congress leadership for this, Sachin Pilot, Ashok Gehlot.
Why not?
Ashok Gehlot's ego problem. He was not able to accommodate.
But
He
you are
kept
such an
following
all-powerful high command cannot settle between
It's not-
two leaders
it's
for
not
5
all
years.
powerful.
But Rashid
All powerful
Saab-
is Amit Shah and Narendra Modi.
No, but there's a big difference.
They've caucused him
Ashok
twice.
Gehlot's track record has been, each time he is at the end of his 5 terms in office so far, he gets hammered. if he actually wins a fourth time, he'll be equaling a record in Rajasthan of Sukhadia, where he would have also become chief minister for the fourth. It's not happened yet, but if it does happen, that's a record that's up for grabs. Here is what Chhattisgarh is looking like. It's settling very. Bhupesh Baghel, who was in our office very recently, will be heaving a sigh of relief. In Chhattisgarh, it seems at this moment that the Congress could go through. It's not as close as it is in Rajasthan. Chhattisgarh, which our poll said could go down to the wire, even though the Congress was clearly in the lead. Here's what the numbers look like. 54 for the Congress, Rajdeep, 33 for the BJP. BJP up on a very low base, Congress down on a very high base, but still quite comfortably placed.
You know, if you look at therefore,
MP
you know,
settling very well.
what we are getting a sense now is, look at what's happened in Bastar. I told you earlier that it was tough. 11-1. Congress leading 11-1. So the tribal vote, which we thought could go to the BJP, is now solidifying behind the Congress in Bastar. Just as it's going towards the BJP in neighboring Madhya Pradesh. Two states, the tribal vote in Madhya Pradesh going to the BJP, in Chhattisgarh going back to the Congress. So the Congress appears at the moment getting some kind of a comfort factor out of what's happening in Chhattisgarh. It doesn't look like Chhattisgarh would go to the wire. On the other hand, BJP in Madhya Pradesh looking more and more solid. You know, clearly 138 place 88. It's now going to require a huge swing away. And because every region now is polling, you're getting a sense the BJP is consolidating itself in Madhya Pradesh. Rajasthan is, I think, the one with those 12 others which could still go down to the wire. And Telangana, 63-33 is almost twice as your. Look at the BJP though in Telangana, Rahul. Interesting. They're reaching double digits. Sudhir can correct me if I'm wrong. BJP has never reached double digit in a Vidhan Sabha election in Telangana.
But I think the story is rural areas, the Congress leading 44-18. When it comes to semi-urban areas in Telangana, Congress leading 9-5. It's only in the urban seats where it's almost neck and neck between the Congress and the BRS, both leading in 9 each. So semi-urban and rural is where the Congress is making.
What do you think has changed in rural Telangana for such a tsunami to take place in rural Telangana? What's that one? Is it local level corruption that the guy who was driving a scooter is now in a Mercedes Benz?
Absolutely. Lack of accessibility, arrogance, corruption, and the guarantees provided by the Congress, which seem to be topping up on what KCR was giving in the last 9.5 years.
The other thing that's settling quite clearly is that the India Today exact poll was quite close to exact, right? I mean, we'll just wait for the match to finish before the champagne comes out.
Maybe the Congress, Rahul, should divert DK Shiv Kumar from Karnataka to Rajasthan.
They'll probably have to do that. So here's what Chhattisgarh looks like. In the Dalit seats that we were just discussing, the scheduled caste seats, 10 of those leads are for the Congress. In the tribal seats of Chhattisgarh, out of the 46 seats where the tribal population is more than 20%, the Congress is leading on 29, the BJP on 17. In the Sahu community seat, remember this is a community that had deserted the BJP in the last elections. This time they're at 10, up 6 from the last time. Congress at 15, down 4 from the last time. In the Thakur-dominated seats of Chhattisgarh, 6 such seats, the Congress leading on 4. In the Banya-dominated seats of Chhattisgarh, the Congress leading on 2, the BJP on 1. So, Rajdeep, I hope your Natu steps are all practiced and rehearsed. I think our polls, directionally seeming right.
We will see what happens when it happens. But Shazia Ilmi, meanwhile, is also joining us of the BJP. Mahima Singh has been still with us of the Congress. But Shazia Ilmi, 2-2 is what it appears at the moment. The BJP leading in 2, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Congress leading in 2, Chhattisgarh, Telangana. How do you see 2-2?
I think it's looking very good for BJP in both the states, Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh. And if you look at Chhattisgarh, I think we're making great strides, big leaps there. So it's going in the right direction, though there's still some time to go. And I feel we're getting a clear majority when it comes to Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh, and a very clear trend showing victory of BJP and BJP being way ahead. If you look at even the earlier trends and even now, I think it's all looking pretty good for BJP. We are poised for a decent victory.
You are saying the 2 big states as of now, if you win those 2, you're not, even if you lose Chhattisgarh and Telangana, that offsets it?
Rajdeep, if you look at just 5 years back, we lost in all of these 5 states. So any gain is a big gain. And these 2, if you see, it's huge. Look at Chhattisgarh. I mean, look at the numbers. Of course, the gap is there. We will close in slowly. And as for Telangana, I mean, I guess we'll just be a bigger force there than what we were. But the fact of the matter is, considering we lost all 5 in the last polls, the fact that we're doing very well and just close to victory in 2 big states, it's a big.
It's a good point that Shazia Ilmi makes.
it's a
Mahima
big
Singh, a quick
affirmation
response from you. In all the 4 states, compared to 2018, BJP doing better. First time entering double digits as of now in Telangana. It's giving a tougher fight in Chhattisgarh compared to last time. It is ahead in Rajasthan and it is ahead in Madhya Pradesh. So for the Congress, on the other hand, there may be a sense that the Hindi heartland may be still at times a bridge too far, particularly these Madhya Pradesh numbers hold.
I would say that one thing is for sure, the democracy is winning today. You know, whichever side it falls, the democracy is winning, unlike the BJP's desire, opposite to the BJP's desire rather. Because the BJP for the 9 years...
No, how is it opposite to that, ma'am? Let's be fair. They are also contesting. No, ma'am. How do you say that the BJP is against democracy when they are winning? They are winning through the ballot box.
I'm coming to that. The last 9 years, it is the BJP that's been saying we want a Congress Mukt Bharat. So when you try to negate the most prominent opposition party, what is it? What does it indicate when you say we want a Congress Mukt Bharat? So opposing to those dreams, it is rather appearing like you see it is the people's issues, it is the people's fight that is thriving over the false sense of invincibility of the BJP.
Okay, but I take your point, but the truth, Rahul, is that there is, and maybe across the table someone wants to respond to this, because the fact is in all the 4 states today, compared to 2018, the BJP is doing better. It got bested by the Congress in Madhya Pradesh, it got bested in Rajasthan. At the moment, it's leading in both. In Chhattisgarh, it's narrowed the gap compared to 2018. And it's reaching 10 in Telangana. So overall, it seems to be a decent day in the office for the BJP.
Well, even Rajasthan now indicates 100 BJP, 85 Congress. That's
right. So I'm saying across the 4 states, the BJP is doing better. Is there a sense that the BJP can say, look, actually we've done much better than 2018 today?
Yeah, of course, because 2018 they had nothing.
Nothing.
Right? So now getting 2 states would be a big booster in the run-up to 2024 campaign. And especially that picking up 10, 11 seats where everyone was thinking that now they are down and out in Telangana, I think that would also give them a shot in the arm for 2024 in South.
In Telangana.
Rajdeep, if I could come in here, if you want to extrapolate to 2024,
yes.
If the BJP is to repeat its majority in 24, it has to sweep its bastions in northern India and western India,
yes.
right? These election results so far indicate the BJP could well do that.
Yes.
Rashid, therefore, the Congress needs Rajasthan now. You know, it needs that gap in Rajasthan to close to have some kind of sense that, look, we are very much in the race. Just winning Chhattisgarh and yes, getting the big prize of Telangana may not be enough.
Yeah, I think for the BJP, Rajasthan was in a platter, but retaining Madhya Pradesh is a very big thing for BJP. For Congress, of course, it's a lost case in terms. I mean, they were not very sure internally. Rahul Gandhi himself said it about Rajasthan. So I think Madhya Pradesh is a big loss for the Congress, but the gains in Telangana are very significant.
No, but it's not a normal victory. Remember, if after 18 years of Shivraj Singh Chauhan being in power, this is where the BJP ends up in Madhya Pradesh. That senior BJP leader I was just speaking to a moment ago, you know, this is like snatching victory from the jaws of defeat, because every single data point for the last several months had suggested that the BJP was up against it in terms of anti-incumbency in Madhya Pradesh. To be able to pull off a result like this is nothing short of a marvel in election management and engineering, because this was really an election for the BJP to lose and for the Congress to win. At this moment, in the leads that we have, the BJP is up 19 from the last time, 128, 115 is the magic mark, 116, 99 for the Congress, they're down 13. It's looking, Rajdeep, very difficult. And there's that other data trend that's on our screen. Again, I keep showing this because it's very interesting. I just heard from our production control room that the viewership live at this moment on India Today television is second only to Aaj Tak in Hindi. And given that 3 states are Hindi heartland states, that's pretty phenomenal, which means it's not just more than our competition. So if I do a quick addition of all the other channels,
more
yes,
than all the other
it's
channels.
more than all these. So India Today by itself, the vote share, the viewership vote share of India Today at this moment by itself is more than the vote share of all other channels put together. That is just
Rahul,
phenomenal.
is that saffron is coincidence, right?
No, it's not actually saffron, it's red.
Red.
It looks saffron. Don't look for a conspiracy.
I'm just saying.
It's a program graphic and it's not saffron. I mean, it is red and there's nothing wrong with saffron, by the way. It's red and it is more than everybody else. It's also second only to our own Hindi channel. It's more than all the other Hindi channels. I think you guys are doing, by viewership standards and from the vote share we are getting, you guys are doing a great job. So thank you very much for that.
You know, the fact is that Rajasthan is the one state I think that's going to keep us going, even though the numbers at the moment suggest the BJP 15 ahead. There are 18 others. And this is a state with notoriously small margins of victory because there are triangular fights in many constituencies. Yes, Preeti.
Pilot is trailing.
Sachin Pilot trailing at the moment?
Sachin Pilot is trailing right now.
That's very interesting.
But it's interesting because, you know, if you look at it, this is the same place where Mr. Ramesh Biduri, who's a Gujar himself, Delhi leader, was sent to manage the campaign for the entire Tong district. It was a highly polarizing campaign. And maybe if I can take that question to Shazia Ilmi, Rajiv, if you allow me. Shazia Ilmi, if you had got, you know, many on ground say, if the BJP had got their campaign in a more cohesive fashion instead of, you know, many thought that it meandered a little. It was polarizing in the beginning. Then you went on to law and order. Then you tried to, what many would say, go back where the Congress manifesto was. If you had a cohesive campaign, the numbers could be very, very different where you completely pulling it away from the Congress.
And if I may add, Project Vasundhara
I could
Raje.
hear you very well, but whatever I can make of your question, you know, Preeti, just look at the numbers. Even in Chhattisgarh, imagine what the predictions were, and we are way ahead by 24 seats. Even Telangana, I mean, where we're just making our base, you just see how we're doing. We're doing extremely well there, plus 10. I'm not saying our gain is as much as that of Congress. They have made huge strides. But everywhere, I feel we are very close to making our government. I mean, you know, even in those two
I'm not,
states where we
you know,
were not
nobody's talking about the other states. I'm just
winning.
talking about Rajasthan was your election to win. History gave you an edge.
But they're still winning.
No, winning. I'm just saying with a huge margin. That's what I'm saying.
I can show that. Actually, I can plot that on a line graph, Preeti. Shazia, see this. This is interesting. You just see this for a moment. The point that Preeti is making, I want to build on that. Each time the Congress has typically lost under Ashok Gehlot, they get hammered, like come down to the 50s, right? So it happened in 2003. It happened again in 2013. The Congress, each time they get hammered, they just crash. They win, they barely win. When the BJP wins, it wins big. When the Congress wins, it barely wins. 2008, it barely won. 2018, just slightly ahead. This time, the BJP is ahead, but just marginally. So the point that you're making is absolutely correct. That is very different, Shazia, from the trend that Rajasthan has shown for the last several elections.
हमारा आपके पास अभी उस खत्म हो गया.
Okay, so let's now look at the national overall card. Just at this moment, the overall picture that's emerging from the 638 seats for which we have trends at this moment. The Congress is leading in 302 of those. The BJP is leading in 273.
You know what my sense from these numbers at the moment suggests is that the BJP has much to feel confident about leading up to 2024.
100%.
Because you've got a situation where you had anti-incumbency against your government in Madhya Pradesh, but you seem to have been able to arrest it to a large extent. I think in Chhattisgarh, you've shown the capacity to make a comeback in an election that was being written off a few months ago. I do concede, and I do believe that the BJP should concede that they got their Rajasthan strategy wrong. That somewhere they took the election for granted 6 months ago, thought we don't need Vasundhara Raje, we will fight this election. At the moment, they're struggling to reach the halfway mark, and they may well be dependent on others. And I think they've made a dent, if T.S. Sudhir agrees with me, in Telangana by getting 10 seats, building on what they got in Lok Sabha 2019, 4 seats. So far when I look at the numbers, good news everywhere for the BJP. The Congress therefore needs a turnaround in Rajasthan to be able to feel that this could be a better day for them. Their best news is clearly coming from Telangana, where they ran their most cohesive campaign.
Two quick points here. One, the BJP strategy of fielding their MP seems to have worked. And I'm looking at the bellwether seat of Andol, which is their reserved constituency. It was a BRS seat. And this time, it is the BJP candidate who is winning, who is a former comedian in Telugu cinema, Babu Mohan. He's the one who is leading. And up against him was the former Deputy Chief Minister of United Andhra Pradesh, Damodar Raj Narasimha.
Yes, go ahead, please go ahead.
In Telangana, what seems to be happening that the Congress is doing much better in North Telangana, where they were BRS was expected to give them a fight, and in the southern Telangana, they are not doing as well to be able to basically.
The other thing that's happening on the ground in Telangana is that the police has started to arrive at Revant Reddy's house, and security is really being pumped up over there because it's quite clear, as far as the police is concerned, and their political sourcing is usually very good, that Revant Reddy is the odds-on favorite. So the police walas all showing up to salute the new boss. 64 leads at this moment for the Congress. Nagarjun Dwarkanath joins us. Nagarjun, Revant Reddy said he will not take flowers and cakes till he saw the India Today exit poll numbers. He thought he was winning, but just to be sure, he wanted to see the exit poll numbers. It seems the poll numbers were bang on.
Well, that's true. In fact, our numbers are going as we predicted. People have already come here with flowers, bouquets as well. But what is interesting is the state police and the Hyderabad city police have come here to increase the security. You see, this is the entrance of Revant Reddy's house, and police have already come in numbers to make sure that there's no untoward incident and to beef up the security. So there is a sense of messaging also that the numbers, as we see that Congress has crossed the 60 mark, people have come in to pour wishes to Mr. Revant Reddy and the Congress leaders here with flags, flowers, sweets, shawls. But the interesting fact is that the state police and the city police have turned up at Revant Reddy's house this morning. Just an hour back at 8 a.m. when we started to do the early trends, the police were not here except for his personal gunmen. But now the city police have turned up at Revant Reddy's house to make sure that they give him enough security, which is a clear sign that the way the wind is blowing this morning.
You know, the other thing is look at the South-North divide. And I wonder whether someone on the panel wants to talk about that. Look at how South India is voting and the Hindi heartland is voting. BJP very competitive across the Hindi heartland, and the Congress is unable to even capitalize fully on anti-incumbency as the Madhya Pradesh numbers are showing. On the other hand, when there's anti-incumbency south of the Vindhyas, we saw in Karnataka 6 months ago, and now we are seeing it in Telangana, the Congress is the natural contender for power. We've seen Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra go 12 days through Telangana, go almost a fortnight through Karnataka. Congress doing well. But in the same areas where he went in Rajasthan, went in parts of Madhya Pradesh, Congress not doing well. It makes my point that Rahul Gandhi and the Congress's appeal far greater in south of the Vindhyas than it is in the Hindi heartland.
Definitely, they do have more appeal, but I would say this to give an objective assessment. You know, in Karnataka also Congress won because the JDS declined. Here also BRS declined. I think we're not discussing this whole TRS to BRS thing. When you are a regional party, you have come to create a state, and then I've seen senior leaders of BRS in conferences, they're saying we want to be national, we want to contest in Maharashtra elections. I mean, what are people going to think?
I just want to put a note of caution for Telangana, just to add to the excitement. Congress at 62. Remember, the 6 others are MIM. Add them, they are in an informal understanding with the BRS, becomes 47. BJP is 9. Add that, that becomes 56. I keep repeating, Congress has to be 65 plus, which they well may be in Telangana to feel some southern comfort. But, you know, Shazia Ilmi, that's a point. While you're making impressive strides once again in the Hindi heartland, in south of the Vindhyas, the Congress remains the major national party. We saw it in Karnataka. We saw it now. We are seeing it now in Telangana. South remains BJP Mukt except for Puducherry.
No, I would concede that because we have lost Karnataka, and just like my Congress colleague was talking about, democracy wins every time. We are not sore losers. We do not blame the EVMs. We do not blame the Election Commission. And you make a point there. But you just look, even in Telangana, you just see, I mean, we are gaining by almost 8 seats. It's close to 10. And you look across the board and you see that, you know, there's a gain and again and again for BJP from where we were last Vidhan Sabha results to now.
I want to give you some, I want to give you some breaking news at the moment, ma'am. Sorry.
Situation.
I want to give you some breaking news at the moment, because at the moment, and this is good news, which will make you smile a bit more, Shazia, because in Chhattisgarh, Bhupesh Baghel is trailing to Vijay Baghel, his nephew. Vijay Baghel is leading over Bhupesh Baghel in Patan. And Amit Jogi was the third candidate put up there, seemed to be used to split the vote. At the moment, in the battle of the Baghels in Patan, Bhupesh Baghel is trailing to Vijay Baghel. On the other hand, T.S. Singh Deo, the other contender for a Congress chief minister, is winning at the moment. So who knows? This is politics and anything can happen. I keep saying, even within a state, there are all kinds of battles being played out.
Patan was tricky.
Okay,
Yes.
so let's look at some of the VIP candidates in Rajasthan. In Sardarpura, Ashok Gehlot is currently leading. Vasundhara Raje in Jhalrapatan is currently leading. Sachin Pilot at this moment. Remember, these are very initial trends, so don't panic just yet if you're a Sachin Pilot fan, or don't get too excited if you're on the other side. He's currently trailing in Tonk. CP Joshi in Nathwada is trailing. Rajyavardhan Rathore, who was with India Today this morning, currently leading in Jotwara. In Taranagar, Rajendra Rathore of the BJP is leading. Gaurav Vallabh, famous Congress spokesperson, you'd see him on TV, is trailing. Satish Pune of the BJP is trailing. Pratap Khacharyavas of the Congress in Civil Lines is leading. Vishwaraj Mewad is leading, interestingly, against CP Joshi in Nathwada. Hanuman Beniwal is leading. And Kirodilal Meena in Savai Madhopur is leading. Diya Kumari of the erstwhile Principality of Jaipur is leading. Mahant Balaknath is leading. And Bhagirath Chaudhary of the BJP is leading in Kishangarh as well.
One of the interesting ones is Satish Punia, because he was the party president till about 8 months ago. He is seen as a Jat face of the BJP, and he's trailing in Amer, tough constituency for the BJP just outside Jaipur. So he could be one name if he loses struck off that chief minister list. But Piyush Mishra is joining us from outside the residence of one of the men of the moment. Shivraj Singh Chauhan could be creating history, become the first chief minister to win be sworn in 5 times north of the Vindhyas of the BJP. Piyush Mishra, what's the mood? Is Shivraj Mamaji already celebrating? Have the laddus begun there, Piyush?
Well, Rajdeep, right now as we are speaking, Shivraj Singh Chauhan is holding a crucial meeting with Jyotiradittya Scindia. He woke up today early in the morning at around 6 o'clock, and since then he's keeping a close watch on all the developments. As we are speaking, Jyotiradittya Scindia has entered inside the residence of Shivraj Singh Chauhan, and now there is a one-on-one meeting between both the two leaders. Remember that Jyotiradittya Scindia played an important role as far as the campaign for BJP is concerned. And right now, as we are speaking, the meeting taking place. After this, we can expect more leaders to arrive here at Shivraj Singh Chauhan's residence. Let me also try to show you visuals from right outside this very place. It's the residence of Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh. This is Chief Minister House, Bhopal, and here you can see the nameplate also. A board is also, signboard also, where it is written Chief Minister House, Bhopal. The big question here is that after the final tally is out, after the results are announced completely, it remains to be seen if Shivraj Singh Chauhan is going to retain this house or if some other person from BJP itself will be becoming Chief Minister. Because right now, according to tally, BJP has already crossed the halfway mark. But as the BJP crosses halfway mark, the meetings have started taking place. Jyotiradittya Scindia, one of the topmost leaders of the state, has now reached here at Shivraj Singh Chauhan's residence. We'll have to see who all are going to take part in this meeting, which is right now underway.
Why don't you give us the key candidates? Because the one name that is striking out to me, and you can give us more, Rahul, is Prahlad Patel. Union Minister is leading. He's also an OBC face, potentially seen as a next generation leader for the BJP in Madhya Pradesh.
So let's zip through all the key candidates in Madhya Pradesh. Shivraj Singh Chauhan in Budni is currently leading. Kamal Nath at this moment is trailing in Chhindwara. He's never lost Chhindwara as an assembly. Once his family, his wife lost in Chhindwara, but this is his pocket borough. Narottam Mishra is now leading. Previously, when we checked, he was trailing in Datia. Narinder Singh Tomar in Dimni is actually trailing at this moment. Kailash Vijayvargiya on the seat of Indore 1 is leading. Fagan Singh Khulaste in Nivas is leading. Prahlad Patel in Narsinghpur, that's the seat that Rajdeep was speaking about. The buzz in political circles, if you want to believe that, is if they're looking beyond Shivraj Singh Chauhan, he could be one of the faces. He's up against Lakhan Singh Patel of the Congress and Mahesh Chaudhary of the BSP. Prahlad Patel currently leading.
The lenses from Lenskart are durable and shatterproof.
I was a bit hesitant that how will I continue my sport with spectacles, but Lenskart really helped me.
Much better than any world-class brand. Crystal clear lenses, finesse of the lenses are too good. कभी भी कोई nose pin खराब हो, कभी भी कुछ problem हो, they just fix it.
Lenskart's uncle fixed it for free and I was shocked.
और बड़ी बात इंडिया का अपना ब्रांड है.
Lenskart. Download the app or visit your nearest store.
Today exact poll told you already what the numbers were going to be like.
What is also very clear is the BRS is not being wiped out. I think when you see a political party, still, it's not a party which is going to, and this is true of regional parties. I repeat what a political.
They were 88, they are 41.
No, but not being wiped out. My point is, when you're wiped out, you're at 20 or 25. We've seen in Tamil Nadu in the past parties.
There is no silver medal in politics.
Agreed.
There's a winner and there's a loser.
No, all I'm saying is that.
No, but I don't agree with what you're saying. No. See, if it's AIDMK versus DMK, two virtually equal forces, then there can be a wipeout. You're at 88, Congress is at 19, they've lost most of them in the course of the 5 years.
Sure.
This is what a wipeout in Telangana looks like. You've been hammered at the hustings.
No, you've been.
And it will get worse in the Lok Sabha elections.
No, what is clear is the BRS is going to face a serious challenge. KCR is not getting any younger.
Exactly.
He's going to have to find a new level leadership. Obviously, KTR and Kavita, we don't know whether there's a, Harish Rao, whether there's a next generation leader there. But do you really believe that
KCR from the fast of December 2009, 15 years ago, 14 years ago, he served a 14-year period as, as an embodiment of Telangana, that it's run its course now.
Do you believe that this is the end of the road for KCR if these numbers hold, or do you believe KCR is good enough for another fight?
No, he will put up a fight, but yes, the next generation of KTR and Harish Rao would take over. The biggest challenge for them would be now the Congress would want to do to KCR what KCR did to them. That is, poach their MLAs, especially in Hyderabad. And I am told, I can tell you that talks have already started with possible winning candidates in Hyderabad.
Not just that. When I listen to Congress leaders, they say when you're fighting a regional party, it's war. You will have FIRs being filed against the BRS leaders like they filed against you. I mean, people don't know this story, Rahul. One of the reasons why Revant Reddy is determined to take on KCR, it was his daughter's wedding. And he was in jail. And he had to struggle.
This is 2015, the cash.
That's right. He had to struggle to get bail to attend his daughter's wedding. And I'm told he told someone, एक दिन मैं ऐसा सबक सिखाऊंगा इसको वो जिंदगी भर याद रखेगा.
But there's another.
It's a very personal fight.
No, but there's another. There's another
Hindi film.
There's another lesson there. Whether it's the likes of say Bhupesh Baghel or now Revant Reddy, leaders can emerge in democracy if you're willing to look beyond Dinesh and the most obvious candidates who are lazy and not wanting to work so hard. Society, politics, the state, people just throw up a leader like you found in Revant.
We are seeing within the Congress, this regional satraps once again coming.
Wherever Congress does something fresh, it works.
Can I make a point?
But still, in many places, it doesn't do fresh things.
Yes, just a point about Telangana. I think what the regions we were looking is slightly different. If you slice Telangana in east versus west, so don't do, just look at the map. Just look at the map you have there, Rahul. Don't slice the regions. Actually, we were thinking in terms of north, central, south kind of.
This is what it looks like, Rahul. You want to explain this? This is the last map of Telangana. It's called the power map, right? So it tells you where the power is coming from. Look at how strong green is all over. This is the new map of Telangana at this moment.
But if you slice it differently, what seems to be emerging that on the sort of western side, you still have BRS presence. But on the eastern side, which is Khammam, Mehboob Nagar district, it's
Towards
complete,
Andhra.
Yes, towards Andhra. It's a complete sort of like.
Does it have a spillover effect in Andhra
It has,
Pradesh?
but that's only in Khammam district and to an extent in
No, but
Nalgonda.
could it impact what happens in Andhra
Oh, yes,
Pradesh
it
going
will
forward?
definitely impact what happens in
those
Andhra.
districts are more similar to Andhra Pradesh than the way we were looking at, right? So it could have
No, but in terms of development, I can tell you Telangana districts much better than the Andhra districts.
Absolutely. Telangana actually is a success state in many ways. Look at their per capita income. Look at them on most welfare indices. Look at their paddy cultivation. It's a growing state. It is corruption at the local level, cornering of benefits by a few at the cost of many. The inaccessibility, the farmhouse chief minister, arrogance, the charges that you had to tie up with BJP, all of them have worked against. But an interesting one line on WhatsApp from a Congress neta on Telangana, where they're having their biggest, their best day. They said Telangana Rashtra Samiti called itself BRS. Now it should call itself NRS, Nowhere Rashtra Samiti. Nowhere Rashtra Samiti. So you see, you've got Telangana is the big success story. Sunil Kanogulu, election analyst taken in by Rahul Gandhi into the AICC, spent a lot of time.
Management, Kamal Nath and Sunil didn't get along. Sunil got frustrated with him, came back to Telangana. You have to change the way you fight elections, Rashid sir.
Absolutely. I think aggression helps. In case of Bhupesh Baghel and Revant Reddy, it has helped. Way back, when Shivraj Singh Chauhan was nobody, he fought against Chief Minister Digvijay Singh in 2003. And as you know, Arvind Kejriwal had contested against Sheila Dikshit. So it always helps. I think in the entire Madhya Pradesh campaign, the Congress lacked aggression. They were
No, but the question that will be asked now is, should Rajdeep, the Congress, have thrown up somebody else instead of a Kamal Nath? If they'd gone with a fresh face, would they have done better?
I think
I'll make the point that taking off from what Rahul Verma said, look, this is a BJP dominant state. The BJP hasn't lost a major election here except 2018. No, 1 minute, sir. 1 minute.
Till 6 months ago,
you must allow me to respond. You make a fine point that Kamal Nath and Digvijay Singh have dominated the politics of Madhya Pradesh in the Congress. There was a time when Madhya Pradesh had a lot of Congress leaders. There were the likes of Arjun Singh, there were the likes of Madhav Rao Scindia. Then you tried the likes of Kantilal Bhuria, you tried a tribal face, you tried Arun Yadav, OBC face, it didn't work. The point is, I think we've got to accept Madhya Pradesh is a BJP dominant.
No.
I'm making a different point. Just to make a point. See, you can't choose just a face from anywhere. When you are a party which is sitting in the opposition, you also need a face who can finance the election. You can't just pick a person and say,
no,
okay,
but can I make a different point? Rajdeep, the point is that you throw up a fresh face like a Bhupesh Baghel or Revant Reddy, because with no disrespect to Kamal Nath, and I know odds on chances are he's watching us at this time because he watches us very carefully. Chances are that with a younger face, you would have got some traction. People look at Shivraj Singh Chauhan, Kamal Nath doesn't look like a mass leader.
No, just to finish, and Preeti, I'll get you in. The fact is they've tried and they've failed. They've tried in the past Kantilal Bhuria. They did not give Jyotiraditya Scindia possibility of being made into this star pan Madhya Pradesh face. He went to the BJP. I think you're right to the extent that
Congress in Madhya Pradesh would be nowhere without Digvijay Singh and Kamal Nath putting together a campaign.
Yeah, you see, they're not, and just to add, and Preeti, I'll get you in. Just to add, contrast it with Chhattisgarh. Bhupesh Baghel is a product of what happened in 2013. Sadly, the entire Congress leadership there was wiped out in a terrible Maoist attack. They needed a new leader. Along comes Mr. Baghel and transformed the party. Now, Preeti, go ahead.
Just 2 points.
Sorry, because otherwise I'm accused of stopping you. Please go ahead.
No, Rajdeep. Just
Please
2 points. The 2 points I want to make. One, where Kamal Nath's politics was concerned, you can't be a bigger Hindu than a state which is steeped in Hindutva, where the BJP comes into question. Number two, I think the Congress will also need to go back to their drawing board, especially Rahul Gandhi. OBC, caste census, every rally, right? Look at our own numbers in terms of our exit poll numbers. The OBC has gone en masse with the Bharatiya Janata Party, right? 56%. What he also did in the bargain is, in a state which is got a decent amount of general and upper caste, you've totally alienated it. A loss of 13% for the Congress. Every rally, as per our poll, every rally that I went to on ground, I heard that this is not going to work. He needs to change his stand. So now you have to go back to the drawing board.
In fact, to take off from what Preeti says, this whole Congress narrative of an OBC census, which they're going to make a narrative for 2024. without a strong OBC leadership on the ground, it's not going to work. Where is your OBC leadership on the ground, Rahul, to take the thing, to take the idea that you want a caste census, you're an OBC friendly party?
It's not even
Plus,
worked. No, you have an OBC, like Gehlot, you have an OBC in Rajasthan, but it's not worked in Rajasthan as well.
Rajasthan, I will hold my horses before we make any broader comments
saying
on.
as per our exit polls.
But as per Madhya Pradesh, the fact is, it's a 50% OBC dominated state. You went to the people saying caste census, it's not worked. On the other hand, the OBCs south of the Vindhyas in Telangana have come to you, even though the BJP there pitched itself as a party that will have a backward caste chief minister. One size doesn't fit all, Rahul, in Indian politics. It's time national leaders realized it. State elections are won on local narratives. Shivraj Singh Chauhan is a more credible, trusted leader than anyone that the Congress had to offer. Simple.
See, Rahul Gandhi's obsession with the OBCization of the Congress, going back to the Uttar Pradesh election, where, Beni Prasad Verma at one point was his chief ministerial candidate. It made no sense. The Congress has not had an OBC sort of bastion or strong constituency since the 70s.
The other thing that's emerging from this data so far
They've
is
tried
that
repeatedly.
about 10 lakh votes have been counted in Madhya Pradesh. That's a pretty robust sample size. 49% of those votes are for the BJP, 41 are for the Congress. This is going to be a one-way sweep for the BJP. And just imagine what is at play. Even the BJP in its own polls and all their feedback mechanisms couldn't pick up that they were winning this big. Every single journalist, reporter who traveled to the ground couldn't pick up that this was a wave. There was a wave under everybody's nose. The only thing that picked it up was the India Today post-poll study that was done, which actually showed the quantum of the victory. That, Rajdeep, is quite special when it comes to data mining.
No, Preeti and I are going to say this, and she will hopefully confirm.
You will say
nobody said sweep.
We said BJP ahead. We came back saying BJP
ahead is different from sweep. You never said sweep.
But okay,
I didn't say sweep.
Okay, I said BJP ahead.
My number was 125 to 130.
It's a bada number. If it's, once again, it's looking at 130 right now, but if the vote share gap is 49 versus 41, and if that holds, that 130 is going to go up.
As of now, Kamal Nath, the incredibly durable Kamal Nath is trailing as of now in Chhindwara. There's a Congress election person who's saying, no, he's leading as per ECI. As per our numbers, Kamal Nath is trailing in Chhindwara. Someone who's won 9 Lok Sabha elections there, won the last by-election from Chhindwara. His son is the MP from there. The only time he's lost from Chhindwara is when his wife once contested in 1996. So you've got Kamal Nath at the moment trailing in Chhindwara. So clearly, Congress at the moment on the back foot in Madhya Pradesh, and the BJP also building some kind of a lead in Rajasthan. Once it crosses 100 with a 24 seat lead, but remember it's only 10
but with 15 others, the moment it crosses 93, 94, the BJP is through. The Congress needs to be 100 plus to be comfortable or very close to 100. BJP, even if it's
Congress needs 95. Whoever's in 95 has a chance.
There is one Mr. Durable in Indian politics, and that's Shivraj Singh Chauhan. He's Rahul Dravid now, the wall, whatever you might want to call him.
But I think Chetan makes a good point.
I think it's too early to say.
And can I also add a little bit of masala to it? Look at Chhattisgarh. It's tightening. 40 is playing 50 in Chhattisgarh. So you're just 5 ahead of the halfway mark. 5 more switch sides at 10 a.m. in the morning. And you can look at your margin calculator now for Chhattisgarh, Rahul, and tell us. I won't be surprised if Chhattisgarh could also go down to the wire if these numbers hold at the moment. 40 is playing 50 there. That's the closest fight out of the 4 states. If you look at the moment purely in terms of numbers, there's only a gap of 5. You're only 5 above the halfway mark. Small shift in Chhattisgarh could change the way the state is at the moment.
If we look at the national picture, if I aggregate all the leads that are coming in from the different states and throw up an overall picture, in the 638 seats where counting is on at the moment, it's tightening. It's 289 versus 280. Earlier, the Congress they won 320 last time. So it's 289 this time versus 280. The national contest, this is just a talking point. This is just bragging rights. But that contest is tightening as well. 289 versus 280 and 69, Rajdeep, for the others.
I think what the picture that, as I said, it will be interesting to see Chhattisgarh is because Chhattisgarh margins are notoriously small. So we could see a shift there, which could make it a cliffhanger. I think Madhya Pradesh and Telangana are settling down. I'm not yet saying Rajasthan is fully settling down because Again, there's a 10-seat shift required that could change the picture dramatically. But the other states, the Congress's best news, Telangana, the BJP's best news is in Madhya Pradesh. And look at how it's changing within the state. Tribal areas of Madhya Pradesh, if you go to the belt by belt in Madhya Pradesh, you will see the tribal areas, it's the BJP which is dominating. These were areas which the Congress won last time. Just take a look at a region like Malwa Nimad, which was last time very much with the BJP. This time, on the other hand, with the Congress, this time BJP is leading in 12, Congress in 6. So you've changed the complete dynamics of Madhya Pradesh by winning tribal belt. Even in Mahakaushal, 23 to BJP, 21 to INC, and GGP, the Gondwana Ganatantra Party, is leading in 3.
So one of the questions that people will have in their minds, and spend a moment with me as I take you through this on the election intelligence dashboard, and this is where the magic and the true prowess of the EI comes in. These kind of insights, I guarantee to you, even top party leaders at this second will find difficult to process in the speed at which I can. So we'll go through it one by one. And in Chhattisgarh, if you're wondering from where things stand, 52 versus 38, what could change? So here it is, for the first time this morning, a margin calculator. How many seats are being won and lost at this moment with a margin of less than 500 between the winner and the runner-up? At this moment, ladies and gentlemen, there are 87 seats where the margin is less than 500, which means that just the initial rounds of counting have happened. Anything can change. The Congress is leading on 51, the BJP on 36. 87 seats, margin is less than 500. Anything can change on these seats. Let's look at those seats where the margin is less than 1,000. 88 such seats, 52 versus 36. So these are very initial trends. That's the point that Rajdeep was making. Very initial trends in Chhattisgarh. So the situation in a tight contest could change unless it starts opening up in some direction. Should I just do the same in Rajasthan as well? Because people are thinking it's settling. Has it really settled? In Rajasthan, if I bring out my margin calculator, let's look at the seats where the gap is less than 500 at this moment. Remember, these are initial leads. On 196 such seats, the BJP leading on 103, the Congress leading on 77. Again, in Rajasthan, the trend could potentially change. From there, let's now come to Madhya Pradesh. I'll pull out the margin calculator for Madhya Pradesh. In Madhya Pradesh, on seats where the margin is less than 500, there are 226 such seats at this moment. The BJP leading on 128, the Congress leading on 93. So if you're a supporter, Rajdeep, of any party amongst our viewers, don't eat your laddus just yet. The game has only just got started.
Absolutely. And, therefore, I would say in all the states, except for Madhya Pradesh, I think you can still say, I know that 65 out of 119 appears that the Congress is safe in Telangana. I just only put the caveat that when you add the BRS, BJP and others, and T.S. Sudhir, is there any possibility at all of an alliance, of a Mahakutumi of BRS, AIMIM and the BJP?
Well, that would be a bit of too much of a wishful thinking. But one interesting part about that others category, 6 of them are from MIM, 1 from BSP, and in Nampally seats, which is the area abutting the Hyderabad railway station, the MIM is trailing. The Congress is leading in that was a seat where the Congress thought they would upset Owaisi.
In fact, correct me if I'm wrong, since 2009, MIM has won its 7 seats. This time they could be losing one, and there was a buzz in Hyderabad that Nampally was the one that they could
vulnerable
lose.
seat. Firoz Khan of the Congress is leading.
And I have a particular reason to remember Nampally. I used to go to a court there every few months for a defamation case, and therefore I have memories of Nampally very stuck in my mind. Nampally court jana hai. Correct me, Sudhir.
Absolutely.
There's a Nampally court.
The metropolitan magistrates courts are there.
My God, don't ask me what used to go on in the Nampally court, but go on.
I think, Rajdeep, this Mahakutumbi you're talking about is possible if we include, the central agencies, Office of Governor, etc. Then possibly it's feasible.
I know you're saying that, but the truth of the matter is
you can't have MIM and BJP, BJP together.
In the past, the BRS has shown a great ability to capture the opposition in some form or the other. You can do that when you're in power. Once the Congress has crossed 60, they'll do what Sudhir said. They will capture the BRS.
Should I run the margin calculator for Telangana? There's phenomenal interest. I mean, the level of interest in Telangana and amongst people from Telangana in India Today's coverage is just phenomenal. So I'll show you the margin calculator for Telangana and give you a sense of how many seats are being won and lost with very wafer-thin margins at this moment. Of the 119 seats, in 40 seats, the margin is less than 500. The BRS is leading those. Congress is leading on 66 seats. So in the initial rounds of counting, nobody is really leapt into a very big lead just at this moment. If I show you a very quick breakup of where the BRS's losses are coming from and where the Congress's gains are coming from. The BRS getting hammered in the north, getting beaten in central, losing less ground in Hyderabad, and getting quite badly beaten in south as well. The Congress's gains, if you look at where the Congress's gains are coming from, the Congress is gaining 18 seats in the north, 14 in central, 3 in Hyderabad, 13 in the south. Is the north surprising you, Sudhir, just a bit?
Well, in fact, it's the South which is surprising me a bit. Of course, the Congress is doing very well, but South, Mehboob Nagar, Nalgonda was where they were expected to sweep. Uttam Kumar Reddy told us that Congress could win entire 12 out of 12 or at least 11 out of 12 in Nalgonda district. So that would be something which would worry the Congress, because this was the best bet for the Congress party.
No, but I think North is a huge surprise.
Yes.
I mean,
North is a surprise.
You know, the fact is the Congress is actually winning on the back of the North.
Yeah.
You see, they thought they would sweep South and Central. What's happening instead is the North. And this is where KCR refused to change his candidates.
Yeah.
This is where he decided we'll keep in the candidates who had won a couple of elections 2014 and 18, didn't change his candidates and is paying a heavy price. And the BJP, which won 3 Lok Sabha seats in the north, is actually only leading in 2. So the anti-incumbency vote has crystallized around the Congress in the north. It's the north that is propelling the Congress to a possible win in Telangana.
Most of the ministers came from
That's
the
right.
northern part.
All the major ministers in his government came from North Telangana. Akshita Nandgopal is joining me at the moment from Hyderabad. Akshita, it appears all roads at the moment are leading to Revant Anna's house. Revant Reddy is about to take revenge for the fact that he was almost denied bail to attend his daughter's wedding.
Very much so, Rajdeep. I'm joining you live now from the Congress office in Hyderabad. The celebration has begun. I just want to give you a story when everyone's watching India Today here as well. You can hear the slogans being distributed. Protest literally shoved into their mouth as they're chanting these slogans. आप हिंदी में बताएंगे? हिंदी ठीक है? आप बताइए, आपको लग रहा है कि अभी पूरा हो गया चीज?
100% मैडम, अभी होने का नहीं। राहुल गांधी जी ने हाथ से हाथ जोड़ो, मोहब्बत जोड़ो, जो बात हुआ।
आपके पीछे 88 लिखा है, 88 तो नहीं पहुंचा अब तक।
सही बात। हेलो, मैं बात कर दूं, मेरा केसीआर आना, केसीआर नहीं आना, बहन
केसीआर आना।
मैडम डेफिनेटली वो भी है। मैडम सिंह आपको आपके जगह हमारे नेता जो ठहरे हुए हैं कई लोगों से
ठीक है हाँ आप बताइए
मैडम डेफिनेटली वी विल सिंगल लार्जेस्ट मेजॉरिटी 80 सीट्स मैडम लास्ट 1 मंथ से 100% कांग्रेस लीडर्स को पूरा कंफर्म हो गया
So you're saying 86
मैडम
okay, everyone's very high spirited here, they all want to have a word, but they're all saying 80 plus even now, Rajdeep. It's at about, I can't see from here, but I can see that it's going up further, about 67 plus. They're saying 80 plus.
So there you can see Revant Reddy's supporters celebrating at the moment. There are stories within a story though that are taking place. Let's look at some of the VIPs in Telangana at the moment. K. Chandrasekhar Rao, this is a huge story building up, is trailing at the moment in Kamareddy to Revant Reddy. Remember, KCR is contesting in 2 constituencies. Gajwel is his bastion. In Gajwel at the moment, KCR is leading. So he's leading in Gajwel, but when it comes to the other constituency, the other key constituency of KCR, which is in Kamareddy, which is the real battle that's taking place, Sudhir, in Telangana. K. Chandrasekhar Rao, Revant Reddy, K.V. Ramareddy, he's trailing.
One of the reasons why Revant Reddy decided to take on KCR in Kamareddy is because he wanted to send across the message that among the entire lot of Congress aspirants for chief ministership, I am #1. And that's why he took on KCR. Otherwise, we don't see in Andhra and Telangana politics the big heavyweights taking on each other.
And here's a huge story. Mohammad Azharuddin is leading at the moment in Jubilee Hills in a seat which is dominated by the BRS, where Owaisi has put up a candidate against him. Mohammad Azharuddin at the moment is leading in against Magatti Gopinath, who's a very strong leader in that area of Jubilee Hills. T. Raja Singh in Ghosha Mahal leading. Not surprising, he, remember, was charged once with hate speech, but he is a dominant strongman figure there. Akbaruddin Owaisi, controversial figure, is leading at the moment also in the old city of Hyderabad. It's a seat which the AIMIM has held. Harish Rao, Siddipet, right-hand man of KCR, nephew of KCR and also finance minister, is leading at the moment there from Siddipet. Etala Rajendra, the BJP strongman, contesting also 2 seats, is trailing at the moment in Gajwel. So that's a bit of a setback for the BJP, but BJP expected not to win that seat from, let's see if there is any other seat that's significant at the moment. Bandi Sanjay Kumar of the BJP, its former president, its OBC face, is trailing at the moment. So the BJP is taking a bit of a hit in Telangana with some of its strongmen. Madhu Yaksha Gaud is former MP, is hoping to become a minister in Telangana. In a tough seat is the ex-Nizamabad MP, is leading at the moment in Lal Bahadur Nagar. Yes.
God was thought to be the urban counterpoint to KT Ramarao as far as the Hyderabad space was concerned. Now, whether he will be able to do so in Hyderabad, build up the party in Hyderabad, that will be a tall order. But Madhu Yashki Gaud would be the person to look out for.
You know, if we look at the region map of one last time of Telangana, because of that huge interest there, the BRS is leading in 9 but down 3 in Hyderabad. The Congress making some gains at the moment in Hyderabad. So is the BJP at the moment in Hyderabad. If you go down south at the moment in Telangana, the Congress is leading but in a tough fight. BRS down 14. They had swept this region. Congress leading in 19. The real story of Telangana remains the north, because here the Congress is leading in 23, BRS in 7, BJP in 2, areas of Adilabad, Nizamabad. This is where the Congress is making its big leap forward in the state. And in central Telangana at the moment, it is the Congress all the way 21-9 areas like Khammam, among others. So you've got the Congress in Telangana clearly in the lead at the moment.
Rajiv,
the best news for the Congress coming from Telangana.
About North Telangana, these include the tribal areas. This includes the coal belt, where again the Congress had made huge inroads. There was a lot of resentment against the BRS among the coal belt areas.
And correct me if I'm wrong, large Muslim population here. So the Muslim OBC, ST, SC combined in Telangana, traditional Congress base, areas like Medak, which Indira Gandhi famously won in 80, are coming back to the Congress. The best news for the Congress in Telangana. It's a tough fight though. Chhattisgarh, Rahul has been waiting for one super over. We thought the super over will be Rajasthan. As of now, who knows? That super over could be in Chhattisgarh.
It is tightening in Chhattisgarh. Let's look at the numbers from Chhattisgarh just at this moment, because initially it seemed the Congress was quite comfortably placed in Chhattisgarh. That no longer seems to be the case. The data at this moment suggests the Congress is leading on 47, the BJP is leading on 43. 46 is the halfway mark. So the Congress only 1 seat above the halfway mark. That cannot be good news from the Congress. Let's look at what's happening in the different regions. Remember, the path to power in Chhattisgarh usually comes from the Bastar region. The Congress leading in 8 of those 12 seats, the BJP leading on 4. They were hammered in Bastar last time round. In the rest of Chhattisgarh,
it's 45 all round. It's a tie at the moment. The super over is coming as of now from Chhattisgarh. 45 each in
and Rajasthan seems from the data to be settling in favor of the BJP, at least at this moment. Our poll went up to 100. There's 7 more than where our poll ended. But Chhattisgarh is indeed going down to the super over.
See, Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh, they were one state until year 2000.
Yes.
And since then, all elections, the voting pattern has been similar. If you look at it, 2003 election, 2008 election, 2013 election, 2018 election, it was the same, on same lines.
For the first time, Rashid Saab, since counting started in the morning, the BJP has overtaken the Congress.
I'm not surprised.
Overtaken the Congress in Chhattisgarh. It's now 47 versus 43. Chhattisgarh is getting exciting. If they're able to win Chhattisgarh, along with sweeping Madhya Pradesh and winning Rajasthan, the BJP will be dancing. They would have swept the heartland.
And it will be huge, because look at what happened in 2018. In 2018, all these 3 states were won by the Congress. The Congress won a near 3/4 majority in Chhattisgarh. That is being overturned, Rahul, by the Congress actually now declining sharply, and the BJP now leading by 4 in Chhattisgarh. So you've got the distinct possibility of a 3-1 verdict in favor of the BJP. As we stand today, it's the BJP leading in 3 states, the Congress just in 1, which suggests that the Congress, and remember, the BJP won 62 out of 65 Lok Sabha seats in these 3 states. So these results will give the BJP a huge boost. When you lost 2018 in the Vidhan Sabha and still won Lok Sabha, imagine when you win the Vidhan Sabha, you could, you will only feel even more confident
But these
of
are just
2024.
trends. Things could still change. But at this moment, the BJP in Chhattisgarh has a 52% strike rate. In a bipolar fight, 52 is good because the Congress's strike rate is only 48. Let's just try and get into Chhattisgarh for a moment because there's been a twist in the tail in Chhattisgarh. The BJP leading for the first time, 46 versus 44. Dr. Raman Singh, the former chief minister of the BJP, on his seat in Rajnandgaon is trailing. Bhupesh Baghel in Patan at this moment seems to be trailing. Amit Jogi, Ajit Jogi's son, is trailing in Patan. It's Vijay Baghel, who is the MP from that area. He currently is leading in Patan. T.S. Singh Deo in
2008 also
Ambikapur,
he
from the Congress party, deputy chief minister, is trailing as well. Arun Sahu, who's the new face of the BJP coming from the Sahu community, is currently leading in Lormi. Brij Mohan Agarwal, one of the businessman faces. He doesn't like to be called a businessman, but a trader face of the BJP. He's leading in his Raipur city South seat. So this is a big twist. It could be 3-0. If it is 3-0, bragging rights, they'll say, okay, Congress is relegated to the South. In the heartland, sir. They'll say Congress is
there are 4 states going to the polls.
I said Congress will be relegated to the South.
There's a possibility here of 4 first-time chief ministers.
Yeah, Arun Sahu would be, to me, my mind, be the front runner because again he fits in with what the BJP wants: create a clear OBC build OBC faces across the Hindi heartland. If the BJP wins Chhattisgarh, and it's still a big if because it's very close, Arun Sahu could be a potential.
If they want to take a more controversial decision, former IAS officer O.P. Chaudhary could be considered as well.
And he's younger as well.
He's younger. The BJP top brass loves him.
You could have 4 first-time chief ministers.
And Rahul, you see this fellow, this Vijay Baghel, he's not only a Lok Sabha MP, he's a giant killer. In 2008 also he had defeated Bhupesh Baghel.
And you know what the BJP did very successfully in Chhattisgarh, Rahul, is they got a strong candidate against Bhupesh Baghel. So he was, virtually signaling that we are taking the battle into the enemy camp. Also put up a lot of smaller parties and independent candidates sponsored by the BJP. We'll have to see your margin calculator to look at, the margin. But my sense is these others are playing a crucial role at the moment in Chhattisgarh. In the past, it used to be the BSP and the Gondwana Ganatantra Party which would play that role. Now you've got Amit Jogi's party, the Congress Janta, the JCC, the Janta Chhattisgarh Congress, and you've got a lot of independents who are denied tickets who are playing a role. So Chhattisgarh is the state, Rahul, that could go down to the wire. And if the BJP wins Chhattisgarh, wow, 3-1, Narendra Modi, Amit Shah will have reason to celebrate today.
So I just want to explain before I show the margin calculator that the caveat to keep in mind when you look at the margin calculator is that these are very initial rounds of polling. So a lot of seats will look like they're in the margin. That could change as more votes get counted. So in the margin calculator, there are 80 seats out of 90 in Chhattisgarh, which are being won and lost by margins of less than 500 votes. And it's a dead heat, 40 versus 40. 40 for the BJP, 40 for the Congress. When the margin is less than 500, the ball can swing in either camp, Rajdeep.
It can swing in either camp, but Chhattisgarh clearly, once it's to the wire, you've got a state where there could be the potential resort politics. There is a lot of pressure on individual MLAs, particularly the others get a couple. One side is 42, others is 44. At 45 each, it's still anyone's game in Chhattisgarh. So I think if there is one state which is going to the wire at the moment, it is Chhattisgarh, smaller constituency. Are you surprised, Rahul Verma, by some of these Chhattisgarh numbers? A party which gets 68 seats last time is now struggling to cross the halfway mark. Bad news for the Congress.
See, some surprise because everyone was expecting Chhattisgarh to go in Congress way. But after the Access My India poll, which actually indicated that it could be a very, very close fight, what we are seeing today is something we were forewarned of. What is much more sort of like interesting about Chhattisgarh is that BJP picking up not just among OBCs, but also doing well in ST seats.
There is
an interesting... Look at the swing, and you could show us that. Look at the swing compared to last time. You will have a 7 to 8% swing for the BJP already there.
What this shows is where the duel is BJP versus Congress. At this moment, the BJP is pounding the Congress, where it's Congress versus the BRS. The Congress is beating the BRS. For the first time since I started tracking this data, the BJP has now overtaken the Congress in the national tally. So if I add the seats and the trends from each of the 4 states where counting is on at the moment, the BJP out of those 638 currently leading in 287, the Congress leading in 283. Last time they had 320. So the Congress has come down significantly from 2018. The BJP is up at 287 for the first time in the aggregate. This aggregate means nothing. It's just bragging rights. Bragging rights in politics are very important though. 287 leads for the BJP. Congress now at 283. They won't like this.
And I'll tell you a small story within Chhattisgarh that's developing. In Bastar, Congress leading in 7, BJP in 5. Remember last time Congress won 11 out of 12 and eventually won the 12th in a by-election. The Adivasi Samaj formed a party called Hamar Adivasi, and I went to some areas. They were objecting to the fact that when religious conversion was taking place, and the Christian tribals wanted protection, the Baghel government didn't give it to them. That the Baghel government didn't stand by them in their hour of need. Baghel government didn't give them some of their forest rights that they wanted. And they said, we are forming our own party. I won't be surprised if HMR, the Hamar Adivasi party, which has been set up by the likes of the old Congress leader Arvind Netam, who left the Congress in August this year, are actually denting the Congress in Bastar. And we are seeing with Sarguja also, where the Congress had swept, T.S. Singh, Dev kind of leader losing, someone who's won with 50% plus of the vote. So that is making a difference.
Shivraj Singh Chauhan is speaking at this moment. He'd be delighted. I spoke to him after the poll. Let's listen to him. And this is the Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister speaking at this moment.
गैस के रिसाव के कारण हजारों भाई बहन जिनमें हमारे छोटे छोटे बच्चे शामिल थे, उन्होंने अपनी जिंदगी खो दी, असमय काल के गाल में समा गए। भोपाल का वो दृश्य भूलता नहीं है जब सड़कों पर अपनी जान बचाने अपने बच्चों को लेकर भाई और बहन दौड़ रहे थे और वो भयानक दृश्य ऐसा है कि कई मवेशी भैंसें ऐसी थी जिनके पेट फट गए थे। दौड़ते दौड़ते कई लोग गिरे और हमेशा के लिए दुनिया छोड़ के चले गए। मैं उन सब भाई बहनों के चरणों में श्रद्धा के सुमन अर्पित करता हूं, लेकिन इस संकल्प के साथ कि फिर कोई शहर भोपाल ना बने। ऐसी गैस ट्रेजेडी फिर ना दोहराई जाए। हमें सबको सोचना पड़ेगा, केवल मध्य प्रदेश और देश की बात नहीं करता, दुनिया को भी, कि भौतिक प्रगति की अंधी चाह में हम प्रकृति के साथ ऐसा खिलवाड़ ना करें कि प्रकृति हमको ही निगल ले। और इसलिए विकास और पर्यावरण में हमको संतुलन स्थापित करना पड़ेगा। ये धरती सबके लिए है, मनुष्यों के साथ साथ कीट पतंगे, जीव जंतु, पशु पक्षियों के लिए भी है। तो सबके लिए धरती सुरक्षित बने और आने वाली पीढ़ियों के रहने के लायक भी बनी रहे। ऐसे सारे प्रयास न केवल हमको मध्य प्रदेश में बल्कि देश में और दुनिया में सबको करने पड़ेंगे। अभी दुबई में प्रधानमंत्री जी ने, श्रीमान नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने धरती को बचाने के लिए जो आवश्यक कदम उठाने उनका जिक्र किया था। भारत उस रास्ते पर चलेगा। मध्य प्रदेश भी हर संभव प्रयत्न करेगा कि पर्यावरण के साथ छेड़छाड़ ना हो और आगे हम विकास को ऐसा संतुलित करें कि वो विकास हमारे लिए जानलेवा ना बने। मैं एक बार फिर गैस पीड़ित भाई और बहनों के जो नहीं रहे उनके चरणों में श्रद्धा के सुमन अर्पित करता हूं। जो हैं उनके कल्याण के काम हम करते रहेंगे और आगे फिर कोई ऐसी ट्रेजेडी ना हो, इसके लिए हर संभव प्रबंध करेंगे।
Remember, of course, today is December 3rd, and 1984, December 2nd night, 3rd morning was when the horrific Bhopal gas tragedy took place, killing thousands of people. Shivraj Singh Chauhan remembering that day.
But it's also a show of confidence, Rajdeep. The fact that he's emerging, he's also staking claim.
That's right.
Because I've done it. No matter how much the BJP in different quarters in Madhya Pradesh tried to undermine him, at 138 with 21 leads from the last time, Shivraj Singh Chauhan, like Yogi Adityanath in Uttar Pradesh, emerging as a force in his own right. No matter what you think, people even in the BJP were saying, bore ho gaye, ubasi aa gayi, thak gaye, he's sounding repetitive. If he's been able to lead the BJP to 138 leads at this moment with 29 trends over the last elections, Shivraj Singh Chauhan is one of the biggest winners today. Make absolutely no mistake about that. That's the verdict. And his Ladli Bahina scheme turning out to be a game changer. Our poll was showing a 10% vote share gap between the BJP and the Congress amongst the women. This, like Yogi, in Uttar Pradesh, where the BJP thought 220, 230, they actually ended up with more than 300. This is a big victory for the man of the moment, Shivraj Singh Chauhan.
And, after our poll, when we conducted it, he spoke to us on the phone. He was, in fact, while the poll was on, his secretary was sending messages. And one of the things that he mentioned, which I thought is an important word in politics, it's the word called bharosa. It means trust. You see, Shivraj Singh Chauhan put 1,250 rupees in the pockets of women through the Ladli Bahina scheme. The Congress promised it. But when I'm getting it already from one person, I tend to trust him. I got a sense, Preeti, when we traveled, and you traveled a lot there as well, that women trusted Shivraj Singh Chauhan to deliver on that promise. Yes, there were other serious problems. There are paper leak problem. There was the Patwari recruitment scam. There is a sense that, there are very few jobs that the government has created. But purely on the gender factor, it appeared that Shivraj Singh Chauhan, and not just Ladli Bahina, before that there's Ladli Lakshmi. In fact, he told me that I've had a series of schemes for 30 years. Don't just focus on this. Do you agree that there is gender which cut across caste in Madhya Pradesh?
Well, you're right there, and it comes from with what you pointed out right in the beginning, Rajdeep, bharosa. So there is a sense of affinity that the women of Madhya Pradesh, the fact is we can talk ad nauseum, but the fact he's called Mamaji hasn't come overnight, right? It's been coined, it's been fueled, and it's been fueled over generations per se, where the women of Madhya Pradesh are concerned. So you'll speak to somebody who's just the first time voter, and you speak to the grandmother of that voter and 3 generations of that, in the same family. They have that affinity where they believe that he will deliver on, on these grounds. While in this case, the Congress was offering 1,500 rupees, but for them, 1,000 rupees raised to 1,250 rupees was a lot more than the promise of a 1,500 rupees in case the Congress government came to power. And this is what cut across regions. It cut across the Chambal region to the Mahakoshal region, and it also cut across, to the other Bundelkhand and Bagelkhand.
So we can show that, Preeti. On the election intelligence dashboard, I can show you where the BJP's leads are actually coming from. The BJP is down 3 in the Bagelkhand region. Bagelkhand. I just got somebody saying Bagelkhand. Bagelkhand is not sounding right. Okay, so Bagelkhand. In Bundelkhand, they're up 7. In Chambal, the BJP is up 11. That's good news for Jyotiraditya Scindia. In Mahakoshal, the BJP is up 6. In Malwa, the BJP is up 4. In Nimar, the BJP is up 5 seats. If I look at the Congress's gains and losses, the Congress is losing 6 seats in Bundelkhand, 10 in Chambal, 7 in Mahakoshal, 4 in Malwa, and 3 in Nimar. Pooja Shali joins us from right outside Shivraj Singh Chauhan's residence. There is a question that's been asked within BJP circles in particular, whether there will be a generational change, whether the top brass in Delhi will want to change the chief minister. Given that the BJP currently leads at 139, are Shivraj Singh Chauhan supporters confident that it will be Mama Ji once more?
Let's ask that question then, because for now, Rahul, what a moment this is turning out here in Bhopal in Madhya Pradesh. Just for the starters, I'm at the Chief Minister's residence. This is where Shivraj Singh Chauhan, 4-time Chief Minister, 2005, when he took over, 2008 to 2013, then returning in 2020 after the Congress government had collapsed. These workers are all set. And like you heard, Shivraj Singh Chauhan's confidence. He's gone ahead as per schedule. Tragedy when he's paid the tribute, says we'll continue to work. Let's ask the question. अच्छा, एक बार बताइए, आप आइए, कितने सालों से आपने शिवराज सिंह चौहान जी को देखा है मुख्यमंत्री। अब क्या शिवराज सिंह चौहान जी ही आने चाहिए, मामा ही आने चाहिए, या कोई और आना चाहिए, बदल जाना चाहिए?
नहीं, शिवराज सिंह चौहान। शिवराज भैया राज करो, हम तुम्हारे साथ हैं। शिवराज भैया राज करो, हम तुम्हारे साथ हैं।
मुख्यमंत्री है, बदलाव नहीं चाहिए। जो कह रहे थे कि इतने सालों से है, अब तो बदल जाना चाहिए, कांग्रेस आ जाएगी, तो ये जो अभी रुझान आ रहे हैं 130 से 140 की तरफ, ये क्या दर्शाता है?
शिवराज भैया को जनता चाहती है क्योंकि उन्होंने इतने अच्छे काम किए हैं कि अभी तक मध्य प्रदेश में किसी भी मुख्यमंत्री ने नहीं किए हैं। और विकास बोलता है।
हाँ बोली, शिवराज जी का काम बोलता है, जो फालतू गप्पे छप्पे नहीं, कुछ नहीं चलेंगे कांग्रेस के।
तो लाडली बहना चली आप?
अरे लाडली बहना नहीं,
दौड़ के चली।
अब लाडली बहनों ज्यादा काम रहा पुरुषों का, पुरुषों का। अरे मैं आप बताऊं, तन मन और धन।
All right, so these are the supporters, and I must add here, of course, there is Ladli Behna scheme for the young women, for girls, but remember, there's also the tribal section here, 47 seats that BJP had lost earlier in 2018. It had gone to the Congress party. Is it going to get that back? Because it's the tribal belt, it's the women, it's the young girls, and now this gentleman says also the men have voted, and they are saying it has to be Shivraj Singh Chauhan. We are not ready for any change. Bharatiya Janata Party.
आज तक की जो रिपोर्टिंग बता रहे थे 149 गलत बता रहे थे कि ये ऐसा बोल दिया कांग्रेस, जबकि 101 इससे ऊपर आएगी।
क्योंकि बिल्कुल सही बैठा है हमारा रुझान, बिल्कुल। See, so the people here, Rahul, Rajdeep, they are watching Aaj Tak India Today's Access My India polls, and they are saying it's actually there. Where what we were suggesting, 140 to 162, that is what is happening presently, and it's only trending. So back to you in the studio. Here I can tell you preparations are on. Shivraj Singh Chauhan and Jyotiraditya Scindia have gone as per schedule to pay tribute over the anniversary of Bhopal gas tragedy, but they'll be returning here at the Chief Minister's house. Laddus are ready. I can tell you that they're just waiting for an official confirmation.
I hope you get some of those laddus as well. The good thing about being a reporter on the ground is you can eat a laddu no matter who wins, right? Especially if you're India today, we can have laddus. You can have laddus in both hands, and if the poll has done as well as it has, then we can have double the laddus. Here is the retain ratio of Telangana. What this suggests is just gives you the sense of anti-incumbency against K. Chandrasekhar Rao. Out of the 88 seats that the BRS had won last time, they're currently trailing on 61% of those seats, retaining only 34 of those 88. And the big wins are coming for the Congress, which has bagged 50 seats, which the BRS had last time. The BJP's picked up 2 seats the BRS had last time. Others have picked up 2. For the Congress, it had 19 seats that it won last time. They're retaining 74% of those. They've lost 5. 4 of those are going to the BRS, none to the BJP, none to the AIMM. So the BJP had only 1 seat, so that doesn't really make much of a difference. Let's look at the BRS's gains and losses and where these are coming from. In the northern part of Telangana, the BRS is currently trailing on 20 seats they had last time. In the central part of Telangana, the BRS is down 12 from the last time. In Hyderabad, the BRS is down 3. In the southern region of Telangana, the BRS is down 15. Where are the Congress's gains and losses? As I said, and this is the magic and the power of the election intelligence dashboard, which we've worked so hard with the India Today Data Intelligence Unit to power live for you. 19 of the leads for the Congress coming from the north, 14 of the leads for the Congress coming from central, 3 interestingly from Hyderabad. The Congress was supposed to be a wipeout in Hyderabad. That doesn't seem to be the case. 14 of those leads, T.S. Sudhir, coming from the south. And interestingly, even in Chhattisgarh, the Congress is now back in the lead. So our poll, I mean, beyond a point, we don't really care who wins, but we want our poll to be correct. Congress again in the lead in Chhattisgarh.
Our poll is also 3-1. Our poll as of now is 3-1. We are completely spot on in Madhya Pradesh. We are completely spot on in Telangana. We are completely spot on in Chhattisgarh. It's in Rajasthan.
No, but we were at 100.
But there we will say Rajdeep won, Pradeep Gupta.
But our poll was 100 in Rajasthan.
If I could add here,
Our poll was 100 in Rajasthan.
In Chhattisgarh, the Congress is ahead, but both Singhdeo and Baghel are trailing.
But by a very narrow margin. So Vijay Baghel is leading by just about 1,000 votes against Bhupesh Baghel in Patan. That's not a very big
Rahul
lead.
Kamal, 9 p.m. on your News Today group. I have given my number 2 plays 2. As of now, 2 is playing 2.
Rajdeep,
Right?
I must tell our viewers, it's very slippery. Very slippery. One second. The
Which
numbers
two
we
is
have to
playing
stick.
true?
The numbers, Rajdeep, we have to stick with are our post-poll numbers. If the post-poll numbers are right, then we are.
As of now, 3 of our post-poll numbers are spot on. In Rajasthan, we had given the edge to the Congress in a tight race. All I'm saying, please see my number if you can.
But Rajdeep, it might be too premature, like Raman Singh from the BJP in Chhattisgarh, who's already tweeted that Suraj ug gaya hai. For the BJP. So it could be a little premature.
The problem for the BJP in Chhattisgarh at the moment is that the rural seats still the Congress is leading 41 to 31. It's in urban and semi-urban that the BJP is leading the Congress. So in fact, in urban it's 6-3, in semi-urban 5-4. They will need to make up that gap in the rural seats.
Okay.
The tribal areas could still be critical, but it could go down to the wire.
Okay, so
Chhattisgarh could go to the wire.
Let's spend a moment in Chhattisgarh to try and see if and what can change. So let me look at the margin calculator for Chhattisgarh, which will give you a sense of how many seats are currently being won and lost with a margin of less than 1,000 votes. So here it is on your screen. There's 72 seats where the margin at this moment is less than 1,000. And if it's less than 1,000, as the votes get counted, the situation could change. The Congress is leading on 38 of those. The BJP is leading on 34. So there are only 18 seats where the margin is more than 1,000. In the others, there's still a tight contest going on. So Chhattisgarh will keep us busy and engaged for a while. We were talking about how the Congress is doing on the tribal seats, how the BJP is doing on the tribal seats in Chhattisgarh. There are 47 seats where the tribal population is more than 20%. The Congress is leading on 27 such seats. The BJP is leading on 20 such seats. Amongst the Dalit-dominated seats of Chhattisgarh, there are 16 seats where the Dalit population is more than 16%. The BJP is leading on 8. The Congress is leading on 8. In the Sahu-dominated seats, 26 such seats where the Sahu community population is more than 20%. The Congress is leading on 12. The BJP is leading on 14. In the Banya-dominated seats of Chhattisgarh, the Congress is leading on 2, the BJP on 1. In the Thakur-dominated seats, 6 seats with the Thakur population is more than 20%. The Congress leading on 2, the BJP Rajdeep on 4. So Chhattisgarh still very much in the fray. The super over could possibly come in Chhattisgarh.
And the reason why Chhattisgarh becomes important is there's huge difference, I think, between 2-2 and 3-1. At 3-1, the BJP is balle all the way. At 2-2, the Congress will clutch onto its straws and say, look, we retained 1 and we've gained 1. So I think that's how important it is now in Chhattisgarh. Charan Singh Sapra, spokesperson Congress, and Tuhin Sinha, spokesperson of the BJP, joining us. Charan Singh Sapra, to you first. Not looking good for the Congress at the moment, I'm afraid, Mr. Sapra. As of now, you are only comfortable in Telangana, south of the Vindhyas. North India is either rejecting you or clearly putting the BJP in a fight with you, as in Chhattisgarh. Mr. Sapra. Okay, we're having a problem with his line. Let's go to Tuhin Sinha. Tuhin, you've dressed in the appropriate colors. You obviously knew which way the wind was blowing this morning.
Well, the country is increasingly going to get saffronized from here, and this is going to mark the end of the Indy alliance. You know, Rajdeep, two things are very clear. Number one, when it comes to Madhya Pradesh, the combined credibility of Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji and Shivraj Singh Chauhan ji is very clear on the ground. And in the other states, Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan, look at the hatred that people today have against the Congress hypocrisy. It is very important to know that, you know, when you travel on the ground, I have heard you mention in one of your programs, when it came to Madhya Pradesh, there was no anger against the existing government. But the anger is against the Congress despite them not being in power. Why? Because number one, they presided over all the Saratan attacks which was happening in the last 3 months. They are the hub of corruption in all the 3 states which they managed to retain, which they managed to win in the last 2 years or so, Karnataka or Himachal. They have presided over a financial anarchy with their fake promises. So I think, you know, there is a sense of disgruntlement in the people against the Congress party, including in Congress allies. And Akhilesh Yadav has been the most vocal against the Congress party. So I think this is going to mark the end of the Indy alliance. And for the first time, there is a pro-incumbency factor. Even after 10 years, BJP will go into the 2024 with a very clear pro-incumbency sentiment for the central government.
Okay, Rajdeep, we have over here now the national big picture that emerges. For what it's worth, if you add up all the leads which you have across the states. I want to take you through on the election intelligence dashboard, the overall national big picture that emerges. Remember, the Congress had 320 wins the last time out of these 638. Right now, they're at 270. The BJP is at 298. So the BJP with a 28-seat lead across these 4 states, despite the fact that in Telangana, they're doing far worse than the Congress. Despite that, in the overall big picture, as far as bragging rights are concerned, the BJP, Ashok Malik, would like this number, 298 versus 270.
See, if you look at where the seats are coming from, if the BJP, as I said earlier, has to repeat its majority in 2024, it has to win big in its bastions in Western India and Northern India. And of course, get some incremental seats in Eastern India and Southern India. But West and North are crucial for the BJP. And these results, if these results bear out by till the evening, show us that the BJP is well on course to repeating its performance in 2024 in Western India and Northern India.
And look
That
at
should
the
give the
historical
BJP great
timeline of Madhya Pradesh. If you look at this graph on your screen, the BJP has typically won Madhya Pradesh big. The saffron line is that of the BJP. The blue line is that of the Congress. The BJP won big, 173 versus 38 in 2003, 143 versus 71 in 2008, 165 versus 58 in 2013. If you're looking for insights into what might happen in 2024, remember, that's when Prime Minister Modi is on the ticket. If even without having Prime Minister Modi himself on the ticket, the BJP is sitting at 148 versus 79. Those in the stock market, those in corporate India, those watching for what this might mean for the Lok Sabha elections, 148 versus 79 means in the Hindi heartland, the BJP looking very strong. Only in Chhattisgarh, the BJP losing at this moment, but that also not by very much.
They're still gaining from last time.
Oh, again, they got hammered last time, so they're up on a low base. But Rajdeep, they're coming back, and this looks now like the outlier. This is where the trend has been in the last 5 elections. We're going back to that trend.
I think both, therefore, when you contrast it to 2018 is significant, because in 2018, the Congress wins these states and yet is demolished in the Lok Sabha. Now imagine when you actually have governments in those states and then Mr. Modi comes on the ticket. You know, this whole double engine argument that has been made. The double engine argument, for whatever reason, didn't work in Karnataka. I think in states where the BJP's organization doesn't match up to the power or the appeal of the Prime Minister, the BJP struggles. We saw a bit of that in Himachal Pradesh as well, where in Himachal Pradesh, the BJP's organization had got enfeebled. But where the BJP's organization is rock solid, we talk of Madhya Pradesh as a BJP-ruled state. It's also where the RSS is so powerful. Go to any village in Madhya Pradesh, you will see that the RSS has its shakas, the Banbasi Kalyan Kendras. That adds then to the power of the BJP. 28 out of 29 last time in the Lok Sabha. Obviously, with these numbers, the BJP will feel confident of Madhya Pradesh. They'll feel reasonably confident of Rajasthan as well. The question now comes in Rajasthan, do you go with a new generational change or stick to a Vasundhara Raje? That's a question the BJP will have to answer. But with 151 in Madhya Pradesh, I know Ashok Malik has been saying the BJP may look beyond Shivraj Singh Chauhan. I actually think this is Shivraj Singh Chauhan's biggest moment. Look, I don't think you can deny him right away.
All I'm saying is, if you need to do a transition, then 150 gives you more opportunity to do it than 120.
But where would that leave? You know, why would I do a transition? Why would I break something?
That's
okay.
The party leadership.
Shivraj Singh Chauhan is 64-year-old, and there is no, as such, there is no successor there. It's not that age is not on his side. And I think what you were saying about the, the BJP, RSS, Sangh Parivar imprints in Madhya Pradesh were very much visible in Chhindwara. When I went to see there was more, the saffron than, the green number of green trees there. And mind you, it's largely forest area. So there was so much of sadhus and sons and all over the country had come to, defeat Kamal Nath.
No, but you tell me, did Kamal Nath make a mistake by saying, I am the Hanuman Bhakt? I am, I am more Hindu than the BJP. What was the alternative? You see, Rahul Gandhi comes to Madhya Pradesh and talks of caste census. Kamal Nath speaks of Hindutva. Where is that one consistent narrative that you need to defeat the BJP in a state? The Congress didn't have it in Madhya Pradesh.
You are within your rights to run down Kamal Nath, but what Kamal Nath did was he did not allow some kind of communal polarization that I saw in Rajasthan taking place in Madhya Pradesh. So that was there, but it didn't work.
But it's seemingly has worked more in Madhya Pradesh than it's worked in Rajasthan.
But my sense is the Congress did well in local corporation elections in March this year, and they thought it was a done deal. Then they won Karnataka, got even more overconfident. I get a sense the Congress has paid a huge price for overconfidence
this
in Madhya
election
Pradesh.
local, Raj.
Can we listen
And the
to Shivraj
BJP, on
Singh
the other
Chauhan?
hand,
Let's listen
struck.
to Shivraj Singh Chauhan. He's out there.
असीम श्रद्धा और अगाध विश्वास है। उन्होंने जो यहाँ सभाएं की, जनता से अपील की, वो जनता के दिल को छू गई और उसी के कारण ये परिणाम जो अभी रुझान आ रहे हैं, ये प्रमुख कारण है। डबल इंजन की सरकार, दिल्ली में प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में केंद्र सरकार ने जो काम किया उसको यहाँ ठीक से हमने इम्प्लीमेंट किया और जो यहाँ योजनाएं बनी, लाडली लक्ष्मी से लेकर लाडली बहना तक का एक अद्भुत सफर जो मध्य प्रदेश ने तय किया, गरीबों के लिए, किसानों के लिए, भांजे भांजियों के लिए जो काम हुए वो भी जनता के दिल को छू गए और एक परिवार मध्य प्रदेश बन गया। अमित शाह जी की अचूक रणनीति, उनका जिस ढंग से यहाँ साथ मिला और हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष श्रीमान जेपी नड्डा जी का मार्गदर्शन, हमारे संगठन के नेतृत्व में कार्यकर्ताओं ने अनथक परिश्रम किया। प्रदेश अध्यक्ष, संगठन महामंत्री, उनके साथ टीम जुटी रही और जैसा भूपेंद्र यादव जी ने, शिव प्रकाश जी ने, अश्विनी वैष्णव जी ने जो मार्गदर्शन किया, उससे चुनाव के अभियान को सही गति और दिशा मिली। और इसलिए मैंने पहले भी कहा था, हम बिल्कुल कंफर्टेबल मेजॉरिटी, शानदार मेजॉरिटी भारतीय जनता पार्टी को आएगी, क्योंकि जनता का प्रेम हर कहीं दिखाई देता था।
सभी कांटे निकाल दिए, आप कह चुके थे पहले भी, अभी भी आप।
मैंने पहले भी कहा कि
Wondering if this is accidental. I promise you it's not. No person who's in the fray to be chief minister shows up that early in the morning on counting day unless he's taking claim. What Shivraj Singh Chauhan has done from those two public appearances this morning, Rajdeep, is signal to voters in Madhya Pradesh, to all those watching in Delhi, or to all those watching on TV and everybody in Delhi at the BJP headquarters, that this is my victory.
And you know,
that's the underlying message. He's not saying it, but if he had any, he's not staying at home. He's out there staking claim.
And you know, Rahul, jo jeeta wo Sikandar, BJP has every reason to celebrate Madhya Pradesh. But look at what they did. In September this year, go anywhere across Madhya Pradesh, the posters would have Mr. Modi on the top and 12 leaders at the bottom, including Shivraj Singh Chauhan, Narendra Singh Tomar, Rakesh Singh. They were all on the Jyotiraditya Scindia. It wasn't as if Shivraj was even first among equals. By October end is when the BJP changed and realized that, yeah, Shivraj Singh Chauhan may be a little bit more popular. This is where the BJP's tracker polls, I think, helped it. They recognize that Shivraj Singh Chauhan does have a trust, a sense of identity that the other leaders don't have, and slowly but surely projected him. I don't think now they can turn back. Yes, there are people like Prahlad Patel, also from the backward caste community, who will be seen as potential rivals for the future. But at least till 2024 Lok Sabha, Mr. Modi's aim is 300 seat, 300 par Lok Sabha. Till then, I think they will stick with Shivraj Singh Chauhan. Rajasthan will be more interesting, because you are not as dependent possibly on Vasundhara Raje once you've crossed 100 seats. There you may look for an alternative.
You've not depended at all. You didn't use her for the election. Why would you need her now?
That's right. So I think if you are going to see a chief ministerial change, you agree with that, Chetan, that you know, maybe you want a generational change in Rajasthan.
Whether it's, I don't know which generation they'll be, but they clearly didn't want to project her as the face, whatever may be the internal reasons for that. They wanted to keep control on the state, and now it's just without a face, they won that state. That is a bigger victory for BJP center then a victory
But
with
they
a
didn't
local
include her
face.
in the dying hours of the
What's your sense, Preeti? Will they go with Vasundhara Raje or will they look for an alternative?
Rajdeep, in the dying hours of the campaign, Vasundhara did find favor back in branding, back in posters, right next to Modi in the last two rallies. But having said that, if this number stays at about 100, then yes, Vasundhara Raje will be somebody who will be in. If
So
it
what's the
goes,
number
if
then?
they pull it away, over
Post
110, 110, if they pull it away, then I do see that they might think of somebody else. Our own poll suggests somebody like a Baba Balaknath, who's a sitting MP of Alwar and now contesting from Tijara.
Ashok, do you think they'll stick with Vasundhara Raje at 105?
104, 105, yes. 110, no.
You know, it's very interesting what's happening in Rajasthan. There are very few states of North India, and Rahul, you please come in on this, where independents get 20 plus. You've got independents, and we look at their vote percentage, but I have little doubt that independents will be 20% plus. In a two-horse race, you have a large space for a third front. I wonder if Sachin Pilot could have taken that gamble 6 or 9 months ago and tried to create a third front, which was Hanuman Beniwal, Sachin Pilot, Aam Aadmi Party coming together. How do you see this role of independence in a state like Rajasthan?
One, in last 5 elections, independent, like basically non-Congress, non-BJP vote share has always been around 20% and seat share has been around 15%.
Yes.
And that's what we are going to see even now. Especially for the Congress, what was happening that the independents used to tilt the balance in favor of one chief ministerial candidate. Right? Last time, I think because Congress fell short and Gehlot could have his day because he also had people who became independents. And I think something Vasundhara Raje might be trying this time. That if BJP falls short of number or close to 100, she might rely on some of those
But
independents.
Rajdeep, what one needs to look at,
Yes.
what one needs to look at is who are these independents. These are, these are parties which is the BSP, it's the RLD. There is one, I think, which is leading, which is the RLD. Then the RLP, which is Hanuman Beniwal's party. Then you have the tribal party, BAM now. And then you have certain independents like Yunus Khan and the others who have, not been given a ticket by the BJP or the Congress who've gone rogue.
Okay, and importantly, Vasundhara Raje herself is leading at the moment in Jhalra-Patan, a seat that she's dominated for the last 20 years. So she is comfortably leading in another potential candidate, Satish Punia, Jat face of the BJP, former party president, is leading now in Amer. You've got Rajyavardhan Rathod on the other hand, who's at the moment trailing. We're told, let's look at the VIPs again. Rajyavardhan Rathod at the moment from Jotwara is trailing at the moment, but that's, remember, only at the moment. So all of the candidates, anybody else?
CP Joshi, Rajdeep.
CP Joshi
Vishwaraj of Mewar, Vishwaraj Singh of the Mewar royal family up against him. CP Joshi, Nathdwara. There, Rajdeep, first up. Yeah.
CP Joshi, remember, once lost an election by one vote. Speaker in the last assembly, he's trailing. Ashok Gehlot is leading in Sardarpura at the moment. That's been his bastion in Jodhpur. Where is Sachin Pilot at the moment?
Finally leading.
Mr. Pilot is leading in Tonk. Remember, this has a large Gujjar Muslim population, expected therefore to win eventually in the end. At the moment, Vishwaraj Mewar is the one who's leading in Nathwara. We have
Shanti Dhariwal is trailing. He was one of the who orchestrated a rogue CLP in last year.
In fact, I want to tell you, when Shanti Dhariwal was being given a ticket, apparently at the Congress meeting, there was Shanti. Because Sonia Gandhi said, who is this Shanti Dhariwal? Is he the same person who tried to rebel? He was not given a ticket initially, but eventually got one.
Rajdeep, the leader of opposition, Rajendra Rathore, is trailing from Taranagar.
That's right. So the good news for Vasundhara is that a lot of the potential chief ministerial candidates who could be chief minister, Rajendra Rathore being one name, he could eventually win, are trailing at the moment. So Vasundhara Raje looks like potentially at 104 seats for the BJP, virtually in the same situation that Ashok Gehlot was last time. 99 seats for the Congress when they formed the government in 2018. Gehlot was seen as the person who could bring independence together. I am told out of the others 23, 7 to 8 are those who owe allegiance to Vasundhara Raje in Rajasthan.
Let's go across to Aishwarya Paliwal. She's in Jaipur, and Aishwarya, the BJP in a tight contest as far as vote share is concerned seems to be poised to win. It seems the BJP at this moment is likely to cross the halfway mark in Rajasthan. They're already singing and dancing at the BJP office there. Those are images from the BJP headquarters in Jaipur. The Dholwalas are out. The balloons are up, so they were obviously expecting this. The balloons are nicely set, so they clearly thought that they were likely to win. Aishwarya, can you hear me? Aishwarya! I think the dole is so loud that she can't hear us. Aishwarya, go for it. Just go for it. Tell us what's happening there.
So now, we just straight cut to the visuals here. The women, in fact, in large numbers present here. क्या आप लोगों को लग रहा था कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी इतनी भारी बहुमत से जीतेगी? आप लोग काफी भारी संख्या में आए हैं यहाँ पे। क्या लगता है? आप लोगों को लग रहा था कि बीजेपी जीतेगी?
बिल्कुल, ये जीत प्रत्याशी थी। ये जीत, इस जीत की तस्वीर 2 साल पहले लिख गई थी। गहलोत सरकार के कुशासन से तंग आ गई। जनता ने जो बहुमत दिया है, इस गहलोत सरकार, गहलोत नहीं, गहलोत सरकार कहना चाहूंगी मैं, इसके कुशासन से निजात पाई है। और आज नारी शक्ति बहुत खुश है, बहुत खुश है।
नारी शक्ति, Rahul, is something that everyone here is talking about. The women, Rahul, let me tell you, are turning up in large numbers. The dhol here that you can see right outside the BJP office in Jaipur, the dhol taking place here. Everyone is dancing, everyone is in a celebratory mode, and they all believe, Rahul, that numbers will go up as the counting proceeds. They believe that this actually will be a prachand bahut for the Bharatiya Janata Party.
From there, let's cut across to Revant Reddy's residence. Nagarjun Dwarkanath joins us from Hyderabad. 70 leads for the Congress, up 51 from the last time. The BRS down 51 from the last time. Revant Reddy, from what we can see, at least his supporters are expecting Nagarjun that he's going to be chief minister. The party hasn't announced just yet, but he has that confidence that he's the man who's led them to power. It's his turn to rule Hyderabad and rule Telangana. Nagarjun. Okay, give us a moment as we try and.
But I think, Rahul, what we can do, and we can ask our producers to do this, call to elections very clearly. BJP is going to form the next government in Madhya Pradesh. Bhopal is going the BJP way in a massive, potentially 2/3 victory. The India Today Axis My India polls spot on in Madhya Pradesh. All the criticism, all the anger that we had to face in the last 48 hours, getting messages at 5 a.m. in the morning saying your poll is wrong. I'm sorry, the poll is spot on. Well done, Pradeep Gupta in Madhya Pradesh. Madhya Pradesh, we are calling Shivraj Singh Chauhan-led BJP is set to form the government in Madhya Pradesh. We are also calling Telangana, that Telangana, barring a last-minute surprise, the Congress is set to form the government in Hyderabad, displacing 10 years of TRS.
No, what surprise can there be? With 51 leads.
70, I'm just saying 60 is the halfway mark. So I'm not saying that they're... Yes.
It's bad news for BRS. It's also bad news for the AIMIM. It's leading only in 4 seats.
That's right. Very interesting.
Down 3. And I'm told Karwan, Nampally and Yakutpura, these are the 3 constituencies where it is trailing right now.
Huge. That's huge.
So I can show that on
for
the
Asaduddin Owaisi,
Yes.
this is a huge setback.
Yeah.
He takes this area as his fortress. And aligning with the BRS, it would suggest, Sudhir, that the minorities have consolidated behind the Congress.
No, the narrative of the Congress that the MIM has some kind of a deal with the BJP seems to have found some traction.
Absolutely.
In its parts. But of course, these are small leads right now for the Congress. But yes, the fact that he's trailing, because Yakutpura kind of thing, it had only 39% polling. Most of the old city constituencies have had less than 45% polling in a state which has seen 71% polling. So in that sense, the old city, the Congress seems to have reached it if these early leads hold.
Excellent point, Sudhir.
So AIMIM is currently leading only on 3 seats, down from 7 for the last time. The Congress is on 70, up 51 from the last time. If I look at how the minority-dominated seats of Telangana have voted, there are 17 seats where the Muslim population is more than 20%. The BRS is half of where they were last time. Others are at 3. They were at 7 last time. Congress is at 5. It's up 4. So there has been a move of the minority vote from the BRS AIMM tango to the Congress in Telangana.
And one of the shifts that took place in Telangana was when by early part of this year, I would say mid part of the year, rumors were spread or speculation that the BRS had some deal with the BJP. When K. Kavita, who was once accused in the Delhi liquor scam, suddenly it appears that the agencies are going soft on it. The Congress sent coins and digital messages saying BRS and BJP bhai bhai.
Even the PM said that in one of his campaign speeches.
In fact, the PM went to the extent of saying BRS K. Chandrasekhar Rao wanted to join the NDA. All of that went against the NDA, and Sudhir makes a great point. It resulted in a minority consolidation. Muslims, OBCs, and Dalits have come together to back the Congress there.
And one of the reasons why they are doing so well in the north, Kaleshwaram irrigation project, the Congress went to town talking about the Kaleshwaram ATM, that it has been the cash cow for the BRS. That seems to have found some traction if these results are.
Nagarjun Dwarkanath is now live with us right outside Revant Reddy's residence. Nagarjun, power, police and politicians seem to sense that that's the man who will be the next chief minister.
Well, that's true. In fact, the followers at Revant Reddy's house also are chanting the slogan that CM, Revant Anna CM. That's the slogans that we are hearing now. And all the recipes to celebrate are already here. The ingredients to celebrate the win. We can show you the crackers, the flowers, and the dole is already here. They started just celebrating now, but a message came from inside saying, wait for one more hour, don't start celebrating right away. And you can see the followers already on the other end in front of Revant Reddy's house that people are chanting slogans of him becoming the next chief minister of Telangana. But what is good news for him is he's leading in both the seats. He's a Jain slayer at this point of time because he took on the chief minister in Kamareddy head on, and he knew that it's a tough battle because it was not his typical conventional seat, but he did go there after Kodangal and contested there. Even on the polling day, he finished his voting in Kodangal and went back to Kamareddy to make sure that he goes around the booths talking to people and looking at all the preparations being necessarily done there and meet the Karyakartas as well. So all credit to him is what the Congress is saying. And also the message that I'm picking up is
is leading. That would be a very big win. I want to go across to Akshita Nandgopal. She's at the Congress headquarters in Hyderabad. Akshita, I see the dole is out. The Congress supporters out to celebrate. There's a massive political tsunami in Telangana. The Congress is romping home in style.
Rahul, I can't hear a word of what you're saying because the music is non-stop here. But what you see on your screens is a milk abhishekam. First of Sonia Gandhi, then of Rahul at Congress headquarters at the Gandhi Bhavan in Hyderabad to go ahead and celebrate together. All the winning candidates will be brought here tomorrow, and there's going to be a mega celebration. So what you're seeing here is just a trailer of what to expect in the next 24 hours, Rahul and Rajdeep.
Thanks, Akshita, for that. Meanwhile, there's been a big twist in the tail in Chhattisgarh. In Chhattisgarh, the BJP now seems to be stabilizing in a lead. Remember, if the BJP is able to win Chhattisgarh, it would be a clean sweep. What a win it would be for the BJP in the Hindi heartland. The BJP at this moment leading on 49 seats in Chhattisgarh. Their leads, as you can see, are coming from across the state. They're not concentrated in any one pocket. The Congress is down to 39. That's a loss of 29 seats from the last time. Chhattisgarh is the big story at this moment because Madhya Pradesh is a sweep for the BJP. In Rajasthan, they've been in the lead for a long time. It is Chhattisgarh which seem to be slipping out of the saffron party's hand. Now the BJP is dancing in Chhattisgarh as well. At this moment, 49 leads, Rajdeep. for the BJP in Chhattisgarh.
And the turnaround is taking place in the tribal belt. Remember last time 29 seats, the BJP won, the Congress won 25. Now in Bastar alone, the BJP leading in 8, the Congress in just 3, the CPI in 1. And the smaller party, the Amar party, is damaging the Congress. The the sense is that the Congress in the tribal belts is where they are taking the hit this time. And once you take a hit in the tribal belt, that's where that pivoted the Congress into victory last time. Now you're finding the Congress struggling, which is why even the likes of T.S. Singh Deo are trailing despite having 50% of the vote. I won't be surprised now if the BJP wins Chhattisgarh. It is 3-1 possibly.
And that would be a big victory because they were never really in the race in Telangana. So if your BJP is able to win all the 3 states in the Hindi heartland,
just a repeat
for
of 2018.
2-0, what could have happened?
Reverse of 2018.
But the interesting thing could be that this could make 2024 that much simple and clear. There's been unpredictability around the verdict today. But if this is the way it shapes up, 2024 becomes that much more settled from a BJP point of view.
It also affects intra-India alliance
That
dynamics.
India alliance is in trouble.
No, the dynamics within the alliance also change.
The Congress will be chastened. The other allies will say, we told you you can't beat the BJP in a head-on-head fight, so please back off and give us some space.
But as per sources, already an India Alliance meeting has been called on the 6th.
No,
Mr.
what's the
Kharge
point
picked
of
up
this
the phone
alliance?
this morning.
What is the
Okay,
entire
Ajay
point?
Alok of the Bharatiya Janata Party now joins us. Ajay, 50 leads at this moment for the BJP in Chhattisgarh. Not just is the BJP sweeping Madhya Pradesh, winning Rajasthan. If you end up winning Chhattisgarh, you would have swept the heartland.
Well, Rahul, the trends are very encouraging, and we always knew it right from the beginning. Though the whole media in the country was not ready to believe that we are doing good in Chhattisgarh or we'll sweep Madhya Pradesh. Everybody was saying Rajasthan, okay, but Madhya Pradesh is tough. Chhattisgarh, no way. Everybody was saying. But we on the ground always knew that, yes, we are going to come. Because people understood this matchbox concept of Congress government, what they were operating in Chhattisgarh. The whole matchbox theory. Congress, corruption. Corruption, money. Money going to Naxals and money going for conversion. This whole thing happened in Bastar, and that was the reason that today Bastar has replied them. And that's what we were saying, that this complete matchbox concept of the Congress governance is going to cost them, and it has costed Chhattisgarh a lot. Like I've always said, Chhattisgarh pe 36 war kiye Congress ne. It will take time for them to heal. So
What you're talking about is the Bastar region. It's often said that the power to Raipur goes from Bastar. 12 seats in Bastar. At this moment, the BJP is leading on 8 of those. It had only won the last time. The Congress is leading only on 3, down 8. And if Chhattisgarh is also in the BJP's kitty, do you think it makes, Ajay Alok, the path to 2024 that much clearer from the BJP's perspective?
Well, see, Bastar has a lot of importance because Bastar is essentially all the 12 seats except for one. Everything is ST seat. But in Chhattisgarh, if you look overall in totality, the 90 Vidhan Sabha seats, every seat of 90 Vidhan Sabha has around 15 to 25,000 of ST population. So the voice from Bastar, it resonates in whole Chhattisgarh. This is the truth. And that's what has happened. And let's wait for 1 more hour, and I think the picture will be much more clearer.
Is an interesting case study when you squeeze other leaders, likes of Arvind Netam, veteran Congress leader, left the party, formed his own Adivasi group. And Bhupesh Baghel was convinced, overconfidence, was convinced 3 months ago he's winning the election. So he didn't make any attempt to accommodate these leaders. They accommodated T.S. Singh Deo as Deputy Chief Minister in July this year. He felt resentful, or his supporters felt resentful. There was supposed to be a rotational chief ministership. And he spoke in Chhattisgarh, and if these numbers hold, that Mr. Baghel was a concentration of power. Everything was rooted, all his own bureaucrats, his principal, one of his key secretaries is behind bars for the last 1 year in the coal levy scam. So there was corruption allegation. Then the Madhev betting scam happens just on the eve of the elections. And I think somewhere the sense went that Mr. Baghel is not inclusive enough. You have to be that. Shivraj Singh Chauhan, for all his other failings, has never given the impression that main hi hu. He's always given the impression that, I'm one of many. So I think Mr. Baghel, if these numbers hold, serious doubts over the way the Congress has run the campaign, and all full marks to the BJP for the way they've transformed their fortunes in both Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh. Rajasthan, they were expected to win, but these two states are the two states that will give them lots of satisfaction if these numbers hold. And I think Bastar is where the Congress, the tribal belt, made huge mistakes. You didn't take a stand on religious conversion. You didn't take a stand on Tendu leave pickers. You didn't take a stand when your leaders were leaving you. You paid the price for it.
Can I make a point? Like now, if you look at these 4 states,
yes,
in 3 states, incumbents are losing. Only in MP, the incumbent is likely to come back to power, which basically tells you something about the whole sort of like thing we make about welfare schemes as if that's the only way they work. Welfare schemes also get offset by how incumbents perform on what issues, some things that you are mentioning about Chhattisgarh. Similarly, in Rajasthan, there were issues about scam students, like paper leak, all those kind of things. In Telangana, there were similar issues. So welfare schemes can only work if your performance on other metrics is also doing well.
And I may be wrong here.
In Madhya Pradesh also, I think there's a lot of things. There are a lot of sort of undercurrent was there. It's a BJP organization that, you know, this thing, influence of the, so to say, the Sangh Parivar, religious polarization, all these things also play a very
And I'll
big
tell
role.
you a game changer that the BJP did in Chhattisgarh. 1 month ago, they announced a scheme of 12,000 rupees for women. This, and our numbers of Pradeep were showing it. Women voters, I keep maintaining, Rahul, there will never be a state which you will win without the woman voter anymore in India. And the BJP closed the gap, and actually in Pradeep's poll is leading among women voters.
And Rajat did not announce a farm loan waiver because the
Congress announced one.
for the second time around knew they were in trouble, announced a farm loan waiver like they did in 2018. The BJP didn't do that, but came back with a 12,000 rupees for married women. And you know,
that's right. They've come for that. They've also given, of course, let's be honest, the BJP has also announced a slew of promises in Chhattisgarh, especially for the farmers. When it comes to MSP, they say we will double it. So all of that is there. But if your delivery systems work, even basic delivery systems, you have half a chance. But without that, simply announcing freebies is not going to
because
work.
welfare is now
Like Ashok Gehlot did.
minimum expectations of citizens. You don't do anything for 5 years. If you are not going to provide welfare, you are not even in the race. But that, like, this is just to stand in the race. After that, you have to get other things also right to be able to win elections.
And I just wonder, if it remains 3-1, what happens to the India Alliance and the Congress leading into 2024?
Congress should have crushed it today to have any chance, because anyway you're going to have the Modi factor playing much more in the Lok Sabha. Congress should have not just won, it should have crushed it to have any chance. And this is, we'll analyze why this happened, but you let a pilot, Sachin Pilot, not be happy. You let Scindia go. You all these mistakes will add up or not. One day.
But come on, Rashid, why does this need to 1 minute?
Yeah.
The Congress is calling, I'm told, on the 6th, once an India Alliance meeting. Does it go much weakened? Now they can't dictate terms. Otherwise, there was a feeling if the Congress wins 3 states, they'll dictate terms to the India Alliance. Now the Congress has to introspect if these are the numbers.
I think we must have one set of rules. I mean, if you know there is no correlation between state elections and central elections, suddenly when Congress loses, it becomes no. There is a direct correlation. Key part is that out of the 65 seats from these 3 states of Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh, the BJP is already sitting on 62 seats. So it cannot improve upon it unless it gets all 65 seats. The key point there, of course, India alliances, they're co-partners, they're co-equals. It's a media narrative that the Congress wants to play Big Brother.
Rajdeep, if I could,
please do.
The internal, whatever Rashid Bhai may say, the internal dynamics of the India alliance do change. If the Congress had won Madhya Pradesh, let's say, or won Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan, then the pressure on, let's say, an Arvind Kejriwal to do a deal with the Congress in Delhi would have been much stronger.
Yes.
Now that pressure has been relieved.
No, so and where does it leave Preeti Rahul Gandhi? We spoke about Rahul Gandhi, his Bharat Jodo Yatra and the impact it has. We spoke about how he's been pushing for a caste census. If these numbers hold, Rahul Gandhi in the Hindi heartland just doesn't, or the Congress
but he's
organization.
admitted it himself that he doesn't really get the Hindi heartland. He said it in so many words. But having said that,
win?
But Rajdeep,
Then you don't get India then, right?
No, 1 second. Let me finish. Let me finish. Having said that, I would think where Telangana is concerned, as Rahul Gandhi's failed miserably to connect with the voters in a state like Madhya Pradesh, going on and harking about the caste census and the OBC, similarly in Rajasthan, what he's done well, and you must give him credit, Rajdeep, as we tell him, as we say that he's done badly in the Hindi heartland, is that the Telangana election, he is on the ticket on that election as well. It's Revant Reddy's and his jointly. This is possibly the first election that Rahul Gandhi has won on his name. He didn't do it in Karnataka. He's possibly done it here.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, folks.
Possibly.
I'm sorry, folks. Today, the Congress can clutch on to Telangana, and it's an important win. But today is BJP's day out if these numbers hold. Let's be very clear. It is BJP's day out if these numbers hold. Now that they are leading even in Chhattisgarh, we don't know. Chhattisgarh could still go down to the wire. It could still be a super over. 48 is playing 41, lots of small. But as of now, clearly in the Hindi heartland, Rahul Gandhi and the Congress is messaging not working.
Where you talk about the India alliance, where the Congress completely got it wrong. For example, even in the state like Madhya Pradesh, the Samajwadi Party is not a big player, but influences at least 6 to 8 seats in the Bundelkhand region. What they could have done was tie up when the Samajwadi Party wanted a tie up there. Because in the
do you think it would have made any material difference?
Rashid Kadwa, I'll give you an example. In the last election, if you look at it, there were 6 seats where the Samajwadi Party polled in more than the winning margin. This time around, we don't know what the margin is. But look at the numbers. Look at the numbers right now. BJP is at 146. If they had tied in...
That is my point. See, Preeti, if you look at that map of Rajasthan, you look at, Madhya Pradesh, and you look at region-wise, the Congress is nowhere. Nowhere means nowhere. So I don't think this, Samajwadi Party would have mattered.
That's the dharma of an alliance, no?
Can I just make a point here? The fact is, if these numbers hold, Himachal Pradesh will be the only state, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong, north of the Vindhyas where the Congress is in power. It's in alliance in Jharkhand, but that's the nature of the map of India. North India is completely Congress mukt. Similarly, South India is BJP mukt. Now, what does that mean, particularly with delimitation coming a couple of years down the line? We don't know. Raman Singh of Chhattisgarh, Dr. Raman Singh, and Dr. Saab, I remember meeting him and he said, मैं आपको पेड़े खिलाऊंगा, मैं 12 बजे आपके प्रोग्राम पे आऊंगा 3 तारीख को. Dr. Saab, if you are watching, you had said 12 बजे आप आओगे, आप 50 तक पहुंच गए हो. You're 5 above the halfway mark. Raman Singh ji is talking to the media. Listen in.
पार्टी जब जो जवाबदारी दी है उसका क्रियान्वयन मैं करता रहा हूँ. आगे क्या जवाबदारी देगी पार्टी के नेता तय करें.
ये 9 मंत्री पीछे चल रहे हैं अभी.
ये पूरी सरकार पीछे चल रही है. जब मुख्यमंत्री 2 राउंड में पीछे हो गया, इसका मतलब ये बता दिया कि जनमत उनके खिलाफ.
दावे कर रहे थे, कई तरह के दावे थे. 75 पार तो आपने अभी भी कहा है.
75 की बात कर रहे थे. और मैं कल भी आपको कहा था, मैंने आंकड़े भी बताए थे कि कांग्रेस कहां तक जाएगी और वो 40 भी क्रॉस नहीं कर पाएगी.
रिसेंट ट्रेंड में बीजेपी आगे बढ़ती दिख रही है, करीबन 42 से 43 सीट. क्या कारण है?
निश्चित रूप से भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पक्ष में शहरी और ग्रामीण क्षेत्र में स्पष्ट रुझान है और ये वोटों में जनता की आक्रोश परिलक्षित हुआ है. और भारतीय जनता पार्टी जो आज रुझान दिख रहा है वो निश्चित रूप से आगे बढ़ के सरकार बनाने में सफल होगी.
एमपी और राजस्थान में भी काफी बढ़त दिख रही है.
तीनों राज्यों में भारतीय जनता पार्टी पूर्ण बहुमत के साथ सरकार बनाएगी. मुद्दे स्पष्ट रूप से 3 मुद्दों पे हमने बात किया था. कांग्रेस के वादे खिलाफी जन घोषणा पत्र का क्रियान्वयन नहीं कर पाए, पहला सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा था. भूपेश का भ्रष्टाचार दूसरा बड़ा मुद्दा था. और तीसरा बड़ा मुद्दा था विकास के सारे काम ठप पड़ गए थे. इन 3 मुद्दों को लेकर और भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने जो घोषणा पत्र जारी किया, मोदी जी की गारंटी एक सबसे बड़ा विश्वास था.
सर, महिलाओं का वोटिंग परसेंटेज काफी ज्यादा रहा. क्या लीकर बैंक का जो मुद्दा था, जो प्रॉमिस किए थे, वो
महिलाओं के 12,000 रुपया मासिक देने की योजना और महिलाओं को सम्मान के साथ 500 रुपया गैस सिलेंडर में देने की बात और 18 लाख आवास देने की बात, इन मुद्दों को लेकर उनके अंदर बात आई.
Former Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh, and the interesting thing is, when he comes out in this fashion, he is in some ways staking claim. He was never really projected. The likes of Arun Sahu or maybe even an O.P. Chaudhary, Braj Mohan Agarwal, those are the kind of faces the BJP put out. But Shivraj Singh Chauhan and Raman Singh both coming out and staking claim. And it's very clear from these numbers at this moment that it could be 3-0 in the Hindi heartland. Bad news. Somebody sent Rashid Kidwai a message. The laddus are leaving the Congress office, it seems.
Yeah, वो कह रहे उसकी मिठास चली गई.
मिठास चली गई कि लड्डू भी गए?
यार, but the message to the Congress, again and again you celebrate prematurely at 7 in the morning. Who brings laddus to the party office? And let me tell you this, 2 months ago, the BJP looked in trouble in both Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh. Look at how they worked there. In Chhattisgarh, they concentrated on the Sahu Samaj. They concentrated on bringing back Raman Singh into the fold. So you had an older leadership as well, which was being looked after. They targeted the woman voter consciously. They targeted Bhupesh Baghel on corruption, put up a strong candidate against Bhupesh Baghel. A lot of micromanagement, Rahul. The difference I maintain between the Congress and the BJP, especially in the Hindi heartland, organizationally and micromanagement, is much better. The Congress, on the other hand, thought Chhattisgarh is a done deal, and the Congress thought, or so thought Kamal Nath, that Madhya Pradesh is a done deal. You paid for your overconfidence, and the BJP is just too strong an election machine to be ever, to be ever thought that you can pummel them into submission. Karnataka
And Kamal Nath rebuffed SP for even 4 or 5 seats.
They kaun hai ye Akhilesh Vakilesh? I mean, you can't talk like this. Kaun hai ye Akhilesh
During
Vakilesh?
the recent Diwali Milan, and then once again over dinner recently, I had a long conversation with Home Minister Amit Shah around his level of confidence for Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan. And I said that the polls seem to suggest a much tighter fight. What gives you this confidence? And what Amit Shah said, I think, is very important for viewers to understand what seems to have happened in these states. He says, if the poll shows that 100 people are voting for the Congress, listen carefully to what I'm saying, it's not wrong. That could really be what the poll shows. Maybe 80 people are voting for the BJP in that poll, and that poll is correct. He says the limitation with the poll is that the poll doesn't account for how many people the party can bring out on polling day to the booth and get them to vote. So if 100 said they were voting for the Congress, but only 70 showed up, 30 who said they wanted to vote for Congress didn't go to the polling booth, did not vote, the Congress gets only 70. But if 80 said they wanted to vote for the BJP, but if the BJP is able to pull out, say, 75 of them, you are still 75 versus 70 on counting day. He says that's the one thing the pollsters cannot account for. My ability, the party's ability to bring voters to the polling booth on polling day. That is the big difference. If the Congress is losing Chhattisgarh at this moment, it is the micromanagement of the BJP that's helped them. If they're winning that big in Madhya Pradesh, it's their ability to manage this election. The Congress in Telangana is doing well, but in the Hindi heartland, the direct power versus the BJP, the Congress has been bested at the hustings.
Except for the 2018 election, show me one election in the Hindi heartland, and now I'm going back to a decade and more, where the Congress has bested the BJP. Where is it? In the Hindi heartland, where the Congress has bested the BJP. You've seen what's happened in Uttar Pradesh over the years. The Congress is a completely fringe figure. In Rajasthan, they won last time and they lost this time. They'll say it's rotational chief minister. Chalo, we'll give you that. And every 5 years, the government changes. Madhya Pradesh, how can you go, you believed that you had the state for the grabs, you lose it. Chhattisgarh, you are overconfident thinking Bhupesh Baghel won by a 2/3 majority last time. Jitna bhi kam hoga, 15-20 kam ho jayenge. I spoke to a congressman 3 days ago. I said, Chhattisgarh mein kya hai? 50-55 to aane hi hai, uske upar aayenge to acha. How? नहीं, last time thoda kam hua hai, lekin itna nahi. That means you have not done your micro level management. You should have accommodated an Arvind Netam. You should have accommodated local leaders. Unless you do your local level management, as you said, Rahul, the last time, correct me if I'm wrong, the Congress has won 2 consecutive governments. 2 consecutive governments, been re-elected, is Tarun Gogoi.
In a big state,
in a big state,
2011.
In 2011.
Mukul Sangma
When
in
was the
2013?
last time the Congress has defeated anti-incumbency and won? Only Tarun Gogoi last in 2011. That means for the last 12 years, whenever you win also, you know how to grab defeat from the jaws of
Just
victory.
as far as
Then you
trivia
go
is
back to
concerned, there was
Digvijay Singh in
also
98.
Mukul Sangma in 2013 and Ibobi Singh was at that time in
Chota
the
state
Congress
hai.
in
Then you
2012.
go back to Digvijay Singh in 98.
No, so there is a problem.
No. Before that, there was Sheila Dixit.
Here.
No, but isn't
Sheila
there a
Dixit,
no, but
2008.
Rahul,
I love election trivia, so don't mess
no,
with
but
me on
Rahul
election
Kanwal,
trivia.
isn't there a question to be asked that if you cannot, the BJP is able every now and then to get its governments re-elected. They did it in Uttar
Every
Pradesh.
now and then, they're doing it again and again.
Uttar
Every now and then is not the right way to
Uttar
put it.
Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Madhya Pradesh, Haryana are all examples where the BJP has shown the power to get their governments re-elected. So they are able to best anti-incumbency by a mix of welfarism, decent governance in some instances, and the micromanagement that you spoke about. On the other hand, the Congress party has not been able to do it for the last 10 years. And then therefore the charge will be Sarkar banti hai and then you are arrogant in power. Well, Sarkar to ban gayi, ab rahegi.
No, Rajdeep, but you look at this way. You see, if you trust, regional leadership of Kamal Nath, Bhupesh Baghel, and Ashok Gehlot, you are accused of, not doing anything. If you take everything in control, you say there is over centralization, and there are a lot of factors. It's not simple. Look at welfareism. Ashok Gehlot did try to do that. Bhupesh Baghel tried. It failed. Maybe there's a lot of undercurrent for Ram Temple and all. I mean, we do not know why the BJP is winning with such a big margin.
I mean, is it undercurrent for Ram Temple, Rahul Verma, or is it that the Congress simply is unable to handle power? Once they are in power, the accusation is they become ATM machines. I mean, their governments are used to simply finance other governments.
If you look at Rajasthan, to be fair to Ashok Gehlot, he's been chief minister 3 times. He's run reasonable governments.
Yeah.
But it is the nature of he's run reasonable governments, to be fair to him.
He's run reasonable governments. There are paper
It is the nature of a bipolar polity that he loses.
No, I'll tell you what happened. And Preeti, you'll remember this. The youth of Rajasthan, any young man I met said, "Dekhiye paper leak kaisa hota hai." Koi
But Rajdeep, can I be honest? I've traveled all across Gujarat as well. And at that time, paper leaks was a huge issue. Did they vote on it? No. To be honest, I don't think the vote has really come on paper leak. And to give Gehlot at 72, Gehlot has lost miserably the last time he was 21. But
First point, in Indian politics, you are always going to see more people unhappy with any government than you are going to see happy. It's just the nature of politics. That's why it's called as cost of ruling. I think even we were all thinking that BJP has a state problem and Modi has to come every time to pull up the state. In fact, these elections are showing that BJP is a very agile and a very, very adaptive
it's more
party,
cohesive,
right?
Rajdeep.
And they basically change what you call micromanage or micro detailing. They plan much more like perhaps as Australia planned against India in the World Cup finals. They not just outplayed, but they had outthought about what the soil is going to look like, how in
You're equating India with
no, but the
Congress.
central leadership in the Congress doesn't really work with the state leadership. It's happened at various levels. You had, in Madhya Pradesh, I remember 3 or 4 of Rahul Gandhi's rallies were cancelled because he just wasn't popular enough. You had murmurs within the Congress local unit that Kamal Nath wasn't listening to the central leadership. When you look at Rajasthan, Gehlot ran this campaign practically on his own. Could Sachin Pilot have been better accommodated? Definitely. You could see all was not well, even though Rahul Gandhi was going to Rajasthan. You could see that all's not well in that unit.
Okay, so the big story at this moment, a BJP wave in the heartland. 152 out of 300, 230 in Madhya Pradesh, 106 out of 199 in Rajasthan, and now a convincing 52 out of 90. The Bharatiya Janata Party is taking claim to 2024 already with a very sound performance in the Hindi heartland. Jaiveer Singh joins us now from the BJP. Jaiveer, a big victory for the BJP in the Hindi heartland. Chhattisgarh initially seemed a bit tricky, but now as the rounds get counted, settling in quite comfortably in favor of the Bharatiya Janata Party.
Rahul, good morning. It is going to be balle balle for the Bharatiya Janata Party in all the 3 states. The dhol and the laddu celebration is going to come into the BJP's camp. The question is, what will happen to all the laddus which the Congress party ordered? Number 2, the clear message is that Mr. Rahul Gandhi's politics of abusing the Prime Minister, appeasement and betraying the voter has been outrightly rejected. Let's not forget, he conducted the Bharat Jodo Yatra in Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh. The Bharat Jodo Yatra has proven to be voter Todo Yatra for the Congress party as far as these 2 states are concerned. Chhattisgarh, it is not surprising. The voter was feeling upset. The Mr. Baghel has only filled the coffers of the AICC High Command rather than putting something in the jholi of the voter, and the result is in front of you. Another message is clear that for 2024, ye dil maange more, Modi Sarkar once more. In 2018, BJP did not open an account. The score was 5-0 and the result was in front of you in 2019. Now imagine what will happen when BJP has 3 states in 2024. Will the Congress be only relegated to a regional party? I think the day is not far.
Can I ask you this, Javeer, because you are well placed to answer this question? What's the difference between the Congress and the BJP? You worked in the Congress, you worked in the BJP. What's the single biggest difference, according to you, between the two parties?
Rajiv, allow me two differences. Number one, BJP knows the art how to win a losing battle. Congress knows the art how to lose a winning battle. Congress fights the elections on Twitter. Congress fights the election on the feedback of psychophans. Congress fights the election on the feedback of secretaries and OSDs. BJP and Prime Minister fight the election by putting their ear on the ground, by real-time ground pulse, and never taking anything for granted. In Congress, even before the election is announced, there is a fight about post of chief minister, who will get the cabinet ministership, which PN secretary, which accommodate which individual, who will go for the swearing-in ceremony. In Bharatiya Janata Party, we take each day as it comes. We fight the same election from panchayat to parliament in the same passion. And last difference, Radeep, and I must say that because I spent a considerable time in the Congress party. In BJP, the respect of the worker is paramount. And that respect is the reason their blood and sweat that today the BJP's Vijay Rath is entering all the three states. In Congress, the respect of worker is not in Congress's lexicon. It is only a one-way traffic.
You know, all your arguments are well taken, but with one caveat that 5 years ago, all these three states were won by the Congress. So we could have said the reverse then about the Congress party. I'm just saying that in politics, the point we were making, once the Congress comes to power, it's unable to retain power. The BJP is able to make comebacks in these states. Why do you think the Congress struggles to retain power?
I think, Radeep, you know, in politics, I'm very well aware, someday you're the pigeon and someday you're the statue. The issue is, the minute Congress wins an election, they take the next win for granted, and it's a hands-up approach. It's a complete surrender approach. Congress के भाग्य भरोसे और भगवान भरोसे चुनाव लड़ना शुरू कर देती है और मेहनत करनी छोड़ देती है. Look what is happening in Karnataka. They have won with a decisive mandate. There are allegations, stink of corruption coming from that state already. Infighting in that state has started already. Congress focuses more on their internal fiscal management and fixing management rather than delivering to the voters. BJP does not take any win for granted. One win does not ensure us a win in the second. That is the mantra we go in. We fight every election with the same sarfaroshi and shiddat from panchayat to parliament. You saw Mr. Amit Shah putting up posters in municipal elections in Hyderabad. I have never seen that culture in Congress party. And that is the major difference.
So two things have changed from the last time. One, the Congress's lead in Telangana, which had reached 73, is now down to 67. In Rajasthan, the lead of the BJP, which was 104, 105, is now up to 110. Chhattisgarh is 47 versus 42. And I want to take the margin calculator to see if Chhattisgarh is settled or is Chhattisgarh still tight. So, again, as I said, this level of analytics, nobody can do anywhere on national television. 63 seats in Chhattisgarh at this time, where the margin is less than 500 votes, ladies and gentlemen. Less than 500, 63 such seats. The BJP leading on 30, the Congress leading on 32. So at this moment, if anybody is dancing in Chhattisgarh, I'd say just give it some more time, at least 1 or 2 more hours for these leads to settle. How many seats have a margin of less than 1,000? 68 such seats. 34 of those for the BJP, 33 of those for the Congress. Chhattisgarh is on a knife's edge at this moment. Very, very tight. In Rajasthan, though, the BJP's lead is increasing. The one place where one party or one platform is winning without any contest is the live concurrent data, where India Today's lead continues to increase over all our competition. India Today now almost thrice the viewership of our next rival, which is Times Now, Republic at third, NDTV, CNN, beyond, they're like way low. Nowhere in any polling that's happening at this time is the lead quite as much. Remember, this also in some ways is live counting data, and this counting data, Chetan, clearly shows that India today's lead is almost thrice. You could add up times now in Republic. They still wouldn't get to anywhere near India.
Before
In fact,
Chetan comes in, can I crack a
80.
joke?
No, Rajdeep, I think you can add all of them and they still won't come to India.
Can I crack? You see, since you have advertised this program as double engine, right? अब बीजेपी का डबल इंजन क्लियर है, नरेंद्र मोदी जी और अमित शाह. हमारा डबल इंजन कौन है? Who is Narendra Modi? Who is Amit Shah? Chetan,
Who do you want to be?
who do I want to be in my next life?
No,
In
if
your
you had
next
to choose between the roles between the both of you.
If I had to, Rahul, you go first. You want to be Amit Shah or Narendra Modi?
Arey,
Come on. Come on.
I refuse to.
Then I
You know,
put you on the spot.
this is like somebody's laying out a banana peel.
That's a
You're
trap.
saying walk over the banana. Why will I walk
You
over
want to
the
be
banana?
Amit Shah or Narendra Modi?
I refuse. That's like a swinging ball.
No,
You
Then
just
double
say,
engine bola.
you just say, I'm a humble worker of the party. That's the answer.
संगठन का कार्यकर्ता. मैं संगठन का कार्यकर्ता.
संगठन का कार्यकर्ता है.
No such delusion.
And you know, BJP has done, I know it is Congress's Telangana, let's give it to them fair and square, but they have, people said BJP will be nowhere in Telangana. They are at 7 seats, they were 1 last time. The vote share must have increased. They're probably going to increase their Lok Sabha tally there. They are doing really well in the Hindi heartland. I mean, whatever it is, the Congress has, like the gentleman before was saying, taken their success for granted.
No, but
Chetan,
look
they've
at
already
that.
laced the Lok Sabha tally the last time. I doubt if they can
In
increase the vote share
Rajasthan,
in the Hindi heartland. They were 7% nearly.
I actually thought Jerry.
Telangana, a lot happening. Telangana, only 5 out of the 15 ministers are leading. The 10 of them are trailing, including KCR, who is in 3rd position in Kamareddy.
That's very embarrassing for him. So let me go across to Telangana.
He's trailing by,
and show that
that's
to our
almost
viewers
anger.
for a moment.
Ravens lead is
almost
2
anger.
The
votes.
chief candidates of
voters are
Telangana,
somewhat upset
the
or
chief
something.
minister, how the mighty have fallen in Telangana. K. Chandrasekhar Rao in Kamareddy is trailing. He's leading in Gajwel. His son K.T. Rama Rao is leading. Bandi Sanjay Kumar, who used to head the BJP, is leading in Karimnagar. Revant Reddy is leading against the chief. Now, just imagine. Revant Reddy is up against Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao in Kamareddy. I asked him, you're taking a panga, why are you doing this? He currently is leading, and that is quite
Rahul,
a big
there's a story there. Because KCR's strength is Gajwel. That's where he dominates. Why did he choose a second constituency? The first sign of weakness is when you choose a second constituency. And the first sign of strength is when the opposition leader is ready to say, okay, you're contesting the second place, I'll come and take
there
you
are 2
out.
reasons why he chose Kamareddy. One, of course, he says that's the constituency where I was born, number 1. Number 2, he wanted to influence Nizamabad, where his daughter is going to stand for election in 2024. It's the adjoining
Sure, but when
constituency.
you start contesting 2 seats, it's the first sign of some weakness. And when your opposition is willing to take you on there, it gives a sense to the rest of the cadre.
Because the local Kamareddy MLA was not a strong candidate. There's another interesting development happening. BJP, 7 seats leading. Now, where are they leading? Apart from their usual places where they could have led, Nizamabad urban and Armoor. Now, both these constituencies have a sizable Muslim population. So, what is happening in Nizamabad district is interesting.
So we can show the 7 BJP leads. They're leading in Adilabad, Alampur, Armoor, Gosha Mahal, Karimnagar and Maheshwaram, and Achampet, which is a reserved Dalit seat. Those are the 7 BJP leads. The Congress is leading on 69. That's up 50. And if you see, the Congress has leads in the north, the Congress has leads, except in the south, where the Congress doesn't seem to have done quite as well. In central, which is a bit surprising, frankly.
Because Mehboob Nagar is where Revant Reddy is contesting from district.
So we can come once again to some of the VIP seats of Telangana. Madhu God Yashki is leading in Lal Bahadur Nagar. Revant Reddy is winning on his 2nd seat as well. Itla Rajendran training in Gajwel to K. Chandrasekhar Rao. The nephew of Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao, Harish Rao, is leading in Siddipet. Itla this ball out of the park. If this is a semi-final, at this moment, 325 leads for the BJP.
Okay, we're predicting one more state. We can say now with some comfort that the BJP will form the government in Jaipur. Rajasthan's reverse of governments changing every 5 years will be maintained. The BJP now a comfortable 40, almost 50 seats ahead of the Congress. We can say with some comfort that the BJP will form the next government in Jaipur. So BJP forming a government in Jaipur, BJP forming a government in Bhopal, Congress set to form a government in Hyderabad. It is Chhattisgarh where the issue, as Rahul showed with that margin calculator, is still up in the air. Lots of seats still under 500 and the margin between the two leaders in single digits. Let's go to Nagarjun Dwarkanath, who's joining us from Hyderabad. Nagarjun, as always, knew where the winner was, and he's been at Revant Reddy's house over the last few days. Nagarjun, you seem to pick the winner, whether it's in Karnataka or in Hyderabad. You know where the winner is. Where is Revant Kadu?
Rajdeep, could you please repeat the question? It's too loud. We are unable to hear you. Can you please repeat the question?
My question is very simple. What is it that, how is it that you managed to find yourself always with the winner? I remember about 6 months ago, you were outside Siddharamaia's residence. This time you're outside Revant Reddy. Is it a done deal that only Revant will now be the chief minister? And why, did you have some inkling right from the beginning?
Helps to be a pilot.
Rajdeep, in fact, when I moved to Hyderabad in September, it was clear-cut the cadres were behind Revant Reddy, and also when you have off-record chat with him, you know the way leader is thinking, you know the confidence, that where the confidence is coming from and the strategy they're doing. In fact, I've met all the three parties here, but it was Revant Reddy who had all the confidence within the Congress party that I kept asking him, how do you manage to get 19 to 60? It's impossible because it should be a tsunami. And on ground, when we go to people, they are still undecided. What Revant Reddy used to, you have to look at it as a fresh elections. Everyone starts from 0 and not from 19. KCR is at 0, we are at 0. Both are starting afresh, and this is a fresh election. You can't carry forward the previous seat, is what he used to say. But look at the celebrations already. They have decided that he's going to be the chief minister, at least his followers. They're celebrating with crackers, they're celebrating with doles, flags at Revant Reddy's house. And of course, India Today is also here to cover all the color. And I'll try my best to get his interview first, like how we got Siddaramaiah, like how we got Mr. Basuraj Bommai.
So, Raman Singh is speaking to our correspondent in Raipur. I want to go across and see if we can catch that interview. Here it is.
पीएससी की भर्ती और महिलाओं के साथ जिस प्रकार का काम हुआ, जिस प्रकार घोषणा करके शराबबंदी की महिला को छल किया, ये उसका नतीजा है।
क्या लगता है आपको, कौन कौन से इश्यूज, करप्शन को आप पूरे 5 सालों तक उठाते रहे, बेरोजगारी को आप उठाते रहे, लेकिन गांवों में जैसा कहा जा रहा था कि कांग्रेस पार्टी अच्छा करेगी, ऐसा भी होता हुआ नहीं दिख रहा है। तो क्या लगता है आपको, कौन से इश्यूज हैं जो आपके फेवर में जिन्होंने काम किया?
गांव में और शहर में जबरदस्त रूप से भूपेश के खिलाफ आक्रोश था, उनकी नीतियों के खिलाफ आक्रोश था, उनके कार्य पद्धति के खिलाफ आक्रोश था, और उसको आज जो रुझान दिख रहा है वही उसका नतीजा है।
आपके पड़ोसी राज्य में भी जो भाजपा है वो अच्छा कर रही है, लगातार आप 5वीं बार मुख्यमंत्री बनने की तैयारी में है। शिवराज जी भी,
शिवराज जी को भी बधाई दूंगा, राजस्थान को भी सारे कार्यकर्ताओं को बधाई दूंगा। राजस्थान में, मध्य प्रदेश में, छत्तीसगढ़ में, तीनों जगह भारतीय जनता पार्टी का परचम लहरा रहा है। इसका यदि क्रेडिट एक लाइन में दूं, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की योजनाएं, प्रधानमंत्री जी की गारंटी और नरेंद्र मोदी जी और माननीय अमित शाह जी ने, माननीय प्रदेश राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी ने, जिस प्रकार नड्डा जी ने मेहनत किया, उसका नतीजा तीनों राज्यों का रिजल्ट है।
सस्ता सिलेंडर देना और जो मैदारी योजना है, आपको लगता है कि ये सब चीजें भी लोगों में गई और इनका फायदा मिला आपको?
निश्चित रूप से महिलाओं के लिए 12,000 के देने की योजना का असर हुआ, और किसानों को 31 रुपए में धान खरीदी का वादा और 2 साल का बोनस।
मेरे सामने मिठाई रखी हुई है, मैं जाऊंगा, मेरे कैमरा पर्सन दिखाएं। आपको खिलाएगा आला कमान और दोबारा से मुख्यमंत्री पद से आसीन करेगा? 15 साल आप रहे।
मुख्यमंत्री बीजेपी का बनेगा, ये तय हो चुका है। कौन बनेगा ये चेहरा विधायक दल तय करेगा।
कब होगी बैठक?
आज हमारे वरिष्ठ नेता आएंगे शाम को और एक बार बैठ के चर्चा करेंगे।
धन्यवाद हमसे बात करने के लिए। ये थे डॉक्टर रमन सिंह।
You have to.
That's Chief Minister Raman Singh. 47 leads for the BJP, 41 for the Congress. I want to walk across to the election intelligence dashboard and give our viewers a sense of whether Chhattisgarh is settling in or could there be a twist in the tail. If BJP wins Chhattisgarh, it's 3-1. In the heartland, it's 3-0. That's a big win for the BJP. So it's Chhattisgarh which will determine whether the match ends in a 2-2 draw or it ends in a big victory. And the margin calculator is very important in determining where things stand at this moment. In the live data feed that we are getting, there are 63 seats at this moment where the margin between the winner and the runner-up is less than 500 votes. The BJP is leading on 31.
Super over. You and I want one super over, given the way the other three elections have gone, where we predicted who's forming a government in Hyderabad, in Bhopal, and in Jaipur. But in Raipur, I think all bets are off. And remember, others are now two. One of them is Hamar, I'm told. That's the Adivasi party, which is leading in one. The other one is BSP. So what you have possibly in Chhattisgarh is, we've been talking about resorts and post-poll politics. I don't think many people expected that Chhattisgarh would throw it. Most people thought Rajasthan. I think that's where the polls have gone wrong. But Chhattisgarh is a tightly contested fight, except for 2018. Go back to 2003. Every election in Chhattisgarh, vote shares between parties have been within the margin of error of 3%. So you could see either of these two sides emerging victorious at the moment. The BJP looks in pole position, and I still think that
वो एड याद है पहले इस्तेमाल करें फिर विश्वास करें उसी की तरह when you buy expensive perfume और फिर आपको उसकी fragrance पसंद नहीं आती that's why the Bella Vita tester pack हम लाए हैं पूरी perfume shop आपके घर में इसमें है 10 perfumes all the best sellers of Bella Vita आप जब ये पैक ट्राई करेंगे I'm sure उसमें से आपको 2 या 3 fragrances जरूर पसंद आएंगी so all the fragrances you like upgrade to the 100 ml try all the Bella Vita perfumes at just rupees 399
to the north. Come now to 2023, where there's been a saffron surge in Chhattisgarh, a big pushback against the kind of dominance the Congress had. The Congress clearly took their position for granted, thought Chhattisgarh was in the bag. The BJP in Chhattisgarh at this moment seems to have snatched victory from the jaws of defeat. 49 versus 39. The BJP is engineering an election marvel at this moment in Chhattisgarh. This is election magic from a BJP perspective, Raj.
No, I think, Rahul, it's a complete wave in that region. Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh. It's a complete wave, and I don't see Congress forming government unless they have 48, 49, 50 in Chhattisgarh, because the others are not going to back Bhupesh Baghel at all. This is the thing. And I think there is a very strong it's a pro-Modi, pro-Hindutva, pro-Ram Mandir kind of wave, because it was not visible in the ground as such.
No, I think it is actually a belief that the BJP is a better organized party than the Congress.
Yeah.
Elections are increasingly about last mile organization and micromanagement.
Who played better cricket? It's like sometimes, it's like they just played better cricket.
That's right. No, and Rahul used the Australia analogy. The Australia analogy, when they played the final, they prepared for all conditions. They chose, they had the right people at the right moment. Pat Cummins knew when to slow down the game. You put Travis Head at the top. I think the BJP is a part. One thing we don't. No, 1 minute. No, one thing you don't realize about the BJP, and this is the problem with a lot of people. There is an election machine that works right down. I think Jaivir put it well. They are willing to be flexible. They realized that perhaps things were not going so well in Chhattisgarh a few months ago. They made those course corrections.
I'm willing to bet that somewhere in the BJP office, in the top echelons, this week they will have a meeting on Telangana 2024.
And they will hope with these numbers. A police officer just sent me a message saying, look, BJP will hope with BRS out of the picture seemingly, they will start occupying that space. Because the moment the Congress is in power, the Congress will now see Telangana as an ATM. And then you will, the BJP will try and capitalize on that.
Because the BJP always finds it easier to take on the Congress rather than a regional party.
That's right.
I want to argue about one point. Yes. He talks about Ram Mandir. With due respect, where was Ram Mandir an issue in this election in Madhya Pradesh?
Mr. Ashok Malik, in every public meeting, Prime Minister spoke about it.
No, but where was it a contested issue?
And a lot of
No.
Look at the ground. As reporters, we don't like to. I'm just telling you. No,
I'm not suggesting Ram Mandir.
Katha watchers were out on the ground, and they were all kind of this thing. This campaign was very much there.
In Rajasthan, yes, Mr. Malik, not in Madhya Pradesh.
But in Rajasthan, yes.
Not in Madhya Pradesh.
There were some pundits in our studio, some of them outside, who when the initial trends were coming were talking about how great a day today is going to be for Rahul Gandhi and how This is the comeback of Rahul Gandhi in the Bharat Jodo Yatra. I mean, if this is the data that holds, it doesn't really show Rahul Gandhi, Rajdeep in very good light. I
It
mean,
shows
because
there's a
initially all
wave.
the
No, one minute.
yeah, because everybody was making it Rahul Gandhi ne aisa kar diya, waisa kar diya. Now what?
Because Rahul, there is a wave.
No,
See,
1 minute.
the
It's not-
welfareism was bashed by Ashok
There is-
Gehlot and Bhupesh Baghel. So welfareism is not a, a kind
Now,
of...
if it goes earlier, all of you were saying, "Oh, Rahul Gandhi's done this, done that. His credibility is much higher post the Bharat Jodo Yatra." Now what happened?
No, 1 minute. Can I just make this point that Rahul Gandhi, Bharat Jodo Yatra, is working south of the Vindhyas, where the Congress organization is already well established, and the Congress is the principal challenger either to the regional party or the BJP. He has not offered any narrative. Let me finish. He has not offered any narrative which can shake up the Hindi heartland, where clearly Mr. Modi is Neta number one.
No, but 2 hours ago, the narrative in this studio was different.
No, not
everybody
at all.
was talking about how great a job Rahul Gandhi has done. Now it's a big victory for Rahul Gandhi.
You see, Rahul, I'm saying that Rahul Gandhi is this thing of Mohabbat ki dukaan has not clicked. वो दुकान बंद हो गई.
आप तो सुबह बोल रहे थे click कर गई.
No, the results have proved otherwise.
That's what I'm saying. No, that's the problem with pop punditry.
No, it's not panditry. It's, you see, the thing was not when Prime Minister Modi was talking about, Ram temple issue, people thought it's not an issue, it's not finding traction. It shows that it has found traction. When Katha watchers are going town to town, city to city, village to village.
You can't say Madhya
Rahul,
Pradesh.
I don't think this election has anything to do with Ram Mandir or Hindutva. State elections are fought distinctively on local issues based on the quality sometimes of your local leadership, your organization of elections, your last mile connectivity. I have been saying this for the longest time that the Congress on all these fronts is weak in the Hindi
But
heartland.
Rajdeep, in a
And it's not just doing one Bharat Jodo Yatra is not going to repair the damage organizationally that you've had over 20 years in the Hindi heartland. On the other hand, just a minute, sir. Because let's be fair, in the southern part, we make sweeping statements either way. There are nuanced statements to be made. In the Hindi heartland, for the last 20 years, the BJP has been the dominant party. The Congress is organizationally weak. You can't recover it with one yatra. On the other hand, in South India, the Congress is organizationally more robust.
Come on, in Telangana they hardly had an organization before Karnataka. A lot of us have put together now.
No, you can't.
The point I'm making. Because
Rahul, you can't have it both ways and say South India, I will give no credit to the Congress, but I give all the credit to the BJP in the Hindi heartland. I am giving all the credit to the BJP in the Hindi heartland. I am giving credit to the Congress.
You are misrepresenting what I'm saying. The point I'm making is that if they won in Telangana, it's because there was massive anti-incumbency against the state government.
It was not a pro-Congress
It's not as if our pundits sitting on one side were making it seem as if Rahul Gandhi's led the party to power in Telangana. Here's what's happening at the BJP headquarters. Let's take a look at the images over there.
I don't know why.
In Bhopal, Ashwini Vaishnav, the Union Telecom and IT Minister, he played a big role. This was one of his big Sangathan responsibilities.
He and Bhupendra Yadav.
He's been in Madhya Pradesh for a very long while. It's a big victory. 157 leads. Make no mistake, the biggest victory of all today is in Madhya Pradesh. And the reason for that is you are up against 4 terms of anti-incumbency. From there, for the Bharatiya Janata Party to pick up 157 seats is a phenomenal achievement that you simply cannot take away. The BJP, they're celebrating at its office. Ashwini Vaishnav, he's seen largely as a technocrat, suave minister. He's really been put out there in an attempt to try and up his organizational skills as well, given a tough challenge. This is Jyotiraditya Scindia. Lots was being said again about problems in integration. You can see the relief writ large on his face in Gwalior Chambal. I'll take you through those numbers. In Gwalior Chambal, the Bharatiya Janata Party has done very well, and that would give a lot of hope and a lot of respite to Jyotiraditya Scindia, who really was up against it if the party had not done well in Gwalior Chambal. In Gwalior Chambal, the BJP, in fact, 19 seats up from the last elections. In Bagelkhand, down 2, Bhopal up 1, Bundelkhand up 4. The biggest gains are coming from the Gwalior Chambal belt of Jyotiraditya Scindia, where the BJP is up 19. In Mahakaushal, they're up 15. In Malwa, they're up 17. In Nimar, they're up 4. The BJP really, Rajdeep, hitting it out of the park and making electoral history in Madhya Pradesh. So many terms of anti-incumbency when you're up against this, to get this verdict is a phenomenal achievement.
It shows that after Gujarat, possibly after Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh is going to be the next BJP dominant state, because you're going back to 2013 where the BJP had swept the state. And after the comeback that the Congress made in 2018, to be back to square one in a two-party state suggests to me BJP on the march in Madhya Pradesh. And remember, there are 29 seats in Madhya Pradesh Lok Sabha, 11 seats in Chhattisgarh. Add the two with these numbers and what you've had in Gujarat.
Let's listen to Ashwini
BJP
Vaishnav.
all the way.
सरकार ने काम किया है डबल इंजन कार के प्रति जो जन जन का विश्वास है, मोदी जी के नेतृत्व के प्रति जो जन जन का विश्वास है, और जिस तरह से शिवराज जी की परफॉर्मेंस रही, काम हुआ है, उसके आज परिणाम सबके सामने है। संगठन ने जो काम किया उसके परिणाम सबके सामने है। बहुत अच्छी जीत है। मध्य प्रदेश की जनता को सबको बधाई।
सर, राजस्थान और छत्तीसगढ़ में भी लीड मिल रही है सबको लेकर। Okay, that's Ashwini Vaishnav. His talk in the internal BJP circles, Ashok Malik will also go up because he's largely seen as a technocrat kind of guy to now help the BJP.
He's held the organizational reins for an election and delivered.
It's also interesting how they upskill their own resources. So you don't want to present him only as a technocrat.
He's sitting in Delhi, you send him out there and he's had to work hard, he's delivered. There's one point I'd like to make. We talk about Rahul Gandhi, Narendra Modi, individuals. And of course, individuals do matter, I'm not denying that. But there is something to be said about the party organization as well. In Chhattisgarh, the Congress is finding it difficult to defend a one-term government. In Madhya Pradesh, the BJP has defended a 20-year government and reinvented itself in a sense, because this election campaign in Madhya Pradesh has been very different from the last one.
You know, I think, and particularly let's look at the last 5 years. You've had 2 years of COVID. When Shivraj Singh Chauhan took office, COVID had just a lockdown had been declared. So they had 2 very difficult years. You come out of those 2 very difficult years and you're virtually facing a fresh election. So I think all credit to Shivraj Singh Chauhan.
And Chhattisgarh is also settling. Chhattisgarh, which for a while seemed tight, ladies and gentlemen, Chhattisgarh seems to be settling in favor of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Let me take you through the numbers for Chhattisgarh. In Chhattisgarh, the BJP now has 51 leads, the Congress has 36. Let me take you through what the seat share numbers in Chhattisgarh are looking like and what the new assembly in Chhattisgarh could look like. From a Congress wave in 2018, the BJP now coming back very strong, 36 seats up from the last time. If we look at some of the regions of Chhattisgarh and take you through how the party has done, it's often said the power map of Chhattisgarh really comes through Bastar, where the BJP is leading on 8, up 7 from the last time, the Congress only on 3. These were the seats where elections were held in the first phase. If I look only at the first phase, just for what it's worth, if I look only at the first phase of Chhattisgarh and show you the seat share in the first phase in Chhattisgarh, 11 wins, leads for the BJP, 8 for the Congress in Chhattisgarh. And if I look at the overall picture, if all these 638 seats are added up, the BJP 328, the Congress only 239, the BJP really hitting it out of the park in the semi-finals in a head-on-head fight against the Congress.
No, I think what you've got therefore is now a scenario where you've got 3 fault lines. One, old versus new electioneering. The BJP does new age electioneering. The Congress does old age electioneering.
In some places, they're also doing new age.
Where they're doing it, like they did in Telangana, they've been reasonably successful. You've got the BJP more willing to effect a generational change. The Congress less willing to effect a generational change. And in my view, you've got a clear north-south divide in this country. North of the Vindhyas, the BJP today is a real machine. You can call it a wave, you can use whatever terminology, it's a machine. South of the Vindhyas, I would say the Congress, on the other hand, is recovering some of its lost ground. So I think you've got to see this in the larger context. But remember, India has only 135 seats south of the Vindhyas. It has more than 200 seats north of the Vindhyas.
I'd just like to take one point you made about the generational change. My sense is we may be looking at a situation where the BJP gets 3 first-time chief ministers and builds a team for the 2030, for the 2030 milestone rather than for now.
So who do you think could be?
I don't know. I don't have names.
But Mr. Malik,
I just please call me Ashok. I don't think the BJP would want to repeat the mistake that the Congress made in 2018 when it went back in time for chief ministers rather than empowered Scindia and Rajesh and Sachin Pilot, which would have given it at least talking points for the Lok Sabha election.
But Alok, if you look
Yeah,
at
this is the pilot India. Your point is very valid, but they did appoint, Bhupesh Baghel, relatively younger face,
And they
coming
did
from OBC
relatively
background,
better.
with no results. That's what I'm saying. This is a wave election.
This is not a wave. This is
a
not-
wave.
I don't think this is a wave, but Congress relies a lot on unforced errors. They feel like BJP will make a mistake and will somehow win. And the BJP rarely
No, but
makes-
BJP doesn't make
they
mistakes.
don't make mistakes.
They're
Usually.
trying.
Sometimes it can happen.
No, if you think of
In
it as
Karnataka-
cricket, you really have to play much better than the BJP to win.
Yeah.
If you're counting on the BJP making mistakes, you'll find very few of
Yes,
them.
Preeti.
You know, I
Yes, Preeti.
I remember, where the Chambal area was in Gwalior, I spent an evening with the cadre of the Congress. And one thing they said really struck home on what even Jayaveer said, on how they treat their own. And it's interesting because what they pointed out was, अगर कांग्रेस चाहती तो वो एक राज्यसभा सीट दिग्विजय सिंह के चाहते विवेक तनखा को नहीं, अगर ज्योतिरादित्य सिंधिया को दे देती, आज हमको ये नहीं देखना पड़ता ग्वालियर में. So on that account, and even if you heard Mr. Ashwini Vaishnav there, Alok, he did say that it is under the leadership of Shivraj Singh Chauhan. You had Jyotiraditya Scindia, who I spoke to, the eve of election, and he said, I'm fighting this election under Shivraj.
The fact is, to create a pro-incumbency wave is what the BJP has learned. And that's a challenge.
That's not a joke.
You're
That's just
in
performance.
power and you're asking people to vote for you again. So I think that's
they cannot be a pro-incumbency wave. It's just performance.
Yeah, so
I mean,
you're-
how can
you're
it be a
able to create-
pro-incumbency wave?
No, you're able to ensure that you...
If Shivraj Singh Chauhan gives 1,250 rupees to women, he clicks. If, the same thing Ashok Gehlot was doing or same thing Bhupesh Baghel was doing, a series of, welfareism, it doesn't work.
No, because
But Shivraj has been doing it for 15
Mr. Ashok Gehlot woke up
Yeah,
6 months
Shivraj
ago.
has been doing it
for
for
2
15
years, Ashok Gehlot versus Sachin Pilot was the running
Yeah,
theme
you're
of
on TV,
Rajasthan.
you're seeing-
I mean, you can't
you're
wake up.
seeing other-
I'll give you an
Can we go to Pooja Shali?
Yeah,
She's
sure.
at the residence of Shivraj Singh Chauhan in Bhopal. He has led the BJP in Madhya Pradesh to a historic victory. In governments ruled by the Congress, they're getting voted out after one term. To come back 4 times over is nothing less than a massive electoral performance. Pooja Shali is on the ground. Pooja, is Shivraj Singh Chauhan expecting to be Chief Minister once again?
Well, that's what here I can tell you maximum support for him is. And there are 2 reasons, Rahul, that people here are telling us in Bhopal. The reason for this thumping victory for the Bharatiya Janata Party. One, of course, Shivraj Singh Chauhan's welfare scheme on the ground, specifically for women and young girls. But 2, aggressive campaigning by the Bharatiya Janata Party, by Prime Minister Modi, by Home Minister Amit Shah till the last days when Congress likely could have become slightly light in their campaigning. The BJP was in full-on mode till the last day. Let's talk and get a quick check because I'm expecting the Chief Minister to likely address in some time. We're waiting for that confirmation now. I want to also add here quickly, Rahul. I spoke to Sadhana Singh Chauhan, the wife of Shivraj Singh Chauhan, who's of course now going to become who's now the wife of the Chief Minister, likely for the 5th time. And she told me why she cannot speak on camera, but the joy knows no bound today for the Sadhana Singh as well, because she's watched her husband constantly fight it out and fight even when he was wanting to come back, retain the government. That's the perspective around. Let's get a quick word from the supporters here. क्या आपको लगता है क्यों रीजन है कि शिवराज सिंह चौहान और भारतीय जनता पार्टी इतने मार्जिन से फिर वापस आ रही है?
देखिए, क्या लाडली बहना, आज तक के देश के इतिहास में किसी भी भाई ने अपनी सगी बहन को भी रक्षाबंधन पे 100 रुपए से लेकर के 1000 रुपए दिए होंगे, लेकिन शिवराज सिंह चौहान देश के ऐसे पहले व्यक्ति हैं जिनने 1250 रुपए हर लाडली बहना के खाते में डाले हैं।
More than the usual Rakhi gift that is given to women.
ये आगे भी 1250 तक नहीं रुकने वाले, ये 3000 तक जाएंगे। ये मामा का कहना है हमारे।
लाडली बहना की स्कीम है और भी कोई, आपको क्या लगता है, बताइए क्या रीजन है?
लाडली बहना योजना चलाई, बहनों को पैसा दिलवावे और सारे निष्ठावान कार्यकर्ताओं का इसमें निरंतर सेवा दे करके ये इनको फतेह किया है।
ये चीज बताइए कि सिर्फ शिवराज सिंह चौहान का चेहरा है, अब बात अटकलें चल रही है, कोई और चेहरा भी आ सकता है। So now, Rahul, the support is for Mama Ji, who's also the brother, who's also, in many words, a father. He's become that figure, a figure who you can connect to as a local resident. Sir, आपने
युवाओं को जितना प्रभावित शिवराज जी ने किया है, क्योंकि स्वामी विवेकानंद जी कहते थे संगीनों के साए में असली आजादी।
Let's just go straight to our correspondent Piyush, who's with Ashwini Vaishnav at the moment.
लाडली
Also in
बहन
Bhopal.
योजना
Listen in.
क्या कारण
पूरा विश्वास था जीत का मध्य प्रदेश में डबल इंजन की सरकार पर जन जन का विश्वास है मोदी की गारंटी पर जन जन का विश्वास
एक ही राज्य में कई राज्यों में इस बार बीजेपी ने जो दावे किए थे वो पूरे होते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं।
बिल्कुल पूरे भारत में आज मोदी जी की गारंटी पर जन जन को विश्वास
सर, आपने ये न्यूज़ को बेहद ही करीब से देखा है, क्या वजह रही चुनावी लेकर आने
की गारंटी पर जन जन का भरोसा है।
क्या ना सिर्फ मध्य प्रदेश राजस्थान और कई जगह पर खास तौर पर
मध्य प्रदेश में, छत्तीसगढ़ में, राजस्थान में, पूरे देश में आज मोदी जी की गारंटी पर भारत का भरोसा है, जन जन का भरोसा है, जन जन का विश्वास है कि इस देश को मोदी जी ही विकसित भारत में ले जा सकते हैं, विकसित भारत बना सकते हैं। इसी गारंटी का आज ये रिजल्ट है और आप देखिएगा मोदी जी जितनी पिछली बार लोकसभा में सीटें थी उससे भी अधिक सीटों से वापस आई।
बाकी राज्यों में भी
Let's go straight across to Supriya Srinath, the Congress's national spokesperson, head of its social media cell, who joins us. Supriya Srinath, it's been a bad day in the office for the Congress. You are jubilant in Telangana, but you're being swept out across the Hindi heartland. You're even losing now Chhattisgarh. So it's clear it's 3-1. Srinath.
Thank you very much for having me on the show. And I will first begin with Telangana. It's important to talk about the positive news first. And I think wresting a state from a regional party 10 years after Telangana was formed is pretty historic for us. And the way we are winning Telangana, I think that's very, very encouraging. The fact that we are trouncing a regional party is big. That's a trend that one doesn't see very often. That's point number one. My own numbers and the numbers that I'm constantly seeing that we're getting internally tell us the tide will turn in Chhattisgarh. And I'm very reasonably confident about forming the government in Chhattisgarh. The margins could have been better,
The
yes,
tide is not turning. If anything, it's going towards the BJP in Chhattisgarh. The BJP is pulling ahead.
So I am coming to exactly the question you asked me. Have the patience to hear me out. Once I'm done, you can, of course, counter question me. The numbers will turn around in Chhattisgarh. You wait and watch. Yes, Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh, and particularly Madhya Pradesh, is deeply shocking, if I may, because I think the way we read the election and the kind of feedback that we're getting from the ground was very different from how Madhya Pradesh has turned around. So yes, Madhya Pradesh has been very disappointing. Rajasthan, I see a little bit of glimmer of hope, even though the numbers are not going to put us back in governance. I think the hope in Rajasthan is that each time we had contested an election as an incumbent, we were trounced to the low 20s or the 30s. I mean, here we are standing at about 66. That's not too bad, and I think that gives us some room for solace as far as Rajasthan is concerned.
Clutching at straws.
We have traditionally been trounced.
Ma'am, with due regard, you're clutching at straws. I had Jaiveer Shergill, your former colleague, on the show, and he made an interesting point. He says the problem is the Congress takes victory in elections for granted. It doesn't contest elections except for Telangana in a new way. Micromanagement, last mile connectivity. You missed that. You took Madhya Pradesh for granted. You took Chhattisgarh for granted.
No. I don't think anybody in their right mind in any party, whether it's us or the BJP, can ever take an election for granted. I don't think anybody can put their feet up and say that the election is long over before it's over. And when you lose, there are multiple reasons that will be attributed to it. I think there was a spirited campaign that was put up in almost all the states that we contested election in. Yes, we haven't won in some of the states that you've mentioned, whether it's Madhya Pradesh or Rajasthan. I continue to be very hopeful about things turning around in Chhattisgarh. Could things have been better? Absolutely. Do we need to learn our lessons? Absolutely. But clutching at straws and things like that, I think it's headlines.
What are the lessons? What are the lessons then who's accountable? You see, the Congress, ma'am, with due regard, is full of platitudes. What are the lessons? What are the lessons? Who is accountable? You keep going back to the same figures. You don't effect generational change, and you pay the price.
No, I don't think so. I think, all of you said regional leadership should be empowered. They were hugely empowered. Now, what should we do? We should hang them upside down because they haven't been able to deliver. I think, we read the mood wrong, perhaps in Madhya Pradesh. And I think in Madhya Pradesh, maybe the regional schemes of Shivraj Singh Chauhan has put him back in the driver's seat. Maybe we underestimated the power of something like a Ladli Yojana, which was an ongoing scheme. What we were promising
But you didn't misread the mood only in Madhya Pradesh. I'm sorry. If the BJP wins in Chhattisgarh, 53 leads at this moment, up 38 from the last time, you've massively misread the mood in Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh. In any fight where it's BJP versus Congress, you're being pounded.
No.
This is not, when you're saying you hope to turn it around, ma'am, you're not clutching at straws, you're clutching at thin air.
But I do believe that we will turn it around in Chhattisgarh. So should I come to your channel and not say that? I do believe we will turn it around in Chhattisgarh. Yes, Rajasthan has been disappointing, but I'm at least hopeful of the fact that we have not been trounced the way we were when we were incumbents the last time around, and which is why I do believe that our schemes have
half of the BJP in Rajasthan. BJP is at 120, the Congress is at 630, 63. You're saying you haven't been trounced. I mean, how else does somebody get trounced? 121 versus 62, you're roughly half of where they are.
I will tell you how else. Rahul Kanwal, if you hear me out, you will see the reason and why I see hope in Rajasthan and why do I believe there is a glimmer of hope. Because the last time around, in the last few decades, when we have been incumbents and we have gone to sort another mandate, we have been very badly trounced. I think compared to that, these numbers are encouraging. That's what I'm trying to say. It's not rocket science that nobody's trying to understand. We take the verdict with...
Ma'am, may I press you on that? Why is it that when you have incumbent governments, you have not been able to repeat it? Even in Karnataka in 2013, in 2018, you were not able to do that. It seems that once the Congress comes to power, they don't seem to know how to handle power and create a pro-incumbency mood. The BJP has done that successfully now in state after state, especially in the Hindi heartland.
I think the one big lesson that all our governments will have to learn, whichever government we form next and whichever elections we win next, will have to be that when you do your work, you have to spend more time communicating it to people. I think we fall short there. I don't think we are as good as marketing as the BJP is. And that's a lesson we should learn from the BJP. We do good work and we presume that the people are beneficiaries and they are going to vote you back. So I think that's a lesson that we have to learn. And I'm saying it with all humility. It's a lesson we have to learn. If you're doing good work,
what's the lesson that you've learned from a Jyotiraditya Scindia and with what went down? Because look at what's gone down in Chambal. It's a complete washout for the Congress, which you came back so strongly in 2018. What's the lesson on Jyotiraditya Scindia? Now do you admit you mishandled the situation?
What is the lesson I can...
You're facing a rout in the Chambal region,
I can learn from somebody who quit the Congress and joined the BJP? No, I'm answering your question. What is the lesson I can learn from somebody who quit the Congress and joined the BJP? Is there a lesson I can learn from him? I don't think so. I mean, what is the lesson I learned from a man who does an ideological somersault? I think there is something called political ideology. His political ideology and ours do not match. So what lesson can I learn
from him? In a state where you've practically snatched defeat from the hands of victory, or the jaws of victory, that is what is being said in Madhya Pradesh. We spoke to your leaders. Most of them turned around and said, "Hame janta jita rahi hai." You can't rely on the janta without really having a cohesive narrative, Supriya Shene.
The Congress at this moment is half the BJP in Madhya Pradesh, half the BJP in Rajasthan. And the BJP is settling into a very comfortable lead in Chhattisgarh as well. We're getting some visuals from Bhopal, Rajdeep. These are visuals of a historic victory. Shivraj Singh Chauhan there, one amongst the masses with the BJP workers, celebrating one of the most historic victories, because till a few weeks ago, the BJP was actually trailing in their own internal surveys. From there, to turn it around and to script election magic, the Congress taking their position for granted, that's the BJP's post today. देश में एक ही guarantee चलती है, वो है मोदी की guarantee. And make no mistake, the biggest hero at this moment in terms of asserting once again his command and connect with the Indian voter, Prime Minister Narendra Modi. 55 leads now for the Bharatiya Janata Party in Chhattisgarh. It's not a tight fight. Supriya Shrineth was saying, oh, we hope to turn it around. If it's 55 versus 32, it's game, set and match BJP.
We are back to 2013. In these very states, this was exactly what happened in 2013 when the BJP swept these states. So you're back a decade ago. Number two, since then, 2014, Mr. Modi takes over. 9 years now in power. Mr. Modi only amplifies the BJP's appeal in the Hindi heartland. It makes the BJP the most dominant force in 2023. I think these results, in a way, have virtually settled what happens in 2024. It will now require a miracle for the India alliance to recover from this, because the Congress, which was at the heart of that alliance, will now be demoralized in the Hindi heartland. They will have to rely on southern India. Southern India doesn't have the number of seats. It will also mean the regional players like the Mamata Banerjees and all will demand more from the Congress. We don't know what the Aam Aadmi Party, how that equation will work with the Congress. At the moment, with these results, Narendra Modi, the double engine. You didn't answer my question, who's Modi and who's Amit Shah in our double engine. But it's clear that...
What do you want to be?
No, I don't want to be either. I want to be Sachin Tendulkar, but that's another story. But the fact is, at the moment, I think you've got Narendra Modi as your mascot. You've got a strong organization led by Mr. Shah. He played a big role in Madhya Pradesh in particular. And you've got a sense of a political ideology that fits in with the dominant ideology of the Hindi heartland. The Congress is not able to combat them on leadership, on ideology and narratives and organization when it comes to the Hindi heartland. I think Supriya Shrineth should accept that.
And I think the narrative thing is it's not like the Ram Mandir worked or it's like that one thing worked. There needs to be a narrative. What do you stand for? And I think this whole thing of nationalism, whether it's Chandrayaan, whether it's G20, whatever it is, there is a certain nationalism, bring India to the world stage. It seems to be working in the north. The Congress came, the Bharat Yatra, inclusivity. I guess Mohabbat Ki Dukaan is also kind of like an inclusivity. The India Alliance is also kind of like an inclusivity. But it's not very clear that what kind of inclusivity is it? It just means everybody stands on stage together. It just means everybody gangs up and defeats the BJP. Is there inclusivity to defeat the BJP? Or is it something else? And I think it's not clicking in the north at all for people. And it should have clicked in a big wave to have any chance in 24, where you're going to have your master hitter, Narendra Modi, in the Lok Sabha election.
No,
what chutney making of the Congress going to happen then?
No, even in South India, I mean, Razi spoke about a different narrative in North and different narrative south of the Vindhyas. Even south of the Vindhyas, my sense is that the BJP will now sit together to look both at Karnataka and Telangana. These are two states where the BJP would hope to make gains in April 2024.
RP Singh joins us. Massive victory for the BJP in Madhya Pradesh. A massive victory now for the BJP in Rajasthan as well. And a huge victory in Chhattisgarh. It also shows once again how disconnected the Congress leadership was in the Hindi heartland to think that they had Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh in their pocket. Just to take things for granted, take things casually, assume that you've already won before you actually have. That is just foolhardy. And that too, when you're up against the most formidable election modern day politics in India has seen. You cannot take anything for granted. They took it for granted and they've now been smashed to smithereens in the Hindi heartland. Massive victories in Madhya Pradesh. Massive victories now in Chhattisgarh. Rajdeep was hoping for a super over. You were quite convinced Rajdeep was going to go down to the wire. 55 versus 32. This is nowhere close to a super over.
I think what it has shown is the voters, unlike us in the studio, do not share our excitement at a super over. They don't want that. I think you're seeing in state after state, voters have consciously chosen one side or the other. In 3 of the 4 states, if I may say so, the incumbent government is being voted out. In Rajasthan, in Chhattisgarh and Telangana, the incumbent government is being voted out, which makes Shivraj's and the BJP's achievement in Madhya Pradesh all the more greater. See what happened even earlier. Except for Gujarat, you saw it in the last 9 months, Himachal Pradesh and in Karnataka, incumbent government voted out. The BJP is the only party which in Uttarakhand, Goa, Uttar Pradesh and now Madhya Pradesh has arrested this anti-incumbency against their government. And I think you've got to give them credit for the way they run their governments in the North Indian states. They've managed to create a certain connect, which means that even after 5 years in power, they're able to win. So I think that makes it, because the last 5 years, Rahul, have been tough. 2 years of COVID,
So let's
Governments have struggled.
Nabila Jamal joins us from the BJP office in Jaipur. 109 out of 199. This is not a tight fight. This is a massive mandate in favor of the BJP and against the magician Ashok Gehlot. Lots of people, including some here, were hoping that he'd be able to spring some kind of magic. That hasn't happened. The magician has been vanquished. Nabila Jamal, what's happening at the BJP offices in Jaipur? We can see those images of the BJP office in Jaipur, a saffron surge across the state. The BJP with a 60% strike rate in Rajasthan. The Congress's strike rate only 32%. The BJP close to double where the Congress is. In Rajasthan, also in Madhya Pradesh, solidifying now its lead in Chhattisgarh. This is a big victory for Prime Minister Modi, for the BJP, organizationally, for the likes of Amit Shah, the Home Minister, who micromanaged the campaign in Madhya Pradesh and has led the BJP to this massive historic victory. Look at some of the images that we are getting. The BJP is dancing. If it's 3-0 in the Hindi heartland, that becomes then the big story. The Congress did win Telangana, but Telangana is a part of the story, the larger national picture. 2024 looks quite assured from the BJP's perspective. Their cadre, their leadership will be that much more enthused. Rahul Verma, what impact could these numbers have on the battle for 2024?
As we have been arguing that, BJP did really well in Northwest India in 2019. And if they want to be anywhere close to that number between 272 and 300, they have to repeat that performance in this part of the country because South, it seems, is out of bounds for BJP still. They may hold on to what they had in Telangana, gain a seat or two, and would be tough to hold on to Karnataka, the number they had in 2019. So unless they do perform similarly in Northwest, it would be difficult to cross the 270-280 mark. Now, with this kind of performance, I think BJP is sitting in a much sweeter spot than it was 5 years ago and a couple of months ago. And the road for Congress has become very, very difficult now.
Not just the road for Congress, the India Alliance. This whole India Alliance that was created was premised on the fact that you can create this large coalition against the BJP, and that purely in terms of arithmetic will work. Arithmetic doesn't work without chemistry. The India Alliance will suffer for the lack of chemistry, and an alliance never works, Rahul, without a strong center or a magnet. If you recall, past alliances that have worked had a strong magnet. The Congress was still a 150-200 MP party when they won in 2004 and 2009. Now it's shrunk to a 51-member party. And with these results, what's clear is the Congress's recovery in Hindi heartland is a long way away. Delhi Durast, we have to say.
But on the contrary, Rajdeep, there are many leaders from the India Alliance parties who will be very happy today because they were thinking that the Congress was overconfident and taking on the role of the big brother where they hadn't quite earned it.
So Nabila Jamal is with us from the BJP offices in Jaipur. Let's go across to Nabila and try and capture the celebration, because the big story at the moment is this massive BJP win in the Hindi heartland. Nabila Jamal is in Jaipur. Nabila, explain what's happening around you. Can you hear me, Nabila? There's so much noise, I think, behind where she is. I'm not 100% certain that she can hear us. The BJP supporters are dancing in Jaipur. The polls predicted that it might be tighter than it is, 119 versus 64. BJP hitting it out of the park at the Savai Madhopur, hitting it out of the park in Bhopal, also in Chhattisgarh now, up 40 from the last time. Go for it, Nabila.
In front of the BJP office here in Jaipur. I'm sorry, it's really loud and I'm unable to hear you. But these are the visuals that are currently playing out outside the BJP office in Jaipur. There's Gajendra Singh Shekhawat who's right inside. But this is really a moment of immense joy for people here in Rajasthan because they knew very surely enough, Modi is the face. As much as I asked them about who's the CM face here in Rajasthan for the BJP, they say they don't care. They want Modi to come to power here in Rajasthan. So it's all Modi. Let me find out from them. आपको कौन Chief Minister
ये जीत उस दलित
बच्ची की चीख की जीत है, जिन्होंने दलितों के बच्चियों को भट्टी में डालकर जलाया। ये जीत कुछ कन्हैया लाल की गर्दन काटने के राष्ट्रवाद की जीत है।
की जीत है?
ये जीत उस कन्हैया लाल की जिन्होंने राष्ट्रवाद के नाम पे गला काटा था, उसकी बदुआ की जीत है। ये जीत उस महिला शोषण की जीत है।
Kanhaiya Kumar who was beheaded here in Rajasthan. That's something that many of the BJP leaders are netas here are referring to, saying this is the real face of the Congress and they should be decimated. आप क्यों बोलते हो कि गहलोत क्यों हार गया?
महिलाओं को लेकर जो हुआ है ना राजस्थान,
क्या हुआ है? महिला के
साथ में बहन बेटियों का बलात्कार कर करके घूम रही है। ऐसा रास्ता आकर राजस्थान पेपर लीक में नंबर राजस्थान युवाओं के भविष्य से।
As we know that in 2022 Rajasthan is said to be the worst when it comes to women's safety. The most number of rapes that happened in Rajasthan in 2022.
महिलाओं पर अत्याचार नहीं सहेगा राजस्थान। महिलाओं पर अत्याचार
नहीं सहेगा राजस्थान।
महिलाओं पर अत्याचार।
आप कौन यहाँ पर चीफ मुख्यमंत्री कौन चाहते हो?
जो हमारा हाईकमान तय करेगा वो हमें
हाईकमान तय करेगा। मुख्यमंत्री कौन चाहते हो?
जो वसुंधरा राजे जी।
वसुंधरा राजे, इधर आइए। वसुंधरा राजे क्यों चाहते हो?
वसुंधरा राजे जी इसलिए चाहते हैं कि महिलाओं को आगे बढ़ाने में हर तरह से वसुंधरा राजे जी ने महिलाओं को बहुत आगे बढ़ाया है। शुरू से ही महिलाओं के लिए बहुत पहले भी काम किया है, आज भी करेंगी और आज महिलाओं में बहुत उत्साह है।
वसुंधरा राजे को हमने ज्यादातर नहीं देखा है उधर के काम करते हुए।
वसुंधरा राजे जी ने वसुंधरा राजे जी के काम से महिलाएं सारी संतुष्ट हैं।
आप कौन चाहते हो मुख्यमंत्री?
जी
मुख्यमंत्री कौन चाहते हो?
हम मुख्यमंत्री वसुंधरा राजे जी को ही चाहते हैं।
अच्छा, so you have a whole bunch of women here who want Vasundhara Raje as the chief minister, but we know that Vasundhara Raje is still in her home. As much as she would like to celebrate, we see her supporters here who are gathered in numbers celebrating the victory.
जैसे हमारे लिए राम अध्यक्ष शक्ति है, वैसे मोदी हमारे लिए राम है, राम है, राम।
अच्छा, तो मोदी के नाम पे या वसुंधरा के नाम पे?
मोदी के नाम पे।
मोदी के नाम पे या वसुंधरा के नाम पे?
Mr. Modi, the chants of Modi, Modi all over Rajasthan. So whoever becomes chief minister, the fact is that decision will be taken by Prime Minister Modi. He is the man of the moment for the BJP across the Hindi heartland, powering that double engine as the BJP calls it. Joining me now is Sumi Rajappan. She's from Raipur, where a real turnaround. We'll join her in a moment. But yes, who will become chief minister of Rajasthan? Now, I'm putting you on the.
I'll just give you the names. I'll give you the names. Baba Balaknath, sitting MP from Alwar, a counter to a Yogi Adityanath, self-styled, a yogi, campaigned with the bulldozer. Number one. Number two, Bhupendra Yadav, close to Amit Shah. Om Birla, the current speaker, is another contender, if I would think. Diya Kumari, you interviewed Diya Kumari. They're trying to style her right next to Vasundhara Raje. So that could be an option. Gajendra Shekhawat has always fancied his chances. CP Joshi, who's now the party president, sitting MP from Chittorgarh. He also fancies his chances. So a number of
Rajendra Rathod.
Rajendra Rathod is trailing right now. If he doesn't win his seat of Taranagar, then
leading now.
He's leading now. Okay. Then Rajyavardhan Rathod, I believe, is out because
Rajendra Rathod, party,
the opposition leader, the leader of opposition, is another.
So they've got lots of names.
Lots of names.
At 116, are we now safely saying it will be someone other than Vasundhara? Your sense of the BJP, Ashok Malik, if they use these occasions to effect a generational change?
My sense is Mr. Modi won in 2014 with a certain agenda, a certain generation for 10 years. In 2024, the BJP does need a refresh. Okay. It's the favorite to win, but it needs a refresh for 2030.
Who do you think is the contender?
I don't have names. Only Mr. Modi knows, or Mr. Amit Shah knows. Let them decide. Let me not guess.
I think whoever we think it won't be that person.
Just one sec. I think there will be new chief ministers in all three states.
Even Shivraj Singh will go, you think?
In my hunch is
Ashok has been saying this consistently. He believes there'll be a new chief minister there as well.
Nothing that dramatic. Nothing that dramatic. I think they will be some changes maybe, but the BJP also doesn't do something crazy or like game changer. It is sensible. It's still 5 months is 20 weeks to the next election.
Okay, there it is. There we are seeing. Meanwhile, what we know at the moment is that in Hyderabad, we are all set for a change in guard. The police has already started arriving at Revant Reddy's Jubilee Hills residence.
That's the DGP of police, Anjani Kumar, on Revant's left, and that is Sanjay Kumar Jain. So the two senior most officials of Telangana police greeting the person who could be the next chief minister of
So
Telangana.
are we very clear that it would be Revant Reddy, no one else? That
Pretty
it is
much.
only Revant all the way?
Pretty much. Just like in 2004, it was very clear that it would be YS Rajashekar Reddy if the Congress came to power. I think Revant has been the face of the campaign. The campaign songs of the Congress carried Revant Reddy's name. So in many senses, he was seen as the person who was leading the charge against KCR. And the day he filed his nomination from Kamareddy, it was certain that irrespective of the verdict of Kamareddy, where incidentally he is leading, he would be the chief minister.
I just want to go for a moment to Raipur because that's really been the turnaround. If all exit pollsters, you can go across exit pollsters. The one state that no exit pollster that I can recall picked up is the BJP will be solidly ahead of the Congress in Chhattisgarh. And that's exactly what's happened. Sumi Rajapan, to her credit, said it's going to be close. Sumi is not just close, the BJP is pulling ahead. Is there a sense that it's a done deal now? That the BJP will form the next government in Raipur? And if so, who will be the CM?
Yes, absolutely. In fact, celebrations are already taking place at the BJP headquarters. Dhol, naganas, everything has been out that were kept preserved till late at night yesterday. And in fact, the polls are out. We're witnessing colorful visuals here. People dancing and rejoicing. And I would still wait till 1 to congratulate all the folks at the BJP. But we're joined by Naresh Gupta, a BJP leader. कैसा लग रहा है आपको? कौन अब सीएम कौन बनेगा?
देखिए सीएम भारतीय जनता पार्टी का कार्यकर्ता ही बनेगा और सबसे बड़ी बात है कि भ्रष्टाचारियों का, समाज विरोधी लोगों का, भ्रष्ट लोगों का सफाया कर दिया। करने वाले, धर्मांतरण कराने वाले लोगों का इस प्रदेश की जनता ने सिरे से खारिज कर दिया, नकार दिया है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी की जीत जन सामान्य की जीत है, मोदी जी की जीत है, मोदी जी की पॉलिसीज की जीत है।
आपको नहीं लगता अभी 1 बजे तक इंतजार करना चाहिए?
1 बजे तक नहीं, ट्रेंड तो क्लियर सेट हो गया है, इसलिए हम
now go across to Pooja Shali, who's speaking to Jyotiraditya Scindia. Let's listen in.
जन सेवा के पथ पे चली है, उसे इस प्रचंड बहुमत मध्य प्रदेश की जनता ने दिया है। और इसका अगर श्रेय किसी को जाता है तो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को जाता है, हमारे दोनों मार्गदर्शक अमित शाह जी, जेपी नड्डा साहब को, और प्रदेश के अंदर हमारे पार्टी के अध्यक्ष वी शर्मा जी को और हमारे लोकप्रिय मुख्यमंत्री शिवराज सिंह चौहान जी को जाता है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी का एक एक कार्यकर्ता जिसने तन मन के साथ, खून पसीना के साथ इस पार्टी को संभाल लिया है, उन सभी को जाता है। सभी को मेरे दिल के गहराइयों से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और मध्य प्रदेश की जनता को दो मेरे तरफ से।
कांग्रेस कह रही है धर्म का कार्ड चला और बीजेपी कह रही है कि मोदी की गारंटी।
देखिए, कांग्रेस को थोड़ा स्पोर्ट्समैन स्पिरिट सीखना होगा। खेल के समय में जीत होती है, खेल के समय में हार होती है। जो जीतता है उसके गले में माला पड़े, जो हारे वो भी अपने दिल पर लेकर हार को स्वीकार करे। ये ईवीएम मशीन
हाँ
इनकी हो जाए, उनकी हो जाए, उनकी हो जाए।
और जनता का नतीजा हम स्वीकार करेंगे।
हमारे साथ मुख्यमंत्री को लेकर के सवाल उठता है।
मध्य प्रदेश में हमारे मुख्यमंत्री शिवराज सिंह चौहान जी उनके जनहितैषी नीतियों के आधार पर और प्रधानमंत्री जी के पूर्ण एक तरफा एक सोच विकास प्रगति के आधार पर प्रचंड बहुमत है।
बेहद खुश नजर आ रहे हैं।
आप खुश नजर नहीं आए तो आपकी खुशी भी देखेगी। तो चलिए
आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई इस खुशी के लिए, जैसे सोशल मीडिया पर ट्रेंड कर रहा है कि ये अकेला तत्पर बारी मोदी की गारंटी।
मोदी जी की गारंटी एक एक प्रदेश के लिए है, मोदी जी की गारंटी पूर्ण देश के लिए है और मध्य प्रदेश और देश को विश्व पटल पर उजागर करने की गारंटी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने।
Jyotiraditya Scindia, it's very nice to see how Jyotiraditya Scindia, Narendra Singh Tomar and Shivraj Singh Chauhan, all the senior BJP leaders were sitting together in Bhopal watching the results come in live. A sign there of sportsmanship and teamsmanship. DK Shivkumar is speaking at this moment in Hyderabad. Let's listen to what the Karnataka Deputy CM is saying.
Voters of Telangana for having shown the confidence on us. We will restore the confidence.
But you see that, Mr. David?
Shiv Kumar there, all Congress people looking quite glum at this moment because the BJP and their supporters are the ones who are dancing this afternoon. A historic victory in Madhya Pradesh, a historic victory in Chhattisgarh and in Rajasthan as well. The Congress consigned to Telangana, which is a big victory, make no mistake, but the only victory which they actually won against a regional front. In a direct BJP Congress, Rahul Gandhi, Narendra Modi battle, Prime Minister Modi showing who's boss.
See, basically, Congress at the end of today will be in power, correct me if I got my numbers right, in 3¼ states. They're in power in Himachal, small state. They're in power in Karnataka and now in power in Telangana. The quarter I'm giving them is for Jharkhand, where they are a very much junior partner in the state. So that's
Tamil Nadu DMK.
Yeah, but they're not in government. The government is DMK. So 3¼ On the other hand, the BJP has now got 3 important North Indian states to already add to Uttarakhand, to Uttar Pradesh, to Haryana. So if you do a map of India and Gujarat and Maharashtra, where they are in government with Shiv Sena, the northwest monsoon, as I call it, Rahul, is blowing through this country. You start in Goa, Gujarat, Maharashtra, come into central India, Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, and then go into North India, into Haryana and Uttarakhand, Uttarachal. That's a large number. That's a huge geographical area.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Turn it around. Your state, Maharashtra.
Yes.
What is Mr. Pawar thinking right now?
What does he think? I mean, he's already, his own party is imploded. We've seen in recent Panchayat elections, if anything, Ajit Pawar has taken a large chunk of the party organization. So Mr. Pawar, frankly, has to worry about first, you see, all these India alliance leaders have to first worry about consolidating their home turf. Forget about winning Delhi. You see, I think what today has done is put the momentum so firmly in favor of the BJP. I don't see the India alliance recovering from this blow in a hurry.
Let's listen to Jyotiraditya Scindia, who's speaking to Pooja Shali at this moment.
President JP Nadda ji, who has directed us, asked us to rise to the occasion. It goes to our Chief Minister, Shivraj Singh Chauhan ji, whose schemes have resulted in this victory. Our party President, BD Sharma ji. But most of all, it goes to every BJP party worker on the ground in Madhya Pradesh. Through your channel, I would like to thank every voter in Madhya Pradesh who has blessed us for the 5th time. And I bow down to them. I bow down to the Mati of Madhya Pradesh, and I thank every individual worker from the bottom of my heart. And I promise them that our party will work untirelessly for their development and their progress and to take Madhya Pradesh to new heights.
You don't want to take credit for snatching the Congress seats now into complete...
Credit for this victory goes completely to every worker of the BJP. Every single worker of the BJP who has worked tirelessly.
What about those who said anti-incumbency, BJP don't want Shivraj Singh Chauhan, some other...
सबको जवाब मिल गया. कल तो मैं आपको बताऊं, कांग्रेस पार्टी तो पूरे दुकान के लड्डू खरीद रहे थे, बधाई के पोस्टर्स लग गए थे, हम चुपचाप अपना काम कर रहे थे. कल मैं अयोध्या में था, मैं लखनऊ में था, मैं ग्वालियर में था, मैं पूर्ण निरीक्षण एयरपोर्ट्स का कर रहा था, मैं भोपाल आया और हमें पूर्ण विश्वास साथ रहेगा. सभी को अपना जवाब दे दिया. जो शब्दों का उपयोग कांग्रेस के बड़े बड़े नेताओं ने मेरे प्रति किया पिछले 3 वर्षों में, उन सभी को जवाब मैंने नहीं, जनता ने दे दिया. और जो कहा था मेरे कद के बारे में, उसका जवाब भी ग्वालियर चंबल संभाग की जनता ने उस नेता को दे दिया और मध्य प्रदेश की नेता ने उस जनता ने
Access My India Today poll, because he said 140.
Extremely accurate, dead on target as always. My salute to Mr. Pradeep Gupta.
Some said Shivraj Singh Chauhan may not become the chief minister. Am I looking at a new face?
The worker of the BJP has worked tirelessly for this election. Our Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan ji has worked tirelessly for this election. All leaders of Madhya Pradesh, we have worked unitedly for this election. Our central leadership has been the one that has powered us, and most of all, it is Prime Minister Narendra Modi that has resulted.
कांग्रेस को क्या कहेंगे? कांग्रेस का जो इतना कॉन्फिडेंस.
कांग्रेस के प्रति मेरी कोई दुर्भावना नहीं. जितनी भी बद्दुआ उन्होंने दी मुझे पिछले 3 वर्षों में, मैंने स्वागत किया. मेरे तरफ से मेरे दिल में उनके प्रति केवल अच्छी भाव है और शुभकामना है. मैं किसी के प्रति बैर नहीं रखता, मेरी शुभकामनाएं, जीत में भी मैं उनको शुभकामनाएं देता हूं।
Joining us, Jyotiraditya Scindia. You know, many.
They're speaking to India today. Chetan wants to make a quick point.
I just want to say that it's a bit sad, isn't it? Like in political terms, he's a talent. I mean, he's got the branding, he's got the legacy, he's got a region of Madhya Pradesh where he has a connect. And
But
the
it shows
Congress
how
let it-
bad that talent management is.
Yeah, they just
HR
let
is
him
so
go.
bad that you let
And-
your best man go.
And if they had just appointed, let us say for 2 years even, and then the people of Madhya Pradesh may have said, well, he's young,
Okay.
let's give him a chance. I mean, they lost 2 governments because of that, right? The
Let's
previous
listen
one
to
also.
Shivraj Singh Chauhan.
सरकार नरेंद्र मोदी जी का आशीर्वाद सदैव मध्य प्रदेश को मिला, तो केंद्र सरकार की योजनाओं का भी आदर्श क्रियान्वयन हमने मध्य प्रदेश में किया। और मध्य प्रदेश सरकार ने इतने वर्षों में चाहे सड़क हो, बिजली हो, पानी हो, शिक्षा हो, स्वास्थ्य हो, सिंचाई हो, कोई भी क्षेत्र ऐसा नहीं छोड़ा जिसमें बेहतर काम ना किया हो। ये एक दिन में परिणाम नहीं आता, लगातार बेहतर काम करने के कारण परिणाम आता है। और
Shivraj Singh Chauhan, who's led the BJP to a historic re-election after being in power for 4 terms, to have a 163 tally out of 230. This is nothing short of an electoral miracle, because you've got anti-incumbency building up all this while. To counter it, Rajdeep, is quite a phenomenal achievement.
And I think you've got to look at Shivraj Singh Chauhan and his persona. You know, a 5-time Chief Minister of North India is not easy. These are turbulent states.
It's a very big state.
It's a big state. It's a turbulent state to stay on in power. And look at how he came into power. In 2003, the BJP won Madhya Pradesh by a comprehensive measure. What did they do? They edged out their whole old guard. Sundarlal Patwa, Kailash Joshi, all were pushed. They brought in Uma Bharti. She didn't succeed in governance. They brought in the old guard in the form of Babulal Gaur. He didn't succeed. And then they took a gamble with a much younger leader, close to Uma Bharti, Yuva Morcha leader, but made him the chief minister. And over time, Shivraj showed that he's a durable leader, able to take people along.
and
That's his biggest strength. There is space in Indian politics for that old-style consensual leader. There's space for Modi, who's this charismatic figure. No one will call Shivraj charismatic, but Mama Ji has a connect which is very, very
Also,
personal.
make no mistake, it also shows how the likes of Kamal Nath and Digvijay Singh have botched this up in quite an epic fashion for the Congress. Even the BJP's internal polls were showing a tougher fight till recently. The BJP pulling off a historic victory, snatching a massive victory from the jaws of a possible defeat in Madhya Pradesh and in Chhattisgarh. I want to go across to Amit Malviya, National IT Cell Chief of the Bharatiya Janata Party. The BJP dancing to victory in Madhya Pradesh, looking extremely strong in Rajasthan, and also now in Chhattisgarh in a very comfortable lead. If there was any question about what would happen in a BJP-Congress duel, I think you've smashed the Congress to smithereens in this election. Mr. Malviya, welcome and congratulations.
Thank you, Rahul. I think this is a win for Prime Minister Modi's leadership. Modi ki guarantee, as he said in these state elections, particularly the Hindi heartland belt. And I think no other leader today, other than Prime Minister Modi, has a vision for this country to see a developed India by 2047. And that is what you see in action. He has delivered everything that he's promised. His credibility, the trust people have in him is what is driving the BJP to success in these 3 Hindi heartland states. The sweetest victory.
Would I be right though, Amit Malviya? Would I be right, sir? First of all, congratulations. It's a huge day. Would I be right in saying there's a big difference now between the Hindi heartland, where you're a dominant party, where Mr. Modi is larger than life, and South India, where you would say that the Congress is the principal national party? Am I right? Or is that an exaggeration, you think?
Let me finish my point, Rajdeep. I will come to the question on Southern India and Telangana as well. The important issue that I wanted to bring to your notice is that the Congress lost power both in Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh. the two states where they were in power for the last 5 years. It is therefore quite obvious that the Congress does not know how to govern. The Congress does not know how to retain power after being in office. Perhaps it's a lesson for the chief ministers in these two states that running behind the Gandhis can secure you your job for 5 years, but it's not a guarantee for re-election. On the contrary, you have the BJP, which has won after 20 years again, barring a brief period of 2 years when the Congress was in power. It's been BJP all the way. It is what governance does. It is what good governance is all about, and governments do get elected on governance. That is the message that is coming through. Coming to southern India and Telangana in particular, let's be very clear that this is a mandate against the KCR government. It is not a mandate for the Congress. Similarly, in Karnataka also, the mandate was against the incumbent government. It was not for the Congress. So let's not make the mistake of assuming that the Congress is gaining ground in southern India. It is the default.
Am I to understand, therefore, from what you're saying,
that people
are
may
you saying,
have
Amit
against the
Malviya, that
incumbent governments in
2024
these states?
Are you saying, Amit, then for you, 2024 is a done deal? Given what's happened, the fact that you won 3 big states and you've taken 2 of them away from the Congress, do you believe, therefore, 2024 is a done deal now?
Look, we do not take any election as granted. We are going to work very, very hard for 2024. We are going to go to the people asking for a third term for Prime Minister Modi. And that is how we fight all elections. We don't take the electorate for granted. We've never done it. And we never leave any election to chance. And 2024 is another election after these 5 states are done with. We will look at 2024 afresh as a new battle for the BJP. And at the end of the day, we have so much to talk about. And Prime Minister Modi has ensured that India today is looked up to in the world order. It is doing exceptionally well as far as the economy is concerned. Unemployment is at lowest ever. Things are on the right track. We are on path to being the 3rd largest economy by 25, 26. So there is a lot that is riding on the governance that Mr. Modi has delivered. We are going to talk about all this to the people of this country, and of course hope that we will win the mandate. And let me tell you that the BJP will do exceptionally well in Lok Sabha in both Karnataka and Telangana. Take my word for it, because every time I kept telling your team that we are winning Chhattisgarh, there weren't too many takers. I'm telling you again, we will do exceptionally well in Lok Sabha in Telangana and in Karnataka. And that is what the truth of what is on the ground is.
Talk to us for a moment, Mr. Malviya, about how the BJP turned it around in Chhattisgarh and in Madhya Pradesh, where the party's own internal surveys were predicting a much tougher fight. In Madhya Pradesh, some of them showing the Congress in the lead in Chhattisgarh till a few weeks before polling. From there, to turn it around, the fact that the Home Minister himself picking the tough states of Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh, camping, going down on every seat, trying to figure out how to win, and probably the Congress taking their position a bit for granted, thinking they had it in the bag even before the votes had happened.
Now, let me start with Madhya Pradesh first. Unfortunately, the popular discourse in media is often what people in the media want to see and not what is on the ground. Having said that, when you are in power for 20 years, there is obviously some element of fatigue, if not anti-incumbency, and that was also the case in Madhya Pradesh. But the BJP leadership put its head down, looked at everything that was coming to them as feedback, made the requisite changes in the strategy. We fielded heavyweights across the state. Some people thought this was a sign of lack of confidence in the local representative. That wasn't the case. We look at what is coming to us and you decide on the basis of that, which is exactly what the BJP did. Of course, Mr. Shah was on the ground. He was minutely looking at every region. In fact, he traveled to every sambhag of the BJP in Madhya Pradesh and held meetings with party workers. That is what the commitment was, really down to the lowest level. And you see the results. I mean, the BJP has massively won Madhya Pradesh. Coming
one
to
big question,
Chhattisgarh,
Another
thing
Amit.
Answer
no
Chhattisgarh.
one gave the BJP a chance till.
Go ahead.
No one gave BJP a chance in Chhattisgarh 3 months ago. But if I can take you back to the first rally that Prime Minister Modi held in Chhattisgarh, we realized that there was a great deal of spark in his rally, and there were people who were flocking to it in very large numbers. And that made us think about the undercurrent, the corruption, the lack of governance, the apathy towards farmers, the liquor scam which destroyed families in Chhattisgarh. It was all there. There was huge anti-incumbency against Baghel. He may have been popular with the section of the media in Delhi, but he had not delivered on ground. And we started building on it. We realized that the people did not vote us out 5 years ago because they were unhappy with governance, because after all, we had been in power for 15 years after Chhattisgarh was formed. It was because we could not deliver on the bonus on the paddy is the reason why we got voted out. We made good that. We announced that as part of our manifesto. We ensured that we met people's expectations. And because of the trust that people have in Prime Minister Modi's leadership, in the BJP, that they voted for us the way they have. And Chhattisgarh is, like I said again, the sweetest victory because nobody gave us a chance. But the party, the leadership, our cadres, and of course the people of Chhattisgarh have entrusted the BJP again with a mandate, and we are extremely grateful for that.
Are you seeing, therefore, a generational change now in these states? There's much speculation. Kaun banega Mukhyamantri? Does Shivraj Singh Chauhan stay on? Does Vasundhara Raje come back? Do you find a new face for Raman Singh in Chhattisgarh? Is the BJP seeing these elections as a moment for generational change?
Look, I don't think it's a matter of discussion in a television studio. It is something that the party's parliamentary board will deliberate upon, and we'll take a decision depending on what the mandate is all about. It needs quite a deal of deliberation, and we will go through it. And we will come up with the best possible alternative.
What's your sense? Has the time come that you don't make the same mistakes the Congress makes? Will you all bring in generational change?
Rajdeep, allow us to decide who our chief minister should be, and my sense is really not of much consequence here.
On another note, Mr. Malviya, there were lots of laddus coming to the Congress office this morning at 7 o'clock. I was told 200 kilograms of laddu. Are you sending them message कि भाई हमें भेज दो, आपके तो किसी काम का नहीं है?
Well, I think I don't know about the laddus, but one thing is quite clear. If the Congress thinks that it is their ordained right to rule in this country, then it is not the case anymore. If they persist on continuing with Rahul Gandhi's leadership, they will face many more disasters in the days ahead. You should perhaps ask the Congress spokesperson, how many days did Rahul Gandhi spend in Madhya Pradesh and in Rajasthan as part of his Bharat Jodo Yatra? You speak about marginalization of leaders. Mr. Kharge, a Dalit president that the Congress claims to have put in the job, his pictures went missing from Rajasthan advertisements. I mean, is he the president of the Congress party, or is he a rubber stamp president of the Congress party? I mean, and what is Rahul Gandhi's credibility to be the face of the Congress party and their campaign? He could not even win Amethi. He had to go to Wayanad to secure himself a seat in the parliament. But if they are not willing to look beyond the Gandhi family, good luck to them. I mean, I hope Rahul Gandhi sticks around for as long as he can, but that's not the kind of leadership people of India are looking at. And it is quite obvious now that Rahul Gandhi, and under his leadership, the Congress has probably lost now 55 elections, but he still continues as their tallest leader. So it's for them to decide, not for me to say. And they can cut the laddus.
You have no great love for Rahul. You make an interesting point. You believe in a way that Rahul Gandhi still remains your biggest asset.
No, I don't think Rahul Gandhi remains our biggest asset. He is certainly a big catch for the Congress because they can't seem to look beyond him. And if they persist with him, then the people of India have already given their mandate not once but several times. So, I mean, it's not for me to say whether he's an asset or not. It's for the Congress to decide, and it's for the people of India to reject him again and again, like they have done for the last 55 elections.
Can I get a nice smile out of you, Amit Malviya? We've had very fractious interaction on counting day. Today is a day for you to smile. You've got to smile. Give us a nice Amit Malviya smile.
Well, Rajdeep, I am always smiling, but I have advice for you. Instead of going to Chief Minister's residence and stuffing your face with the food there or singing melodies to Chief Minister in their private jets, if you had read the mood and reported it correctly, you will not be feeling so embarrassed today.
No, here it is. No, 1 minute. No, Mr. Malviya, you please see Neta Nagri 1 week ago. Congress to lose in Rajasthan. It's here. It's on video. Since you follow video, social media, get your team to please see the video of 10 days ago where I said, and I also said Chhattisgarh will be a tough fight. But it's not you and me, but I hope you'll watch the video, Amit.
Okay, so we'll leave it there.
I'll send it to you.
Well, Rajdeep, you know, frankly, I think in your last days as journalist, you should try and restore some of your credibility, because anybody who saw your coverage thought that you were reporting what you wanted to see and not what was on the ground. I'll just leave it at that.
No, I am going to send this to you. Amit Malviya, you unfortunately, I asked you to smile. You end up saying something bitter and caustic, which is again, you know, this is not a social media where you can pick what you want. I'm going to send it to you and to your followers. What I said on Neta Nagri exactly a week ago, who will win. Now smile nicely. I want to see a nice Amit Malviya smile.
Well, if you can get yourself to smile after the Congress's rout in 3 states, I'm certainly smiling ear to ear.
Bas. That's what I like to see. There's a hint of a smile that you've got. Good. That's a
No,
start.
but it's a big victory. Look at how
It's a big
magnanimous.
victory. Of course it is.
And for the most part, you know, he was being very balanced after a very big victory. I thought he'd go boom, boom, boom. He didn't. It's a big victory. I think the BJP there acknowledging and respecting the mandate, because if you come back to power on the back of the number of years Shivraj Singh Chauhan has been in power in Madhya Pradesh, that's a huge victory. To win Chhattisgarh in this fashion, snatch victory from the jaws of imminent defeat. Again, that's a marvel in election management. It really shows we're seeing a very unequal contest between a Congress that somehow thinks Janta Jita Degi and a BJP which is not willing to take any chances. Amit Malviya, thank you very much for joining us. Big victories in the Hindi heartland. The Congress now, and interestingly, is down to just 62. There are 119 seats. You need 60 plus to get the mandate. They were earlier at 73. From there, they've now come down to 63.
And remember, if they go below 60, as I said, it's game on.
Let me
go
just
below
show that.
60 in Telangana, it's game on.
Can I just show on the election intelligence dashboard, as I welcome Akshita Nandgopal, I want to look at Telangana and tell our viewers who are watching us in Telangana about the margin calculator for this state. In Telangana at this moment, can the Congress fall around 60? There are 38 seats at this moment where the margin between the winner and the runner-up is less than 500. BRS is leading on 13 of those, the Congress on 21. So 21 of those 65 leads at this moment are quite slender. The Congress, of course, will hope that they'll stay the way they are, but 21 of those leads very slender. Akshita Nandgopal, is the Congress celebrating, or are they just being a little calibrated to see how the final outcome really shapes up?
I don't think they seem to know that things are still a bit dicey and nothing's really concrete, Rahul, because you look at what's happening around me. There's music in the air, everyone's dancing at Congress flags. Revant Reddy is expected to come here to the Congress headquarters. He's currently on his way. So he's going to be joining all the Congress cadre here in all of their dance and song, joining in on the celebrations. There's going to be a mega celebration through the day. This evening, we understand that the entire Congress leadership here in Telangana come together. They have essentially one reason to celebrate, which is in this state, which is in Telangana, Rahul. So they're pulling all stops here to ensure, that they put out this message that Congress has won Telangana. Telangana is theirs now. Revant Reddy will be joining this crowd here, joining the dance.
Telangana from the point of view of regions, because I think that tells you the story at the moment of Telangana. Take a look at North, which is the TRS bastion. They swept it last time. This time it's the Congress that's sweeping. And remember, this is where the BJP also has a hold in areas like Adilabad and Nizamabad, the BJP leading in 3. Take a look at Central Telangana. Here, the Congress, which was hoping to sweep the area, is finding a tougher fight. The BRS leading in 11, the Congress in 19. But the moment you go to Hyderabad, you see how the game changes. The Congress now leading in just 1, the BRS in 12, others in 3, and Oasis, whose party usually wins 7, is leading at the moment in 5. And then come to the last region, South. This is where the tsunami of sorts has taken place, the Congress overturning the results of 2018. So it is a rural tsunami, not urban, a sharp urban-rural divide in Telangana, but it puts the Congress at 64. But for safety, the Congress will need 65, will want to be 60 plus. Anything below that, and then all options open out. For now, the Congress at 64 appears relatively safe in the state of Telangana. Just to take a look at VIPs, K. Chandrasekhar Rao, we've been saying this is the major one in Kamareddy. At the moment, he is trailing against Revant Reddy in that critical battleground of Kamareddy. Now, Azharuddin, who was winning earlier, is trailing in Jubilee Hills. It was expected that Maganti Gopinath is a very tough candidate and he would probably come through in that state. There is no major surprise in that sense in what's happening. Etala Rajendran is trailing in both his seats. He's the BJP's face, came to it from the TRS, and he's trailing in both his seat. An important loser at the moment is the finance minister of the state, Harish Rao, nephew of KCR, who's trailing at the moment. But overall, if you look right round at the moment, it appears that the Congress is holding its own in rural Telangana, which is why it's ahead. In urban parts, it's the TRS which is holding its own. Does that, Rahul Verma, when you have such sharp rural-urban divides, TRS, even in an anti-incumbency wave, the BRS holding its own in Hyderabad.
So it's less to do with rural-urban divide, but much more to do with Congress's structural presence in the state. Congress has been a weaker party organizationally in the Hyderabad region. Plus, there is some kind of understanding between BRS plus AIMM. So that makes Congress's chances of winning seats in the greater Hyderabad region much more difficult.
Okay. Let's go across to Yogendra Yadav, Chief of Swaraj India. He's joining us, sharp political mind. Mr. Yadav, what according to you is the big national takeaway from today's election? How would you sum up the results that we've seen so far?
Rahul, the major turnaround of the Congress in Telangana, which could have been a national story, has been overshadowed by a very major setback in the Hindi heartland. And it's a setback not just for Congress party, it's also a setback for all of us who want to see a change in this country, who want to see a political badlav at the national level. I must confess that while I can see why some of these elections became much closer than they needed to, because the real setback is that Congress could have actually won all the 3. These are not impossible elections that Congress was destined to lose right in the beginning. That's why it's a setback. I must honestly confess, I do not fully understand the extent of BJP's victory in Madhya Pradesh. They are leading by 8%, closer to what your exit poll had shown. I understand it. You had anticipated it. I don't fully make sense of how a party which had almost lost the last election came back illegitimately and did not do a great job in governing in the last 4 years, against which there was a broad sentiment of badlav. That party has won with 8 percentage points. But whatever, this is a fact and one has to reckon with it. To my mind, the 3 big lessons, while one could always blame, and the usual tendency, at least in political analysis, unlike cricket analysis, Rajdeep would appreciate, is that in politics, whoever wins, we say that they fielded well, they bowled well, and they batted well, which normally doesn't happen. To my mind, in the case of Rajasthan, there was no anti-incumbency against the chief minister nor against the government. There was anti-incumbency, intense anti-incumbency against MLAs, which the Congress did not acknowledge and ended up rewarding them the tickets back. Also in Rajasthan, the second major factor was that Congress could have struck two simple alliances, one with CPM, the other with BAP. And to my mind, these two have cost Congress at least 15 to 20 seats so far. So it could have been a much closer election. In Madhya Pradesh, I think Congress fought organizationally a better election than they did last time. But they did not have an overall narrative, and they did not have a social strategy. In Chhattisgarh, the story is different. Again, a government against which there was no broad anti-incumbency, but which failed to translate that into a political narrative. So that is what seems to have happened. But it's a very major setback. Yeah.
Can I therefore summarize, you're giving us what you believe has happened in these three Hindi heartland states. What if I said in a single line that basically the Hindi heartland is Modi-fied? You can call it BJP-fied, Modi-fied, but that we are seeing consistently Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand, now Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh, across the Hindi heartland, the BJP is virtually becoming a dominant party in several parts. How do you combat a dominant party? Is that in a sense showing the weakness of the Congress or the strength of the BJP?
But may I add to it, Mr. Yadav? May I just add to that question?
Yes,
may I add to that question, Rajdeep? The sheer fact that the Congress now sees, especially in the Hindi heartland, the OBC card, caste census as a game changer going into 2020. For Mr. Yadav, you've been also one of the biggest proponents of that. None of that seems to be catching on ground, at least where the Hindi heartland is concerned.
I would not call it Modi-fied, but because you have to include what happened in Himachal Pradesh, you have to think of what happens in Bihar and so on and so forth. But the fact is that BJP is very strong in this North Indian Hindi, leading up to the West India bet. In that, what should Congress do? On the OBC card, it is true that Rahul Gandhi spoke about caste census very clearly. But was this actually an election issue on the ground at all? Did the Congress candidates speak about it? Did the Congress workers even know about it? Did the Congress take this message to the OBC and SC at all? At least I did not see that on the ground.
The Congress doesn't with due regard, Mr. Yadav, the Congress doesn't seem to have a strong, viable OBC leadership. You see, the questions, we've been raising this about Bharat Jodo Yatra. You were part of that Yatra. The Congress is taking credit in South India, saying the Bharat Jodo Yatra galvanized us. But look at North India. It also went through Madhya Pradesh. It also went through Rajasthan. And it has zero impact. So you start wondering whether Rahul Gandhi is, and even in Telangana, there will be those who will say this is just an anti-incumbency vote. Nothing to do with this Bharat Jodo Yatra. So questions again over Rahul Gandhi's leadership?
Rajdeep, anti-incumbency is something which is invoked as and when a ruling party loses. The question is, why did anti-incumbency not happen 5 years ago? Why has it not affected BJP and so on? So and about the OBC leadership, let's not forget that Congress's CM in Rajasthan and in Chhattisgarh were OBCs. To my mind, the three broad lessons that I see for Congress are the following. Number one, Congress's overall national posture of its leadership is not aligned to its actual ground level political campaign. Number two, Congress's own vote base, which is the bottom of the pyramid, namely the poor, SC, ST, OBC, that is not aligned with Congress's own leadership and Congress's own policies. And number three, Congress needs to be, the third lesson is that Congress could be more harsh on dealing with people within and more liberal in dealing with people outside. This is what we saw in Rajasthan. These are three broad lessons at the national level, but indeed it is a setback. And unless some of these lessons are learned by Congress and by the opposition in general, it is much tougher than it looked this morning, the 2024
Looked at from a BJP perspective, Yogendra Yadav, would you accept that this makes the path to victory in 2024 that much easier for the BJP and for Prime Minister Modi on the back of this kind of success in the Hindi heartland? It now becomes very difficult to dislodge the BJP and prevent Prime Minister Modi from winning a third term?
If you did simple numeric calculations, you would not say that, because the fact is that BJP had swept all these states. Telangana was one state where BJP had 4 seats and was hoping to improve. So while today's verdict dashes BJP's hopes of increasing the numbers, the fact remains that Congress needed to do something to BJP's complete dominance over this region. And today's results do not affirm that hope. And therefore, the opposition really needs to think hard about its strategy.
So you're not accepting it's a done deal? You're not accepting 2024 is as close to being a done deal? Because remember 2018, the Congress won all these 3 states and yet lost. Now they've lost all these 3 states. Does it make it even more difficult for the opposition?
Difficult, yes. Done deal, no. The reason I say no is that in the South India, in a sense, it's curtains for BJP in South India as far as 2024 is concerned. In Karnataka, BJP has 25 seats. No one, not even BJP spokespersons, I hope on this channel, would say that they are going to get 25 in Karnataka. In Telangana, BJP had 4. They were hoping to increase. This was the only state where BJP could have gone up. They are not doing so. So that larger challenge still remains. But yes, if you ask me, has it got tougher? Of course, it has got tougher today. And the opposition really needs to think fresh.
We'll leave it there. We'll hope to have you back in the evening. For the time being, Yogendra Yadav, thank you very much for joining us. I want to welcome Sanju Verma, National Spokesperson of the Bharatiya Janata Party. She's joining us at this moment. Ravish Pal Singh is in conversation with Shivraj Singh Chauhan in Bhopal. Let's listen to Shivraj Singh Chauhan, who's led the BJP to a historic victory in Madhya Pradesh. Here is the current Chief Minister, the man who hopes to be Chief Minister once again. Let's listen to Shivraj Singh Chauhan.
इस वक्त हमारे साथ मौजूद है मध्य प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री शिवराज सिंह चौहान, जिनके नेतृत्व में भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने एक प्रचंड जीत की ओर कदम बढ़ा दिए मध्य प्रदेश में। तो सबसे पहले शुभकामनाएं आपको।
धन्यवाद।
आपने एक बात कही थी भोपाल की एक सभा में, मैं फिनिक्स पक्षी हूं, आज वो साबित होता दिख रहा है?
देखिए, जो काम हमने किया है प्रदेश के विकास का, वो अद्भुत और अभूतपूर्व है। 2014 से श्रीमान नरेंद्र मोदी जी प्रधानमंत्री हैं। उनका प्यार, आशीर्वाद और मार्गदर्शन और जनता के मन में उनके प्रति अगाध श्रद्धा और प्रेम, डबल इंजन की सरकार के काम, उसका परिणाम आज सामने है।
सर, 3 राज्यों के खासतौर से हम बात करें, छत्तीसगढ़, राजस्थान, मध्य प्रदेश। छत्तीसगढ़ और राजस्थान में तो जो सरकारें थी उनके खिलाफ गया, लेकिन मध्य प्रदेश में सरकार के साथ वोटर गया। इसके पीछे सबसे बड़ा फैक्टर
देखेंगे तो बाकी राज्यों में एंटी इनकम्बेंसी थी, मध्य प्रदेश में एंटी इनकम्बेंसी नहीं, प्रो इनकम्बेंसी थी। जनता का प्यार सड़कों पर मुझे झलकता हुआ दिखाई देता था।
आपने एक जिक्र किया था अभी 3 दिन पहले सीहोर में कि कांटे कोई नहीं है बहुमत की सरकार में, जो कांटे थे वो निकल गए। वो कैसे निकले?
लाडली बहनों ने निकाल दिया।
अब प्राथमिकता अब क्या रहेगा? क्योंकि मुख्यमंत्री का चेहरा तो आप बार बार कहते हैं संगठन तय करेगा, लेकिन
कहा है वो पूरा करना है।
अब यहाँ से आपको क्या लगता है, एग्जिट पोल जो एक्सिस माई इंडिया ने दिखाए थे वो आपको लगता है सटीक बैठे हैं?
लगभग वही परफेक्ट निकले हैं। एक्सिस माई इंडिया, चाणक्य, इस तरह के जो कुछ आए थे, मैं एक एक की बात नहीं करूंगा, लेकिन वो परफेक्ट।
राहुल गांधी ने एक पनौती शब्द का इस्तेमाल किया था, आज कब क्या करेंगे?
जनता ने जवाब दे दिया।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। ये थे मुख्यमंत्री शिवराज सिंह चौहान, जिन्होंने आज तक से खास बातचीत की।
That's Ravish Pal Singh. Let's go across to Sanju Verma, National Spokesperson of the BJP. The BJP romping home to power and style in Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and even Chhattisgarh. Internally, some in the party were thinking, okay, एक तो निकल जाएगी, 2 आ जाए, that will be 2-2, that will be a good one. You in fact hit the Congress out of the park in the heartland.
You know, Rahul, I was not there on your channel yesterday or on the 30th. But on a rival channel, without any ifs or buts, because I don't hold any prisoners, I say it as it is. I said we are winning all the 3, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh, without any ifs or buts whatsoever. And I'm so glad that, you know, it's not just a victory. एक होता है कि आप जीत हासिल करते हो, and दूसरा होता है there is a rout of the opposition. Look at the sheer magnitude of the BJP's victory in Madhya Pradesh. So congratulations to Pradeep. That video doing the rounds on social media where Rahul Kanwal is saying, अरे लोगों को नींद नहीं आ रही है, सच होगा ना, हमारी फजीहत तो नहीं उड़ेगी ना, तो राहुल कंवल जी आपकी फजीहत नहीं उड़ी, ना बीजेपी की फजीहत उड़ी. And Rajdeep Sardesai telling Pradeep, you better get this right, otherwise we'll be in deep trouble. So Rajdeep, you're not in deep trouble because Pradeep has got it right. And I think the reason why I remember what he said is because it's very difficult to go against the popular narrative and still hold your ground. So kudos to that. But I just want to say I think Rahul Kanwal is bored of this particular panktiya which I quote so often on his shows, and I've done a zillion shows with him. But I always say this, and I don't think it's going to go out of style. I will repeat what Prime Minister Modi told the opposition a couple of months back on the floor of the Lok Sabha. तुम्हारे पांव के नीचे जमीन नहीं है, तुम्हारे पांव के नीचे जमीन नहीं है, लेकिन कमाल तो ये है कि तुम्हें यकीन नहीं है, लेकिन कमाल तो ये है कि तुम्हें यकीन नहीं है. And I think this is so apt because the opposition has been running helter-skelter on thin ice, and yet it has failed to acknowledge that in Madhya Pradesh, anti-incumbency had transformed vehemently into pro-incumbency. In Chhattisgarh, why I said that the BJP will win, because on another channel I said nobody gave us credit for the fact that we undertook a massive organizational revamp. We made Arun Saw the chief of BJP in Chhattisgarh. We inducted O.P. Chaudhary, a former bureaucrat who's been doing a lot of groundwork quietly but resolutely. We made sure that we gave a relevant opportunity to Kedar Kashyap, the son of Baliram Kashyap, a stalwart in Chhattisgarh politics from the BJP's end. Earlier, Chhattisgarh BJP was all about Saroj Pandey, it was about Raman Singh, it was about Brijmohan Agarwal. But the BJP has expanded its footprint in Chhattisgarh in terms of the sheer organizational revamp by inducting new blood, which finally seems to have paid dividends, which nobody, either from Godi media or Pappu media, was willing to take cognizance of. Point number one. Point number two.
That was just point number one. Sanju Verma, keep it short today. I just want to understand one thing.
Rajdeep, at least today, please don't try and teach me lessons on how I should conduct myself on national television. You seem to be giving homilies to BJP all the time. I don't want to trivialize a victory. I don't want this to be Rajdeep versus Sanju Verma. But let truth be told. Let truth be told. So
I want an explanation.
Show some grace today for
just a minute. Simple. Can I just understand one thing? 4 state governments today, 3 are being voted out. 1 of BRS, it appears, and 2 of the Congress. The one BJP government is being voted in. What do you think the BJP does right that the Congress doesn't? Simple, nice question.
Yes, so now I'm not a cricket buff, nor am I a movie buff. But let me speak in cricketing, terminology, because that is what Rajdeep Sardesai appreciates. I think, and at the expense of sounding, to be a blind bhakt, I say blindly, हाँ भाई मोदी भक्त हैं, गलत क्या है? It is better to be a Modi bhakt than to be a Panoti Pappu's bhakt. But be that as it may, Narendra Modi has the reliability factor which MS Dhoni has enjoyed for the longest time. So the reliability of Dhoni, the flamboyance, flair and aggression of a Virat Kohli, and the perseverance and style of Sachin Tendulkar. Never give up. And the sheer dedication. I'm telling you, I'm not a seasoned politician. I've spent longest time, donkey's years in the corporate sector. But trust me, even on the smallest matter, the kind of organizational homework, the kind of groundwork that is done, I mean, you have to be a part of the system. It's unbelievable. Sometimes, I ask myself, this is a textbook classic case in management. And, having been a management student, I am told, a small thing that I want to say. Philip Kotler always says that the greatest disservice you can do to a bad product, and listen to this very carefully, the greatest disservice that you can do to a bad product is to continuously market it and not realize that it is the time to abandon it. अब ये किसके लिए साबित हुआ सही? एक प्रोडक्ट है, वो हर साल, हर 3 महीने में लगातार लॉन्च हो रहा है, लगातार लॉन्च हो रहा है, और लोग ये कहते हैं वाह वाह,
Okay,
इन्होंने तो
she
कमाल कर
says
दिया.
she's
And
not much
that is the
Sanju.
problem with the opposition. That is the problem. They don't seem to realize they're banking on a product that is well past its expiry date.
Sanju says she doesn't watch much cricket or Bollywood. That's because she watches a lot of India Today. That's one of the reasons why.
That's why our ratings are up.
Huh?
Sanju, I hope you've been watching the channel since the morning. Now, don't say you haven't.
No, yeah, that reminds me. I have been watching India Today more than I have been watching other channels. I would not disagree on that count. But I just want to say one thing, Rajdeep. ये क्या अभी नया narrative आप लेकर आ गए हो? North versus South divide. I remember Rahul Kanwal is the only anchor, even on 30th November, when everybody was writing of the BJP. नहीं, छत्तीसगढ़ में तो देखिए बीजेपी का सफाया हो गया, blah blah blah. He said, let us not, run ahead of ourselves in terms of pop panditry. तो ये जो पॉप पंडितरी का कल्चर है, आई थिंक दैट आल्सो इज रिस्पांसिबल फॉर द ऑपोजिशन टुडे फीलिंग लेट डाउन, बिकॉज इनको तो लगा था भाई हम छत्तीसगढ़ में सरकार हमारी है, तेलंगाना में तो हमको वैसे ही लोगों ने मैंडेट
a lot of Congress supporters and leaders, Sanju, had all their lines ready about how great a victory this is going to be for Rahul Gandhi. And how Rahul Gandhi has led the Congress and it's the return of Rahul Gandhi. All that panditry and all those lines will have to be kept for another day.
And I remember you kept saying that let us not engage in panditry, but I'll just end by saying one very small, a small observation that I want to make. Had Rahul Gandhi's party, forget about Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, if they had even won Chhattisgarh, Rajdeep बोलता है 2 for 2, वहां दो यहाँ दो. हालांकि you have 54 seats from Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan alone, and from Telangana and Chhattisgarh you have about 28 Lok Sabha seats and 54 Lok Sabha seats from Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan. So comparing Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan on one side and Chhattisgarh, Telangana on another side would have been like comparing apples with watermelons. But अब तो सारा खेल ही खत्म हो गया कांग्रेस के लिए. छत्तीसगढ़ भी बीजेपी जीत रही है, मध्य प्रदेश it's a rout for the Congress, and Rajasthan where they were banking on this hung parliament thing. People were saying, "Hey, law and order is not an issue. Oh, women have been gang raped in Bhilwara, in Dausa, in Pali, in Jodhpur, in Karoli. कौन सी बड़ी बात है? It's a given." So when you try and rationalize lawlessness, when you try and rationalize, corruption which has run its course in Chhattisgarh, that is when you are doing a disservice to the electorate, which is far smarter than you. And as Rajdeep says, ये public है, ये सब जानती है. And you cannot fool the electorate because it's not gullible anymore. And I just want to say one more thing. Why do you forget? Please, why do you forget one thing? Bharat Jodo Yatra is a failure, point number 1. Rahul Gandhi cannot be launched any longer unless the Congress wants to really ensure its complete demise. Point number 3, there is no north versus south divide, north of the Vindhyas and south of the Vindhyas. Narendra Modi continues to be the tallest leader by far with zero competition. And if you want to call that the Tina factor, be that as it may, the fact is that the most important point, the biggest takeaway is that you cannot start this narrative about caste census 3 months ahead of state elections and expect the people to not see through your charade. Tell me, Rahul,
thank you very much, Sanju Verma.
52% of the population in Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh is OBCs. If the caste census was such a big issue, why could not the Congress capitalize on the Madhya Pradesh and Telangana OBC electorate? 50 to 52%.
Okay, we'll call you back for more. Sanju Verma, thank you so much for your time. Many congratulations on these historic victories. And I love how when any of the guests come, no matter which party they come from, they're able to quote back what we've been saying verbatim. And that's the risk with pop panditry. You say something which is slightly out of line on the back of initial trends, it can come back to bite you very badly later. So you have to be very, very calibrated in what you say. I want to go across to Akshita Nandgopal. She's at the Congress headquarters in Hyderabad. And what I love about the Telangana elections is that they're all glued to India Today. Everywhere, no matter which party office it is, they're all watching India Today. That's Revant Reddy. 64 leads at this moment, up 45 from the last time. That's the one sliver of hope and the one piece of good news for the Congress in what's otherwise been a pathetic day at the box office.
Very true, Rahul. And let me just show you what's happening around here. The celebrations continue. Revant Reddy is right now here at the Gandhi Bhavan. He's inside meeting with many of the Congress men and women who've toiled for months together to ensure this kind of victory. So celebrations at its peak here, the only state, as you pointed out, where there's reason for Congress to celebrate. But I think looking at the kind of crowds that have gathered here, Rahul, looking at the kind of celebrations and the grand heroes welcome that Revanth Reddy got, I think it's safe to say that there's no real suspense over who will be the chief minister. Of course, it has to come from the Congress High Command, but you can see that all the songs, and if I can just tell you about what this song is, it's all praise for Revanth Reddy. And this has been playing at every single one of his rallies. Today, they're playing it at the Congress headquarters and everyone's dancing to these beats, knowing full well that there was a Revanth Reddy factor involved also in ensuring this kind of a victory. Let me speak to some of them. Who is responsible for the win for Congress? Who is responsible for the Congress win in Telangana?
Revanth Reddy.
Revanth Reddy. So you want him to be chief minister?
Yes. Revanth Reddy will be the upcoming chief minister of Telangana. He is the only person who has been working hard in Telangana. Jai Revanth Anna, Jai Congress. Yes, on December 9, Revanth Anna will be.
So he'll be the chief minister. Bye-bye. KCR, bye-bye.
But never expect the KCR and KTR. He never expect, and he is the winner of the CM. The Telangana chief minister is the 9th of December. Revanth Reddy, chief
Will
minister.
you accept anyone else as chief minister?
Sorry?
Will you accept anyone else from Congress as chief
No, never accept the BLS team. BLF team. Everything is not accepted, but Congress is the...
So these are Congress supporters, but they're also very, very importantly, okay, thank you. They're also very importantly Revanth Reddy supporters here who've gathered. He's become synonymous with the Congress here, Rahul. So if at any point, there's some big surprise that's coming our way about the Chief Minister face, it's going to lead to all of these people also being very, very angry with the decision by the High Command. But from what I've heard to the senior leaders that have spoken here, all of them are saying that this is a post that belongs to Revanth Reddy.
Given how popular he is, given the fact that the India Today Access My India post-poll study clearly puts him at #1 in the Congress pack of leaders and contenders, Rajdeep, the Congress has to be suicidal to pick anybody else apart.
No, as of now, he will be CM, and I'm told he's going to be sworn in on the 9th of December, which is Sonia Gandhi's birthday. So they want to give Sonia Gandhi.
That's what Revanth is thinking.
No, I'm told that's the date that he wants, and that's the date that they hope that the Congress leadership will agree. But there are others. Bhatti Vikramarya is someone who hopes that his name will come. His supporters are already trending Bhatti for CM. He's a Dalit face. He's been the CLP leader. But I think this victory is largely, at the local level due to Revanth Reddy. Just think about it. A couple of years ago, he was a kind of backbencher. He won a member of parliament. He had spent a long time with the Telugu Desam, brief spell with TRS, and of course had been in the ABVP. So he was seen as the outsider. But he's come in and galvanized them by going, taking his battle, his Vijay Yatra on the front foot. I think there's a lesson in that. If you give someone, empower someone, give him that power. He also worked very well with Sunil Kanagulu. Sunil Kanagulu is the election strategist of the Congress. They gave space to each other. In North India, Rahul, the problem is the old guard of the Congress is just not willing to relinquish the space and not willing to accept any new ideas.
And accept professional advice. The problem with someone like a Kamal Nath was he was so certain that he knew all the answers that he wasn't listening to professional strategists. And that, I think, is an epic botch-up because you have to look at data, you have to look at what the polling is saying, and you have to go with professional advice. This old generation of netas and journalists, including journalists, who sitting in their studio seem to think they know it all, are always trying to find some ways of reviving Rahul Gandhi's career and waiting to announce how the Congress has bounced back. You have to allow for the data to do the talking before you put your theories out, because that's really more reflective of bias than it is of anything else.
You go by the polls. You will recall India Today's cover a week, 5 years ago this week. Rahul Gandhi on the cover, being seen as the man of the year. That 2018, 6 months later, Mr. Modi sweeps. In politics, nothing is permanent. Therefore, I think we've got to recognize, I keep maintaining, Rahul Gandhi has just not been able to find a connect in the Hindi heartland, which is why he's gone from Amethi to Wayanad. Why did you go from Amethi? You lost Amethi, you went to Wayanad. The Congress increasingly has become a party of the southern states, even in Western India, in Maharashtra, Gujarat. In Maharashtra today, you could argue Congress is party number 3. in a state which was once a dominant Congress party state. So I think the Congress has serious, my problem is to pin it only on Rahul Gandhi is not the answer. The answer is this is a party which has serious organizational crisis, leadership crisis,
Since the
crisis
last
of
time we
ideology
did,
and narrative.
I want to walk across to election intelligence dashboard, which is really getting rave reviews from our viewers, but just the kind of analytics we're being able to put out. Now, I want to give you a sense of the way things look at this moment. The biggest victory, as we've been saying, comes from Madhya Pradesh. In Madhya Pradesh, the BJP at this moment leading in 165 seats out of 230. That is a ginormous victory, given especially the fact that you're up against 4 terms of anti-incumbency. The BJP's gains coming from virtually all the regions of Madhya Pradesh. In Bagelkhand, they're down 1. In Bhopal, they're up 3. Bundelkhand, they're up 3. Chambal, they're up 11. Mahakaushal up 15. Malwa up 17. Nimar, they're up 4. That's a very big victory for the BJP across Madhya Pradesh. If I look at the overall national picture that emerges out of the 638 seats where counting is on at the moment, the BJP leading on 337. No wonder JP Nadda looks very pleased with himself and Mallikarjun Kharge is looking circumspect. 233 for the Congress. That's a very poor show in comparison with the last elections. From here, let's come for a moment to Chhattisgarh. Chhattisgarh is the biggest surprise from a BJP perspective because they weren't expecting this clear a lead. I spoke to a very senior, one of the top BJP leaders this morning while our coverage was on. He thought Chhattisgarh would be tough. He was hoping that they do well, but he acknowledged that it was looking tough. From there, the BJP at this moment, they were at 15 in the last elections. They've jumped up 38 seats to 53. The Congress is down 34 to 34. Chhattisgarh really, Ashok Malik, is an example of the BJP snatching a big victory from the jaws of near imminent defeat.
Well, even BJP leaders who were half confident about Madhya Pradesh were, even
I'm telling you, I
much less
spoke to one of the
confident
top
about
leaders
Chhattisgarh.
this morning.
They had more or less
He
given
said,
it up.
he said, no, it'll be tight, but mushkil lag raha hai. Just this morning, while the counting was going on.
But it tells you something about the BJP, not just in terms of leadership, but in terms of the organization, that it has managed to defend a 20-year incumbency in Madhya Pradesh, while the Congress has found it difficult to defend a one-term incumbency, even with a strong chief minister.
No, and also, for a moment, think about the prowess in election management of Amit Shah. He didn't go to Rajasthan. He told people around him that it's easy and I don't want to spend there. That's where JP Nadda went. He went to Madhya Pradesh and he spent time in Chhattisgarh, rotating candidates, bringing in new faces, and the fact that in these tough elections, the Home Minister himself driving the campaign on the ground, taking the tough decisions and moving things around on the political chessboard to ensure that on the day of polling, he's able to get his voters out. He said, and I mentioned this earlier, that maybe the polls are showing us behind, but in the numbers that we are getting, I'll get more people to the polling booth. So the poll may show Congress in front in Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh. They'll be able to get lesser people to the polling booth. So there'll be people who intended to vote Congress who may not go. I will get more people who intend to vote for me to go. That really is micromanagement of a very high order.
Each BJP worker at the booth level is given a list of names, people he has to ensure come out of their houses and vote. That sort of micromanagement, that sort of last mile determination is frankly not there in other parties.
But Chetan, in some senses, this is like a super heavyweight champion up against a bantamweight boxer. You put them in the ring and the result is likely to be the same each and every time.
Why is he superweight boxer? They are also Indian citizens with the same passport and Aadhaar card as Rahul Gandhi has. I mean, how did they become superweight champion? They were not born with it. In fact, they are homegrown. They are like first generation. And that shows the difference hunger, passion, hard work can make in any profession. To keep on assuming, I agree. I said in the morning also, they are the 900-pound gorilla in the room. They're like Google in search, and Microsoft made ChatGPT and made them dance. Congress needed to have made them dance today for any hope.
But look at what they've done, for example, in Karnataka. They lost Karnataka 5 months ago. So for all the micromanagement organizational skills, there are limitations to it. But what have they done since then? They had marginalized Yediyurappa. and believed that they could move to a post-Yediyurappa Karnataka. Now they've gone back to Yediyurappa. His son has been made party president, and they seem to be giving the sense that we believe that we need Yediyurappa for the Lok Sabha. So you're willing to swallow your pride. You made mistake. JDS, Amit Shah, Rahul Kanwal, you will recall at the conclave said, JDS and Congress are two sides of the same corruption. What have they gone and done? They've gone and tied up with the JDS. Why? Because they believe that in southern Karnataka, you may well need the JDS to offset the rise of the Congress. So you're willing to learn, you're willing to course correct. Sam, Dam, Danda, Bhed. Let's be clear.
And you don't put your ego ahead. Kamal Nath could have given a few seats to the Samajwadi Party in the areas neighboring Uttar Pradesh. He chose not to.
No, even in Rajasthan, you realize at some stage that you will need Vasundhara. You had to mollify her. It didn't take, it wasn't easy, but you eventually did it. She went and campaigned without being projected as the face. Shivraj Singh Chauhan, let's be clear. Today we are playing encomiums to Shivraj Singh Chauhan. BJP in September was not mentioning Shivraj Singh Chauhan's name. By October, he was suddenly out there as one of their faces. So the BJP's ability to course correct. It's not as if this is some invincible machine, but it is a machine that is willing to do what it takes to win elections. The Congress, on the other hand, did exactly the opposite. Please tell me, for 5 years, you could not resolve the problem between Gehlot and Pilot. Only on the last day, you had a photo op. When I look at these numbers, Congress could have been close to the BJP in Rajasthan had you been able to prevent a united front 6 months ago. You failed to do that because you thought Ashok Gehlot, the man who challenged you, Ashok Gehlot challenged your own leadership of 1 year ago, and you were not able to do anything.
Twice over.
So what did you do? You couldn't do anything. Look at what you did in Chhattisgarh. You last moment made T.S. Singh Deo your deputy CM. You had promised him chief ministership
for half the term.
What happened? So the Congress, unfortunately, the point that Yogendra makes is well taken. There's a huge gap between your national leadership and how your local leaders look at elections.
But that also shows how weak your national leadership is, Rajdeep.
Or disconnected.
Where disconnected or weak. Where you're working in Telangana together, you're completely disconnected and have no idea in the three heartland states.
Absolutely.
They are in power. They had Rajasthan, they had Chhattisgarh, and it's like that Avis, the car rental company, said, we are number 2, we work harder. You just had to work hard and show that when Congress comes to power, we do a better job than BJP. Yes, all these things, also organization, all that, but you had 5 years, you were in power. And what did we see? Like there's a division in the party. People are just watching drama unfolding on screen. More drama.
No, Rajasthan is a classic example. Rajasthan is a classic example of the Congress shooting itself in the foot. 2018, you had Sachin Pilot, young generation leader. You had Ashok Gehlot, experienced leader. Get them to work together. If they don't, find a way. That's management. Management is about managing conflicting ambitions.
If you just look at the numbers right now of Rajasthan, 109 by 73 where the Congress stands. If the Congress had its act together, they could have put at least 15 more on the board.
100%. And that would have brought...
15
So
more
it shows that the Congress is unable... management school is about managing people. You are not able to manage people. You keep promising pilots something, it didn't happen.
In both Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan, the BJP actually managed a much more factualized party organization much better. It managed to send central leaders, including ministers, and told them, go fight MLA level elections.
I agree with you, Ashok, with one caveat. When you are in power in the center,
you can get away with
you can get away with a lot. When you have Mr. Modi's own personal popularity, you can get away with a lot. I would like to see the post-Modi BJP being able to deal with factionalism the way Mr. Modi is. Today, because Mr. Modi is India's neta number 1, he's like Amitabh Bachchan. From 1 to 10 in the late 1970s, Bachchan was number 1. You didn't know who was number 2, whether it was Vinod Khanna or anyone else. Therefore, he's able to, if Mr. Modi decides Manohar Lal Khattar banega, Khattar hi banega.
So
in the Congress, you can't do that.
So what will happen now is that with the Congress national leadership further weakened, you will have these regional satraps demanding their pound of flesh. I do not rule out a DK Shivakumar tomorrow saying that I want to have a date by which I will be made the chief minister.
No, Sudhir, you tell me here. I'm seeing trend number 6 on Twitter. Bhatti Vikramarka for CM. So he'll tomorrow say, "Mujhe bhi banna hai." If he's not made today, he'll say 2 years from now, and the party leadership will be left helpless again.
Especially when they have only 66. It's just 6 above the halfway mark.
Yeah,
so
he can move.
So you could have a group of, let's say, SC MLAs or SC and ST MLAs saying that we want our pound of flesh, we want these many ministries, or we want to
You see that happening today or 6 months or 1 year now?
Because Revant will have the national leadership's backing. He's seen as the man of the moment. But sooner than later, depending on how it transpires, let's say in Karnataka, where DK, as you know, was also promised some kind of a bigger role, not just a deputy CM, those rumblings will happen. Once the honeymoon period is over, those rumblings will happen.
DK's supporters have already sent out a message that DK has been promised 2.5 years, 2.5 years. What will happen when 2.5? Same thing, T.S. Singh Deo. I still recall the day, Rahul, T.S. Singh Deo and Baghel came to Delhi. In the morning, we were told that Baghel is being replaced by T.S. Singh Deo. By the evening, Baghel stayed on. Poor T.S. Singh Deo was wondering what had happened to him. Now, that's the Congress's inability to manage factionalism because of a weakened high command is now going to work against them in state after state.
The joke the CLP meeting was where where Sachin Pilot sat down with Mr. Markar and Mr. Kharge, hoping that by the end of that CLP meeting, he'd be the chief minister in the final leg, and there were no MLAs.
So I think there are serious problems for the Congress. I think the good news, therefore, who will be very happy today are the India allies.
Yeah.
Because they will feel that Congress wale aate hain, meeting mein humko dictate karte hain. Whether it's a Kejriwal, Mamata Banerjee, all the smaller parties, Akhilesh Yadav, they will now say, you want to work with us? You can't work only on your own
terms. That's what Kamal Nath said, no? Akhilesh kaun?
No, I met Akhilesh Yadav at a wedding last night. So I said, Kamal Nath ne aapko kaha, Akhilesh. He said, jaane dijiye, kal dekhte hain kya hota hai. But they will all have a feeling of schadenfreude at what has happened today.
They may be happy, but the point is the India alliance as a political factor, as a rival to the BJP and the BJP's alliance, the NDA, becomes that much weaker in state after state, including the crucial state of Maharashtra.
Yeah, it should have been 2-2. In what you're saying would have happened if there was a 2-2, like Congress is still kept in check, but they're still performing somewhat. But now, what is this India alliance? Like, what?
But why should it be 2-2? You see, if you're a party...
No, I'm saying if Congress had won 2 states today, they could have at least gone to the India alliance. Now it almost feels like the whole idea of like boycotting 14 reporters and the whole thing made a lot of news, but it's not working, right? Are you any of the boycotted ones? By the way, I met some of them and they're saying all the India alliance leaders are coming on their channel today.
No, you see, the fact is...
That's separate.
The fact is, all of this may make headlines. Eventually, you have to connect with people. Indian elections are about last mile connectivity. The BJP has mastered the art of booth level, mandal level communication. The Congress, to some extent, did it in Karnataka.
First, they made this name, right? They made this name and they said, we have won the war on the name. The name has connected. India name has connected. Masterstroke, masterstroke. Then they boycotted 14 reporters.
No, but let me give you an example, just to show how it's worked. You do an India Alliance meeting in Mumbai. You say we are going to hold a grand meeting in Bhopal. Next month, we are in the first week of October, we are going to hold a grand meeting in... What does Kamal Nath say? I don't know about any such thing. I don't want a rally. Why? Because the DMK may attend and the DMK has used certain words on Sanatan Dharma. So he didn't want the DMK around. Samajwadi Party, which has some hold in Bundelkhand and Baghelkhand, you don't want to have a tie-up with them, even though Akhilesh was desperate to have he said, give me 4 or 5 seats, at least we'll give the impression of being together. So you have an India alliance in Delhi that sits in a 5-star hotel, either in Delhi or Mumbai, but on the ground, what's happening? On the ground, you're fighting Arvind Kejriwal. It'll be interesting to see how many votes he's picked up in Chhattisgarh. When you went in Chhattisgarh, Aam Aadmi Party was fighting the Congress and saying that Bhupesh Baghel is corrupt. Okay. The loudest voices against Bhupesh Baghel I heard on the streets of Chhattisgarh were from Aam Aadmi Party activists. So
because the Aam Aadmi Party wanted to get into an alliance with Mr. Baghel, especially where the tribal areas were concerned, and they were completely slighted by Mr. Baghel. But for no reason why. But what is the Aam Aadmi Party's take in a place like Chhattisgarh? So that was the reasoning given by Mr. Baghel at that time.
No, you can't. You can't. In Indian politics, this has to. If you want, when you are fighting Narendra Modi and Amit Shah, you have to have, or you've got to play the perfect match. Australia won the World Cup final by playing the perfect match against India. India is a better team, much better team, but they played the perfect match.
The big story today, far from the loser's lament, is the BJP sweep in the saffron states. These are images from the Congress headquarters in Hyderabad. Revant Reddy has just reached the Congress headquarters. They are fully watching India today in a manner that I am delighted with. The fact that every single person, no matter which party office it is in Hyderabad, we love all of you for watching us so closely. And the fact that our poll also turned out to be correct helps that, of course. And our coverage and the fact that all the leaders have been speaking to India today first. All that now playing out at the Congress headquarters where Revant Anna has just landed up, giving the Congress some saving grace. Imagine if they were less than 60, there would have been so much horror and anger in the Congress camp. The only fact that they're still holding on to the straws that they are is because they've won an important state like Telangana.
You know, a state which was created in a way by the Congress.
Yes.
And was also one of the many blunders of the Congress. When you list the blunders, many will say, here was Andhra Pradesh, solid 42 MLA, 42 MP state.
33
You
won
broke
by the Congress in 2009.
That's right. You won 2004 and 2009 on Andhra. Sudhir will tell me, but I have still not understood what was the compulsion to push through Telangana. You did so, you lost out to KCR. Today, in a way, it's payback time for the fact that you gave Telangana. But Andhra Pradesh, the Congress is a wipeout there at the moment. I don't think this is going to change anything in Andhra. Though, interestingly, Sudhir, someone has sent me the arrest of Chandrababu Naidu also affected KCR because the Kammas have taken revenge, some say, because KCR was seen to be hand in glove with Jagan Reddy. Is there any truth in that, or is this Congress victory confined now to Telangana? It will have no impact on Andhra that goes to the polls in a few months.
That impact of Chandrababu Naidu's Kamma community influencing the vote would be seen only in some constituencies in Hyderabad and some in Khammam district and probably bordering Nalgonda, but not beyond that. But the feeling was that the TDP, even though not contesting this election, was in a tacit sense, supporting the Congress this time, even though its alliance partner Janasena was contesting along with BJP. So that's a bit messy, but the Telangana effect will be felt on Andhra Pradesh politics. The interesting part is that Chandrababu Naidu in 2018-19 went against the BJP, fought against, lost both Andhra Pradesh, also got reduced to only 3 Lok Sabha seats. Chandrasekhar Rao, the other Chandra of Telugu state politics, also pretty much reduced to the same state. We'll have to see how the BRS performs in April 2024.
You know, it's therefore, you know, the Congress therefore can find this southern comfort, but unless it can build a bridge beyond South India, it's going to find it very difficult to sort of remain relevant to the national discourse.
Talking about southern,
it's not
Just one
dominating,
second. We
right?
keep talking about southern comfort. Let's face it, if there's a referendum or a presidential contest between Rahul Gandhi and Narendra Modi just in South India, Mr. Modi will win.
If we recall on political stock exchange, the only 2 states where Mr. Modi was well below Rahul Gandhi, correct me if I'm wrong, was Kerala and Tamil Nadu. These were the only 2 states where he was below Rahul.
Let's listen to senior BJP leader, Union Minister Smriti Irani is reacting on these big BJP victories.
जिस प्रकार का कटाक्ष विपक्ष के नेताओं ने नरेंद्र मोदी पर किया, वो कटाक्ष विपक्ष को, गांधी खानदान को महंगा पड़ा है। जनता जानती है कि विकास के मुद्दों पर सिर्फ नरेंद्र मोदी का नेतृत्व, भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार ही खरी उतरी है और जनता ने उसी पर भरोसा कर पुनः मोदी मैजिक के माध्यम से आज ये परिणाम हमारे सामने प्रस्तुत किए हैं।
तेलंगाना में अनुरूप नहीं आए नतीजे।
मैं इतना ही कहना चाहूंगी, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता प्रतिबद्ध हैं कि नरेंद्र भाई के नेतृत्व में, हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी के मार्गदर्शन में हम पार्टी को हर प्रदेश में सशक्त करेंगे। आज के परिणाम हम सबके लिए सुखद हैं, लेकिन साथ ही 2024 में जीत का संकेत हैं।
The BJP there, massively reassured by these victories, now almost certain of a strong showing in 2024 unless something disastrous happens. And given the astute political management of the BJP top brass, even when something seems to be going wrong, they quickly make the corrections that are required. This victory pretty much seals 2024 for all practical purposes. The Congress will have to slog it out for another 6 years to try and put together a machine which can take on the BJP in Chhattisgarh. If you can snatch Chhattisgarh, the BJP can snatch Chhattisgarh from the Congress, an election which is really something that the Congress should have won, the Congress will find it very difficult to beat the BJP in a head-on-head fight.
2024, I know nothing is a done deal in politics, but it's as close to a done deal today. That's my sense. Let's say it, because the BJP won 62 out of 65 of these Lok Sabha seats as well. That was, some would say, post Balakot. This is not Balakot effect. This is your state leadership proving itself, your national leadership adding its ammunition. And I can only see the BJP, frankly, once again looking close to 300 at the moment. I'm trying.
No, they're going for 400 par. No, one second, Rajdeep. Like we saw in Uttar Pradesh, where everybody was saying 200 par, the BJP said 300 par. The BJP's big war cry, when the Prime Minister speaks, he'll be going to the BJP headquarters at 6:30 p.m. this evening at Deen Dayal Upadhyay Marg. Their big war cry will be "Ab ki baar 400 par."
So there are 4 states where I see the BJP still vulnerable. one is Karnataka, one is Bihar, one is Bengal, and one is Maharashtra. These are 4 states that but see what they've done in Maharashtra. They've broken the Shiv Sena, they've broken the NCP. So they've consolidated themselves. They will, I'm sure in Karnataka, they've effected a leadership change. They brought in the JDS. In Bihar, I think they're very clear that they will try and craft their own caste coalition to take on Lalu. And Amit Shah's first rally. I mean, think about this. Campaign over on the day that voting is taking place in Telangana. Where was Amit Shah? In Bengal, addressing a huge rally. So this is, this machine that keeps roiling on.
In Bihar, the BJP alone last time won 17 seats. In alliance with JDU, it won 39. For the BJP to repeat 17 may not be that difficult. Repeating 39 will be tough. I agree.
Yes, Rahul.
A lot of people are asking what the Lok Sabha trends could look like. So what we'll try and do in just a moment is to give you a sense of in the conversions which have happened. So let me first let me stand in the middle, try to explain. Nobody takes a screenshot and gets it all wrong. Let me explain what we want to do. In the seats which we've converted, I'll show you what the parliament conversions are going to look like. If you aggregate the assembly-wise vote share, what does parliament look like? I'll show that to you. Akshita Nandgopal is just trying to get a mic in to see if she can speak to Revant Reddy. Let's listen and if we can catch in there. So as I explained, what we'll try and do, and I'll build on this over the next couple of hours. This is the first cut I'm showing you. Each Lok Sabha seat is made up of assembly segments, 7, 6, 8. If I add, we haven't added for all just yet. If I add each of those assembly segments into Lok Sabha trends, what does it look like? So we'll do that. I'll start, for example, with Madhya Pradesh, and we'll try and show you what the conversion of these assembly segments into Lok Sabha trends could look like. So there are 29 parliamentary seats in Madhya Pradesh. If we convert, and obviously it doesn't work like this, the factors are different, the elections are different, the mechanics are different. But if I just did a simple arithmetic, just for the sake of Adda, you want to have Adda, you want to talk what will happen. So instead of just talking, let me give you some data. If I convert the trends that have come so far from assembly segments into Lok Sabha leads, the Congress would have 7 Lok Sabha leads, the BJP 22. So at the very least, and the BJP will of course hope that this goes up, at the very least, the BJP would have 22 Lok Sabha leads in Madhya Pradesh. From there, let me come to Chhattisgarh. There are 11 Lok Sabha seats in Chhattisgarh. On these 11 Lok Sabha seats, if I convert the assembly trends into, this is all being done live. I'm seeing this for the first time myself also. So if I now convert assembly leads into Lok Sabha trends, on these 11 seats, the BJP at 8, the Congress at 3. And remember, a Lok Sabha election is easier for the BJP than this. So 8 already, the Congress only at 3. So from there, I now want to go to Telangana. Let's see what's happening in Telangana. In Telangana, if we just did an arithmetic conversion, as I said, this election intelligence dashboard is quite magical. It will typically take people many days to do those kind of conversion. We can do it live for you. So if we convert assembly leads into Lok Sabha, the Congress leading on 9 Lok Sabha seats, the BRS on 6, the BJP had 4 last time, this time at 1, but they'll hope to do better in a Lok Sabha context. And lastly, let me come to Rajasthan. In Rajasthan, when I last checked, the data wasn't complete, but for what it's worth, from the seats we've been able to convert so far, the BJP leading on 16, the Congress only on 3. The other data I don't have just at this moment. I'll update it next time. It's looking pretty good. The BJP is looking at this, they won't take it for granted, but they'll say, okay, we're looking strong. Sure.
The ticket,
Just add 5. I mean, just add 5 to 10% market share, vote share on this, and then make the.
And the stock market will boom in the morning.
That is
I was speaking to Shail Bhatnagar, who heads markets today for Business Today Television. And he said, if the BJP wins 2 Heartland seats, you watch Rahul tomorrow. When the markets open, the BSE and NSE will be at historic highs. They weren't expecting 3 wins. With 3 wins in the Heartland, the markets will be on a roll.
Absolutely, and just you have. I mean, this is. I understand they're just doing a literal translation, but the vote share is going to be very different in the next, and it's going to be advantage BJP. And I don't know what the India Alliance will do. Maybe they'll come up with another story. We'll know.
In a world which is so volatile, In a world that is so volatile, with elections so unpredictable in democracy after democracy, if India gets the same government and same prime minister for 3 successive terms,
Remember,
that's a
Margaret
miracle.
Thatcher and Tony Blair, 2 other transformative leaders in their 3rd election struggle. I mean, they did win, but it was a lot of struggle. Any leader internationally, if you're looking at these results, globally, they'll be envious of Narendra Modi. India's Prime Minister, after 9.5 years of being in power, to have this kind of popularity across the heartland is quite amazing. It's an astounding achievement to be able to keep voters on your side. The pundits may not be on their side. They're just itching and waiting to write his obituary. The voters have a mind of their own, Rajdeep.
And it's not going to stop. On 22nd of January, you'll have Mr. Modi doing the Ram Mandir inauguration. If anything, that will give it even more emotive resonance across North India. In that sense, he's got the narrative. He's got the leadership, the leadership battle, in a sense, sewn up. If I was the opposition, I wouldn't really know what to do. Assume that you are actually talking of a rival who's ticked all the boxes at the moment. There was even talk that the poorer sections of society, those on the margins who suffered during COVID, are the ones who perhaps would vote against the BJP. But look at what's happened in Chhattisgarh. The poorer parts of the country, Chhattisgarh has some parts of the country where a large number of Dalits, tribals who live on the margins are there. They've all reposed their faith in the BJP in this election. So in parts of Madhya Pradesh, Malwa Nimad, for example. So clearly, I think he's built what with Shivraj Singh Chauhan also is true, bharosa, trust. So when you're looking at a double engine then,
he's also built a welfare architecture that gets linked directly to the union government and to him.
And even when you went across the states, Rajdeep, which we spoke of during the exit polls, when we were trying to conflate both the two, you can't, because the voters, which were very clear, who were very clear that they were going the Congress way, made it very clear that when it comes to 24, they're going to vote the Prime Minister.
Hello?
Okay, let's just listen into Akshita Nandgopal, who's finally caught up with Revanth Reddy, the one Congress leader who's beaming at the moment, even though at 63, the Congress is only 3 above the halfway mark. Think about it. If there's a split tomorrow in the Congress, what happens next?
I'm happy for that. I'm happy for that. You have assessed.
Your party has won today.
We're going to close the show with those pictures of Revanth Reddy. These are the only pictures that the Congress can be gleeful about today. Else, it's been a saffron sweep. So from there, I'm going to show you the pictures across BJP offices in different parts of the country. Kabhi khushi, kahi gham. Khushi in the BJP camp, gham in the Congress camp. Today has been the BJP's day out. The BJP reasserting its supremacy in southern India. Revanth Reddy there. Those are pictures in Hyderabad, but I'll ask my producer to shift to all the pictures that we've got from other capitals of the country, from Jaipur, from Raipur, and from Bhopal, where it is the BJP's day out. On that note, I must take our first break. Thank you very much for watching. We'll be back in the evening with plenty more.
आ गई भगवादारी आ गई राजस्थान में
कमल खिला के रहेंगे, हम महिलाओं को स्वतंत्रता राजस्थान बना के रहेंगे।
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
As much as we thought that the Rajasthan result is going to be neck and neck, it clearly looks now that the BJP is taking a lead. The numbers are showing BJP leading. You're already celebrating. What's the mood?
बिल्कुल, भारतीय जनता पार्टी प्रचंड बहुमत से राजस्थान में सरकार बनाने जा रही है और हम इसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करते हैं राजस्थान की प्रत्येक नारी शक्ति का, जिन्होंने कि इस महिला विरोधी
कांग्रेस सरकार को उखाड़ फेंकने का जो प्रण लिया था वो आज पूरा हो गया है और पूरी महिला शक्ति और इसलिए शांति धारीवाल जो महिला विरोधी बयान देते हैं वो पीछे है और राजस्थान ने महिला जाति ने उखाड़ कर फेंक दिया कांग्रेस। सीएम कौन है? सीएम कौन होगा? अगर सीएम कोई भी बने राजस्थान में बहुमत से सरकार बन रही है। मोदी 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 कौन वसुंधरा राजे? देखिए सीएम चाहे जो भी बने वो हमारे शीर्ष नेतृत्व का निर्णय है और हमें सिरोधार्य है। हम तो बस इस बात में खुश है कि राजस्थान में कमल का फूल अपने प्रचंड बहुमत के साथ खिल रहा है। जय भाजपा जय भाजपा। क्यों आपको क्यों लगता है कि गहलोत अगर हार गए क्यों हार गए? मीठी रेवड़ी देने के चक्कर में हार गए। किसके चक्कर में? मीठी रेवड़ियां बांटने के चक्कर में फ्री रेवड़ियां बांटने से कुछ नहीं हुआ। राजस्थान की जनता पीड़ित थी कांग्रेस सरकार से और राजस्थान की जनता ने नतीजा दे दिया। आप वसुंधरा राजे को चाहते हैं सीएम या कोई और? अगर जीत गई बीजेपी ऐसी सरकार है जहाँ कोई भी सीएम बने हम जीत गए। सीएम कोई भी बने हमें स्वीकार है। अच्छा सीएम कोई भी मिले आप मोदी के लिए वोट किया है या किसके लिए? राजस्थान की सुशासन लाने के लिए और मोदी जी के लिए। आप गहलोत अगर हारेगा तो क्यों हारेगा? अगर नहीं हार गया गहलोत लिपट गया। नारी को सुरक्षा दे न सके वो सरकार निकम्मी है। जादूगर there you have it, a whole bunch of women here in Rajasthan right at the BJP office to come here to जादू का पिटारा खो चुका है। मोदी आ चुका है। Well, this is obviously keeping a hawk eye on the 2024 elections. You had the BJP already doing the victory dance here. Massive jubilant celebrations as we see here right outside the BJP office. There you have the entire setup here, all decked in saffron. BJP flags, orange balloons, people wearing orange gear. A lot of them painting their face in orange. It's quite an ecstatic moment here for the BJP cadre in Rajasthan, undoubtedly.
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
Co-presented by Aapka Joy, Bharat Ka Joy, Joy E-Bike. Co-presented by Nexa, Create Inspire. Co-powered by Parul University, Vadodara, Gujarat. Co-powered by ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel India. बनाऊंगा मैं, बनेगा भारत.
Welcome back. Big day for the BJP, sweeping the Hindi heartland, 3 states, 2 of which were earlier with the Congress, Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh, and retaining power in Madhya Pradesh. The Congress's sole comfort is coming from Telangana at the moment, where I can tell you their lead also has narrowed. They're 63 in that 119-member assembly. One of the heroes of the day, Rahul, is Shivraj Singh Chauhan. You can't get enough of him on a day like today.
प्रधानमंत्री जी ये जो गारंटी है मध्य प्रदेश को एक एक पूरी करेंगे और भाई तो तुम्हारे लिए जिएगा मेरी बहनों, तुम्हारी जिंदगी बदलना मेरी जिंदगी का लक्ष्य है। हम अपनी आपका प्यार अनमोल है और मैं फिर दोहराता हूँ, मेरे लिए जगत में जितनी स्त्रियां हैं देवों की मूर्तियां हैं। आपका नाम, आपका सम्मान, आपकी सुरक्षा हमारी जिंदगी का लक्ष्य है। लंबी बात करने का वक्त नहीं है, जनतारे और अपन जीत रहे हैं। ये जीत मैं प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को समर्पित करता हूँ, क्योंकि उनके आशीर्वाद से जीतती है और लाडली बहनाओं तो मैं ये जीत समर्पित करता हूँ तुम्हारी जीत है। भाई और बहन मिलकर हम साथ चलेंगे और मध्य प्रदेश को भी आगे बढ़ाएंगे और जनता की और बहनों की जिंदगी भी बदलेंगे। बोले भाई बहन सदा साथ रहेंगे मिलकर, मध्य प्रदेश को आगे बढ़ाएंगे, जनता की जिंदगी भी बदलेंगे और बहनें भी आगे बढ़ती जाएगी। मेरी बहनों बारम्बार फिर मैं अपनी बहनों को शीश झुका के प्रणाम करता हूँ। सर्वभूतेषु मातृरूपेण संस्थिता नमस्कारामि मैं बारंबार प्रणाम मेरी बहनों, बारंबार प्रणाम। भारत माता की, लाडली बहनों की, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Shivraj Singh Chauhan, this is second or third public appearance that he's made. It's interesting, Rahul. It's Shivraj Singh Chauhan's second or third public appearance he's made. And look at it, right down the line, all the front rows dominated by women. And he's been open about it. Ladli Behna, he's giving it credit. He's got women right there. He's projecting himself as the next chief minister. Ashok Malik may not necessarily believe that he will be one, but the fact is that Shivraj Singh Chauhan, purely,
Is there any leader who's come out as often as Mamaji has this morning?
That's right.
He is coming out at every available opportunity, from the Bhopal gas tragedy anniversary to meeting a Ladli Behna to coming out and speaking inside his house. This is a victorious Shivraj Singh Chauhan, signaling to voters in Madhya Pradesh, signaling to his bosses in Delhi, signaling to the BJP Karyakarta across the country that this is a big victory. You cannot take credit away from Mamaji. So there's a lot of posturing and signaling as well. Raman Singh's done a bit of that in Chhattisgarh, but he's on a shakier wicket because he, A, wasn't projected, B, he was in opposition. Shivraj Singh Chauhan is in government, and while he acknowledged the role of Home Minister Amit Shah in micromanaging the campaign, in helping on the ground, it then becomes very difficult for the BJP at this juncture to institutionalize a generational change, even if they were thinking about one.
Huge difference between Raman Singh and Shivraj Singh Chauhan. Shivraj Singh Chauhan, incumbent chief minister, with his back to the wall, wins an election, wins such a massive mandate. On the other hand, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, the OBC factor is important. Raman Singh comes from a previous era where the BJP could perhaps was what I call the pre-OBC BJP. Now you've got a BJP which at every level is dominated by OBC leadership, starting with the Prime Minister. And to counter what the Congress says about OBCs being discriminated, I see any one of 3 or 4 names within the BJP's Chhattisgarh unit who are from the OBC community, who are the front runners to become the chief minister. Meanwhile, the breaking news we are getting is the BRS appears to have conceded. KCR concedes defeat in Telangana. KCR says...
No, this is Krishank Mane of the BRS saying that
we respect the verdict.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the fact is that the first time the BRS is coming out and saying it, even though, Sudhir, the margin isn't as if, it was looking like 70 about an hour ago, it's down to 63. And we want to make very cautious. If it were to come to anywhere below 60, then all options again open in Telangana.
Because the BRS so far was in the 30s, it has moved to the low 40s. 63 incidentally was the number that KCR's TRS won in 2014, the first election after the bifurcation, or around the time the bifurcation took place. So 63 is not a safe. In fact, many Congress leaders, including Renuka Chaudhary, said below 65 we are not safe.
Okay, so 41 for the BRS, 63 for the Congress. The Congress, which looked to be winning big, is now winning but just about crossing the finishing line, not looking comfortable. And that's been the case. Where the BJP is winning like it is in Madhya Pradesh, it's picking up 161 seats. Our poll was bang on in Madhya Pradesh. But this is just a phenomenal victory. After 20 years of being in power, 18 years of being in power, to win in this fashion is just an electoral marvel. This is the command the BJP machine, the chief minister, the party leadership has with the voters of the state, that the Congress is less than half of the BJP.
Look, there are two really major verdicts, I think, today that have come, or you could say two and a half. One big one is Madhya Pradesh. The surprise of the day is Chhattisgarh. I think Chhattisgarh has given the BJP a sense that this is a momentum that they've built. It's not just about Madhya Pradesh, not just what the exit pollsters like Axis said. We've turned around Chhattisgarh, a state where no one gave us really, I mean, out of 10 pollsters, 8 predicted a BJP defeat in Chhattisgarh. They've won that and winning it handsomely, not in a super over as we thought, winning it handsomely. Rajasthan, you could argue that, you know, compared to 2013, it's not as big a win, but it's still a win is a win. So for the BJP, all three coming together perfect. 2.5, I said, because in Telangana, if the Congress is able to go above 65, it is some southern comfort. But boss, to win 161 after 20 years in power is tremendous,
no,
remarkable.
But they won in different ways in different states. Madhya Pradesh is a pro-incumbency vote, women voting for Shivraj Singh Chauhan. And leaders, removing your old leaders who have disaffection or anti-incumbency, and finding a way of making the Congress lose and finding a way to win.
And all the big Congress leaders are losing. T.S. Singh has not lost an election in 15 years.
So let's show that on the election intelligence dashboard. We'll go through the VIPs in different states. You mentioned Chhattisgarh, so I'll start from there. In Chhattisgarh, if we look at the key candidates and how they are faring, Dr. Raman Singh in Rajnandgaon is leading. Bhupesh Baghel in Patan, the chief minister who's now on his way out, is leading. T.S. Singhdev is actually trailing in Ambikapur. He comes from the Sarguja area. He's trailing deputy chief minister. Amit Jogi naturally trailing in Patan if Bhupesh Baghel is winning there. Vijay Baghel, again, the third, the MP over there, he's trailing. Apart from that, Arun Sao. Now, listen to this man and his story carefully, because he's one of those who could potentially be chief minister. He is leading in Lormi. He is the state party chief. He's a sitting MP. I was on a flight with him on the way back from Raipur. He thinks he's going to be chief minister if the BJP wins, and now they've won. So he thinks he'll be fancying his chances. Fancying his chances also will be Brijmohan Agarwal. The problem, though, is that he comes from the Banya trader community, and therefore it's much tougher for him to be made chief minister in a tribal state, because, you know, the tribals versus the traders, that's the dynamic at play over there. So it's complicated for him. Apart from this, let's take a look at, for example, another senior Congress leader is trailing again in Durg Gramin. Tamraj Dhwaj Sahu is trailing, the state home minister. So that's as far as Chhattisgarh is concerned. From here, let me come to Rajasthan and take you through some of the key VIPs for Rajasthan. Ashok Gehlot leading in Sardarpura. He, though, is on his way out. To his credit, if there is credit, he hasn't been hammered as badly as he usually gets hammered at the end of his term. He's been beaten, but not as badly as he usually gets beaten. Vasundhara Raje Scindia in Jhalra Patan, she has won. Sachin Pilot is leading in Tonk. CP Joshi in Nathdwara is trailing. Rajyavardhan Rathore is leading. He was trailing initially in Jotwara. Rajendra Rathore in Taranagar is trailing. Pratap Khacharyavas, interestingly, Preeti, he's trailing in civil lines. Satish Punya of the BJP trailing at this moment. Govind Dotasra is leading in Lachmangarh. Professor Gaurav Vallabh, the spokesperson who's contesting in Udaipur, is trailing. Shanti Dhariwal is leading. Vishwaraj Mewar, interestingly, in Nathdwara is actually beating CP Joshi. Apart from this, Kirodilal Meena is winning in Savai Madhopur. Diya Kumari is winning she's
Her
won
seat is
in
declared.
Vidya
That is one of the safest
Safer
seats.
seats.
Mahant Balaknath is leading in Tijara. Now, these two candidates are also those who would be fancying their chances, Ashok Malik, if the BJP is to institutionalize a generational change in Rajasthan. But they can do a change in Chhattisgarh and in Rajasthan if they wanted. In Madhya Pradesh, because you got an incumbent chief minister and he's won with 162. It's that much. Ab aapne change kiya hai. Aap subah se to ulta bol rahe ho. Itna laga ki finally been able to convert him to our point.
The moment for generational change is when you have 150 seats rather than 120, but that's my hunch. I'm not in politics.
I think the change I think Rahul, the generational change will take place in Rajasthan.
And Rajasthan, there are many.
Because I don't think that Vasundhara, you see, you fought this election without projecting her, and you've yet won, unlike the past. So once you've done that, once you've not projected her, you had a Parivartan Yatra, she was not necessarily the only person part of it, then you've got options. Then you've got every reason to say
As in Chhattisgarh.
As in Chhattisgarh. In Chhattisgarh, almost certainly, as in Rajasthan, or in Rajasthan, they will look at the caste calculus. Do you want to, in some way, look at OBC politics again in Rajasthan? Do you want to look at possibly a tribal face? You see, the BJP always looks at caste calculus. My sense is it will be someone from the OBC community there.
And there are plenty to go by. There is Baba Balaknath, there's Bhupendra Yadav, there is Gajendra Shekhawat, who fancies his chances as well. There is CP Joshi, who comes from Chittorgarh.
Okay, those are interesting images there. DK Shivkumar giving a laddu. The only laddu the Congress can eat today is in Telangana. Revant Reddy, likely to be the next chief minister, is getting a nice big laddu from DK Shivkumar. He went there to safeguard his MLAs. Hopefully that's not required. 65 is where the Congress is at.
There's a new party which has been formed today called Congress S.
Which is what?
Congress South. In the past, there used to be a Congress S, which Sharad Pawar and others had broken away and formed in the 1980s. A new party has been formed called Congress S. This party is the party which is dominant south of the Vindhya.
You know, I want to ask a question to Sudhir. Sudhir, I'm looking at the trends, especially where the AIMIM is concerned, and it's fascinating because it's completely shrunk. It's a decimation of the AIMIM. So that, yes.
Yeah, it's still leading in 7 seats, so they may still win their 7 seats, but the margins will be much lower.
Lesser.
Yakutpura was what I was getting the figures for, where the BJP is said to be leading. So
let's be fair, just to correct to our friends, Mr. Ovesi. He's come back. He's won out of he won 7 last time. So he's winning in 6. Only Nampalli, which was expected. You see, we have to go with the way the wind has blown. Yeah. Now he's winning his bastions.
But has it struck that Ovesi is team B of the BJP? Has that narrative struck?
No, the thing is that the way the Hyderabad old city is that it is seen as an MIM citadel, which is why the voting percentage is also low. People don't go for vote. Vote karke bhi kya fayda, MIM to jeetne wala hai. So that's the general attitude. But this time, it has kind of fluctuated a lot, which normally does not happen with the MIM seats. You know, it goes in one direction.
Exactly.
This time, the BJP has also made inroads into the MIM citadel, which would be a matter of worry for Ovesi 4 months down the line.
Okay, Pradeep Gupta now joins us, lead pollster at Access My India. Pradeep, welcome. You've got the Telangana poll right. You've got Madhya Pradesh right.
Madhya Pradesh bang on and a real outlier. Madhya Pradesh is a real outlier. So full marks to what you got in Madhya Pradesh. Telangana full marks again.
You cannot compare my performance with others. My performance is my performance.
Okay, so two you've got bang on, Madhya Pradesh, Telangana.
Rajasthan, directionally you are showing the Congress in front, the BJP doing much better than you would anticipate.
No, you've got, let's be honest also, we've got to be honest, you got Rajasthan wrong, you've got Chhattisgarh badly wrong. That's the truth. I have to say this.
Rajdeep, in both the cases, we have also projected that BJP is likely to win the majority. We may not have called it accurately as of the case.
You got Rajasthan wrong last time as well. What went wrong?
No, it's not the wrong. Last time also we got BJP 72 seats, but Congress we said 110. They
that last 100. Time was okay. This time you've got
directionally also. This time we have projected as you cannot say it wrong. I agree, it is not right as well. It's all depend half glass full or half glass empty.
Yeah, you know,
however way you want to see.
I will say one thing.
Sir, if it's not right, it's wrong.
No, Pradeep went where no journalist went and predicted Madhya Pradesh spot on. All of us went.
More than the BJP also.
Yeah,
even the BJP didn't.
Even I said BJP ahead, but Kati ki takkar. I've got that video. So Pradeep is spot
You've said so many different things.
No, I've got it all here on. I'll tell you exactly. But we all, both of us got, Preeti and I got Rajasthan right. Pradeep has got it wrong.
I got Madhya Pradesh also
No,
right.
you said also slight.
Acha, this is not
Nobody said
about
150,
journalists.
160. Let's be clear.
Okay.
Let's
I
all
said
be
BJP
honest
ahead,
with
yeah.
ourselves. It's a way to do
We didn't say
journalism.
wave. Yeah, I didn't say
nobody
wave.
said a wave. It's a wave. On the other hand, in Chhattisgarh, most of us who went there, including pollsters, predicted, Pradeep, that the Congress would be ahead of BJP. BJP has gone well ahead. What has gone wrong? What changed in Chhattisgarh? Let's start with Chhattisgarh because that is the real election where the turnaround compared to pollsters
Yeah,
is.
that's right. Chhattisgarh also, Rajdeep, we projected Adivasis are voting more in favor of BJP, particularly in case of Bastar region, which is the case. Now coming to the why BJP got extra vote, 3% extra vote than the our projection and as well as the more than Congress, 3% more than, is basically the OBC's vote. Sahu, we projected very well that BJP is getting lion's share this time, which was not the case the last time. But the Dalit votes, particularly Satnamis, which is in the large numbers in Chhattisgarh,
which used to be once with Ajit Jogi.
BSP and DGP formed the alliance, and good amount of these Dalit and Adivasi votes shifted towards the this alliance, which dented the prospect of Congress. This is the case and the story of Chhattisgarh.
Very interesting because I remember you mentioning, and let's give Pradeep credit. He mentioned others could be a critical factor in Chhattisgarh, and you're saying they've taken over the Dalit vote. You also spotted a trend which may have got a little more magnified in the results, which is women.
Yeah.
I sense that women have voted for the BJP in much larger numbers than men. So clearly the welfare schemes that the BJP promised in Chhattisgarh have worked among women, just as they did in Madhya Pradesh through Ladli Behna.
Absolutely. And that particularly Mahatari Yojana, which they...
Mahatari Vandana Yojana.
Mahatari Vandana Yojana, virtue of that, 12,000 rupees they promise in a year to female of the Chhattisgarh, which is the same case of Ladli Behna type. And these are the more or less same state, Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh. And people believe in that, particularly female, and voted large number in favor of.
So you're
BJP.
saying the others, in a way, took away a bit of the Congress vote, especially Dalit vote.
Dalit and
The
Adivasi.
BJP's got the Sahu vote back. They put 14 Sahu candidates
Yes.
up there, and the woman vote has gone towards the BJP. What about Rajasthan? What you had said in Rajasthan, and you're right there, that you had said it's possible that the BJP could, in one of your scenarios, get a majority, but the gap, the Congress has come nowhere close to the nervous 90s. They've fallen to 71. BJP has pulled ahead. Is it the Gujjar vote, in particular Eastern Rajasthan, when I look at
actually, if you look at the map, no. So it's the Jaipur division, it's Bikaner, it's Hanumangarh, it's Nagaur.
Yes.
That's the area where they've
So
totally...
what changed?
Here also the others damage the prospect of Congress here, I would say again, because BJP vote bank is largely the same as Brahman, Rajputs, OBCs, which is the same. But if you see the Jat votes particularly, and then the Adivasi and Dalit votes, it seems here as well, BSP has played a very big role in Rajasthan. If you see the vote share of BSP, overall is 2 to 3% is a significant vote for BSP in the state like Rajasthan.
In fact, others are about...
difference between BJP and Congress
That's the
right now.
3%
That's the 3% difference between BJP
Well,
and
actually,
Congress.
others are about 18% at the moment. So others are very significant in Rajasthan.
We projected.
Now, a local journalist in Rajasthan has told me that the biggest problem that Gehlot had was repeating candidates. You only cut 17 tickets. And the sense one gets is that has also cost the Congress local anti-incumbency, because region after region, Preeti, there's not a single region at the moment where I see the Congress ahead of the BJP in Rajasthan.
No, Shekhawati.
That's the only region.
Shekhawati, they're ahead. But if you look at it, Rajdeep, it's a complete split. Just look at it. Look at where the Jaipur
That's the
division
only
is
region.
concerned. No, even Ahirwal, Jaipur. Look at Jaipur.
Jaipur region at the moment, we've got the BJP leading in 25, Congress in 18.
Okay.
The Congress had done very well there last time.
Yes.
In Ahirwal, which is a Gujjar-dominated area, BJP 11, INC 8 last
but
time.
Rajdeep, what we were suspecting is that East Rajasthan will
That's
give the benefit to BJP. It's happened, but not entirely. But it's come more from areas which are... Look at it. Look at the map. The saffron surge is completely where...
The biggest saffron surge
the Bikaner, Jodhpur area.
No, the biggest saffron surge in Rajasthan is in Mewar. 25,
that happens,
25 to the BJP, 6 to the Congress. So some element of polarization on the ground. Remember, the Udaipur incident was magnified. The Prime Minister spent a lot of time claiming that if the Congress came back, there would be,
Kanhaiya Lal bhi hai.
the Kanhaiya Lal story was played out. So across Rajasthan.
But this has always been the stronghold. This has
but
been a BJP stronghold.
Are we saying, therefore, Pradeep, picking up others is the challenge for a pollster? You see, and who those others are picking up votes from becomes a bigger challenge. You can get the vote share of the top two parties right, but the others, where do they get their votes
Even in case of Rajasthan, that too, others numbers also we got a spot on. We said between 14 to 18, and 18s are likely to win as per our whatever current trends now. What is more important here, whose vote share they are getting more in numbers.
And you think they got the Congress's vote share?
Yes, whether they are denting to the Congress or to the BJP. That is the precisely reason why last time also our poll was not spot on, though directionally absolutely right.
What does this verdict mean for the Lok Sabha elections?
I don't think it has any bearing on the outcome of Lok Sabha 2024, but yes, it does moral booster for the party, for the Karkartas, for the trained kind of a setting in media. You will talk lots on this direction, the way we have been talking in last 1 year for Madhya Pradesh. We were always saying too much, anti-incumbency, fatigue factor, this
No,
and
but
that.
this is not fatigue or anti-incumbency.
Other way around, we were talking about the Chhattisgarh. Chhattisgarh is, last time it was a landslide, 68 versus 15 for Congress to BJP. And that is the precisely reason why whatever is available before us, we have no choice but to analyze that.
But Pradeep, look at 2018 and what happened in 2019.
That's what I'm saying.
There was about a 10 to 15% incremental vote in these states for the BJP between 2018
which could
November,
still well
December,
happen.
which is what I'm saying. Now you've gone on a higher base. You've already, for example, in Chhattisgarh, Rahul, the BJP fell to about 34% of the vote. Now they've come back over 40.
So,
imagine if they get a 15% bump.
So let me ask Pradeep that question, because a lot of the BJP top leaders who are messaging and people around them, their big thrust, and we'll hear a lot of this from the BJP in the hours and days to come, is ab ki baar 400 par. Given the electoral arithmetic, is that possible? Is that a campaign cry or is that possible?
That's what, again, I am telling you, whatever people and everybody will see in front of them, they are going to do analysis based on that. That is the reason why we have been saying Chhattisgarh to Congress ka secured and Madhya Pradesh to BJP.
How did the Congress botch up Chhattisgarh?
The problem here is that...
How did the Congress botch up Chhattisgarh, do you think?
In both the... See, the biggest picture over here is the Congress is not able to repeat their government. Governments are always repeat purely based on the performance of incumbent government, which is not the case. On the other side, BJP has shown that the kind of credibility and the kind of people believe in the leadership of Narendra Modi, and whatever he says, whatever they promise.
One top BJP leader who called this morning while our coverage was going on said, Pradeep tells us that Hindutva doesn't work. This verdict says Hindutva works.
That is the problem with entire country. Whenever BJP is winning, meaning it is only winning because of Hindutva. This is never the case. Again and again, I keeps on reminding, if that was the case, that Atal Bihari types of leader, too tall a leader, and Ram Mandir movement at that time, they never ever secured more than 180
No, but India has changed since then.
Nothing is changed. In fact, the kind of a religious alignment with the emergence of youth demographically, no youth likes to go in mandir. Tell me how many youths like to go in mandir and go in a religious way.
I don't agree. India is more conscious of religious identity than they were previously. People are being made more conscious of religious identity, and they are more conscious of religious identity.
I'll give you a distinction. 1993, these same states, because let's call apples to apples. 1993, then of course Madhya Pradesh was one state, went to the polls in the backdrop of the Babri Masjid demolition at the peak of the Ram wave. What happened? BJP
didn't have this kind of organizational machinery.
So I'll just come to it. BJP had to get independent support to win Rajasthan, Bhairav Singh Shekhawat. Madhya Pradesh, the Congress won, and the third, and Himachal Pradesh. Himachal Pradesh, the Congress won, and Delhi also the
BJP one.
Oh, yeah, but these were the three. These were the three big ones that went. What has changed from 1993 to 2023? 30 years have gone. I think three things have changed. A, the BJP, you're absolutely right, organizationally has become much stronger. You know, the ability to do last mile connectivity is much stronger, more robust under the Amit Shah regime. Number two, you've got in Narendra Modi a leader who embodies, I would say, what I call Moditva, which is a mix of this kind of Vikas Purush that I'm going to bring you, you know, the promised land, a better tomorrow. At the same time, the core Hindutva vote is still with you. So you've got a core plus vote. He's added a Hindutva plus vote. Number three, I think we've seen, I believe, a weakening of the Congress over the last 30 years. You see, when you look at a leader, you also have to look at it in the context of the opposition. I just look at the Congress in Madhya Pradesh. I covered that election 93. On the stage, Digvijay Singh, Madhav Rao Scindia, Arjun Singh, VC Shukla, they had a phalanx of leaders. Look at the Congress today. The only leader from that time is, the two leaders from that time are still around. Everyone else is gone. You don't have a younger leadership. You look at your opposition weakens, you strengthen. It becomes a bit of a no
Pradeep
contest.
Gupta, would the BJP be able to change chief ministers, or are they likely now, in your view? What is the data telling you? Forget what actually happens. What's the data telling you in terms of the message for who should be chief minister next?
Data is clearly, I mean, people have seen whatever last, the current chief minister, and in the past, whoever was the chief minister, or if any party declare the chief minister candidate. So again, whatever facts before them, they based on that, they say whatever they have to say.
Arey,
about
jalebi
it.
bana raha hu, main sawal pooch raha hu. My question is, on the basis of this verdict, what's your interpretation on who's best suited to be chief minister in Rajasthan?
Rajasthan, new face has to be from OBC and backward class for sure, and youth. I mean, this
Why
is something.
new face? Why not Vasundhara?
If you compare just for the moment, just take the example first, the Madhya Pradesh.
No, I'm asking you about Rajasthan.
Okay, chalo, Rajasthan. Now, if Gehlot Sahab was there, the incumbent chief minister, and had BJP projected Vasundhara Raje ji, any common man on the earth will definitely say Gehlot wait much more than that. And that is the probably precisely reason why BJP has never projected, and Modi was the face, then things
They
were
made
turned
it
out.
Modi versus Gehlot.
So this is the case. Now coming to the Madhya Pradesh, if you see the Kamal Nath on the other side, one side, and the Shivraj Singh on the other side, again the difference, any common man, 100 out of 99 will say, yaar, ye to zyada theek hai. So this is the case.
You know, very interesting.
And in Chhattisgarh?
And Chhattisgarh, again, because of...
No, you're giving
Another
your
backward
perspective.
class.
No, I'm asking you, what is the data telling you? Who's best placed to be chief minister of Chhattisgarh now?
Chhattisgarh now, based on our data, Raman Singh had a big difference when popularity of chief minister, when we asked, than the Bhupet Baghel. Because of obvious reason. That is the reason why that data has no meaning. You have to see what is the probability on the ground. But provided you project someone, then they select one.
Can I just tell you what Pradeep had told me, and it has stayed in my mind. I used it in my book as well. After the 2018 election, when the Congress won all three states, we were in the evening discussing, and he made this point. He said, if the Congress has any sense, they will make Sachin Pilot or Jyotiraditya Scindia, if not both the chief ministers, to project an impression of a generational change. It is perception. It's not as if Gehlot is not more popular than MLA. When I asked congressmen, and they were right in their own way, they said more MLAs are with Gehlot. Fair enough. Similarly, more MLAs were with Kamal Nath. But when you win an election, you're not winning it only for your MLAs. You're also looking at your future.
See, who are you as a leader? You are a public representative. So you have to see what is the ratio of representation individual personality belonging to. If your generation is 65% in the age of up to 35 years of age, then you have to look this demography and take your decisions.
But Pradeep, in Rajasthan, would you fancy the chances of someone like a Baba Balaknath? He's OBC, he's young, and he's also a polarizing figure going into 2024.
This is a very good question you ask. And again, I want to give the answer of Rahul that Hindutva work or doesn't work. See, again, the ratios. If your population 70 to 80% lives less than $100 a month, do you think it impact their religious alignment or whatever you call following? Whereas definitely it affects the 5 to 10% of people who are the affluent class belonging to the upper caste. Definitely it does matter. So you have to decide what you want, that you want whether the lion's share or the real representation, or you are looking for those 5 to 8%. Media, you will get lots of mindshare, not a single percent doubt. But media
and one of the things that has also changed when I compare 93 to 2023, and Ashok, you were also around in 1993, is the OBCization. You see, in 1993, we almost took it for granted. वो upper caste का leader बनेगा. Digvijay became, for example, Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh. Bhairav Singh Shekhawat became in Rajasthan. Now it appears political parties are very conscious of caste. Caste census may not work, but I want my caste leader.
You know, in 1993, just after the Babri Masjid Ram Janmabhoomi incident, December 6th, the BJP still loses in Uttar Pradesh to OBC Dalit alliance. I think that was a turning point.
Representation.
It was a turning
share of
point.
representation.
Yes. It was a turning point in Indian politics. Because after that, the BJP also had to change.
Why Naveen Patnaik is winning consecutive 5 elections? You are ignoring all this performance. And here you talk about the performance. When actual somebody come victorious, you ignore the performance when it is the case of BJP.
I'd like to say one thing. I agree with Pradeep on one issue, that elections are multifactorial.
Yeah.
Identity is there, of course it is there, but it's not the only factor.
Okay, one BJP leader sent me a message. You are missing on the fact that Mr. Modi will look for a woman face either in Chhattisgarh or Rajasthan.
He has to, with 33%.
And two names, of course, doing the round: Saroj Pandey in Chhattisgarh, Vasundhara, of course, herself, and Diya Kumari in Rajasthan. He says Mr. Modi is very clear. He needs to see one major woman face in the. I'm just telling you what
I'm just telling you. They are 100% right, but both of them belonging to upper caste.
That's right. I agree with you. I'm just telling you.
You need backward caste. You will get backward caste chief ministers, backward caste Dalit chief ministers.
Vasundhara
And one will be a woman.
Raje is doing a press conference at this moment. Let's listen to what she's saying.
I think आप लोग सबसे ज्यादा मजा तो आप लोग ले रहे हो. 55. You can't go to 70. Where are you going to get those votes from? I'm just thinking that they all have to be standing out there. 55.
34 last time.
Last time, you know the circumstances. So circumstances all around Rajasthan tha. Otherwise, we'd have won Rajasthan. Sarkar gayi na on that. That has changed.
It wicked.
So expectation is.
During my Nalawad visit, I was just trying to find out a single poster of Congress candidate. Not able.
I also didn't look. I must say. I'm trying to remember. Okay, we'll start. Let's get over this, and then we can sit and chat for a little while. So, सबसे पहले राजस्थान की ये जो शानदार जीत है, ये माननीय हमारे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी, जिनका मंत्र था ये सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास और सबका प्रयास, ये उसकी जीत है. उनकी दी हुई गारंटी की जीत है. ये जीत हमारे माननीय केंद्रीय मंत्री होम मिनिस्टर अमित शाह जी की रणनीति की जीत है. और ये जीत हमारे माननीय अध्यक्ष श्री नड्डा जी के कुशल नेतृत्व की जीत है. और फिर सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट ये भी है, ये जीत हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं की, जिनके अथक प्रयास परिश्रम की जीत है. उन्होंने दिन और रात हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के जो सपने को साकार करने की पूरी कोशिश करते हुए उस दिशा में मेहनत करके ये परिणाम दिलाने का काम किया है. और सबसे बड़ी बात तो यह है कि ये जीत हमारे जनता जनार्दन की है, जिसने कांग्रेस के कुराज को नकारते हुए और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सुराज को अपनाने का काम किया है. और ये जीत 2024 में मोदी जी को फिर से देशवासियों की सेवा का अवसर देने की जीत, ये जीत है. So that's all I wanted to say. मेरी तरफ से तो इतना ही है. फिर आप बंद कर दो तो फिर अपन वो सवाल नहीं, वो सवाल
आपने जहाँ दे दिया कि
सवाल नहीं सर, वो सवाल अब इसके बाद आप स्विच कर दो ऑफ एंड देन अपन बात करेंगे। ये नहीं करेंगे, चाय पिलाओ इनको।
You know, right through this campaign, Rahul, Vasundhara Raje has been refusing to take questions, and she's done the same today because the obvious question that was going to be asked to her, "Are you in the chief minister race?" She doesn't want to get into it at the moment, and she's
But it's
praised
beyond
Narendra
her
Modi
control.
4 times
But it's
in 5
beyond her
minutes.
control now. It's frankly beyond her control. They'll do whatever the BJP High Command thinks is right. They didn't project her. It's hardly a secret. They want to go beyond her, and they have the opportunity now to make that happen.
Could they bring in someone from the center like a Bhupendra Yadav? They did it with Yogi Adityanath in UP. Could they bring in someone like Bhupendra Yadav, who's a trusted aide of Amit Shah?
So why didn't they make him fight then? If they wanted him.
But Yogi Adityanath didn't fight the UP elections, but was made chief minister. I just wonder whether someone from the center could come also.
But the difference with Yogi Adityanath was the top BJP brass said a lot of MLAs wanted Yogi Adityanath. He was the #1 most popular candidate when it came to who people wanted should come and campaign for them. You can't really say
Shekhawat doesn't command that same pan Rajasthan appeal at the moment, but you never know. But you never know.
I want to spend a moment on
Gujarat is sui generis.
dashboard.
I can appoint even Rajdeep Sardesai can become chief
Looking
minister.
at vote share numbers, okay? So we'll start with Rajasthan. I want to show you the vote share numbers it gives because we've seen the seats enough. The vote share breakup gives you a good sense of how each of these states is actually looking. So I'll take Madhya Pradesh, for example, and give you the vote share numbers from Madhya Pradesh. What here on your screen now, what you see initially are the previous year's numbers. Now you're seeing the current year's numbers, 49 versus 41. That's a 8% lead for the BJP in Madhya Pradesh in terms of vote share. And that really is hats off to Pradeep for picking it up because your estimates were higher than the BJP's own estimates. Some of the top BJP leaders I spoke to said, "Ye thoda zyada bol raha, acha hi hoga, itne aa jayenge," but they weren't expecting this either. So that is as far as, I can do a few other things which makes the vote share numbers more interesting. I'll show you a heat map of Madhya Pradesh. What this does is it shows you in how many seats was the Congress really in the fray. There are only 117 seats where the Congress's vote share is above 40%, which means in the other seats, the Congress didn't even get 40% of the vote share. The BJP had 40% plus vote share in 187 seats. This is a very important data point that we're putting out, showing the dominance of the BJP versus how weak the Congress's performance once you break it down. So this is called a vote share heat map. What you're seeing is how many seats did the BJP do well in, which is above 40%. How many did the Congress put up a good fight in? They didn't do that in too many seats. If we compare this with the historical vote share for Madhya Pradesh, the BJP has actually done better in this election than it ever has. In 2003, the BJP's vote share was 43%. 2008, it was 38%. 2013, it was 45%, came down to 41%. Now it's 49. So an 8% increase. The Congress, roughly where it was at 41% earlier, it's at 41. It's the BJP that's pulled votes away from the others, brought it to itself. That's a big number there. I can do a dispersion. I'll show you what the dispersion looks like in Madhya Pradesh. What this dispersion does is it shows you how strongly the BJP has done. It's done poorly in very few seats, doing strongly in a lot of seats. And we can do the same now for Rajasthan. Let me do the same for Rajasthan and show you the Rajasthan numbers for vote share. So in Rajasthan, if we look at the vote share, 39, it was roughly last time round. This time, the BJP at 42, the Congress at 39. So Rajasthan was tighter, more contested. 19% to the others, a lot of vote to the others. A 3% gap in favor of the BJP in Rajasthan. 3% up from the last time. Again, the Congress roughly where it was. So they're pulling votes from the others. The Congress holding on both in Madhya Pradesh and in Rajasthan to where it was last time.
Yeah, so this is where my poll is. See, 41% we said for the BJP, they are getting 42%. And also we said 42 for the Congress, they are 39, meaning -2 added to 1 to the BJP
difference.
and 2 to the others.
I'll show you vote share heat map for Rajasthan. What the vote share heat map does is it tells you how strong a performance the Congress put up. So there are 122 seats where the BJP had 40% plus vote share. 122 seats, BJP's vote share is more than 40%. The Congress's vote share is more than 40% only in 98 seats. So in half the state, the Congress couldn't even get 40%. So it never really was in the reckoning on these seats. If I do a historical breakup of the vote share details, and I say, as I've been saying since the morning, this kind of micro detailing is not available anywhere else. I mean, there's no other network that can come anywhere close to matching the level of detailing that we can do. So where does this look in terms of historical vote share? It's kind of where it was. The BJP's biggest victory was in 2013 when it had 45% of the vote share. It now has 42%. Last year it was 39%. In 2008 it was 34%. So this is really not the BJP's biggest victory in terms of vote share in Rajasthan.
It's actually not so, when you look at those numbers, it just shows you the role that others play in Rajasthan.
Correct.
In no other Hindi heartland state will you feed such big numbers for others. 21% went down to 19. The Congress, the gap is only 3%. You see, it's not as if the gap, Rahul, when you do the heat map, when you say 98 seats over 40%, that's quite a lot. That's almost half the seats of Rajasthan. Congress was over 40%. Just think about it. Yes. The Congress needed one extra incremental vote. You could have either done that with alliances or you could have presented a more inclusive leadership. These are the small micro detailing in a state election management.
I'll give you a small example. We were talking about the Bundelkhand region in Madhya Pradesh. There are 4 seats now that I have just gone through. One of them that I have in front of me, Niwari, where the Samajwadi Party has polled 13,000 seats, which is double the winning. 13,000 votes, which is double the winning margin of the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Congress.
Yeah, but the only difference I'll make is that in Madhya Pradesh it's a washout. When 162 plays 66, it would have made no difference.
Every seat
but
counts.
in Rajasthan, had you concentrated on 20 to 25 seats in making alliances on the ground, in ensuring that you had dropped 20 more sitting MLAs, Gehlot would have had half a chance. You see, this is where, as I said, when you put ego before your party, I will not have anything to do with Sachin Pilot till the last moment. It doesn't work. When you say that my welfare schemes are good enough, it doesn't work.
I want to come now to Chhattisgarh. In Chhattisgarh, the BJP has 46% of the vote share. The BJP's vote share in this election is 13% up from the last time. That's a big swing. It looks like not as big a victory as in Madhya Pradesh, but given how low they'd fallen, pulling 13% extra voters to get them to vote for you is a very big electoral achievement. And the Congress is at 42, that's 1% down.
Down, and see the others. That is where the BJP and management
everywhere they're pulling from the others.
The DGP and BSP alliance. In Bihar, it was overseas factor which made BJP win, right? With only 10 seats extra than the...
I want to do a vote share heat map for Chhattisgarh so that you understand what this means. How hard did the Congress fight? That's what this data shows. Here it is on your screen for the first time. 40% and plus BJP had 67 out of 90. So which means on 67 seats in Chhattisgarh, the BJP fought a very tight, very good election. The Congress fought a good election only on 54 seats. So forget what the narratives on television and the Congress actually fought a good fight at the data might keep changing as you go along because more rounds are getting counted. But from what we know, and we're halfway done, the Congress fought well only on 54 seats. If I look at the historical breakup of Chhattisgarh, here it is on your screen right now. The BJP has actually done better this time than it ever has. BJP in 2003 was 39%, 2008 was 40%, 41% in 2013, 33% last time. This time it's at 46. This is BJP's best performance in Chhattisgarh ever since the state was formed in the year 2000. The Congress has done worse. It got 36% in 2003, 38% in 2008, 40% in 2013, 1% down from the last time. So the Congress is kind of where it was, Ashok. Everywhere we are going, the Congress is kind of where it was. The BJP is pulling votes from everywhere.
What is happening in all 3 states is that all 3 states have traditionally been bipolar. They're actually becoming even more bipolar.
Yeah.
The space for the third
but the bipolarity is benefiting the BJP, not the Congress.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes. In Chhattisgarh, the BJP has had a huge swing in its favor. It's come back from 33 back to 45, 46.
At the cost of others.
At the cost of, you see, others, please appreciate. Last time when you've seen, the others were well organized.
JCC and BSP alliance.
JCC and BSP were in a solid alliance last time, and they got 20% of the vote. That comes to 12. The BJP picks a lion's share of it. You see, politics is about what has changed in Indian politics is simply that New age election management is about managing others, managing constituency-wise, managing regions, projecting some local leaders. When the BJP sent ministers and MPs into Madhya Pradesh, what was our, as you called it, what pop panditry? BJP is nervous.
No.
BJP is desperate. BJP does not know whether they can put all their faith in Shivraj Singh. Let's send them there. What they did is they used these leaders to create a mahal in the local areas.
No. They fielded all these except Prahlad Singh Patel, that to his brother constituency. All are very difficult seats for BJP to win.
Yes, but what you did
so
also,
there you need somebody
but what you also
skin in the game.
You also create. You also make sure that all these leaders have a skin in the game. Okay, and they're going to also fight. So I think strategy mattered. Strategy at election time is where the BJP bested and demolished the Congress in the Hindi art.
So I want to leave you with one data set before we end. I said that the kind of analytics we'll be able to run are unprecedented. And I'm glad that so many people now, after watching our coverage, feel the same. Here is the aggregate of all elections, 638 seats up for grabs today. The BJP has won or is leading in 339. The Congress only at 232. So game, set, match today to the BJP, opening the doors for what could be a historic re-election, not since Pandit Nehru has an Indian Prime Minister won 3 terms in office. From what we've seen, it seems India mange more Modi, more BJP. That's what this verdict is telling us. We're slipping into a break. Our coverage continues. There's so much more we have from the ground, from the election intelligence dashboard. We'll keep pulling this out for you. We'll be talking to the big players on the ground. Many of them messaging, calling to say they want to come live on our coverage. So we'll do that. We'll invite them, get them live when we return on the other side of a quick break. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
The promise that you have made, if Congress is voted to power, you will shave your beard earlier. What do you want to say at this moment?
Yeah, after we form the government, probably I'll take off my beard.
So what do you have to say about the current politics that is going on in Taj Krishna? We have seen that Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister is in Park Hayat and other MLAs also are there. So what do you have to say about that?
No,
any coaching that can be done, any MLAs that can shift sides is what you feel?
See, in contemporary politics, when we're dealing with people like the BJP and the BRS, we will take our precautions. And while I don't see, I'm not aware of whatever is going on about poaching and all, but I'm confident that our Congress elected MLAs will stay with us. No problem. And if our party organization is taking any steps to prevent others from having any mischievous ideas in their mind, I think that's the right thing to do.
तेलंगाना में हमने पहले से कहा कि कांग्रेस पार्टी 70+ यहाँ पे जीतेगी, तो वो नतीजे सामने आ रहे हैं। तो पहले से ही सोनिया जी गांधी ने जो तेलंगाना की निर्मित यहाँ पर की थी, तो तेलंगाना आने के बाद यहाँ पर जिस तरीके से केसीआर ने गवर्नमेंट चलाई है, जो अपने फार्म हाउस से गवर्नमेंट चलाई, जो भी उन्होंने वायदे किए थे कोई वायदा वो पूरा नहीं कर पाए, या बेरोजगारी बढ़ी है, बड़े पैमाने पे बेरोजगारों को रोजगार नहीं मिला है, यहाँ पर ना कोई 10 साल के अंदर ऐसी कोई बात हुई है कि जो तेलंगाना के डेवलपमेंट के लिए उन्होंने कुछ किया हो। और इस तरीके से गवर्नमेंट चलाना कोई डेवलपमेंट्स नहीं है, सिर्फ एडवर्टाइज के माध्यम से सब तक।
आपका जॉय भारत का जॉय, जॉय ई-बाइक, co-presented by Nexa, Create Inspire, co-powered by Parul University, Vadodara, Gujarat, co-powered by ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel India, बनाऊंगा मैं, बनेगा भारत।
I want to go across now to Union Information and Broadcasting Minister Anurag Thakur, who'd been campaigning in all these poll-bound states quite extensively. The Bharatiya Janata Party, Anurag ji, winning 3 out of 3 Hindi heartland states. Do you think this makes the path to 2024 that much more clear, gives the party and its cadre the confidence of hitting the next election on the back of these big victories?
Let me first thank the voters for their trust in Narendra Modi, in the policies of Modi government and the double engine government, which has successfully worked in states like Madhya Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh to Assam, Gujarat, where they have seen the impact. What is the advantage of a double engine government? Secondly, this is a historic win. Look at the Madhya Pradesh results. I mean, your channel is one of the channels who have shown this kind of landslide victory in your exit polls. And let me again say here, people have shown their faith and trust in Narendra Modi ji. And Modi ji was the face during the election campaign. He is not only India's most popular leader, but the world's most popular leader for the last 4 years. The trust shown by the people, I can say here with full guarantee that will ensure whatever has been promised during the election time. There is only one guarantee which works in India today, that is Modi ki guarantee.
In Chhattisgarh, Anurag ji, the BJP was trailing for the longest time. Even this morning when I spoke to one of your senior most leaders, he thought it will be tight, that you should end up slightly in front, but he himself said it would be tight. You actually ended up 54 versus 33. It's a very big victory for the Bharatiya Janata Party, much bigger even in Chhattisgarh than your own estimates internally, including this morning.
Raulji, if you check with your sources in the state of Chhattisgarh or with the central media, I've been saying it during the Chhattisgarh campaign also, that BJP will win hands down. And the reason for that, I'll give you that. When I went to Chhattisgarh to launch the Bhupe campaign, the single line I said, Bhrashtachar karo, Bhupe karo. It was known to everyone in the state that you can do corruption and can make payment to Bhupesh Baghel, because state of Chhattisgarh has become a ATM for the Congress party. They've been funding the Congress party from the state of Chhattisgarh. One after another scam has tarnished the image of the chief minister and the state of Chhattisgarh and Congress party. Now, look at what they promised 5 years back. They could not deliver on that. और मैं कहता हूं, इसको हिंदी में जरूर कहूंगा, मां उन्होंने गंगा जल की कसम खा के कहा था कि दैट दे विल मेक छत्तीसगढ़ लिकर फ्री. तो मां गंगा का श्राप, कांग्रेस साफ. They did Mahadev app corruption घोटाला, Mahadev का श्राप, कांग्रेस साफ. Similarly, they lied to the poor people, गरीबों का श्राप, कांग्रेस साफ. गौठान घोटाला, मां गौ के साथ घोटाला, मां गौ मां का श्राप, कांग्रेस साफ. So whatever they promised, they could not fulfill that. On the other hand, if you look at Madhya Pradesh, the guarantees were delivered. And it is the Modi guarantee which is fulfilled by the state chief minister and the entire government. And here, whatever we have promised, look at Chhattisgarh. Congress promised 15,000 rupees to the women, but they could not give 500 rupees per month, which becomes 6,000 rupees per year. They could not do that. The people were making a comparison. If you could not give 6,000 rupees per annum, how can you give 15,000 rupees now? So they believed in Prime Minister Modi and his guarantees. So I think that is the advantage BJP, the leadership of Prime Minister Modi.
What does this verdict mean in your view for the 2024 elections? Given the fact that you've been able to fight off anti-incumbency in Madhya Pradesh, deliver this big victory, snatch both Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan from the Congress, increased your vote share in Telangana but ended up distant third. What does the aggregate of all of this, in your view, mean for the Lok Sabha elections?
I personally feel every election is fought differently on different issues. But one thing I would like to say here, people are ensuring double engine government for the welfare of the state, and in the interest of the country, they will pick again Prime Minister Modi. Why? The only reason, they see that whatever Prime Minister says, he delivers that. They believe that he's committed for the welfare of the poor people. They see Prime Minister Modi ensures good governance and development. And the BJP's good government and development model has been accepted by the people of Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, and Rajasthan. And this will ensure a landslide victory for BJP in 2024. In 2018, when BJP lost all these states, despite that in 2019, we won majority of the seats in Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, and Rajasthan.
Okay, what do you think about the Telangana verdict? That's the one sliver of hope for the Congress. Currently leading and winning 64 seats, up 45. The BJP is at 7, up 6. So it's a credible. I'll show the Telangana vote share to Anurag Thakur and to our viewers. The BJP has done much better than earlier, but not enough to be able to become second. Here's the vote share for Telangana on your screen right now. The Bharatiya Janata Party, which had 7% vote share, has doubled the vote share to 15, but you're still quite far from being able to convert that into seats in Telangana.
You rightly mentioned, Rahul, but the issue is BJP was working hard for the last 5 years against the corrupt KCR government. It was BJP who created the environment in the state of Telangana, which is anti-BRS. But if you look at the by-elections, out of 5, BJP won 2 by-elections. And during the Greater Hyderabad Municipal Corporation polls, we did extremely well. Here also our vote share has gone more than double, which clearly shows people want BJP. But yes, we could not convert that into those kind of seats. The advantage went to Congress. But there is always a next time, and we're going to do well next time, which is the upcoming Lok Sabha election in the state of Telangana.
There were lots of laddus at the Congress office this morning. I wonder what they're going to do with those laddus. But how is the BJP going to be celebrating this big victory in the Hindi heartland, Anurag bhai?
I think they should also enjoy the laddu, because this is pro-poor and pro-people government which has been elected. So they're also going to get benefit out of this. Whatever we promise, that will also be delivered to the Congress Karyakartas, because they're part of that state. And if you look at these 4 crore houses, we never looked at the caste, religion. They have been given to those, beneficiaries who actually deserves that. So it will ensure that that happens. They can enjoy the sweets. They can have laddu on the BJP's victory, because this is actually going to benefit them, because Prime Minister Modi believes in delivering what he has promised.
And finally, is this an opportunity, you think, to institutionalize a generational shift in a state like Rajasthan? Look beyond someone like a Vasundhara Raje, pick one of your newer faces in Chhattisgarh, look beyond Dr. Raman Singh, pick one of your newer faces. How are you seeing the issue of who becomes the next chief minister in these states?
I think if you ask most of the BJP panelists or the BJP leaders on these channels, everyone will say there is a system in place where the elected representatives will elect the leader, and the party high command will also decide on that. So let us wait for that. Me and you can't decide on the TV debate.
Okay, we'll leave it over there for the time being. Thank you very much for joining us. There's a new parliament session that's starting tomorrow. The winter session is also when we have that journalists versus MPs match. You promised to have a cricket match, journalists versus MPs. Now that you won all of this, hopefully we can have a match and maybe the journalists will win. Maybe there the journalists can beat the MPs.
Thank you, Rahulji. Thank you, Rahulji. Surely we'll play a cricket match for TB Mukt Bharat with the theme of making India TB free. And whosoever win, टीबी हारना चाहिए, ट्यूबरक्लोसिस हारना चाहिए, चाहे पत्रकार जीते या चाहे सांसद जीते, whether journalists or whether the MPs win. That doesn't make much difference. We
Can I
should play,
just
but
let
play
our
for a
viewers
good
into a
cause.
secret?
Let's play
Anurag
for
Thakur
making
is being
India
very magnanimous over here. He's saying TB should win, but when he actually gets down into a cricket match and actually is playing, he takes his cricket as seriously as he takes his politics. अभी ये सब बोल रहे हो, मैच स्टार्ट हुआ तो आप फुल सीरियस हो जाते हो. When we were shooting, जब we met in Himachal during the elections, we said, okay, we'll play a few balls just to kind of shoot that. He missed the first few, then got excited when the bat started connecting with the ball and said, अब तो और खेलना पड़ेगा, इतना जल्दी छोड़ नहीं सकते. So he takes his cricket as seriously as he takes his politics.
You know, it's very close to my heart, cricket and the overall growth of sports. So I think let us play, Rahulji, a match which ensures that we meet and we, play for a good cause. And let us meet soon.
You worked hard over the last several weeks on this election. We worked in bringing the election coverage together. So we'll see you on the cricket field. Anurag Thakur, Union Information Broadcasting Minister, for joining us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, I want to go across to some of our colleagues who are out in the field at this moment. We've got Pooja Shali joining us. We've got Nabila with us, and we've got Akshita with us as well. And I want to leave you with this one data set, which just shows you where the BRS has even won in Telangana, how slender those victories have been, Akshita. 12 wins and leads for the BRS are with a margin of less than 5%. 7 are with a margin of 5 to 10%. So 19 of those victories are with a very small, less than 10% margin, which just shows how there's a lot of anti-incumbency, and even the 40 seats that they're leading in was actually very, very difficult. Let's go across first to Akshita, who will tell us what's happening in the lovely city of Hyderabad. Akshita.
Thanks very much, Rahul. And it's this song, essentially, what you hear around me that's reverberating right now around the city of Hyderabad, that sings praises for Revant Anna, as he's very fondly known among Congress cadre. Hello and welcome. You're joining us on the special broadcast here on India Today. We're going to be getting you all the latest from the ground, where all the action is, where, as you can see, all of the celebration and introspection for some parties is. I'm joining you from the Congress office in Hyderabad, where the celebrations have been on from as early as 10 a.m. this morning. We've got Nabila Jamal also standing by. She's joining me live from Jaipur. Nabila, good afternoon. What's happening where you are?
Well, I needn't say much. The BJP has managed a victory here in Rajasthan. They were super sure of a victory, and it appears their wish has now come true with the entire BJP cadre who's come in hordes. You see this kind of frenzy here right at the BJP office here in Rajasthan, in Jaipur, as they chant Jai Shri Ram. Now, of course, it all comes down to who's going to be the chief minister for the BJP in Rajasthan. A very interesting contest that we saw that came down here in Rajasthan. In fact, we see similar euphoria even in Madhya Pradesh, where Pooja Shali is. Pooja, the BJP has managed to come up with a clean hat trick. Over to you on what's happening in Madhya Pradesh.
Well, incredible moments that each one of us are witnessing. Akshita in Telangana, Nabila in Rajasthan, and I, Pooja Shali, here in Madhya Pradesh. And this special telecast comes to you from each of these locations, because if there is Revant Anna in Telangana, there is a Mama and a Bhaiya here in Madhya Pradesh, and he's about to make a record historic victory, and that for the 5th time possibly. He's going to now become the chief minister if there's not a change in name, and that's Shivraj Singh Chauhan. And the deciding factor for him, apart from, of course, there are the tribal belts, of course, there are people who support him, but then there are the women. Young women, old women who voted for him en masse because of the different welfare schemes that he had announced for them. And of course, an aggressive Bharatiya Janata Party campaigning till the last minute. So as we begin, let's take a look first at the state of Madhya Pradesh. Getting it exactly accurately right was India Today Access My India predictions. and that was about 140 to 162, and it's touching there. It's touching to that maximum number. And here at the Chief Minister's house, I'll just briefly take you through where I'm standing, because this is where Shivraj Singh Chauhan is going to be. People refuse to leave. They do not want to accept anyone. Flowers are ready. And here's what it looks like. Let me take you through what the current situation is for the state of Madhya Pradesh. What is central India looking like? Shivraj Singh Chauhan set to return as the Chief Minister. This is Saffron Party leading already, touching 160. It's Prime Minister Modi's guarantees, and it is Shivraj Singh Chauhan's welfare schemes as well, and a certain connect, a mass connect that he's been able to pull off all these years. BJP workers erupted in joy moments after the Bharatiya Janata Party clearly widened a lead that the Congress could not catch up to. For the grand old party, there is a lot to deliberate upon for the state of Madhya Pradesh. The numbers are exactly what our polls had predicted. Listen in now to the exclusive reactions coming in from Madhya Pradesh, and then we'll get you more updates.
देखिए, अगर आप विनम्रता के साथ जनता की सेवा प्रमाणिकता के साथ करते हैं तो लोग आपसे प्यार करते हैं। ये जनता का प्यार है। लेकिन मैं कहता हूं कि श्रीमान नरेंद्र मोदी जी, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी, वो जन जन के मन में है, एमपी के मन में मोदी। ये इस चुनाव ने सिद्ध किया है। उनकी गारंटी पर लोग भरोसा रखते हैं। और डबल इंजन की सरकार ने जो काम किया, हमने 18 साल में मध्य प्रदेश बदला है। ये विकास के कामों पर मोहर है, जन कल्याण की योजनाओं पर मोहर लगाई।
जब आज तक इंडिया टुडे एक्सिस माई इंडिया पोल ने कहा 140 से 162 सीट्स आएंगी, काफियों ने कहा ये कैसे इतना बड़ा मार्जिन हो सकता है, और आज वही सटीक हुआ।
नहीं, मुझे भरोसा था। एक तो आपका जो अनुमान है वो सटीक बैठा है, लेकिन जनता का जो प्यार सड़कों पर दिखता था। लाडली बहनें, मैं जहां जाता था गले लगती थी, सिर पे हाथ फेरती थी, आंखों में आंसू आ जाते थे और कहती थी अपन जीतेंगे। उससे लगता था कि परिणाम आएंगे।
आप मानते हैं कि औरतें, लड़कियां, इनका वोट सबसे मायने रखा, ये कांग्रेस नहीं खींच पाई अपनी तरफ?
आप विश्लेषण करेंगे तो यही सामने आएगा कि बहनों ने जाति और धर्म से ऊपर उठ के भी हमें वोट किया।
आखिरी सवाल सर, हमने जब सपोर्टर्स से और लोगों से पूछा कि मुख्यमंत्री यही रहेंगे या बदलेंगे, तो सबने एक साथ आपका ही नाम लिया। वो रेडी नहीं है नाम बदलने के लिए?
देखिए, हम लोग कार्यकर्ता हैं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी एक मिशन है भारत के निर्माण का, वैभवशाली, गौरवशाली, शक्तिशाली, संपन्न और समृद्ध भारत के निर्माण का। हम उस मिशन के अंग है। पार्टी तय करती कौन कहाँ काम करे।
जनता ने एक्सेस माई इंडिया, इंडिया टुडे पोल, because he said 140.
Extremely accurate, dead on target as always. My salute to Mr. Pradeep Gupta.
जिस तरह से प्रदेश में सरकार चली, 18 वर्षों में अच्छा काम हुआ, जितना अच्छा काम माननीय शिवराज जी ने किया, जितना अच्छा काम डबल इंजन की सरकार ने किया, जितना अच्छा काम संगठन ने किया, उसका आशीर्वाद आज प्रदेश की जनता ने दिया।
हमने कुछ बहनों से बात करी जो यहाँ मुख्यमंत्री निवास पर हैं, भोपाल में, मध्य प्रदेश में। तो ये जो लाडली बहना की बात हो रही है, और मुख्यमंत्री ने खुद अभी मुझसे बात करते हुए कहा कि बहनें जो बाहर निकली हैं उन्होंने आके वोट किया। तो ये क्या है लाडली बहना स्कीम जो इतना डिफरेंट, क्या उससे लगता है फर्क हुआ है?
बहुत फर्क हुआ है। हमारी भारतीय जनता पार्टी में अभी मध्य प्रदेश में आप देख रहे हो पूर्ण बहुमत, और अच्छे बहुमत से कमल का फूल खिल रहा है। और इसका ज्यादातर श्रेय सारी योजनाओं के साथ साथ योजनाएं तो मोदी जी ने भी बहुत चलाई, और शिवराज भैया ने भी मध्य प्रदेश में बहुत चलाई है। उसका फायदा तो आम जनता को बहुत मिला है। लेकिन अभी तुरंत में ही जो लाडली बहना योजना चलाई, उससे महिलाओं को बहुत फायदा मिला।
ऐसा क्या फर्क है? लाडली कितना, आप मुझे बता सकते हैं कितना पैसा मिलता है लाडली बहना में?
पैसा जितना उन्होंने बोला उसी हिसाब से मिल रहा है हम लोग को, और जैसे ही बोला तुरंत आया है।
1250।
हाँ, तुरंत आया है।
कहीं कट नहीं हो जाता?
नहीं, कुछ नहीं, तुरंत आता। अगर आज तारीख दी तो आज ही आना है। और बच्चों के लिए भी उन्होंने बहुत कुछ किया है।
सबसे ज्यादा जो लड़कियां पढ़ रही हैं उनके लिए भी किया है, और लेडीज जो बाहर निकल रही है उसके लिए भी भैया ने बहुत कुछ किया है। बिल्कुल हैंड टू हैंड, तारीख के तारीख पैसे आते हैं, कुछ भी नहीं कटते उसमें से। हाँ, जो बहनों,
इससे क्या फर्क होता है? इससे क्या फर्क? कुछ लोग कहेंगे क्यों ऐसे पैसा दे दें किसी के अकाउंट में, ये तो सरकार का है, लोगों का पैसा है। तो इससे क्या फर्क हुआ? हमें थोड़ा और भी लोगों से आप बताओ।
बहुत फर्क पड़ा मैम।
आपकी जिंदगी में क्या फर्क पड़ गया?
मतलब मेरे तो बच्चे नहीं, लेकिन मुझे काफी सहयोग मिला है। मेरे हस्बैंड को भी बहुत सहयोग मिला है। और अर्थव्यवस्था थोड़ी गड़बड़ थी तो उससे भी काफी फायदा हुआ है मुझे। और भी मतलब जो भी समस्या थी काफी ठीक हो गई। और हर महीने जैसे उन्होंने बोला है शिवराज भाई साहब ने, तो मतलब काफी सहयोग मिला।
घर के हालात बहुत चेंज हो जाते हैं। हाँ, बहुत जल्द चेंज हो जाते हैं। लेडीजों को 1000 रुपए मिल गए, उनको आर्थिक सहायता मिल रही है। और शिवराज जी का मैं धन्यवाद करती हूँ, उन्होंने सीएम राइस बनाया गोविंदपुरा में, देखिए। और आत्म मतलब महिला सम्मान के लिए बहुत हमारे भैया
आज गोविंदपुरा विधानसभा से जो बहनें आपको यहाँ अच्छी नजर आ रही है, तो उसका फायदा दिख रहा है कि ऐसे ही महिलाएं घर से निकल के बाहर इतनी एकजुटता में नहीं खड़ी है। इसका श्रेय सीधे हमारे भाई शिवराज सिंह चौहान जी को जाता है। इसके साथ में हमारी दीदी प्रकाशना गौर भी पूर्ण बहुमत से जीत रही हैं और अच्छे बहुमत से
भाजपा सपोर्टर हो आप, एकदम आपकी बात से पता लग है। तो ये जो बार बार इस सरकार में जो बहुत बात चली लाडली बहन या ये जो औरतों के लिए फर्क है, इतनी औरतें क्यों निकल के आई भाजपा को और शिवराज सिंह चौहान को वोट करने के लिए?
आज तक जो भी सरकार आई है उनने कभी महिलाओं के बारे में नहीं सोचा, लेकिन भैया जी की वजह से आप जो सभी महिलाएं सशक्त हो गई है। पहले महिलाएं घर से बाहर निकलने के लिए डरती थी, लेकिन अब माहौल ऐसा बन गया है कि हम अपनी लड़कियों को अकेला छोड़ सकते हैं। ये सब बीजेपी की सरकार की वजह से, मामा की वजह से सब पॉसिबल है।
So you heard it. Women have become the deciding factor for this Madhya Pradesh elections. But was it just that? Can be such a thumping victory coming just because perhaps a gender, so to say, came en masse and decided to vote? Or was there something else too that contributed? Hemendra Sharma, my colleague who's been tracking all these years, Madhya Pradesh's changing face. And one thing that remains constant at least is Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan. Hemendra, let's take 3 key takeaways. What happened with this thumping victory that is coming to Bharatiya Janata Party? What do you think are the reasons for that? Why could the Congress not catch up? Why has the Bharatiya Janata Party pulled this off?
Well, as it was mentioned in the exit poll that India Today, Access My India did, the difference between the percentage of women voters who voted for the BJP and to the Congress is a huge 10%. So if there is a huge 10% gap between 50% of the population, because women comprise 50% of the population, so there's half of this voter chunk that is voting for the BJP. So a 10% shift actually leads to a wave, and this wave, as was explained earlier also, was something that led to this huge victory for the Bharatiya Janata Party in Madhya Pradesh. That is point number one. Plus, the leadership of the Bharatiya Janata Party, they fought this election very strategically. They realized initially that there was a anti-incumbent, possibly anti-incumbency against the government. So they didn't declare the chief minister's face, and then they fielded 7 members of parliament and Kailash Vijayvargiya, who was the national general secretary, and also these 7 members of parliament included 3 sitting union ministers. So these 7 members of parliament came from 7 different regions of Madhya Pradesh, and so they galvanized their workers over there. And plus, one more thing that very importantly has not been mentioned yet is that the RSS, because Madhya Pradesh is considered to be the lab of the Sangh Parivar, they activated all their Anushangik, the organizations that they have.
True.
Because this is an umbrella organization, they've got many organizations. So all those organizations which owe affiliation to the RSS, they were activated, and they ensured that the cadre that initially was felt, or it was suspected that they were not happy with the government, they ensured that the cadre came out in large numbers, canvassed for the party, and ensured that the voters reached the polling stations. On the other hand, the Congress party kept on saying that it is a people's election, the people are fighting. So the people are fighting. People could fight this much only, and the Congress leadership in the last week or so during elections, it was found like not campaigning that hard as BJP was campaigning. BJP left no stone unturned.
You know, what you're saying is absolutely correct. What Hemendra you're pointing out, it was the faces, for example, from Prime Minister Modi to Home Minister Amit Shah's campaigning to, of course, Shivraj Singh Chauhan and Jyotiraditya Scindia. Let's not forget him. But it was the cadre on the ground that was activated from all corners to try and approach as many people as they can. And this is something that the Congress party will have to deliberate on. Where is the anti-incumbency in Madhya Pradesh? That's all from Central India. Now going across to Akshita and Nabila, who continue to be with us. Akshita, over to you now. Well, this is the only state where I am right now, Pooja, that the Congress has reason to celebrate and the BJP has to introspect. And let me get you breaking news first before I get you the excitement around me. Here's a look at the first reaction that's coming in right now from BRS. They've officially conceded defeat. Breaking news that's coming in. KTR has now tweeted, and I quote here, grateful to the people of Telangana for giving BRS party 2 consecutive terms of government. Not saddened over the result today, but surely disappointed, as it was not unexpected lines for us. But we will take this in our stride as a learning and will bounce back. Congratulations to Congress Party on winning the mandate. Wishing you good luck. This is the detailed message that KTR has put out on social media. Nagarjun Dwarkanath is joining us with more on that. First official communication from the BRS. They're conceding defeat, congratulating the Congress over their victory, Naga.
Well, that's true. It's official that the BRS concedes defeat by congratulating the opposition Congress Party. KTR, who is number 2 in the government today and who is also the working president of the BRS party, has tweeted 2 tweets, in fact, as we speak, saying that this time we missed the mark. He had put out a tweet with a gun yesterday saying 3.0 coming soon. Now he has tweeted quoting that, saying, I have missed the mark this time around, and also congratulating the Congress Party. Congress was waiting for this, Akshita, that they will keep our flock together. We never know when BRS and BJP will try to poach us, but now officially the BRS has gone on the back foot and has conceded defeat, congratulating the Congress Party, thus giving some relief to the Congress that we can keep our flock together this evening. And most likely there will be a CLP when all the MLAs will reach this evening to Hyderabad. Most likely in a private hotel there will be a CLP symbolic meeting, not likely to choose an elected representative to be the CM, but just to make sure that all the MLAs are with the party as well. There will be DK Shivkumar, there will be KJ George's observers, Manikrao Thakre is here. So all the negotiations and communication will happen from this evening to Delhi, where the next action moves.
All right, now I request you to stay on with me because we're going to discuss and decode the result further. But right now, as in fact the BRS has conceded defeat, let me show you what the mood is around me here at the Congress office. We'll go in. Aap sab us side aa jaiye, hum wahan pe baat kar lenge. I'll show you what's happening inside because that's where you've got all of the celebration playing out. You've got people with crackers, people with fireworks and lighting off every few seconds. And there you have it. You know, this has been the scene for the last many hours where they've been lighting off crackers every few seconds. I have a feeling my audio is going to go off now because they're getting set to light that massive cracker as well. But there are people dancing, all of them fully in colors of green and orange in the tricolor and waving the Congress flag. What's also common here is all of them are Revanth Reddy supporters. It doesn't stop with just being Congress supporters. Why did someone just speak to us? Tell us. Hindi mein English. Hindi. आपको क्या लगता है इस जीत किसकी वजह से हो रहा है?
ఈరోజు ఇక్కడ కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ ఆధ్వర్యంలో మరి కాబోయే రేవంత్ రెడ్డి గారి సమక్షంలో మరి గాంధీ భవన్ కి కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ కార్యకర్తలందరికీ మరి పాదాభివందనాలు తెలియజేస్తున్నాను. ఈ విజయం మీ అందరికీ అంకితం. జై కాంగ్రెస్, జై కాంగ్రెస్, జై రేవంత్ రెడ్డి.
తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రంలో అవినీతి పాలన పోయింది, ప్రజాస్వామ్యం వచ్చిందని తెలుపుతున్నాను. ప్రతి ఒక్క కార్యకర్తకి, ప్రతి ఒక్క నాయకుడికి, ప్రతి ఒక్క తల్లికి, ప్రతి ఒక్క చెల్లికి అంటున్నా, అమ్మా మీకు పాదాభి వందనాలు. కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ కోసం పనిచేసిన నాయకులకి నా పదొక్క ధన్యవాదాలు.
ఒక్క నిమిషం, ఈ విక్టరీ ఎట్లా వచ్చింది? రాహుల్ గాంధీ, రేవంత్ రెడ్డి ఎవరికి విక్టరీ వచ్చింది? రాహుల్ గాంధీకి, రేవంత్ రెడ్డికా?
రేవంత్ రెడ్డి, రాహుల్ గాంధీ ఇద్దరు ఇక్కడ తెలంగాణలో ప్రతి ఒక్క సభకి పాల్గొనడం కారణం.
So he's saying both of them. You tell us.
Yeah, it is a context between Prajala Telangana and Durala Telangana. Prajalu will win this in this elections. Jai Congress!
Okay, so you're hearing from a lot of people here. Obviously, at this point, they can barely hear me. I can barely hear them.
But most of them saying that this is a combination of the Revanth Reddy and Rahul Gandhi factor that's led to this victory. Let me take you to the heart of the celebration. And here, there's no way I can push through because it's been non-stop, essentially like a dance party that's been playing out here, right outside the Congress headquarters. It's been going on non-stop from 10 a.m. By the way, Revanth Reddy is right here. He's behind me in that building, watching very closely the results to figure out exactly what's happening. He's going to be addressing a news briefing also shortly. And in that news briefing, of course, he will go ahead and claim victory. But they're waiting. They're waiting for the numbers to stabilize. So you've got Revanth Reddy along with, of course, Sunil Konagulu, who is the other one who's being credited for the victory here in Telangana. They're all inside this building watching the results very closely. In about 1 hour or so, we're expecting Revanth Reddy to hold a press conference. But in the meanwhile, with the results as they stand, 60 plus for the Congress and clearly anti-incumbency biting the BRS, let's take a look at all the reactions that are coming in.
With the trends increasing towards the Congress party in this election, Telangana elections, Congress party has come on high alert where they have called all the candidates to Taj Krishna Hotel here in Hyderabad, where DK Shivkumar, who has been assigned the responsibility to keep the flock of Congress candidates together if they gain the majority in the state of Telangana. Among 119 seats, 60 is the majority. If they cross this number, then it is a responsibility of DK Shivkumar to keep them all together. And DK Shivkumar is right now stationed with 11 ministers from Karnataka in Taj Krishna Hotel. We are right now at Taj Krishna Hotel. Inside the hotel, you have 3 buses that have been stationed here at this particular point, where if at all necessary, the candidates will be taken from this Taj Krishna Hotel to a destination. What we are getting to know is they will be taken to shifted to Karnataka is what we are getting to know. So right now, these buses have been stationed in Taj Krishna. Let us talk and get to know what exactly the buses are for. आपका नाम बताइए।
जी, मेरा नाम आदिल।
आपको यहाँ पर बसेस लेके हैं, कितने बसेस यहाँ पर आए हैं?
हमारे 3 बस आए।
तो कितने लोग एक बस में यहाँ पर बैठेंगे? किसने इस बस को बुलाया है?
36 बस सीट्स है इसमें। वो हमको कोई बुलाएगा मालूम नहीं, हमारा मैनेजर इंस्ट्रक्शन से इधर आके।
कितने बजे आए हैं यहाँ?
हमें सब 5 बजे आए।
तो कब कोई डेस्टिनेशन वगैरह कुछ बताया है?
अभी नहीं बताया।
अभी नहीं बताया। तो आपको कुछ कांग्रेस पार्टी या किसी पार्टी की तरफ से फोन आया है?
नहीं आया अभी।
तो यहाँ पर what we see is that 36 members in each bus, and it is almost accounting to more than 120, that is 119 of the candidates can be taken in this 3 buses which have been stationed here. Whoever has booked this bus is not known except the manager here, but what we are getting to know is that these buses have been bought to take away the flock of Congress MLAs if they are selected, if they are elected in this particular results. If the Congress gains majority, then to avoid any kind of poaching of these MLAs, this step has been taken by the Congress party. So this is where the Congress party has now stationed all its candidates, 11 ministers, and along with DK Shivkumar in Taj Krishna Hotel, where these buses are also waiting. After the results are clear, then maybe if necessary, all the candidates will be taken in this buses to a unknown location. With camera person Damodar, Abdul Bashir, Hyderabad. Remember the promise that you have made: if Congress is voted to power, you will shave your beard or leave your tail. What do you want to say at this moment, sir?
Yeah, after we form the government, probably I'll take off a beard.
So what do you have to say about the current politics that is going on in Taj Krishna? We have seen that Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister is in Park Hayat, and other MLAs also are there. So what do you have to say about that?
No,
any coaching that can be done, any MLAs that can shift sides is what you feel?
See, in contemporary politics, when we're dealing with people like the BJP and the BRS, we will take our precautions. And while I don't see, I'm not aware of whatever is going on about poaching and all, but I'm confident that our Congress elected MLAs will stay with us. No problem. And if our party organization is taking any steps to prevent others from having any mischievous ideas in their mind, I think that's the right thing to do.
I don't want to tell this is a personal win. This is the win of the people of Telangana. People of Telangana has paid their gratitude to Sonia Gandhi for giving them the Telangana. They have seen the last 10 years rule. They are fed up with the rule. They have decided that there should be a change, and change for a progress, change for a development, change for a gratitude. This is what I could say.
India today has predicted your win, sir. We have predicted your win. I'm happy for that. I'm happy for that. India today has predicted your win, sir. We have predicted your win. I'm happy for that. I'm happy for that.
So the celebrations continue here at the Congress headquarters in Hyderabad. And why not? This is the only result that they actually can afford to celebrate. While everywhere else, the Congress has to consider introspection. This is the saving grace for them. What's happened in Telangana and the Congress sweep that's taken place in the face of BRS losing out on several seats. I'm going to hand it over to my colleague Nabila Jamal. She's reporting from Jaipur, where again, it's a sea of saffron. Nabila, over to you.
Right, Akshita, here the kind of euphoric celebrations here, it's amazing. The kind of excitement, enthusiasm, and the love that people have here for the Bhajpa. The BJP order here, they come in such large numbers, and all the top leaders there on top. Diya Kumari is out. She is waving at the crowds there. They're all out now just to say hi to all the waiting BJP workers right after their massive victory. A lot more coming up on Rajasthan. Who's going to be the chief minister of Rajasthan? Who will the BJP pick? That's a real million-dollar question that we're going to bring to you some of those insights as the BJP just now takes a big sigh of relief. And just while they celebrate their victory, a lot of discussions happening on the high tables on top. Taking you through that on the other side of a short break. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
तेलंगाना में हमने पहले से ही कहा कि कांग्रेस पार्टी 70 प्लस यहाँ पे सीटा जीतेगी, तो वो नतीजे सामने आ रहे हैं। तो पहले से ही हम सोनिया जी गांधी ने जो तेलंगाना की निर्मित यहाँ पर की थी, तो तेलंगाना आने के बाद यहाँ पर जिस तरीके से केसीआर ने गवर्नमेंट चलाई है, जो अपने फार्म हाउस से गवर्नमेंट चलाई, जो भी उन्होंने वायदे किए थे कोई वायदा वो पूरा नहीं कर पाए, या बेरोजगारी बढ़ी है, बड़े पैमाने पे बेरोजगारों को रोजगार नहीं मिला है, यहाँ पर ना कोई 10 साल के अंदर ऐसी कोई बात हुई है कि जो तेलंगाना के डेवलपमेंट के लिए उन्होंने कुछ किया हो। और इस तरीके से गवर्नमेंट चलाना कोई डेवलपमेंट्स नहीं है, सिर्फ एडवर्टाइज के माध्यम से सब तरफ एडवर्टाइज करना कि हम बहुत अच्छी गवर्नमेंट है, केसीआर बड़े किसानों के प्रति ये है वो है, तो ये नहीं चलता है ज्यादा दिन तक। वो सब बातें लोगों के सामने खुलकर सामने आ जाती है, उसका परिणाम लोगों के सामने रहता है कि गवर्नमेंट चलाने के बाद हमारे हित में क्या हुआ है। अगर गवर्नमेंट चला रहे हो, हमारे हित में कुछ नहीं हो रहा है, सिर्फ बातें बना रहे हो हाँ, तो लोग एक बार समझ जाते हैं कि ये गवर्नमेंट हमारे लायक नहीं है, ये हमारा हित नहीं कर सकती।
Some of our candidates have informed us that whomever he has spoken, whomever the party people are speaking, they all have spoken to us. They have informed. We have made elaborate arrangements for all our candidates. All our party cadres will be with them. Our leaders will be with them. They are safe. We will see that they are protected.
Sir, is there any possibility that Congress MLAs may break towards BRS?
At no point of time, not even a single candidate or MLA will break. They have already informed. Whomever they have spoken, they all have communicated to us. So we know their political strategy. We are well aware. So we all in a tight rope with everyone.
श्रीमान नरेंद्र मोदी जी एमपी के मन में है और मोदी जी के मन में भी एमपी है। उनके प्रति असीम श्रद्धा और अगाध विश्वास है। उन्होंने जो यहाँ सभाएं की, जनता से अपील की, वो जनता के दिल को छू गई और उसी के कारण ये परिणाम जो अभी रुझान आ रहे हैं, ये प्रमुख कारण है।
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a B&B Group company.
हमारे प्रधानमंत्री श्रीमान नरेंद्र मोदी जी एमपी के मन में है और मोदी जी के मन में भी एमपी है। अमित शाह जी की अचूक रणनीति, उनका जिस ढंग से यहाँ साथ मिला और हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष श्रीमान जेपी नड्डा जी का मार्गदर्शन, हमारे संगठन के नेतृत्व में कार्यकर्ताओं ने अनथक परिश्रम किया। प्रदेश अध्यक्ष, संगठन महामंत्री, उनके साथ टीम जुटी रही और जैसा भूपेंद्र यादव जी ने, शिव प्रकाश जी ने, अश्विनी वैष्णव जी ने जो मार्गदर्शन किया, उससे चुनाव के अभियान को सही गति और दिशा मिली। और इसलिए मैंने पहले भी कहा था, हम बिल्कुल कंफर्टेबल मेजॉरिटी, शानदार मेजॉरिटी भारतीय जनता पार्टी को आएगी।
आपको लगता है कि मोदी मैजिक ने अपना काम कर दिया मध्य प्रदेश के अंदर?
ये मोदी मैजिक ही है, क्योंकि हमने पहले दिन जब मेरा बूथ सबसे मजबूत का अभियान माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी आए थे, 10 लाख बूथों से संवाद किया था उन्होंने और हर बूथ को जीतने का संकल्प दिलाया था। तब हमने कहा था कि मध्य प्रदेश के मन में मोदी और मोदी जी के मन में मध्य प्रदेश। आज जनता ने ये आशीर्वाद प्रधानमंत्री जी को दिया है कि 2024 में ताकत के साथ प्रधानमंत्री जी को इतिहास बनाना है तो मध्य प्रदेश में हो रहे सेमी फाइनल को प्रचंड बहुमत से जिताना है। जनता ने आशीर्वाद दिया है।
जब आज तक इंडिया टुडे एक्सिस माई इंडिया पोल ने कहा 140 से 162 सीट्स आएंगी, काफियों ने कहा ये कैसे इतना बड़ा मार्जिन हो सकता है और आज वही सटीक हुआ।
नहीं, मुझे भरोसा था। एक तो आपका जो अनुमान है वो सटीक बैठा है, लेकिन जनता का जो प्यार सड़कों पर दिखता था, लाडली बहनें मैं जहां जाता था गले लगती थी, सिर पे हाथ फेरती थी, आंखों में आंसू आ जाते थे और कहती थी अपन जीतेंगे। उससे लगता था कि परिणाम आएंगे।
आप मानते हैं कि औरतें, लड़कियां, इनका वोट सबसे मायने रखा, ये कांग्रेस नहीं खींच पाई अपनी तरफ?
आप विश्लेषण करेंगे तो यही सामने आएगा कि बहनों ने जाति और धर्म से ऊपर उठ के भी हमें वोट किया।
आखिरी सवाल सर, हमने जब सपोर्टर्स से और लोगों से पूछा कि मुख्यमंत्री यही रहेंगे या बदलेंगे, तो सबने एक साथ आपका ही नाम लिया। वो रेडी नहीं है नाम बदलने के लिए?
देखिए, हम लोग कार्यकर्ता हैं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी एक मिशन है भारत के निर्माण का, वैभवशाली, गौरवशाली, शक्तिशाली, संपन्न और समृद्ध भारत के निर्माण का। हम उस मिशन के अंग है। पार्टी तय करती कौन कहाँ काम करे।
All right, the kind of images that you see, jubilant celebrations right outside the
BJP head office here in Jaipur. It's a big win for Rajasthan BJP unit. Undoubtedly, they wanted to unseat Ashok Gehlot, and they've done that successfully. So our numbers are showing well past 115, which is a clear majority. Congress reduced to nearly 66. As the numbers are now slowly shaping up, it seems like a clear victory, almost a sweep for the BJP this time. And most definitely, the BJP cadre here in Jaipur, they feel like they feel a resurgence. They feel alive. They feel motivated, and they now come. All the 5 years they laid low. Today they've come out in such large numbers to celebrate. That's the visual you see now with flags and slogans and songs and music. Well, there you have it. There you have it. It's Modi chants all through the way. But before I get to all that's happening here, the big news that's coming in from Rajasthan, and let me break that for you, is that CP Joshi, the BJP heavyweight, BJP speaker here, has lost his constituency. We are cutting across to this big breaking that's coming in right now. Rajasthan Assembly Speaker CP Joshi has been defeated. He's known to be a heavyweight. He's lost in Nathdwara constituency. He's a Congress heavyweight. Congress heavyweight, in fact, has lost to Vishwaraj Singh. As we see all this this euphoria that we see here, but unfortunately one of them for the Congress itself, CP Joshi, who's lost out. Rajasthan Speaker himself loses out in Nathdwara. Congress heavyweight loses to Vishwaraj Singh. All right, that's a big news. Yeah, if I have Aishwarya Paliwal joining us. Aishwarya, I'm not able to hear you well, but if you can hear me, Congress's CP Joshi has lost out in Rajasthan. All right, I'm going to try and match. All right, let me fan to some live images there. There you have Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, Union Minister Gajendra Singh Shekhawat there, standing right outside the BJP office waving to the crowds. That's live images that we're relaying to you. Rajasthan indeed has a trend of a revolving door trend where you have always a different, basically the BJP and the Congress alternating every 5 years. So to that pattern, we see the BJP coming back effectively. Let me take you through all that's gone by today in Rajasthan as the counting has happened. Congress has taken a big drubbing, a defeat here in the state. The BJP is coming back with a nice big majority with 114 seats. Congress has come down to nearly 66. BJP workers are celebrating with a huge excitement as they have come here all the way to celebrate the victory of their party. Quite a grand celebration. Rajasthan has been the state that has voted for the ruling party in every election. Basically has had a rotating pattern of the BJP or either Congress taking to power here. So BJP has now come. I'm going to take you through all our reactions coming in on Rajasthan's massive victory for BJP.
राजस्थान की ये जो शानदार जीत है, ये माननीय हमारे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी, जिनका मंत्र था ये सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास और सबका प्रयास, ये उसकी जीत है। उनकी दी हुई गारंटी की जीत है। ये जीत हमारे माननीय केंद्रीय मंत्री होम मिनिस्टर अमित शाह जी की रणनीति की जीत है और ये जीत हमारे माननीय अध्यक्ष श्री नड्डा जी के कुशल नेतृत्व की जीत है। और फिर सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट ये भी है, ये जीत हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं की, जिनके अथक प्रयास परिश्रम की जीत है। उन्होंने दिन और रात हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के जो सपने को साकार करने की पूरी कोशिश करते हुए उस दिशा में मेहनत करके ये परिणाम दिलाने का काम किया है। और सबसे बड़ी बात तो यह है कि ये जीत हमारे जनता जनार्दन की है, जिसने कांग्रेस के कुराज को नकारते हुए और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सुराज को अपनाने का काम किया है।
मैम, जिस प्रकार का रिस्पांस और जिस प्रकार का जन समर्थन मिला आपको, क्या लगता है?
नो, ये देखिए ऐसा
आप मना कर रहे हैं लोगों को कि आपको सीएम ना कहें, पर लोग आप लोगों को मना कर रही हैं कि आपको सीएम ना कहें, पर आपकी बात मान नहीं रहे, आपको सीएम।
जनता में उत्साह देखिए, आप सभी को बोल रहे होंगे, लेकिन ऐसा है अभी हम लोग बहुत अच्छे मतों से, मैं तो जीत ही रही हूँ, हमारे सारे प्रत्याशी जीत रहे हैं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार भारी बहुमत से राजस्थान में बनती हुई नजर आ रही है, मध्य प्रदेश में भी और छत्तीसगढ़ में भी। बहुत अच्छी
कुमारी जी, जिस तरह से पार्टी ने आपको विद्याधर नगर से चुनाव लड़ने की जिम्मेदारी दी और जिस तरह से आपको जन समर्थन मिला है, अगर पार्टी आपको कहती है कि आपका अगला पड़ाव मुख्यमंत्री के पद के तौर पर जिम्मेदारी निभाने का होगा, क्या आप उसको एक्सेप्ट करेंगी?
ये कोई ऐसी चीज थोड़ी है कि आप एक्सेप्ट करो या नहीं करो। देखिए, ये सब डिसीजंस पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड और टॉप लीडरशिप करेगी और
जिम्मेदारी के लिए आप तैयार हैं?
भारतीय जनता पार्टी का सीएम बनेगा, सबसे बड़ी बात तो वही है। और हम लोग सब बहुत खुश हैं कि हमारी सरकार बन रही है और ये भ्रष्टाचारी सरकार फाइनली आउट है राजस्थान से और हमेशा के लिए आउट है।
भटिया जी, यहाँ पे कई कद्दावर नेता माने जाते हैं, वसुंधरा राजे, राजेंद्र राठौर, उन सबके बावजूद अगर आपको पार्टी कहती है कि आप कमान संभालें लोकसभा चुनाव से पहले,
कुछ भी नहीं है। अभी हम लोग चुनाव जीते हैं, रिजल्ट आएंगे शाम तक, ये सारे डिसीजन आगे होंगे, टॉप लीडरशिप करेगा। ये मेरे लिए जवाब देने का विषय नहीं है।
राजस्थान की जनता ने भारतीय जनता पार्टी को आशीर्वाद दिया है, ऐसा स्पष्ट संकेत लगते हैं। इसलिए जनता को और जो हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं ने मेहनत की, उनको मैं बधाई और शुभकामनाएं देता हूं।
ఇవాళ ఈ ఉత్సాహానికి కారణం ఇప్పుడు 3 సంవత్సరాల క్రితం నించమమ్మ మా పరిస్థితి ఏంటి అని ప్రతి కాంగ్రెస్ కార్యకర్త మదన పడుతున్న సమయంలో పిసిసి అధ్యక్షుడిగా నియమితులై కార్యకర్తలకు నూతన ఉత్సాహాన్ని నింపడమే కాకుండా ఇవాళ ఊహించని విధంగా ఎవరు ఊహకు అందని విధంగా ఇవాళ కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీని సీట్లో గెలుచుకోవడానికి ముఖ్య కారకుడు పిసిసి అధ్యక్షులు పెద్దలు రేవంత్ రెడ్డి గారు, అదేవిధంగా హనుమంతరావు గారు పెద్దలందరి సమక్షంలో ఉన్నారు. ఇప్పుడు ముందుగా మిమ్మల్ని ఉద్దేశించి ఇవాళ సంవత్సరం పాటుగా అందరినీ కోఆర్డినేట్ చేస్తూ ఇవాళ కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ రాష్ట్రం అధికారం రావడానికి మరో కారకుడైనటువంటి ఠాకరే గారు మొదటగా మాట్లాడతారు. ఆ తర్వాత గౌరవ పిసిసి అధ్యక్షుడు గారు మాట్లాడతారు. ఠాకరే సార్.
तेलंगाना पीसीसी प्रेसिडेंट रेवंत रेड्डी जी, कांग्रेस के सीनियर नेता हनुमंतराव जी, वर्किंग प्रेसिडेंट महेश गौड़ जी और सभी उपस्थित इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मीडिया, प्रिंट मीडिया, सोशल मीडिया के सभी मेरे भाई, सभी साथियों, आज तेलंगाना असेंबली की मतगणना जो हुई है उसमें कांग्रेस पार्टी को तेलंगाना की जनता सभी ने मिलकर कांग्रेस पार्टी को जिताने के लिए पूरी कोशिश की है और हम आज कांग्रेस पार्टी तेलंगाना में सरकार बनाने जा रही है। सभी का जो साथ मिला, सभी जनता का जो साथ मिला, तेलंगाना के जो कार्यकर्ता है, सब नेता हैं, भाई बहने हैं, उन्होंने साथ देकर कांग्रेस पार्टी को जीत की ओर बढ़ाया। जिस तरीके से इस चुनाव में प्रदेश कांग्रेस कमेटी के अध्यक्ष रेवंत रेड्डी जी, इनके नेतृत्व में पूरे तेलंगाना की प्रचार बड़ी अच्छी तरीके से सभी कांग्रेस पार्टी के नेताओं ने, कार्यकर्ताओं ने की है। अहम भूमिका जो हमारी नेता सोनिया जी गांधी, जिन्होंने जिस मकसद से तेलंगाना दिया था, उस उद्देश्य को लागू करने के लिए जो मैंडेट है, वो तेलंगाना की जनता ने कांग्रेस को दिया है। और जो तेलंगाना के लिए सभी हमारे ऑल इंडिया कांग्रेस कमेटी के अध्यक्ष खारगे साहब, हमारे कांग्रेस के युवा नेतृत्व राहुल जी गांधी, हमारे नेता प्रियंका जी गांधी, जिन्होंने धुआंधार इस प्रदेश में प्रचार किया है, और वेणुगोपाल जी जो हमारे राजकीय जनरल सेक्रेटरी जो है, उन्होंने अहम भूमिका की है। तो उसके साथ साथ जो भी तेलंगाना के चुनाव में जो हमारे देश के कांग्रेस पार्टी के सीनियर लीडर यहां पर आए हैं, उन्होंने प्रचार किया है। सभी का भी मैं तेलंगाना कांग्रेस पार्टी की ओर से मैं धन्यवाद करता हूं। और जिस तरीके से, जिस उद्देश्य से रेवंत रेड्डी जी के नेतृत्व में, पीसीसी के नेतृत्व में आज जीत के और हम बढ़े हैं, जो मकसद से जनता ने जितवाया है, वो कांग्रेस पार्टी पूरी करने की कोशिश करेंगे। मैं पीसीसी प्रेसिडेंट रेवंत रेड्डी जी को आपके सामने उनके विचार रखने की यहाँ पे मैं सिफारिश करता हूं।
మీడియా మిత్రులందరికీ నమస్కారం. డిసెంబర్ 3, 2009 శ్రీకాంతాచారి అమరుడైండు. ఈరోజు డిసెంబర్ 3, 2023 4 కోట్ల తెలంగాణ ప్రజలు విలక్షణమైన తీర్పు ఇవ్వడం ద్వారా తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రంలో ప్రజాస్వామ్యాన్ని పునరుద్ధరించి శ్రీకాంతాచారికి ఘనమైన నివాళులు
have chosen progress, have chosen development for the state of Telangana.
కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ తరఫున కూడా మళ్ళీ తెలంగాణ ఉద్యమంలో అమరుడైన శ్రీకాంతాచారికి నివాళులు అర్పిస్తూ తెలంగాణ ప్రజలు ప్రజాస్వామ్యాన్ని పునరుద్ధరించడానికి కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీని గెలిపించి శ్రీమతి సోనియా గాంధీ గారికి కృతజ్ఞతలు తెలిపే అవకాశాన్ని కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ నాయకత్వానికి ఇచ్చినందుకు
The people of Telangana have decided that they need a leader like Sonia Gandhi for Telangana.
ఈ ప్రజల యొక్క ఆకాంక్షల్ని, ఆలోచనని, వాళ్ళ యొక్క ఆకాంక్షల్ని అమలు చేయడానికి ఈ తీర్పునివ్వడం ద్వారా కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ బాధ్యతను
And this is so
గుర్తు
that
చేసిండ్రు,
the
బాధ్యతను
Congress can
పెంచిండ్రు.
ensure that the dreams of the people of Telangana
శ్రీమతి సోనియా గాంధీ గారికి కృతజ్ఞత తెలుపుకునే విషయంలో ఆనాటి ఉమ్మడి హైదరాబాదు రాష్ట్రం ముద్దుబిడ్డ మల్లికార్జున్ ఖర్గే గారి నాయకత్వంలో భారత్ జోడో యాత్ర కన్యాకుమారి నుంచి కశ్మీర్ వరకు
it is with the
150
guidance of
రోజులు
Sonia Gandhi under the leadership of Mallikarjun Kharge and because of the success of Bharat Jodo Yatra.
భారత్ జోడో యాత్ర ద్వారా మా నాయకుడు రాహుల్ గాంధీ గారు మాకు స్ఫూర్తిని నింపి తెలంగాణ ప్రజలకు విశ్వాసాన్ని కల్పించి తెలంగాణ ప్రజలతో
And it is with the Bharat Jodo Yatra that our leader Rahul Gandhi instilled faith in the people of Telangana
సోనియా
in
గాంధీ గారు,
Congress.
రాహుల్ గాంధీ గారు, ప్రియాంక గాంధీ గారికి రాజకీయ పరమైన అనుబంధం కాదు, కుటుంబ అనుబంధం ఇది. ఈ కుటుంబంలో మేము కూడా సభ్యులము. మీకు ఏ అవసరం వచ్చినా, ఏ కష్టం వచ్చినా, ఏ సందర్భమైనా మేము మీ తరపున ఉంటాము, కొట్లాడతాము. మేము
We are like a
తెలంగాణ
family.
4 కోట్ల ప్రజలు
If there is
మేము కూడా
any
ఒకరము అని
problem, any issue that the
ఈ
people face,
ప్రజలకు
we will be there
విశ్వాసాన్ని,
for you.
నమ్మకాన్ని కలిగించి ముఖ్యంగా నన్ను వెన్ను తట్టి ఏ సందర్భం వచ్చినా నిటారుగా నిలబడి కొట్లాడమని రాహుల్ గాంధీ గారు అండగా నిలబడడంతో నేను మా మిత్రుడు మల్లు భట్టి విక్రమార్క గారు సిఎల్పి
This was the message that Rahul Gandhi gave to the people
ఈ
of
విజయాన్ని
Telangana.
పార్టీని ముందుకు
Like a family
నడిపించడంలో
member, if you face any problem, if you
పెద్దలందరి
face any
సహకారం,
issue, we are there for you.
ముఖ్యంగా మాజీ పిసిసి అధ్యక్షులు హనుమంతరావు గారు కావచ్చు, లేకపోతే పెద్దలు జానారెడ్డి గారు కావచ్చు, మా పార్లమెంట్ సభ్యులు ఉత్తమ్ కుమార్ రెడ్డి, కోమటిరెడ్డి గారు, దామోదర్ రాజనరసింహ గారు, శ్రీధర్ బాబు గారు, క్యాంపెయిన్ కమిటీ చైర్మన్ మధు యాస్కి గారు లాంటి సీనియర్ నాయకులందరి సహకారంతో ఈ రోజు ఈ విజయాన్ని సాధించినము.
It is with the help and coordination of every single senior Congress leader that this
ఈ
victory has
విజయం
been possible.
తెలంగాణ అమరవీరుల యొక్క ఆకాంక్షలని అమలు చేయడానికి, తెలంగాణ ప్రాంతంలో ప్రజాస్వామ్యాన్ని పునరుద్ధరించడానికి,
This is to ensure justice for the Telangana movement. This is to ensure that for every martyr of Telangana, for the statehood movement, that we stand up for them and ensure the welfare of Telangana.
ప్రపంచానికే ఒక ఉద్యమ స్ఫూర్తిని, మానవ హక్కులను కాపాడడంలో కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ ముందుంటుంది అని, మానవ హక్కులను పునరుద్ధరించి ప్రజాస్వామ్యంలో ప్రజలు
It is with the intention of setting up
వాళ్ళ అభిప్రాయాలను తెలియజెప్పి చట్టసభలలో ప్రతిపక్ష నాయకులు ప్రభుత్వం తీసుకున్న నిర్ణయాల మీద హేతుబద్ధమైన వాళ్ళ వాదనను పెట్టడానికి కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ అవకాశం ఇస్తుంది. ఈ రోజు కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ గెలుపును కల్వకుంట్ల తారక రామారావు గారు అభినందించారు, వారిని స్వాగతిస్తున్నా. ప్రజలిచ్చిన తీర్పుకు తల వంచి కొత్త ప్రభుత్వం ఏర్పాటు చేయడానికి సంపూర్ణంగా ప్రతిపక్షము సహకరించి, ప్రభుత్వ ఏర్పాటు ప్రక్రియలో కూడా ప్రతిపక్షాలందరూ పాల్గొని, గెలిచిన పార్టీలే కాదు నాయకత్వం వహిస్తున్న పార్టీలను కూడా కాంగ్రెస్.
All right, so that was our special telecast. 4 states, Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh and Telangana. Mizoram, of course, is awaited and we'll be giving you, of course, the latest updates on that as well in the next few hours. That is going to be very important. But we hope you enjoyed watching the special telecast from the studios and from the ground on the assembly elections. There is a double-engine sarkar in some states, and here it was the triple-engine women influence with this telecast. And women voters clearly have proven they cannot be ignored anymore in the electoral discourse. Thank you for watching. From Nabila, Akshita and me, signing off for now.
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
हमारे प्रधानमंत्री श्रीमान नरेंद्र मोदी जी एमपी के मन में है और मोदी जी के मन में भी एमपी है। अमित शाह जी की अचूक रणनीति, उनका जिस ढंग से यहाँ साथ मिला और हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष श्रीमान जेपी नड्डा जी का मार्गदर्शन, हमारे संगठन के नेतृत्व में कार्यकर्ताओं ने अनथक परिश्रम किया। प्रदेश अध्यक्ष, संगठन महामंत्री, उनके साथ टीम जुटी रही और जैसा भूपेंद्र यादव जी ने, शिव प्रकाश जी ने, अश्विनी वैष्णव जी ने जो मार्गदर्शन किया, उससे चुनाव के अभियान को सही गति और दिशा मिली। और इसलिए मैंने पहले भी कहा था, हम बिल्कुल कंफर्टेबल मेजॉरिटी, शानदार मेजॉरिटी भारतीय जनता पार्टी को आएगी।
आपको लगता है कि मोदी मैजिक ने अपना काम कर दिया मध्य प्रदेश के अंदर?
ये मोदी मैजिक ही है, क्योंकि हमने पहले दिन जब मेरा बूथ सबसे मजबूत का अभियान माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी आए थे, 10 लाख बूथों से संवाद किया था उन्होंने और हर बूथ को जीतने का संकल्प लाया था। तब हमने कहा था कि मध्य प्रदेश के मन में मोदी और मोदी जी के मन में मध्य प्रदेश। आज जनता ने ये आशीर्वाद प्रधानमंत्री जी को दिया है कि 2024 में ताकत के साथ प्रधानमंत्री जी को इतिहास बनाना है, तो मध्य प्रदेश में हो रहे सेमीफाइनल को प्रचंड बहुमत से जिताना है। जनता ने आशीर्वाद दिया है।
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
Co-presented by Aapka Joy, Bharat Ka Joy, Joy E-Bike. Co-presented by Nexa, Create Inspire. Co-powered by Parul University, Vadodara, Gujarat. Co-powered by ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel India. बनाऊंगा मैं, बनेगा भारत.
I'll be getting you over the next 1 hour all the big takeaways on resulting from here in Telangana to what's happening in the Hindi heartland to Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh. It's 3-1. 3 for BJP, 1 for Congress. And there's obviously a lot of talk about the north going to the BJP, the south choosing the Congress. We'll talk about that and much more. I just gave you a glimpse of the celebrations behind me, and we'll keep talking to Congress cadre as well here in Hyderabad. First, let's begin the special broadcast with the headlines. Shivraj destroys anti-incumbency in Madhya Pradesh with a stunning title defense, registers landslide victory in the state. Congress lags way behind in the race.
के साथ जनता की सेवा प्रामाणिकता के साथ करते हैं तो लोग आपसे प्यार करते हैं कि बहनों ने जाति और धर्म से ऊपर उठ के भी हमें वोट किया।
BJP strips end of Gehlot rule in Rajasthan with a landslide win. BJP sweeps the India bloc 3-1 in Hindi heartland.
ये हमारे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी, जिनका मंत्र था ये सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास और सबका प्रयास, ये उसकी जीत है।
Massive upset for Congress as Saffron Storm takes over Chhattisgarh after initial tight fight. Again loses the throne to BJP. Congress. Roaring Revant delivers big for Congress as it wins second South Kingdom, winning Telangana in style after Karnataka. And celebrations erupt as BJP is set to sweep Hindi heartlands. Sweets, laddus and crackers galore in Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan. Prime Minister Modi will be joining the celebrations at the Delhi headquarters this evening, post 6:30. Right behind me at the Congress headquarters, Revant Reddy is currently speaking. Let's cut across live.
ఠాగూర్కి ప్రత్యేకంగా కృతజ్ఞతలు తెలియజేస్తున్నా. వారు మొదలుపెట్టిన కార్యక్రమాన్ని మాణిక్రావు ఠాకరే గారు కొనసాగించి ఈ రోజు విజయం వైపు నడిపినరు. మీ అందరు సహకరించిన, ముఖ్యంగా లక్షలాది మంది కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ కార్యకర్తల శ్రమ, కృషి, 30 లక్షల మంది నిరుద్యోగ యువకుల యొక్క పట్టుదల ఈ విజయంలో ఉన్నది. వాళ్ళందరినీ కూడా మనస్ఫూర్తిగా ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేస్తూ శ్రీమతి విజయశాంతి గారు కూడా ఈ ప్రచార కార్యక్రమంలో పాల్గొని ఈ రోజు ఇప్పుడు ఈ కార్యక్రమానికి పాల్గొనడానికి వచ్చిండ్రు. వారికి కూడా ఆహ్వానం పలుకుతున్నా. ఎన్నికలలో వారు ప్రచారంలో పాల్గొని పార్టీని ముందుకు నడిపించడంలో వారు తనదైన శైలిలో కాంగ్రెస్ ను ముందుకు నడిపించిండ్రు, శ్రేణులకు స్ఫూర్తినిచ్చిండ్రు. శ్రీమతి విజయశాంతి గారికి కూడా పిసిసి అధ్యక్షుడిగా ధన్యవాదాలు, కృతజ్ఞతలు తెలియజేస్తున్న మిత్రులారా. आज बहुत खुशी की बात है, 4 करोड़ जनता, हमारे नेता श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी जी, श्री मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी और इस देश युवता को आदर्श के नेता राहुल गांधी जी कन्याकुमारी से लेकर कश्मीर तक 4000 किलोमीटर पैदल चलते चलते तेलंगाना को आए. 21 दिन कुछ कम 400 किलोमीटर तेलंगाना में पादयात्रा किया. हमको बहुत भरोसा, उम्मीद देकर आगे कांग्रेस पार्टी को रणनीति तय करके राजनीति में कांग्रेस को जिताने के लिए बहुत कुछ मदद दिए, इंस्पिरेशन दिए. और प्रियंका जी इलेक्शन कैंपेनिंग में बहुत सारे मीटिंग में पार्टिसिपेट किए. ये सब हमारे हाईकमांड को ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ तेलंगाना कांग्रेस पार्टी एंड माय इंचार्ज माणिकराव ठाकरे के तरफ से मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं पार्टी हाईकमांड को. दूसरी बात, तेलंगाना के जनता जब जरूरत है तब सही तरीका से सही जवाब देने के लिए हमेशा हाजिर रहते. इस बार तेलंगाना में कांग्रेस सरकार बना देके यहाँ के जो शहीद हुए युवता, उनके विचारधारा को आगे ले जाने के लिए हमको संपूर्ण हम इंस्पिरेशन लिए. वो हम जो भी वादा किए, जो शहीद होकर उन लोग जो देश के लिए क्या किए, वो पूरा आगे हम लेकर जाएंगे. और केटीआर ने आज ट्विटर में वेलकम किया कांग्रेस पार्टी जीत को. मैं भी बीआरएस को धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं. ये स्पिरिट आगे सरकार चलाने में भी दिखाना है, क्योंकि 10 साल अब सरकार में बैठा हुआ है, अभी विपक्ष में बैठने वाले. विपक्ष के सुझाव हमेशा हम खातिर करते हैं, पॉलिसी हम बनाएंगे, सजेशंस विपक्ष की जिम्मेदारी है सजेशन देने का. तो इसीलिए असेंबली हम चलाएंगे, विपक्ष का सुझाव लेंगे, अच्छा सरकार बना के गरीब लोगों को मदद करने के लिए हमेशा कांग्रेस पार्टी कोशिश करने वाले. इसमें हम बीआरएस और कल्वकुंतला चंद्रशेखर राव, भारतीय जनता पार्टी मिस्टर किशन रेड्डी, एमआईएम अध्यक्ष असदुद्दीन ओवैसी and CPI, CPM and तेलंगाना जनसमिति प्रोफेसर कोदंडराम सबके मदद लेकर सुझाव लेकर एक अच्छी सरकार बना के देश में एक आदर्श सरकार बनाने के लिए हमेशा हम लोग कोशिश करेंगे।
All right, that is in fact Revant Reddy speaking right now live and thanking Rahul Gandhi, Mallikarjun Kharge, Sonia Gandhi for their leadership and saying that they will serve the people of Telangana. The Congress is jubilant here, but they have only one reason to celebrate, which is here in the state of Telangana. Besides that, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh has gone the BJP's way. Let's get you details of each state, beginning first with Madhya Pradesh, where the term anti-incumbency seems to completely disappear, has no meaning when it comes to Mamaji, when it comes to Shivraj Singh Chauhan. Once again managing to do the seemingly impossible, defeating the Congress with what can only be defined once again as a sweep by the BJP. It's led to massive celebrations in Madhya Pradesh as well, in a landslide victory by the Saffron Party. They're leading in over 160 seats. Imagine this, they're so much ahead of Congress. Congress is at just about 66 seats. The number may be going up or down, but essentially you get a sense of how much of a gap there is right now. And this is despite the fact that the BJP has been ruling for so many years now in Madhya Pradesh. So the anti-incumbency or that factor has been completely thrown out the window by the BJP. Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan soon after spoke to India Today, dedicating this win to Prime Minister Modi, saying that the Prime Minister's campaign made all of the difference. His guarantees to the people of Madhya Pradesh, very different from the Congress guarantees. His guarantee of corruption-free governance and several other such steps is what won over the people of Madhya Pradesh, according to Shivraj Singh Chauhan. There are celebrations that broke out as BJP cadre gathered in large numbers, a sea of saffron in Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh. Let's give you a glimpse of that celebration and the reactions that have come.
देखिए, अगर आप विनम्रता के साथ जनता की सेवा प्रमाणिकता के साथ करते हैं तो लोग आपसे प्यार करते हैं। ये जनता का प्यार है, लेकिन मैं कहता हूं कि श्रीमान नरेंद्र मोदी जी, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी, वो जन जन के मन में है, एमपी के मन में मोदी। ये इस चुनाव ने सिद्ध किया है, उनकी गारंटी पर लोग भरोसा रखते हैं। और डबल इंजन की सरकार ने जो काम किया, हमने 18 साल में मध्य प्रदेश बदला है। ये विकास के कामों पर मोहर है, जन कल्याण की योजनाओं पर मोहर लगाई।
जब आज तक इंडिया टुडे एक्सिस माई इंडिया पोल ने कहा 140 से 162 सीट्स आएंगी, काफियों ने कहा ये कैसे इतना बड़ा मार्जिन हो सकता है, और आज वही सटीक हुआ।
नहीं, मुझे भरोसा था। एक तो आपका जो अनुमान है वो सटीक बैठा है, लेकिन जनता का जो प्यार सड़कों पर दिखता था, लाडली बहनें मैं जहां जाता था गले लगती थी, सिर पे हाथ फेरती थी, आंखों में आंसू आ जाते थे और कहती थी अपन जीतेंगे। उससे लगता था कि परिणाम आएंगे।
आप मानते हैं कि औरतें, लड़कियां, इनका वोट सबसे मायने रखा, ये कांग्रेस नहीं खींच पाई अपनी तरफ।
आप विश्लेषण करेंगे तो यही सामने आएगा कि बहनों ने जाति और धर्म से ऊपर उठ के भी हमें वोट किया।
आखिरी सवाल सर, हमने जब सपोर्टर्स से और लोगों से पूछा कि मुख्यमंत्री यही रहेंगे या बदलेंगे, तो सबने एक साथ आपका ही नाम लिया। वो रेडी नहीं है नाम बदलने के लिए?
देखिए, हम लोग कार्यकर्ता हैं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी एक मिशन है भारत के निर्माण का, वैभवशाली, गौरवशाली, शक्तिशाली, संपन्न और समृद्ध भारत के निर्माण का। हम उस मिशन के अंग है। पार्टी तय करती कौन कहाँ काम करे।
जनता ने
एक्सेस माय इंडिया टुडे पोल, बिकॉज़ ही सेड 140
extremely accurate, dead on target as always. My salute to Mr. Pradeep Gupta.
जिस तरह से प्रदेश में सरकार चली, 18 वर्षों में अच्छा काम हुआ, जितना अच्छा काम माननीय शिवराज जी ने किया, जितना अच्छा काम डबल इंजन की सरकार ने किया, जितना अच्छा काम संगठन ने किया, उसका आशीर्वाद आज मध्य प्रदेश की जनता ने दिया।
हमने कुछ बहनों से बात करी जो यहाँ मुख्यमंत्री निवास पर हैं, भोपाल में, मध्य प्रदेश में। तो ये जो लाडली बहना की बात हो रही है, और मुख्यमंत्री ने खुद अभी मुझसे बात करते हुए कहा कि बहनें जो बाहर निकली हैं उन्होंने आके वोट किया। तो ये क्या है लाडली बहना स्कीम जो इतना डिफरेंट, क्या उससे लगता है फर्क हुआ है?
बहुत फर्क हुआ है। हमारी भारतीय जनता पार्टी में अभी मध्य प्रदेश में आप देख रहे हो पूर्ण बहुमत और अच्छे बहुमत से कमल का फूल खिल रहा है, और इसका ज्यादातर श्रेय सारी योजनाओं के साथ साथ योजनाएं तो मोदी जी ने भी बहुत चलाई और भैया शिवराज भैया ने भी मध्य प्रदेश में बहुत चलाई है। उसका फायदा तो आम जनता को बहुत मिला है, लेकिन अभी तुरंत में ही जो लाडली बहना योजना चलाई उससे महिलाओं को बहुत फायदा मिला।
ऐसा क्या फर्क है लाडली, कितना आप मुझे बता सकते हैं कितना पैसा मिलता है लाडली बहना में?
पैसा
Senior BJP leader, giant slayer herself, one of the key campaigners for the Bharatiya Janata Party in these round of assembly elections, Smriti Irani now joins us live on India Today as I show our viewers on the election intelligence dashboard the national big picture as it stands at this moment in the 638 seats where counting was going on. The Bharatiya Janata Party handing a massive defeat to the Congress. 347 for the BJP versus 227 for the Congress. Wherever you took on the Congress in a head-on-head duel, you've smashed the Congress party to smithereens. The BJP would be highly delighted with the way, especially in the Hindi heartland, ma'am, this victory has shaped up. Many congratulations and welcome.
Thank you so much. Indeed, it is a day of jubilation for Bharatiya Janata Party supporters and workers to see the Modi magic work across the heartland. Yes, we are talking about the Modi guarantee, but I think one should not just simplify it in just a few words. It is the policy initiatives of the Prime Minister, his administrative acumen, and the alacrity with which he has politically applied himself to the entire map of India, I think, which is what is being celebrated today. I'm particularly, as a female voter and citizen, delighted by the overwhelming support of female voters for the Prime Minister and the Bharatiya Janata Party. I think many amongst the specialists who are invited to your studio today will be also a bit keen to delve into how much the tribal communities have supported the Bharatiya Janata Party. So yes, it is a day of great joy and celebration, and now here's looking forward to celebrating in 2024 as well.
You know, you spoke of the women voters that can be captured in Madhya Pradesh, which, as you see on your screen, the BJP's tally at the moment is equal to what they achieved in 2013, where again they had 165. This, especially on the back of the Ladli Bahena scheme, seeing as per our poll, 50% of the women voters in the state of Madhya Pradesh picking the BJP at 10% vote share gap between men and women in Madhya Pradesh. That seems to suggest that this is because it's happening for the fourth time. Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan, the Prime Minister, Home Minister Amit Shah, helping with the electioneering over there to come back to power after so many terms of being in power is a very strong pro-incumbency verdict, given the fact that the Congress can't seem to retain Chhattisgarh after 5 years of being in power.
I think for each state, there has to be a different prism from which we need to do Vishleshan, or we need to, I think, politically reflect on. When it comes to Madhya Pradesh, please remember that there was 15 months where the Congress was tested by the people. Let me just give you a very small example of a Kanyadan Yojana that the Bharatiya Janata Party government used to service in the state of Madhya Pradesh. 55,000 rupees under Sambal was ensured for girls from poor families, and especially girls who are specially able, the young girls, for their marriage purposes. Now, the minute the Congress came into power for that small interim period, they did away with that program. In fact, did post-dated Kanyadan. Now, imagine now the citizen has a comparative to do in the state between what the Congress done when they are given power vis-a-vis how the BJP serves the larger cause, especially of the poorest of the poor, when they have a time to serve through administration or through a government in the state. Now, when it comes to Chhattisgarh, I think what is interesting is not only the Modi factor when it came to 3,100 rupee guarantee for procurement of dhan, not only the Modi guarantee for 5,500 rupee for procurement of betel leaves, but also the Mahatari Vandan Yojana that the Prime Minister promised, especially to the poorest of the poor, married women in families that were in need of financial support. Apart from the large number of women who came out to vote in Madhya Pradesh, even Chhattisgarh saw over 77 lakh women, 76% women come out and vote. And I think that even in the state of Rajasthan, the number of cases of crime against women became a war cry amongst female voters against the Congress party. to just say that only Madhya Pradesh had the female factor working for the BJP and not the other states would be a great injustice done to the average female voter who has come out overwhelmingly in support of Modi guarantee.
The one state where the BJP, even in its initial internal surveys, was struggling was Chhattisgarh. Now, however, it looks very comfortable. 56 wins and leads for the BJP versus 33. Would you say this is, in cricketing parlance, a case of pulling a big victory from the jaws of defeat?
No, I think that you had an enunciation of victory and defeat in the power corridors of Lutyens, which is far different from the reality on the ground. Let me give you 3 examples. The liquor scam of the Congress party did not find much mention in newsrooms such as yours. The Mahadev betting app is an issue that we spoke about, but not many people gave it the kind of headlines that it deserved. But even the PCS Ghotala, wherein in government jobs and recruitments, the Congress party ensured that their supporters got government jobs, vis-a-vis the kind of Rozgar Mela the Prime Minister did, where through complete transparency, jobs in government establishment were given to people who were deserving, to people from normal middle class, lower middle class, poor families. That was available as a comparative for voters. So there was much on the ground that was happening in Chhattisgarh that did not find a mention in main newsrooms. And that is why for some people, let's say in the power corridors of Delhi, the victory of BJP in Chhattisgarh seems to be a surprise.
What bearing do you think these assembly election results and BJP's sweep across the heartland have on the potential verdict in Prime Minister Modi's re-election in April, May next year? How do you see these results impact the big finals next year?
I think if I've had the privilege of serving with Prime Minister Modi as a leader for the past over 1.5 decades, knowing him, he's not somebody who somewhere reflects or lives in the glory of his current victories. He's somebody who is studious about his next steps forward. He's not somebody who takes his politics or his voter or his country in any way for granted. And I think that's what makes Modi special as a political leader. Right as we speak, one needs to also reflect that while he was campaigning in various states, he also was ensuring that his cabinet passes a decision where self-help group women become drone didis. He was also ensuring that his cabinet passes various decisions vis-a-vis infrastructure in the country. He was also available at the borders celebrating Diwali with our armed forces personnel. So this is a political leader who does not sit still just because he is victorious. He is a juggernaut that keeps working 24/7. So when
You
it
were
comes to
personally
24,
campaigning
yes,
in
I'm
most of
grateful
these
that many
states.
newsroom says are.
Where did you feel the maximum challenge? Which one, when you were campaigning on the ground, felt like the trickiest election from your perspective and from that of the party?
Very honestly, Rahul, when you have Modi's guarantee, do you think anything is a challenge? But I'm
Okay.
sure of one thing, that while all of you are looking at 2024, Modi is equally looking at 2029 as to how can my Sangathan and how can the country work towards. This is a leader who, for the first time in the history of Indian democracy, has given us a roadmap for the next 25 years when India celebrates 100 years of our independence. When was the last time you had such a prime minister? So you're looking at 24. Modi is looking at 2047. You're looking at political victory. Modi is looking for India's glory.
Interestingly, there were lots of laddus at the Congress headquarters this morning at 7. There was Lord Hanuman. They were celebrating even before the first vote had been counted. I wonder if they've sent the. Are you saying just send us those laddus? We'll eat them. आपके तो किसी काम के नहीं है आज.
I will only say this, that those who have no political warranty left were busy assuring people with a guaranteed victory, and that is why it was not a mere happenstance that they were ordering for mithais to be delivered to the Congress headquarters. I think that today, particularly if you look at it from a political perspective, this victory of Narendra Modi is genuinely a death knell for the Gandhi siblings and their political perspectives and prospects. I think that they have tested the Prime Minister's mettle. They have lost no opportunity in demeaning him. They have lost no opportunity of bringing him and his government to disrepute. That the citizens and the voters of our country have resoundingly supported Narendra Modi should have some possibly means of introspection for the Gandhi siblings. But knowing the arrogance with which they function, I don't think they will do anything which helps them course correct. In fact, it's politically beneficial for the Bharatiya Janata Party and a Karyakarta like me particularly, as long as the Congress is in the hands of the Gandhi siblings.
There were some pundits in our studios and many outside who were waiting to credit the big impending victories in these states to Rahul Gandhi. Several messaging also saying on air it shows Rahul's potency and that of the Bharat Jodo Yatra, given the fact that they've been routed 3-0 in the heartland. They've won Telangana, but just 3 more than the required number. What do you think that then means for the effort to revive and resurrect the political fortunes of Rahul Gandhi?
Well, if the Gandhi magic was working, let me give you just one seat in the country where you would have seen the magic work. The siblings came to Amethi in the 2022 Vidhan Sabha elections. Out of the 5 seats, they lost the security deposit in 4. And in the 5th seat, they lost the election. So people who cannot hold on to their own family bastions, people who cannot fight their own Lok Sabha election alone without support, can you honestly think that they have the leadership capacity to lead an organization which is nationwide accepted as an organization with legacy? I think much has been said about them. Many obituaries have been already written about them. I should not waste my time about their leadership qualities. I can only say today there are 5 issues which bring me great joy. One, Narendra Modi is known for fiscal discipline. He has been very vehement about it. Irrespective of being vehement about fiscal prudence and discipline, Modi has received people's support. There were many specialists, many researchers, many people who've done studies who thought that it's not politically prudent to be very, very fiscally disciplined. Modi has done that. This is a victory for that fiscal prudence and that fiscal discipline. Secondly, you have to admit, Rahul, women today are being celebrated as a decisive political factor, but that was not the case in 2014. For the first time in the history of our country, we have a prime minister who, from the ramparts of the Red Fort, spoke about sanitary pads, spoke about building toilets for women. No woman in this country before 2014 had ever told any politician, please build me a toilet. These were conversations which were taboo, in fact, not socially acceptable. That the prime minister changed the narrative on gender justice is a given. And today, what you see in terms of overwhelming support of women towards Prime Minister Modi, that again is resonating in elections across. Thirdly, I think the dangerous precedent that the Gandhi siblings were establishing of dividing this country on the basis of caste, today that has met with decisive defeat. Lastly, the personal attack that the Gandhi siblings and the opposition mounted on Prime Minister Modi, that also has been defeated. But the question that arises in all newsrooms today is there any future for the so-called alliance which today stands shattered and is in tatters?
What's your view on that? Do you think this chastens the Congress and the India alliance is then able to get their way by browbeating the Congress, or do you think this will lead to a fragmentation of the India alliance?
You know, I'll just take a leaf out of, and very, very irregularly so, out of the notebook of Mamata Bandyopadhyay, who said, wherever there is Rahul Gandhi, there is definite defeat. Need I say more?
Okay, we leave it over there. Smriti Irani punching hard and on the back of a very strong result, has every reason and conviction to do so. She's also thinking it clears the way for Prime Minister Modi's re-election in 2024. Congratulations on a famous victory, ma'am, and thank you very much for taking out time to join us on this busy day.
Thank you.
That's Union Minister, senior BJP leader, Giant Slayer, Smriti Irani talking about this verdict. BJP Karyakartas, BJP party leaders, their top brass, that much more enthused and motivated because nothing gets a politician going in quite the way as these numbers would. 165 out of 230 in Madhya Pradesh, 116 in 1 out of 199 in Rajasthan, 54 at this moment out of 90. This is the best result the BJP could have hoped for on Super Sunday. I'm slipping into a break. When we come back, we'll have Siddharth Singh join us. Siddharth Singh is a senior leader from Uttar Pradesh. He was sent by the party to Chhattisgarh When he went there, all the initial BJP data internally was also showing that the BJP is doing poorly in Chhattisgarh. We'll talk to him about how they were able to turn it around in Chhattisgarh and the impact this may have on the national elections. All that and more in our continuing coverage of Super Sunday. We return on the other side of a very quick break.
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a B&P Group company.
हमारे प्रधानमंत्री श्रीमान नरेंद्र मोदी जी एमपी के मन में है और मोदी जी के मन में भी एमपी है। अमित शाह जी की अचूक रणनीति, उनका जिस ढंग से यहाँ साथ मिला और हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष श्रीमान जेपी नड्डा जी का मार्गदर्शन, हमारे संगठन के नेतृत्व में कार्यकर्ताओं ने अनथक परिश्रम किया। प्रदेश अध्यक्ष, संगठन महामंत्री, उनके साथ टीम जुटी रही और जैसा भूपेंद्र यादव जी ने, शिव प्रकाश जी ने, अश्विनी वैष्णव जी ने जो मार्गदर्शन किया, उससे चुनाव के अभियान को सही गति और दिशा मिली। और इसलिए मैंने पहले भी कहा था, हम बिल्कुल कंफर्टेबल मेजॉरिटी, शानदार मेजॉरिटी भारतीय जनता पार्टी को आएगी।
आपको लगता है कि मोदी मैजिक ने अपना काम कर दिया मध्य प्रदेश के अंदर?
ये मोदी मैजिक ही है, क्योंकि हमने पहले दिन जब मेरा बूथ सबसे मजबूत का अभियान माननीय प्रधानमंत्री आए थे, 10 लाख बूथों से संवाद किया था उन्होंने और हर बूथ को जीतने का संकल्प दिलाया था। तब हमने कहा था कि मध्य प्रदेश के मन में मोदी और मोदी जी के मन में मध्य प्रदेश। आज जनता ने ये आशीर्वाद प्रधानमंत्री जी को दिया है कि 2024 में ताकत के साथ प्रधानमंत्री जी को इतिहास बनाना है, तो मध्य प्रदेश में हो रहे सेमीफाइनल को प्रचंड बहुमत से जिताना है। जनता ने आशीर्वाद दिया है।
श्रीमान नरेंद्र मोदी जी एमपी के मन में है और मोदी जी के मन में भी एमपी है। उनके प्रति असीम श्रद्धा और अगाध विश्वास है। उन्होंने जो यहाँ सभाएं की, जनता से अपील की, वो जनता के दिल को छू गई और उसी के कारण ये परिणाम जो अभी रुझान आ रहे हैं, ये प्रमुख कारण है।
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a B&P Group company.
प्रदेश में बहुत शानदार जीत है भारतीय जनता पार्टी। तो मध्य प्रदेश में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार ने काम किया है।
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a B&P Group company.
Co-presented by आपका जॉय भारत का जॉय, जॉय ई-बाइक। Co-presented by Nexa, Create Inspire. Co-powered by Parul University, Vadodara, Gujarat. Co-powered by ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel India. बनाऊंगा मैं, बनेगा भारत।
I want to go across live at this moment to Siddharth Singh, senior BJP leader from Uttar Pradesh. He was sent by the party to Chhattisgarh at a time when the party, even in its internal surveys, was trailing. From there, Siddharth Singh, one of the key strategists in scripting a remarkable BJP victory akin to snatching victory from the jaws of defeat. In case our viewers have just tuned in, I want to welcome Siddharth Singh and show the figures on the election dashboard at this moment. 54 wins and leads for the BJP, up 39 from the last time. The Congress at 36, down 32. And if you look at the historic time graph of Chhattisgarh, this is the strongest BJP performance since the state was formed. It's never had 54 seats. Siddharth Singh, congratulations on a very historic and memorable performance.
No, thank you very much. But the credit doesn't go to me. The credit goes to our senior leaders and definitely those who were placed like Om Mathurji, Mansukh Mandviya, my colleague Naveen Nitin, and there were other workers. But certainly it is a historical win, and the historical win has been led by nobody but Prime Minister Modi ji and Amit Shah ji, who is truly the chessboard master. He is the Chanakya. He used to guide us, and our president. So all those are, we are just the implementers. But at the end of the day, it was an election, and I do remember, Rahul, talking to you some time back at Piyush Goyalji's function, and you were also not very willing to accept that, yes, there is a possibility. So I think it's a great victory, and BJP winning 3-1. So I hate to use those words, but since the Congress has used it recently in the cricket match, so during the World Cup, and now really I would like to ask Congress, who is the Panoti in their party and who should be called the Panoti of the opposition? So let's decide on that.
Okay, interesting. Yes, all the data, in fact, at that time did show the Congress in the lead, and from there you've been able to turn it around, which is quite remarkable. There's a 4% vote share gap. The BJP 46% vote share, the Congress at 42% vote share. If I look at a historical map of Telangana, of Chhattisgarh when it comes to votes, this is the highest vote share the BJP has had. It had 39% vote share in 2003, 40% in 2008, 41% in 13, 33% in 2018. From there, 13% up at 46 this time. That is electorally quite a remarkable performance, given especially how all the data seem to suggest that the Bhupesh Baghel government wasn't that unpopular. So you're obviously able to stitch a campaign, which in terms of campaign management will go down in legend as an epic victory of electioneering and management. You spoke of the prowess on the chessboard, political chessboard of Amit Shah. Give our viewers, that's some insights. What did you learn from him in terms of how he plotted this campaign?
I think the way he brought, to begin with, not the manifesto to begin with, but initially we had come up with Wada Khilafi of Bhupesh Baghel, the promises they had made in 2018. Now, that needed to be highlighted, and Amit Bhai was very clear that the strategy needs to fall first, expose him, that he hasn't done what he claims to be. And in that, we used the good offices of Amit Shah ji to get Piyush Goyal just 2 days before the parliament had begun in September. And Piyush Goyal came up and, explained that 2,600 rupees, in 2,600 rupees with the Bhupesh Baghel claims that it is being given for the rice growers, that actually MSP is 2,100. So, like that. And then one day in the morning, I was talking to him and I said that you had, during the Wada Khilafi, you had said that it is Bhupe. So I'm going to, and made few ads and we're going to come out with these scams. So he says, no, don't do like this. Make into a bigger event. So he was kind of an event manager also and directing us how to do it. And then Anurag Thakur came in. And that press conference, Anurag Thakur, I think was a great hit. So, many things like this has happened. And therefore, I can only say that this was an experience to us in this election, which perhaps since last 30 years of being in party and as a worker, I haven't seen. So
no, it's actually a big victory for you. I remember you were last sent to West Bengal. Things didn't end up quite well over there for you. And it was a tough fight as well. You fought hard but didn't win. Here, it was again a tough fight where you were sent. You fought hard, and this time the results are very different. It must feel like a big relief.
Well, I think so. Yes, it is a relief. But yes, West Bengal also. Rahul, we were never there in West Bengal. And West Bengal, under the leadership of Amit Shah ji, he was my party president. He gave me a free hand there. I think we went ahead and exposed many things of Mamata Banerjee. And that still continues. One of them was a big exposure to dent her image was the Sharda scam. And here again, it was the PC which I was made to do by the central leadership. And there also the PC on Mahadev app, which I did from Raipur, I think that made a lot of dent. So there were many coordinations who to do.
Do you think the Mahadev app was a factor? Some top BJP leaders who I spoke to, who I can't and shan't name, said, those things which come too late in the campaign, they help in the hawa, but they don't really influence the vote as much. It's important to push that through, but it's not really a game changer.
I don't think so. The basic thing was required is in last few years, Bhupesh Baghel had made a kind of an aura around him that he is the best chief minister. He is a deliverable chief minister. He has done so many things like this. So for us, it was important. And as I said, Amit Bhai had said, to expose him, dent his image. Now, you can't dent an image by simply simply not, making like the acquisitions made by the Congress. Rahul Gandhi comes and makes one acquisition every time on the industrialist. So you have to come with facts and figures. So we were able to draw those facts and figures and then bring the attention of, the voters, and particularly then get it related with the campaign. And also the leaders who were coming were to asked to speak the same, issues. So all these things put together brought a great campaign, and perhaps it will go down, at least in Chhattisgarh, I would say, an election which has never been witnessed, and somebody who has been able to, or the party which has been able to draw a victory from a defeat.
Prime Minister Modi is tweeted. I want to take our viewers through the tweet, and I'll get Siddharth Nath Singh to respond what this means. For the Prime Minister. Let's take you through the first reaction we've seen from the Prime Minister after these results came out. The results in Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan indicate that the people of India are firmly with the politics of good governance and development, which the BJP for India stands for. I thank the people of these states for their unwavering support and assure them that we'll keep working tirelessly for their well-being. A special thanks to the hardworking party Karyakartas. Each of them is exemplary. They have worked tirelessly and highlighted our achievements. That's Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Siddharth Nath Singh, talking about this big result. If I look at the national overall picture that emerges from these numbers, in the 638 seats where counting was on today, the BJP winning decisively on 346, the Congress being able to bag only 229, suggesting wherever the punch-up is between the BJP and the Congress, BJP is the odds-on favorite to win.
Well, again, it shows the confidence of the voters in the Prime Minister and the way he has led the country in difficult times, particularly during the COVID and the war which was happening between Ukraine, Russia, and keeping the economy intact. All those things have brought a favorable result for the BJP, but it's his leadership which has been, accepted by the voters in India. And therefore, our slogan of Modi ki guarantee is a hit, and it's a game changer, because I saw in Chhattisgarh, wherever we added that, public was ready to believe. Whether it was women, we said 12,000 rupees to those jo vivahit mahilaएं hain, then to the farmers, and then we gave it to for the Yuva, that USPSC.
No, but tell me one thing.
Scam that
The
happened.
BJP
it will be-
initially, Mr. Singh, for so long was pushing against freebies. Then you saw how they worked for the Congress in Karnataka, in Himachal Pradesh. Now you can give it whatever spin you want for all practical purposes. Some of the promises that you're talking about and the BJP now has in its manifesto are for all practical purposes exactly the kind of situation you were trying to avoid initially.
No, I think, Rahul, we need to differentiate between a welfare scheme and a freebies. So one can't really get, it's a very thin line which we need to draw. So welfare schemes
Sir,
are always
aapki
a
welfare scheme laddu, unki welfare scheme revdi hai. It's like kind of the same thing actually.
No, well, a lot of you can turn around that it's a freebie. Why you're giving, it to 80 crores? That's the biggest thing which has been enrolled or rolled out by the central government to the BPL, people, 80 crores. So please do understand there is an inflation because of many variety of reasons, economic reasons you can add to it. Now, if there is a inflation, if you are supporting these families during the poor families during the inflationary side, then you are in a position for them to add an asset. They become an asset and they add value to your GDP. So it's how you take these welfare schemes. You can call it a freebies, but certainly when the idea goes is definitely to give a empowerment and strengthening through welfare schemes this poor section of the society.
Last question about the VIPs in Chhattisgarh. So many Congress ministers, heavyweights in the Bhupesh Baghel government, or supposed heavyweights in the Bhupesh Baghel government, have lost. And that really shows, like the likes of Deputy Chief Minister T.S. Singhdeo, he's also ended up losing at least half a dozen ministers in the Baghel government losing. What does that say, according to you, about, like, for example, even Tamrajdar Swahu in Durg Gramin has lost. So what does that say about the anti-incumbency against these ministers and what was projected by the Congress as a performing state government?
Well, certainly it does show anti-incumbency. There is an anti-incumbency, but the anti-incumbency is because of their non-performance, because of their corruption, because of their promises which they were unable to deliver. For example, T.S. Singhdeo, although he did resign on that count, but he was the minister for the panchayat. He was to deliver those houses. The Prime Minister Awas, he was to deliver. So 16 lakh they had promised in 2018. They could only deliver 3 lakh of them. So these are certain promises which when you are unable to deliver, the public then responds, and they respond always after 5 years, and they responded this time.
Okay, we'll leave it over there. We'll have the Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister, the man who's led the BJP to a historic victory, joining us in a moment. That's Siddharthnath Singh, joining us, a key architect of that famous victory. He says, in the political history of Chhattisgarh, this really will be seen as a remarkable turnaround in fortunes, to come back so far behind midway through the campaign and show that you can find a way of winning. That's really what the modern day BJP poll machine is capable of. We'll slip into a break. We'll have a lot more for you in our continuing coverage on Super Sunday. We return on the other side of a very quick break. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a B&P Group company.
हमारे प्रधानमंत्री श्रीमान नरेंद्र मोदी जी एमपी के मन में है, और मोदी जी के मन में भी एमपी है। अमित शाह जी की अचूक रणनीति, उनका जिस ढंग से यहाँ साथ मिला, और हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष श्रीमान जेपी नड्डा जी का मार्गदर्शन, हमारे संगठन के नेतृत्व में कार्यकर्ताओं ने अनथक परिश्रम किया। प्रदेश अध्यक्ष, संगठन महामंत्री, उनके साथ टीम जुटी रही। और जैसा भूपेंद्र यादव जी ने, शिव प्रकाश जी ने, अश्विनी वैष्णव जी ने जो मार्गदर्शन किया, उससे चुनाव के अभियान को सही गति और दिशा मिली। और इसलिए मैंने पहले भी कहा था, हम बिल्कुल कंफर्टेबल मेजॉरिटी, शानदार मेजॉरिटी भारतीय जनता पार्टी को आएगी।
आपको लगता है कि मोदी मैजिक ने अपना काम कर दिया मध्य प्रदेश के अंदर?
ये मोदी मैजिक ही है, क्योंकि हमने पहले दिन जब मेरा बूथ सबसे मजबूत का अभियान माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी आए थे, 10 लाख बूथों से संवाद किया था उन्होंने और हर बूथ को जीतने का संकल्प दिलाया था। तब हमने कहा था कि मध्य प्रदेश के मन में मोदी और मोदी जी के मन में मध्य प्रदेश। आज जनता ने ये आशीर्वाद प्रधानमंत्री जी को दिया है कि 2024 में ताकत के साथ प्रधानमंत्री जी को इतिहास बनाना है, तो मध्य प्रदेश में हो रहे सेमी फाइनल को प्रचंड बहुमत से जिताना है। जनता ने आशीर्वाद दिया है।
जब आज तक इंडिया टुडे एक्सिस माई इंडिया पोल ने कहा 140 से 162 सीट्स आएंगी, काफियों ने कहा ये कैसे इतना बड़ा मार्जिन हो सकता है, और आज वही सटीक हुआ।
नहीं, मुझे भरोसा था। एक तो आपका जो अनुमान है वो सटीक बैठा है, लेकिन जनता का जो प्यार सड़कों पर दिखता था, लाडली बहनें मैं जहां जाता था गले लगती थी, सिर पे हाथ फेरती थी, आंखों में आंसू आ जाते थे और कहती थी अपन जीतेंगे, उससे लगता था कि परिणाम आएंगे।
आप मानते हैं कि औरतें, लड़कियां, इनका वोट सबसे मायने रखा, ये कांग्रेस नहीं खींच पाई अपनी तरफ?
आप विश्लेषण करेंगे तो यही सामने आएगा कि बहनों ने जाति और धर्म से ऊपर उठ के भी हमें वोट किया।
आखिरी सवाल सर, हमने जब सपोर्टर्स से और लोगों से पूछा कि मुख्यमंत्री यही रहेंगे या बदलेंगे, तो सबने एक साथ आपका ही नाम लिया, वो रेडी नहीं है नाम बदलने के लिए।
देखिए, हम लोग कार्यकर्ता हैं, भारतीय जनता पार्टी एक मिशन है भारत के निर्माण का, वैभवशाली, गौरवशाली, शक्तिशाली, संपन्न और समृद्ध भारत के निर्माण का। हम उस मिशन के अंग है। पार्टी तय करती कौन कहाँ काम करे।
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest. Be sustainable change, a B&P Group company.
साथ में इस समय दिया कुमारी है। मैम, जिस प्रकार का रिस्पॉन्स और जिस प्रकार का जन समर्थन मिला आपको, क्या लगता है आपको?
नो, ये देखिए, ऐसा
आप मना कर रहे हैं लोगों को कि आपको सीएम ना कहें, पर लोग आप लोगों को मना कर रही हैं कि आपको सीएम ना कहें, पर आपकी बात मान नहीं रहे, आपको सीएम।
जनता में उत्साह देखिए, आप सभी को बोल रहे होंगे, लेकिन ऐसा है, अभी हम लोग बहुत अच्छे मतों से, मैं तो जीत ही रही हूँ, हमारे सारे प्रत्याशी जीत रहे हैं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार भारी बहुमत से राजस्थान में बनती हुई नजर आ रही है, मध्य प्रदेश में भी और छत्तीसगढ़ में भी। बहुत अच्छी
कुमारी जी, जिस तरह से पार्टी ने आपको विद्याधर नगर से चुनाव लड़ने की जिम्मेदारी दी और जिस तरह से आपको जन समर्थन मिला है, अगर पार्टी आपको कहती है कि आपका अगला पड़ाव मुख्यमंत्री के पद के तौर पर जिम्मेदारी निभाने का होगा, क्या आप उसको एक्सेप्ट करेंगी?
ये कोई ऐसी चीज थोड़ी है कि आप एक्सेप्ट करो या नहीं करो। देखिए, ये सब डिसीजंस पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड और टॉप लीडरशिप करेगी, और
जिम्मेदारी के लिए आप तैयार हैं?
भारतीय जनता पार्टी का सीएम बनेगा, सबसे बड़ी बात तो वही है। और हम लोग सब बहुत खुश हैं कि हमारी सरकार बन रही है, और ये भ्रष्टाचारी सरकार फाइनली आउट है राजस्थान से, और हमेशा के लिए आउट है।
पटिया जी, यहाँ पे कई कद्दावर नेता माने जाते हैं। Remember the promise that you have made. If Congress is voted to power, you will shave your beard or leave your tail. What do you want to say at this moment?
Yeah, after we form the government, probably I'll take off my beard.
So what do you have to say about the current politics that is going on in Taj Krishna? We have seen that Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister is in Park Hayat, and other MLAs also are there. So what do you have to say about that?
No,
Any coaching that can be done? Any MLAs that can shift sides is what you feel?
see, in contemporary politics, when we're dealing with people like the BJP and the BRS, we will take our precautions. And while I don't see, I'm not aware of whatever is going on about poaching and all, but I'm confident that our Congress elected MLAs will stay with us. No problem. And if our party organization is taking any steps to prevent others from having any mischievous ideas in their mind, I think that's the right thing to do.
Co-presented by आपका जॉय भारत का जॉय जॉय ई-बाइक Co-presented by Nexa Create Inspire Co-powered by Parul University Vadodara Gujarat Co-powered by ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel India बनाऊंगा मैं बनेगा भारत
One of the things the Bharatiya Janata Party did in these elections is put its senior ministers, big leaders, in the battlefield in the assembly elections. One of them is Prahlad Singh Patel, Union Minister, Member of Parliament from Damoh. He's beaten Lakhan Singh Patel of the Congress